What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hokage I can devour Bloodlines 1 Decibel Chapter 1, auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 1 close black lens bracket crossing. Damn, I didn't expect it to be discovered. Sure enough, everyone can't guess their end. This is Yi Feng's last words. A young doctor who is only 29 years old. At least on the surface, he is a normal human being living a normal life. But he is a doctor by profession, and he can often come into contact with various corpses. He respects and is responsible for his profession, if it's not a strange habit. Yi Feng likes beautiful eyes. He is a small well-known doctor in F City. He spends a lot of money to buy people. Please tell him if you encounter beautiful eyes. Before throwing it away for cremation, he would take down those beautiful eyeballs and put them in a container as his own collection. Before being convicted and arrested, he had quietly received 3 pairs of eyeballs. It's a pity that the guys who did shameful deeds have been arrested. It is estimated that within a week, he, the buyer, will also be confessed, and then put in jail. This is the crime of insulting a corpse. It's a pity that luck doesn't seem to favor him. Just when Yi Feng imagined his boring prison life, he walked on the rainy road. Watching the classic anime, Naruto. In his hand, the plot inside is a memoir. Itachi kills Orochimaru at a glance. You don't need to use the moon to read any kind of spicy chicken. If the pupil of the writing wheel is stronger, it will be killed immediately. That's it, that's it, that's it, the young man hummed disdainfully. Boom. A purple thunder flashed. The scorched corpse and shocked passers-by were left in place, and Yi Feng's soul slowly drifted to the unknown distance. Passed through gorgeously. Naruto world. Konoha 49 years. After the Nine-Tailed attack a year ago, Konoha village was greatly injured. Not only was Nine Tails unable to be used as a weapon, but also the young Hokage of the 4th generation of Eyes was killed in battle, and the ninja world fell into a rare peace. At this time, Dashemaru has quietly completed the experiment of human body forbidden surgery. He turned his body into a monster. The big white snake with 8 heads, its body is as large and heavy as a hill. Advertisement, ha, finally let me succeed. Huge amounts of monsters vomiting. Although there are 8 heads, there is only one soul, and that is the soul of Orochimaru that controls the body. The man's voice was slightly hoarse, cold and evil. There is an indescribable magic. Hiss, all the 8 snake heads opened their eyes wide, and the soul of Dashemaru felt the pain of tearing. In fact, he is indeed being torn apart. The soul of a certain otherworld is coming through time and space, and emerges from within his soul, almost torn him into pieces, and then becomes the new Snake pill. He has painstakingly studied the painstaking effort for decades, is it so? Depend on. This is where, Yi Feng only felt that the sky was spinning, and he had not yet reacted to the pain of being struck to death by lightning. Countless light curtains flickered suddenly in front of me, as if hundreds of different movies were being shown at the same time, and the protagonists of these movies were all alone. That is Dashemaru. Decades of memories belonging to Dashemaru crazily flooded into Yi Feng's mind. It was more than just spinning around, and the whole universe seemed to tremble in his eyes. 10 minutes later, the white Yaki Orochi opened his eyes again, and then looked at his body curiously with 8 heads as if he had known himself for the first time. That look was full of disgust, speechlessness, and deep unwillingness. There is still confusion. The scenes of Dashemaru's childhood life are vivid, as if he had gone through those decades by himself. I have been an orphan since I was a child, a cruel war. I felt the fragility of life because my partner left, and he did not hesitate to study various cruel and cold-blooded human experiments for longevity. Yi Feng felt that he had truly become Orochimaru for a while. F***K Nima, through anyway, give me a protagonist identity. Naruto Sasuke can do it. What's the matter with me being a snake? Orochimaru's cold voice sounded. There was a moment of silence, and the huge body trembled slightly, and Yi Feng was frightened by his own voice. Boom. There was a rumbling in the gloomy cave, and the huge 8-chi snake turned into a human body. This is a rather evil middle-aged man. The black hair was scattered, the snake-like vertical pupils were shining with gold, the purple eyeshadow extended to the nose, the pale skin was bloodless, and the cyan gold jade earrings were worn. In addition to insidious, still insidious, at least Yi Feng thought so. This face is a real monster. Advertisement The Night Wind sounded slightly hoarse. Dashemaru is a real lunatic and a terrifying careerist, and he now inherits the legacy of this body, even his memory. He is now the new Orochimaru, mastering everything about him. It's a pity that I was also a damn monster, it's just different. There are no rules in this world that can bind me, because the rules in this world only bind the weak, and the strong only need to make rules. Snakes will evolve too. A cold voice sounded. Yi Feng's voice became colder and colder, and his tone became more and more like a real Osha pill. Abandon the past and embrace the new life, abandon being a man and pursue becoming a god. After tonight, I am the new Dashemaru. The fate of the ninja world changed quietly, and no one knew how far a traverser could go. The next day, Konoha. Orochimaru casually returned from the secret base and returned to the village of Konoha. Master Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru. The 2 door guards greeted respectfully, and did not dare to be disrespectful. Although there was a hint of fear in his eyes, the respect for the strong and the legends in his own village was more. Yi Feng ignored these little guys and went straight back to his home in Konoha. Said it is home. In fact, his experimental bases are all over the place, and he himself has not been here several times. The ninja world is peaceful. I don't have any tasks to do either. Moreover, I need more energy and time to study the technique of turning around. There is no need to waste time dealing with Konoha. Now is the best time to defect. The question is whether to deliberately show presumptuousness and then leave blatantly. Yi Feng poured himself a glass of water and said softly. According to the script, 100% of the 3 generations would let him go because of soft heart, even if he deliberately let the experiment reveal the cobweb horse trail and was besieged by the 3 generations. But he can travel through this world, which means that the plot will never be the same as before. If the 3 generations suddenly become reluctant, they must do it seriously. That would be a fool for pretending to be incapable of being forced. Although he is confident of escaping Konoha by relying on the art of the 8-kissed serpent, who would be so idle that he would be hit hard. Yi Feng didn't even realize that his thinking mode had changed a lot. He is now both Yefeng and Dashawan. The more terrifying and insidious Night Wind is also the more cautious and greedy Dashawan. Snake? It smells so good. Chapter 2, Auto-generated chapter title. 2. Student. Midori Red Bean. I'm a fool to bet on whether the other party wants to be soft-hearted. It's not the same as if I just slipped away quietly. Yi Feng finally came to a conclusion. With the information he has, and the strength of this body now, there is no need to take risks at all. If you have the strength, you can pretend to be a fool. Because the preparations have been made before, most of the things have been transferred to the outside base. There are only some materials left in the laboratory behind Naruto. And red beans. Orochimaru fell into deep thought, lying on the bench for a long time without speaking. He used to coax many children to do his own human experiments and forbidden surgery research. Midori Adzuki Beans is one of the more special ones, because she is a disciple of Orochimaru and a Konoha ninja in the face. I love Konoha in my heart, and I definitely love the big snake pill that saved her life. Unfortunately, there is no special value. Bringing a little girl around is a burden, and she is worthless at all. Yi Feng murmured subconsciously. The hoarse voice, with the real cruelty and viciousness like a snake and scorpion. He wants to be the ultimate creature, the most powerful immortal person. He doesn't need waste to be around. But at this moment, suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam, and the whole body was agitated. Damn it, is my last conscience eaten by Dashiwan? Yi Feng thought a little afraid. In his previous life, he just disrespected the corpse. Except for him, the life or death of others is indifferent. This is the way of thinking of really cold-blooded animals, not humans. However, he doesn't actually hate selfishness. He just hates that kind of loneliness. He wants to be strong, but he doesn't want to turn himself into a lonely man. The sun was shining slightly from outside the window, and a warm feeling filled the man's body. Dashiwan noticed that there was a bunch of beautiful flowers in the vase in his room. It looks like I bought it yesterday, and the yellow flowers are vivid. It's really delicious. Yi Feng picked up the flowers and sniffed gently. He seemed to be able to see the child opening the window carefully, and then disappointed to find that there was no one inside, and finally put the bunch of flowers in the vase. When I left, I must have lost and regret written on that little face. Advertisement because she hasn't seen her teacher for several days. Naruto building. That's right, did he go back to the village this morning? The 3-generation-old man sat on the chair behind his desk and took a deep breath. Suddenly some anxiety, self-blame and sadness flashed across the old and wrinkled face. Although he has not found evidence yet, the ninjas in Konoha village have disappeared frequently recently, and no one can do it except that guy. He knew exactly what was going on with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Only the student who he most optimistically regards as a genius can let Dashiwan do bad things. Go astray. 3 generations of old men spit out white smoke rings. Anbi was reporting the recent trace of Orochimaru nearby, and the old man was speechless for a long time. It's really sunny weather, boss, please give me a glass of juice. It's hard to tell that Orochimaru is on the streets of Konoha. The green upper ninja vest, the unique thin figure and pale complexion, and the deep and hoarse voice. Yes, your lord. The boss was stunned, and quickly went to prepare a glass of juice. Tremblingly to receive the money handed over by the overnight wind, he was relieved to see this one leave. As for the other guests, they respectfully bowed their heads and stepped aside because of the night breeze. Sure enough, there are some bad rumors. The reaction of these civilians is so big. The man walked slowly, and the crowd voluntarily gave up a path. It is rumored that many ninjas who have disappeared recently in the village are probably related to Lord Orochimaru, so these talents seem so afraid. Teacher. Yi Feng sat in a daze on a chair. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from far away. It was a 13-year-old girl with short purple hair, gray-brown eyes, a ninja headguard with Konoha, and black fishnet stockings with a gray-red coat on top. Midori Azuki is also his only student. This body hadn't been a taboo before, so Adzuki also knew that he had been doing experiments, but the girl didn't report Dashawan. Because her life started when she met Dashemaru. Although it was only used as a product for Dashawan before, it still made the red beans feel warm. She respects her teacher very much. It's you, Red Bean. Dashemaru smiled, patted the girl's head, and motioned for her to sit next to her. Thank you, teacher. The little girl nodded politely. Advertisement. For some reason, I feel that today's teacher seems to be softer than before, and it feels very strange. Have you practiced hard recently? It's been a long time since I checked your cultivation progress. Yi Feng asked softly. He inherited the memory of Dashemaru, and definitely remembered his relationship with this little girl. Report to the teacher, psychicism is already very proficient. Hongdou's face turned straight and replied very solemnly. Red Bean is really a good boy, Yi Feng praised. Itsuki Bean seemed to have received a great reward, smiling and squinting. She knew that this man was evil, sometimes cold-blooded. But she always felt warm from him occasionally. Before meeting Dashemaru, she was just a cowardly lonely child. The teacher taught her ninjutsu, took her to eat delicious food, and let her live in Konoha. This kid. It's the kind of idiot. There was no fluctuation on the surface of Yefeng, but he sighed secretly in his heart. The biggest shining point of Red Beans is loyalty. As long as you give her a little love, she is willing to help you at any time, trust you, and even die for you. But this child also lacks the will to become stronger. There is no desire to become stronger in her heart, she lacks hatred, anger, obsession, the necessary factors to become stronger. But Yi Feng is not the real Dash Pill, that soul has dissipated. He needs men, strong men, but there is no need to throw away all the weak. It is said that one of the three ninjas, what if there is a cumbersome little girl with him? Master Orochimaru? Itsuki asked cautiously. The man seemed to be lost in thought and did not speak for a long time. Konoha's life is so good, look, they're like a calm lake, and I am a gust of wind, I don't know where the wind will blow. The cold man opened his eyes, his tone was flat. Hongdou's heart suddenly became quiet. There are no more noisy streets and crowds in his eyes, only the evil man who speaks inexplicably in front of him. Your eyes are so beautiful, the man spoke suddenly. Chapter 3, Auto-generated chapter title, 3, Processing Laboratory. The Red Bean was slightly taken aback. Yi Feng nodded, as if he was appreciating some artwork, looking carefully. Itsuki Bean's cheeks are hot when seen. Taupe is not pretty. But people with this kind of pupil color are extremely rare, and so determined and shy, it seems a bit contradictory. Isn't the girl's eyes supposed to be like this? A love ignorant in adolescence, Dashiwan joked. Although it was a joke, it was actually just casual talk. Correct, my recent experiment has made a big breakthrough, it's a very big progress. Staying in Konoha is no longer helpful to me, it will only limit my experimental research. As soon as the voice changed, Yi Feng continued to speak. From beginning to end, he smiled faintly. The teacher meant that you want to leave Konoha? Itsuki said very quietly. She deliberately used the word leave instead of betraying the village. It's almost like that, after processing the last remaining experimental site in Konoha, you can leave at any time. I'm tired of this decadent village, Dashiwan said coldly. Seeing the indifferent expression on the teacher's face, Hongdou suddenly felt a sense of fear. In fact, she knew that her teacher was not a normal person. But this madman was the one who saved her. It seemed that he had discovered the girl's subtle expression of hesitation and fear, and Yi Feng's face showed a smile again. Did you put the flowers in my room? I like that little gift. Although I have never been to that place, I am still very happy that someone cares about my life. Thank you, Red Bean. Dashemaru said calmly. Stretching out some big cold hands, gently stroked the girl's cheek. The emotion in the eyes is not so much gentle, but rather the kind of pity for an idiot and a little appreciation. They really have beautiful eyes, Yi Feng thought to himself. Tonight I will go to the back of Hokage Rock to deal with that laboratory. Advertisement, if you want to come, then come together. Definitely, Itsuki Bean wants to stay in Konoha. Do not, I want to follow the teacher. Dashiwan hadn't finished speaking yet, Hongdou had already interrupted the teacher. This is the first time that she has done such an extraordinary thing, and interrupted him politely before the teacher finished. But Yi Feng was not angry, just smiled and nodded. Rainy, a gust of wind blew across the street, and the man beside him was gone. That night, a round of meniscus is hanging high in the sky, and Konoha village is still very lively and feasting. The rock statue of the first generation of Hokage is on the distant mountain, looking at the prosperous village with silent eyes. Master Orochimaru. The girl's voice suddenly sounded, and Orochimaru, who was looking at the night view, turned her head. That face is full of evil, even the smile makes people feel deeply chilling. But in the eyes of Red Beans, it is very kind, really a good boy who kept the promise. Yi Feng walked in front, and Hongdou quietly followed behind. In less than 3 minutes, he came to a very hidden laboratory. Squeak, as soon as I opened the wooden door, a strong pungent smell of potion came over my face. This is a dimly lit room with a very wide interior space. On the right is a wooden frame, densely packed with various dark red glass bottles, which contain human or animal organs, soaked in potion. On the left is a rectangular experiment equipment resembling a coffin, responsible for freezing the complete experiment body. Some were corpses, while others were ninjas who were caught not long ago. A test subject was wrapped in a white cloth on the test bench. The owner of the corpse died a few days ago. There was a slight odor of the corpse, but it was masked by the smell of the potion. It's really a mess here in a few days, Yi Feng said casually. The experimental subjects here and the experimental records are of no value to him. The knowledge that he should possess is engraved in his mind, and the technique of the 8-chi Orochi has been completed, and he is no longer human in the strict sense. He is now a snake wearing a human appearance, a monster. Well, Hongdou couldn't help frowning. It's not the first time that she has come to Dashemaru's laboratory, but she still feels shocked and terrified every time. It has lost its value, they were completely eaten by me, and now they're turned into rubbish. The man said to himself. Slowly walked to the side of the test bench and picked up the light scalpel with his hands. Advertisement, pissed. Dashemaru plunged the knife into the eye socket of the dead body, and the knife almost penetrated the man's head. Turn the handle slightly and then pull it out, creating a dark and empty hole. As the corpse gradually decomposed, some viscous black turbid liquid flowed out of the cracks. This eye is dead, it will look so ugly without saving. Not to mention, his eyes are inferior. Dashiwan dropped the scalpel casually, and then glanced at the corpse in disgust. When he walked to the water fetching place and washed his hands, his eyes returned to Hongdou again. Teacher. Hongdou said timidly, holding back a trace of fear in his heart. Are you afraid of me? It doesn't matter, this is the emotion you should have. Yifeng smiled disapprovingly. He patted the girl's head, and then walked out of the wooden door holding Hongdou's hand. Idzuki Bean lowered his head and said nothing. At the same time, Orochimaru started to seal quickly, completing all the seals in almost 1 second. Hai Shu Yu Shen Wei, psychic art. Yifeng let out a low roar, and Chakra burst out with evil thoughts and malice. The big mouth of a giant snake appeared out of nowhere, and the wind remnant cloud generally looted all the contents of the tester and emptied it. The whole room seemed to suddenly appear in the mouth of the big snake, and then dispose of everything. This is the magical effect of psychic art, which only summons the duplication body of the serpent. Although those remaining potions may kill the big snake, there are as many ordinary giant snakes, and if they die, they're dead, that's all. Clean up. In a blink of an eye, the big snake disappeared without a trace, and the interior room was empty. Yifeng clapped his hands, turned around and started to leave with the red beans. Teacher, when shall we leave? On the way, Hongdou suddenly asked. For some reason, her little face was full of nervous flushes, and her little hand was held slightly. Ha ha, is the red bean worried about being abandoned? Yifeng smiled lightly. I don't have to lie, I won't leave you at Konoha. Thank you. Master Orochimaru. The girl said sternly, and then silently said in her heart. I will follow you forever. Chapter 4, auto-generated chapter title. 4. News of body changes, stop water the next day. Konoha village. It is rare that Yifeng did not conduct experiments, sway around outside, or perform tasks. Just slept quietly, just like an ordinary person. He waited until the sunlight came in from the window, then slowly opened his eyes, and then dressed and washed in this small room. Dashawan is still Dashawan, and there is a cold light in the golden evil eyes. This tongue, putting it in the previous life is just for seduce rich women. Yifeng opened his mouth and spit out his tongue. Even without using any ninjutsu, his tongue is so long that he can almost lick his neck, which is extremely exaggerated and outrageous. If you use ninjutsu, you can easily extend tens of meters. Nonsense, I'm Dashemaru, how can I have such a nasty thought? The weak need the love of a rich woman. Yifeng shook his head quickly, the expression on his face returned to normal. Strange, what's going on with this feeling of hunger? Dashemaru appeared on the streets of Konoha just like yesterday, and had just had breakfast at Eel Ramen. But when a few Uchiha clan members passed by, he felt a sense of hunger. It is as if the fierce beast subconsciously longs for its prey. Orochimaru does not seem to like the setting of cannibalism in the original work. Yifeng muttered in his heart. Those were children from 3 ninja schools, with the family crest of the Uchiha clan printed on the back of their clothes. Why don't you feel that way to other people? But for Uchiha, his body couldn't help but get excited. Orochimaru was lost in thought. Could it be? Is it because of the blood succession boundary? Orochimaru murmured. Blood succession boundary, that is, a special family bloodline, usually has ability and ninjutsu that are different from ordinary people. He didn't respond to ordinary people, but he was excited when he saw the Uchiha people. Could there be other changes in this body? 49 years of Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto are only about 1 year old now. Itachi Uchiha should have just graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7, and then another genius, Shisui Uchiha, who was about 4 years older than Itachi. It shouldn't have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel yet, and I am performing Konoha's mission. Yifeng thought silently. Since he has inherited everything from Orochimaru, definitely work hard towards the strongest in the ninja world. Among them, the writing of the wheel eye and the blood of Uchiha are indispensable things, which are the necessary conditions for opening the eye of reincarnation. For this reason, he may take away Sasuke's body in the future. Advertisement, it seems that before leaving the village, I have to inquire about the location of the water stop. The guys just now should know. Yifeng made up his mind. Inadvertently glanced at the dark part that was monitoring her in the dark, and then disappeared in place with the technique of instantaneous body. 10 minutes later, the cold man appeared again, already in the forest in the mountains behind the village. The 3 Uchiha's young children were tied with their hands and looked at Orochimaru with extremely angry eyes. This damn guy. How dare he did in the village? Even if it's one of the 3 ninjas, wouldn't you worry about starting a war between Konoha and the Uchiha family? Ha ha, it looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet. You need to be respectful to adults, you know? Dashiwan looked gloomy. A handful of kunai was taken out of the ninja bag, and immediately cut a teenager's wrist. Ah! The boy let out a miserable scream. The 3 teenagers realized what a terrifying guy standing in front of them. Tell me the news about Uchiha Shisui, otherwise. The next thing to be cut off is your head, Yi Feng threatened. The hoarse voice seemed to be hissing from a poisonous tongue, and Naruto seeing art was quietly activated. The three teenagers seemed to have seen the blood sea hill, lying on the ground with their cold corpses. Their hearts were completely cold. Stop water. He. One person finally couldn't bear the pressure and couldn't help but want to betray the companion of the family. To shut up. We are Uchiha, we can't surrender. Another young boy roared, his dark eyes turned blood red, and two black gouaches swirled slightly around his pupils. Puff. Kuwu inserted into the boy's heart, and blood surging out like a spring. The young man who just showed off his Ergoyu riding round eyes, all he has to do is to breathe out and not breathe in. Next person, what about you, can't you tell me? Dashiwan asked in a hurry. Even if none of these three can be forced to ask, the big deal is that he will find three more to ask. Anyway, I'm leaving Konoha, what's the point of killing a few people? Advertisement, I said. Shisui went on a mission 2 days ago. Today is the birthday of that patriarch's son Uchiha Itachi. He will definitely be back. My lord, you just need to wait outside the village. The broken boy said everything. Between life and death, he chose to sell his partner for his chance to live. Lord Orochimaru is one of the three forbearances. Surely he can't speak, but it doesn't count, he can definitely be saved. And as long as they don't say anything, who knows they betrayed Shisui. Good, you are smarter than the one lying underground. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. A young man clutched his severed hand and barely used chakra to stop the bleeding from the wound, while the other person who had betrayed the news was kneeling on the ground, bowing his head and dared not look at Dashawan. Crack. A white-scaled snake stuck out of the sleeve of Dashemaru's sleeve, twisting the neck of the boy with severed hand. You told the news, so I let you survive, the night wind said calmly. Looking at the two more dead bodies on the ground, there was no wave on his face, instead he opened a space scroll from the ninja bag. Boom. I bit my finger and began to print, and then printed in the center of the complex text. A large number of scalpels and ninjas appeared. Yi Feng put on his gloves very skillfully, then walked to the two nearby corpses, and took out 2 pairs of Uchiha's bloodline eyeballs. Put it in a small glass container and soak it in a potion that keeps it alive. Grown-ups. My lord, you told me to bypass me. Seeing Dashemaru approaching with a scalpel in his hand, the only survivor couldn't help screaming. I didn't say I wanted to kill you, I just need your eyes, I think the two should not conflict. Yi Feng said coldly. Do not, the boy got up madly, and then wanted to escape this hell. But will Dashemaru give him a chance? Disobedient child. Yi Feng frowned, and directly killed the goods with kunai. The third pair of eyes was taken out with a scalpel again, and the work of containment was completed, and then all the items were retracted into the space scroll. These eyes are just appetizers, stop water, I have to decide your writing wheel. A group of pitch-black snakes emerged from the ground and surrounded the 3 cold corpses. The murderer has disappeared. Chapter 5, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 5 close black lens bracket ambush. It was close to noon. Uchiha had disappeared from 3 tribesmen, and no one has noticed this anomaly yet. But Dashemaru disappeared mysteriously for a while, and the news was reported to the ears of the 3rd generation by Anbu. It is a pity that the old Sarutobi of hesitation still has not made up his mind to find his own students. Especially when there is no evidence yet. The sun was shining on the streets of Konoha, and the bustling crowd was as lively as usual. However, Hongdou didn't care to see everything in the village. Today is a special day, she is so nervous that she forgot to eat breakfast. Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, a person stood alone on the balcony in a daze, searching for the figure on the street. Little girl, you look a little lost, can you tell me who bullied you? A cold voice rang from behind. Hongdou suddenly turned her head and found that Dashemaru had been standing behind him somehow, and looked at herself with a smile. Teacher. Hongdou smiled embarrassedly, let's go. Yi Feng was not long-winded, and jumped directly onto the roof with the red beans. In order to get rid of those who were looking for him, Hongdou was held in her arms by the princess. Sanin's speed and body style are so fast, from the Itsuki Bean's home to leaving the village of Konoha, from the beginning to the end, the ninja was not discovered. He didn't fight, and the route he left was very concealed. Regardless of the 3 generations or Jilai, the strongest people in the 2 villages other than him have not discovered the intention of Dashemaru to betray the village. Swish, outside Konoha village. Dashemaru jumped on top of the branches holding the red beans, taking a look around occasionally. Come down, let's take a break here, the night breeze said lightly. There was an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes, and he didn't know what bad idea he was making. Teacher, where shall we stay? Hongdou asked curiously. This is a forest that must be passed by Konoha's main gate, and it looks more like someone to ambush. Moreover, there is no experimental research base of Dashawan around Konoha, so it is definitely not just to stop and rest. Uchiha Shisui, you should have heard his name, after all, he is only 1 or 2 years younger than you. Advertisement, I need his blood and eyes, and they are captured alive. Dashiwan said frankly. Hongdou was already considered his own, and he planned to cultivate it. There was no need to conceal these things, she would see it soon anyway. The Uchiha clan? Itsuki was thinking quietly in his heart. It seems that the teacher is beginning to be interested in Shueiji Shenjie. But without the blood of Yu Yu Zibo clan, how do you use the power of Shaolun Yan? Kakashi is a good example. He got the writing wheel eye left by Uchiha's soil, but he couldn't close it and kept the eye open. Chakra won't even want to grow his whole life. The lovely prey has finally arrived. Yi Feng licked his lips, the gold in his eyes flickered with excitement. Hongdou quickly looked at the distant forest. 3 black shadows were flying across the jungle, approaching here at high speed. Although I can't see it clearly, I can vaguely find that it is 3 young people, and one of them is particularly eye-catching. A handsome boy with short black hair. Although he is only 11 years old, he is already a master who has experienced the baptism of war. Uchiha stops the water. Stop. There is an inexplicable smell ahead. Shisui frowned. He couldn't find Dashawan and Red Bean hiding 100 meters away, but was surprised by the smell in front of him. As expected of a genius. Even the nose is so sharp. Yi Feng licked his lips, and the little one became even more excited. He arranged a trap here in advance. It was the formation of 10,000 snakes summoning countless groups of snakes, but he did not expect to be seen by this little guy. It is indeed a genius who possesses the strongest illusion art of other gods, although he may not have opened his eyes yet. He couldn't help but feel lucky, but fortunately, the timeline is early enough. Otherwise, after Shisui awakening Kaleidoscope, his own strength may not be guaranteed to beat him 100%. Nothing much. The 2 teammates of Shisui carefully tested it. As a result, the front is still very quiet, there is no strange place, and there are no traces left by others. But, this smell is obviously very strange. It's like a group of snakes, that kind of disgusting smell. Snakes. Go. That's a trap. As if thinking of something bad, Zishui's face changed drastically, and Roar exclaimed. Could it be that man? Advertisement. Damn it. The strong man related to snakes, Konoha is also the only man. It's really keen reflexes, but unfortunately it's still too late. The array of 10,000 snakes. Yi Feng smiled insidiously, and completed Jayin in his hand. Just at the feet of the 2 teammates of Zishui, the land with a radius of tens of meters was instantly broken open, like a group of snakes like waves, rushing out at an incredible speed. Ah. The 2 teenagers were swallowed up to the point that there were no bones left, and the group of snakes was still moving around. 10,000 snakes. Or 100,000 snakes. Shisui couldn't see clearly, but he didn't have time to think about the number of snakes either. He just heard the roar call from his companion before his death, feeling sad in his heart, and quickly backed away. Attention was concentrated 200%, watching the surrounding movement carefully. Kuwu was already holding it in his hand, his eyes opened the 3-go jade writing wheel, and he didn't dare to blink at all. For people like Dashemaru, he showed a flaw, enough for him to die 10 times. Sure enough, it's as beautiful as I thought, Zhuanyan. A gloomy voice sounded. Under Shishui's gaze, the pale-skinned man walked out, still wearing Konoha's upper ninja vest. One of the 3 ninjas, the most promising disciple of the 3 generations of Naruto. Orochimaru. Oshimaru-sama, why are you doing this? This is bound to provoke a dispute between Uchiha and Konoha's senior management. Stop the water trying to delay time. His mind turned quickly, thinking about the way to escape from this place. His current strength was impossible to kill Dashemaru. As for the instantaneous technique, it is very powerful for fighting, but it is not good for escape. Who knows how many ambushes and traps Dashemaru has set up around here. Come with me, or, I'll take you away after crippling you. Yi Feng said undoubtedly, with an extremely tough attitude. Quote. Shisui didn't answer, just clenched Kuwu in his hand. The next moment, the hands began to seal, fast enough to produce afterimages. Fire escaped the art of dragon fire. 3 huge amounts of flame dragon were spit out from his mouth, and then he immediately activated the instantaneous technique. Shulanyan opened the illusion, only to affect the Dashemaru even for less than a second. The Kuwu in his hand had been replaced with the ninja wind demon shuriken. In this regard, Yi Feng just smiled coldly. Zishui's fire dragon attacked him just by dodge and escaped. As for the illusion of writing round eyes, his current soul power is not afraid of Sengoyu's writing round eyes. No way, that action. Could it be that thing? A few drops of cold sweat fell on the red bean's forehead, and she couldn't help shaking. Chapter 6 Auto-generated chapter title. 6 Suicide. Kusunaru's sword. Shisui smiled bitterly. Dashemaru faced a person of his age and unexpectedly took out this kind of artifact. But from this point of view, he was more aware of this man's determination to catch or kill himself. Instead of complaining, it's better to desperately pursue a ray of life. Vomit. Yi Feng opened his mouth wide, with his long tongue hanging underneath, and then took out a sharp sword more than 1 meter in length from his belly. Kusunagi's sword. The legendary artifact is made of the hardest material in the world, and it can be stretched at will if it is injected into the chakra. Shulking snake hand. Yi Feng held a sword in his right hand, and suddenly countless snakes spread out from the sleeve of his left hand. It's like a spider web surrounded by it, heading in the direction of stopping the water. Damn it! The young man yelled, wishing he could have 2 legs so long he could run away. Escape. I thought you would try to kill me. Yi Feng shook his head in disappointment. The corner of Zishui's mouth twitched, and the speed under his feet was a little faster. Kill you. Except for the 3 generations of Hokage in Konoha, who would dare to say that he has the ability to kill Dashemaru. Snapped. Yi Feng snapped his fingers. He did not rush to catch up, nor was he in a hurry to intercept Shisui, because something had already surrounded this place early. When Shisui noticed that there was a smell in front of him, he had actually fallen into the center of the trap. A lot of giant snakes. When did the teacher call these big snakes? Hongdou stared into the distance in surprise. Over 100 super pythons blocked all the roads ahead, and each one was about 20 meters in length. And behind Shisui is the big snake pill. It can be said that there is no vitality in the sky and the ground. He may be able to kill these giant snakes who can't know how to do ninjutsu, but before he kills these giant snakes, Orochimaru can kill him hundreds of times. Quote. The glory of the Uchiha family will never be ruined by me. Shisui suddenly smiled in relief. A bad feeling arose in Yi Feng's heart. Stop. The night wind accelerated with all its strength, and his right hand turned into a large white phosphorus snake, which pierced Shisui's body like lightning. Advertisement. Without thinking about it, he knew the meaning of Zishui's smile. There is one rule for families with blood succession boundaries. If it is a mortal situation, then you must destroy yourself. It is best to destroy your own body. Otherwise, let outsiders get the corpse. If anything can be researched, it will be a disaster for the whole family. Zishui wants to ruin the Shalanian. Then commit suicide. Boom. Two kuwu pierced into the eye sockets at the same time, and the eyeballs made a slight popping sound. The blood flowed down from the surface, and Zishui's hands were shaking. Patter. The big snake in Yefeng's hand finally arrived, and in an instant he slapped the boy's two arms, abolishing the possibility of Zishui Jayan's suicide by ninjutsu. Damn boy. Yi Feng was really angry. This is the first time he has felt such an angry emotion since he traveled into this world. Don't be a god, the eye that should have hosted the strongest illusion. Before he had time to evolve into a kaleidoscope, he was destroyed by his own master. Do you know what you ruined? The night wind almost roared. Ha ha. Shisui, whose arms were broken off, just made a vague laugh, as if he didn't want to talk to Dashawan at all. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Half of the bitten tongue was spit out together, and fell to the ground with a snap. Bite your tongue and commit suicide. You are too naive. Yi Feng laughed furiously. At this time, Zishui even attempted to commit suicide. The reason why the person who bit the tongue died is that the wound bleeds heavily, and it enters the trachea to block Roar's inhalation, suffocating himself to death. Ordinary people don't know, but Yi Feng was a doctor in his previous life, and a lunatic doing human experiments in this life. He knows every part of the human body, every bone and every muscle. A delusion. Yi Feng smiled fiercely. Abruptly, he broke Shishui's mouth with brute force and punched the boy until he passed out into a coma. A touch of chakra appeared in his hand, and he poured it into the water stop to stop the blood from the wound, and then threw the boy on the ground like a trash. Bah, bad luck. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said. He calculated a junior, but he still suffered a lot and didn't succeed. This damn Uchiha Shisui, he has remembered today's things. Poke blind eyes, right. I don't believe that there is no way to regenerate the eyeballs. Advertisement. Little boy, you want me to give you medicine to treat the injury, and you will feel better when you wake up. Yi Feng cursed. From another space scroll, he took out a large pile of medicine bottles. Shishui's eyeballs burst, the tissues inside were already necrotic, and the injuries in his mouth needed to be dealt with. This young man can become an experimental subject if he is alive. Hongdou approached at some point and waited quietly beside her. A hint of sympathy flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Since he chooses to follow Lord Orochimaru, he must have this kind of awareness. Boom, bang, bang, one by one, the giant snakes disappeared, and the night wind cancelled the spiritism. In the end, only one remained, and under the order, he placed Uchiha Shisui's unconscious body on his head. Yefeng and Hongdou also sat on the head of the giant snake, and then rushed towards the nearest underground base. The man's face is a bit ugly. Itsuki was very witty and did not speak. The sky gradually darkened. Almost over 100 miles away, he finally came to a hidden underground base. Master Orochimaru. Two ninjas wearing Otonin village guards appeared and bowed respectfully. Detain this guy in the first-level room, completely lock down chakra and feed the food on time, and leave it to you for the time being. Yi Feng said tiredly. Yes, my lord. The two men quickly took over the unconscious Uchiha Shisui. Don't dare to ask more, just do things as instructed. Here, Orochimaru is the only master, and all those who dared to resist have died or become experimental subjects. Teacher, you are clearly the pinnacle of the shinobi world, why do you still do this, even if you want to betray the village? Hongdou gently held Dashuan's hand and asked in a low voice. Everything. Because I want everything, everything in this world. Including all ninjutsu, bloodlines, physical skills, including supreme power and status, and even a life that is long and immortal. The lifespan of an ordinary physical body is too short, so I want to do that. What is Hokage? Isn't the pillar room once known as the god of ninjas dead now? What about the 6 immortals? It died more than 1,000 years ago. I am the final winner. Yi Feng made no secret of his ambition and greed. Chapter 7 Auto-generated chapter title. 7 Devour. A short while, Yi Feng took the red beans into the underground base. This is a labyrinth-like underground secret room. In addition to the laboratory, there are many places where experimental humans are held. Candles were lit on both sides of the aisle, and under the dim yellow light, there was a faintly hissing sound of snake shinzi. Red beans are also used to this gloomy atmosphere. Basically every experimental base of Dashemaru is like this. You will live here from now on. If you have anything to do, just ask someone, or come to me, my room is right next to you. Yi Feng hurriedly explained, arranged Hongdou's residence, and planned to go to the place where Shisui is detained. Although the most precious pair of eyeballs is gone, Shisui is still very valuable as an experimental subject. Even if there is no way to restore and regrow his eyeballs, he can still try to create a clone. Don't do that skill, he is determined to win it. 5 minutes later. First level secret room. Master Orochimaru. 2 persons in white protective suits bowed respectfully and saluted. This is his subordinate arranged in this base, responsible for helping him with some things. Yi Feng nodded and entered the room. I saw that Shisui had taken off all his clothes and was tied to a test bench in various ways, with many tubes already plugged into his body. One is to survey the physical condition at any time, and the other is to inject the nutrient solution, so as not to starve the goods to death. As for eyeball loss and tongue injury, these 2 injuries are already under control. This damned kid, if you dare to ruin me, I will count this account on the Uchiha clan. Yi Feng snorted coldly. The data of the body test is still normal. I just don't know how the eye injury can be recovered. Let's start with the cloning direction. Orochimaru murmured to herself. How many female bodies can be used here? Yi Feng asked one of his subordinates. The so-called female body is actually an ordinary person arrested, or a slave bought from a dark exchange with money. Occasionally used for special experimental research, but most of the uses are used as generation production. Using the fertilized eggs made by experiments, let those women take the place of pregnancy and give birth to babies. When he was studying intercolumn cells before, he experimented with a large-scale baby experiment, creating hundreds of newborns and trying to integrate intercolumn cells into their bodies. Unfortunately, the rejection reaction is very serious, and the assimilation of the cells between the columns is too strong. In the end, these children almost all turned into trees and were swallowed by Mu-Dun Chakra. Advertisement. The only one who survived, although able to use Mu-Dun, was as weak as a child playing. My lord, there are 14 more. The physical condition is in good condition and can be tested at any time. One of his men replied. Clone Uchiha Shisui's cells. You know how to use those machines. I will see 14 newborns in a year. Remember not to let him die. If there is any unexpected situation, come to me. Yi Feng glanced at the young man on the test bench last, and turned and left the test base. People here can be trusted. Whether it was because of fear, money, or worship of Orochimaru, no matter what, these guys didn't dare to violate his orders. A person's energy is still limited, maybe some time to pick up the pocket from Konoha. As long as I am strong enough, I can destroy Konoha at any time. My ability to be a spy is too wasteful. The man's cold voice sounded in the aisle. The subjects in the prison tremblingly crawled on the ground, not daring to look at the evil god. This is a lunatic. He is also a B*********** D with no conscience and humanity at all. ... Speechless overnight. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Yi Feng woke up as usual. Putting on his clothes blankly, he washed a little and walked out of the room. Teacher. Hongdou stood in front of the door and waited well. This is breakfast. I asked them to prepare sushi. The little girl smiled slightly. Yi Feng nodded and stroked Red Bean's head as a reward. The sushi tastes pretty good. But when he was chewing, he suddenly remembered the strange feeling of hunger before. He glanced at the Red Bean who was smiling happily, and decided to try again after breakfast. Soon. I will go out in a few days to go to the country of the vortex, and take you with me at that time. Let's bear with me these 2 days. Yi Feng comforted. He definitely could see that Hongdou didn't really like this kind of gloomy underground base. But also, how can normal people like this kind of ghost place? Advertisement. Although she is a disciple of Orochimaru, her status here is still very high, but unfortunately it is of no use. She has no friends here. Dashi Wan is busy with experiments and rarely has time to accompany her. Hongdou could go out in a few days when he heard that, and nodded happily. Without waiting for the night breeze to give another order, he left the room with the dinner plate, and when he left, he did not forget to bow to the master again. Almost forgot this one. Yi Feng quickly forgot about the red beans. The most important thing at the moment is to understand the abnormalities of the body. The space scroll was taken out, and the 6 eyeballs obtained from the 3 Uchiha tribesmen yesterday were soaked in the green solution. One pair is 3 Go Jade, and the other 2 pairs are 2 Go Jade. Really? Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Just after taking out these eyeballs, a feeling of hunger came from deep in the body. It seems that not only has his soul passed through this body, but also some other changes have taken place. You only know if you eat it. Yi Feng murmured. Even if it fails, taking a few eyeballs will not have any effect on the body. Soon he opened the glass container and took out all 6 eyeballs and placed them on a plate. The dead eyes are perfectly preserved. Only 1 day passed, as if still staying at the moment when it was taken out of the eye socket. Hiss. The right hand slowly turned into a large white phosphorus snake, the snake body with a thick arm, opened his mouth and swallowed all the eyeballs in. This is his body, one of the 8 heads of the Yaki Orochi. Although I can eat it directly, I still used this ninjutsu after thinking about it. After a few minutes, Yi Feng's body still didn't have the slightest abnormality, and there were no good or bad changes. Just when he was about to give up, Suddenly there was a slight tingling sensation in his eyes, like someone was cutting the nerve behind his eyeball with a scalpel. Cough. Dashi Wan was covering her mouth, and Roar's sucking became a lot quicker. This intense pain is tantamount to piercing a knife through his head, and even cutting off nerves one by one. But he was very happy in his heart, and the pain was quickly ignored by him. Successful. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yifeng was so excited that he wanted to roar. That eye should have been a golden vertical pupil, but now it has become a normal person's round pupil. In the scarlet and stern blood, a black go jade rotates slightly around the pupil. Yigoyu writes round eyes. Chapter 8 auto-generated chapter title. 8-1 Go Jade writing round eyes. Write round eyes. The blood of the Uchiha clan, a descendant of Indra, the second son of the 6 ways of immortals. It can be stimulated by strong emotions to open eyes, and continue to evolve. 1 Hook Jade, 2 Hook Jade, 3 Hook Jade, Kaleidoscope. The kaleidoscope evolves to the eternal kaleidoscope, and the kaleidoscope of the same race needs to be transplanted. As for the eyes of reincarnation, only the reincarnated chakra of Indra can be opened by transplanting the body or cells of the reincarnated chakra of Asura. The reincarnation eye is the final evolutionary form of the reincarnation. Yi Guyu. The efficiency of swallowing is very low. Yi Feng looked at his eyes in the mirror and muttered. The main effects of writing round eyes are insight, copying, and illusion. Yi Guyu's effects are very limited. He swallowed 6 eyeballs, but the conversion ratio was very low. But it doesn't matter. This kind of ability is already very good. With a move, Yi Feng closed the open state of the writing wheel eyes, and the pupils returned to their previous appearance. As long as he has the experimental body of Yu Zibo clan, he can cultivate as many new eyes as he wants. As long as there are enough eyeballs, he can also reach the final evolution. Since the eyeballs are fine, don't know if other things will work. An idea flashed in Yi Feng's mind. Can drinking blood work? Eating meat. It seems that it needs to be verified again. Glancing at the clock on the wall, 2 hours have passed unconsciously. At noon, 1 o'clock. The underground base is still terribly quiet. Except for occasionally a few staff members passed by, there was no other noisy sound throughout the process. Yi Feng pushed aside the detention room of Zishui again. Boom. The tied teenager knocked on the test bench with his hands. Ha ha, are you awake? The vitality is really tenacious. It's a pity you can't talk anymore. The night breeze said lightly. Uchiha Shisui heard the sound of Dashemaru and beat the test bed again. He didn't know what use Dashemaru was for keeping himself, but no matter what, he was now alive and dead. He just wanted to die now, and didn't want to become an experiment. Advertisement. Rest assured, I won't kill you until I squeeze your value out, but today I discovered an incredible secret. Oh, that's right, almost forgot my purpose here. Dashi Wan patted his head, and then skillfully took out a pair of gloves. Prepared a scalpel, a glass cup, some bandages and hemostatic medicine. The man cut open the water-stopping blood vessel blankly. After pouring a small cup of blood, he used a scalpel to remove a small piece of meat from his arm. After that, he performed hemostatic work skillfully, and finally put on a white bandage. The whole process went smoothly, and the man didn't have any extra expressions. Whether as a doctor or Dash Wan, this is a job that is so proficient that he can no longer be proficient. After doing all this, Yi Feng smiled in satisfaction. He threw the gloves in the trash can, and then left the detention room with half a cup of blood and a piece of meat. What a wonderful discovery. This body can swallow the power of blood and bounds. As long as there is enough time to settle, he may be able to live all the special blood and power of the entire ninja realm, and become the next immortal and immortal Kagaya. Even can he swallow Wei Yi. Indoor. First start with blood. Yi Feng sniffed the scarlet and viscous liquid, stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. The feeling of hunger reappeared. Cuckoo. The man drank it like a swig of whiskey. The second reaction was faster than the first, and the body's reaction was more intense and full of pain. But in addition to the severe pain, there is also a wonderful feeling of hotness, as if the eyes are immersed in warm water, and the blood flow in the body has also accelerated a lot. It wasn't until half an hour later that the devouring slowly stopped. Yi Feng opened his eyes, and opened the writing wheel again. It is still in the state of a Guyu Jade, but the ability of insight has become much stronger, and it seems that the effect of taking blood is not bad. Next is meat. Yi Feng admired his eyes and summoned the white phosphorus serpent again. Turning the snake with his right hand, he opened his mouth and swallowed a small piece of meat. Pity. The effect of blood is very significant, and although there are some changes in the consumption of meat, the effect seems to be less than 1/10 of blood. It seems that only the eyeball part and the blood of the Uchiha tribe can help. It's about 6 years before the Uchiha clan was destroyed. At that time, almost all the trophies will be in Danzang, just look for him directly. Advertisement. Yi Feng thought silently. The protagonists are still babies, the official plot has not yet begun, and they are not in a hurry to become stronger immediately, mainly to make plans for the future. Next is to call the pocket back. The child's learning ability can help me share a lot of pressure. Then go to the country of the vortex to find the death god mask, and find the solution to the ghoul. There is one of the 3-eye surgery, and there will be a chance after a while. The more Dashemaru thinks about it, the more things he has to do. There is more than enough self-protection power, and it is almost impossible to be completely obliterated. Each of his spells and seals has a trace of the soul of the body. Even if the body is killed, it can be resurrected through the remaining soul. However, in terms of hard power, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Time passed quietly. Unconsciously, 3 days have passed in the base. A clone made from cells taken out of Uchiha Shisui's body has already developed in 14 females. In the meantime, Yi Feng also bleeds blood from Uchiha Shisui's body again. But the Uchiha bloodline in his body is not strong enough, or because his body was not Uchiha before, the evolution of Xiaolongyan is very slow. Still staying in the form of a Guyu Jade, barely able to use it. Master Orochimaru. The eyes are so uncomfortable. I haven't seen the sun for a long time, so suddenly. Itsuki covered her eyes with her small hands. If you don't see the sun for a long time, you will have a more severe tingling sensation. It's fine. Soon I will get used to life on land again. It only takes a while for the body to adapt. Yi Feng rubbed the red beans, eyes and gently massaged them. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, enjoying this rare relaxation. A feeling of comfort gradually spread around the eyes, and it seemed that he could barely open his eyes. Thank you, teacher. Red Bean smiled. Since the underground bases are basically experimental equipment and prisons, and there are no things that girls need, the clothes are still the same set a few days ago. The black fishnet outfit is naturally very beautiful, but it's okay to change to another one. Although Hongdou didn't say it, she definitely wanted new clothes in her heart. Let's go, buy some clothes in the village first. Yi Feng smiled and said. Thank you, teacher. The girl burst into such a smile for the first time in a few days. It's like a small flower in the ice and snow. No matter how desperate and dark people are, they will feel a trace of warmth. Chapter 9 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 9 close black lens bracket Uzumaki country. Sound Shinobi village. It's just an ordinary ninja village, and there is no such thing as a shadow. There is no reputation and no sense of existence, but the owner behind the scenes is Orochimaru, and the construction of this Shinobu village is also his order. Most of the ninjas in the village are basically his loyal men. Master Orochimaru. Yi Feng replaced Konoha's Shangnan costume, and his forehead had long been thrown away, wearing a black robe. Just walked into the door of the village and was immediately recognized. Those golden snake pupils are so special. Don't say anything. I just passed by here. The night wind said calmly. It seemed that suddenly remembered something, and then ordered the ninja in Otonan village. By the way, help me keep an eye on someone. A girl with red hair, about 5 years old, whose name is Shang Rin. If she appears in the territory of the country of grass, or near Otonan village, try to take her away peacefully. If you resist, remember not to hurt your hands or feet. After confessing this sentence, Yi Feng led Hongdou into the village. These people are very smart, so he doesn't need to say too much. Teacher, who is that Shangrong? Itsuki asked curiously. The survivors of the Whirlpool clan barely have some effect. Yi Feng replied lightly. Let's go. Let's change our outfit first. This time it will take about a week to go to the country of Uzumaki. Yes. 3 hours later, after walking out of Otonan village again, the two had changed their costumes. Yekaz was wearing the ninja costume of Otonan village, and he didn't do too many bells and whistles, except that he was wearing a black robe outside and he didn't wear a ninja guard. On the other hand, Hongdou changed into a girl's casual outfit, a light red top and black short shorts. There are still sandals for ninjas under my feet, and I have got a new pair of sandals. It looks very cool, full of a strong youthful atmosphere, and it will not affect the fight and the journey. Quite pretty. Yi Feng just exaggerated. Red Bean is like a kid who got candy. There is a beautiful student man who actually has a sense of accomplishment. Curse seal. Speaking of which, Hongdou's body has not yet been planted by me, she should be able to withstand that kind of power. But that kind of violent power can easily turn people into irrational monsters. Yi Feng shook his head. Advertisement. After thinking about it a little bit, I gave up this idea. He left experimental subjects with curse seals in various hidden laboratory bases, and it was not bad for Red Bean. Even if you want to cultivate red beans to become stronger, you can think about it in other ways. Swish. 2 figures traversed the endless forest, jumping above the top of the tree. Although the giant snake can be used to drive the road, it is too eye-catching. Related to snakes, I'm afraid that the first thing that Quan Ninja Realm thinks of is his Orochimaru's name. He didn't want to expose his trace and location. At the same time. Konoha village. Boom. Danzo sat in Hokage's office and coldly confronted the 3 generations of Hokage. In addition, the 2 high-level elders Mito Menyon and Zhuan Shaochun are also there. A few days ago. You must have an explanation. Tuan Zhang coldly snorted. The 3 Uchiha tribesmen never mention it, but Uchiha Shisui is a famous genius of that tribe. He was also very optimistic about Zishui, and wanted him to do something for the root. But now Uchiha Shisui mysteriously disappeared in the forest not far from Konoha, leaving a lot of traces of snakes on the scene. Coupled with the various suspicions of Orochimaru, the ninjas in the village may be ruined, and at the same time they mysteriously disappear. The murderer is basically sure to be the big snake pill. As the teacher of Dashemaru, the 3 generations of Hokage found nothing and did nothing. At this point, we can only declare that Orochimaru is a traitor. S-rank traitor. Danzo, don't be too aggressive, I believe this matter. Sarufe is also very uncomfortable in his heart. The two elders persuaded. Danzo seems to be accusing the three generations, but actually wants him to dismount, and then sit in the position of Hokage. Didn't he know that Dashawan is suspicious? The roots are not as inactive. It's just that as Hokage, the responsibility for the three generations of this kind of thing is definitely greater. No need to mention it again, I agree to the wanted Dashawan. But I can't give you this position, Danzo. This is an important task handed over to me by master or dame, unless it is the day I die. Sarutobi Richin let out a smoke ring and sighed. Ha ha. Then you'd better do your job well, stop this kind of thing from happening again, and see what kind of students you teach. Danzo slammed the door and left. The Naruto office was quiet again. Advertisement. And Jiraiya, who was sitting above the Hokage building, was silently looking into the distance in a daze. Tsunade was mentally broken because of Kato's death in the war. He became more and more decadent in gambling, and he didn't even know where she was in the country of fire. The three of the original ninja squad, now even Orochimaru has rebelled against the village. So suddenly, he didn't even have a chance to meet. Maybe I should go out and travel, even if it is for new works. Ji Lai also whispered. Konoha village is still prosperous and lively, and the bustling crowd is the same as usual. In the dark, many things have happened quietly. 5 days later. The country of Vortex. This is a small island in the sea next to the country of fire. The Maelstrom clan is the distant blood relative of the Chinsho clan among the descendants of Ashura, and family members are good at sealing. The wife of the original Naruto Senjuzuma was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, as time passed, the Uzumaki family's influence in Konoha became more and more precarious, and eventually they had to return to their ancestral land, which is the small island in this sea. It is a pity that the reputation of the Whirlpool clan is too great. Even if he chooses to retreat, he is still found by the ninja outside following the cobweb trail. Besieged by people from many countries and nin villages, almost the entire clan was extinct. Only a very small number of clan members were incognito and scattered all over the world. The hair color of members of the Maelstrom family of purebred bloodlines is red, such as Nagato and Shongren. Wow. Waves of waves crashed on the beach. Under the brilliant golden sunlight, a small boat drove up on the blue sea. The boatman was paddling the wood pulp hard, and behind him were two strange guests. A gloomy middle-aged man, and a beautiful girl. Is this the island of Uzumaki country? It seems there is no one. Red Bean said softly. His face was full of curiosity, his big gray-brown eyes widened, and the sea and the beach were reflected in his pupils. It is said that there were a lot of people here before, and then I didn't know what happened. The people who still live on this island are all coming from behind. There is really no place to live before they come here. Said the boatman. Here is 100,000 taels. Waiting for us to come back after finishing our work here. Yifeng nodded slightly, and handed over 10,000 taels of banknotes in his hand. He was not afraid that the boatman would dare to take the money and run away. If he dares to take it, he dares to kill. Chapter 10 Auto-generated chapter title. 10 Death God Mask. I haven't seen anyone. Adzuki Beans walked in front, looking around. There are ruins everywhere, some have been burned by fire, some have been destroyed by various ninjutsu, and there are wreckage of houses everywhere. No living people were seen, and no well-preserved buildings were seen. Teacher, how did the Whirlpool clan perish? Was it really besieged by ninjas from many countries? Red Bean curiously said. From these ruins and fragments, we can vaguely see what kind of village this was like in the past. Although not as good as Konoha, it can be regarded as a relatively powerful shinobu. But in such a place outside the world, the whole clan was almost wiped out. The sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan, now I don't know how much it is still circulating. Who knows? Only the ninja who came here will know what happened back then. Perhaps it was a ninja union from several countries, or it was made by Konoha himself. Yifeng replied lightly. Between the two chatting, the first living person appeared in front of them. He looked like a homeless man in a mess, and didn't know how many days he hadn't bathed. Hey, can you hear me? Do you know where the Namian Hall of the Whirlpool clan is? Yifeng asked tentatively, but the tramp just looked at the sky blankly, his expression dull and drooling, he didn't seem to hear anything at all. As the boatman said, the people who will come to this island now are basically people who have nowhere to go outside. Maybe this guy owes a debt or was hunted down. But for whatever reason, there is no doubt that this guy is already crazy. It seems that you can only use ninjutsu. It will take a lot of time to search slowly. Yifeng muttered. And these guys came from behind, even if they are sober, they probably don't know what the so-called Namiantang is. Psychic art. Countless groups of snakes appeared with the call of the night wind. Thousands of dark shadows moved in all directions, looking for the well-maintained buildings on the island. Teacher, what are we looking for here? Adzuki asked again. Advertisement. Obviously it will not be a simple thing to make Dashemaru run this far in person and also come and find it. Can unravel the ghoul sealing technique. Yifeng replied simply. Ghoul sealing is the most powerful sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan. It can summon the death god and swallow the soul of the target into death god's belly and seal it forever. After the spell is completed, the person who uses the spell will also be consumed by death god as a sacrifice. The souls of the caster and the enemy will remain in the belly of death god forever. A year ago, Uchiha brought the soil to summon Kyuubi to attack Konoha. The fourth generation of Hokage Wave Fengshaoman used the ghoul to seal it out in that battle. Sealed 9 tails of Yang in the body of his son Naruto Uzumaki, while 9 tails of Yin came to Death God's belly with the fourth generation. But this technique can be solved. A special Death God mask can be found in the Namian Hall of the Maelstrom clan. At the moment the caster puts on a mask, lets himself be a sacrifice and summons Death God, cuts the belly of Death God to release the sealed thing, and then the caster is eaten as a new sacrifice. As long as you find that mask, you will have obtained the fourth generation of Hokage's dirty reincarnation body, and you can get half of the 9-tailed chakra. After half a day, Yefeng and Hongdou stayed on the island, finally waiting for the news that a snake came back. Deep in the jungle in the western part of the island, there is an intact building hidden. If nothing else, it would be the place where the Whirlpool family stored their masks. Let's go, Red Bean. We can get things done sooner and we can get back home sooner. Yifeng patted Red Bean's head and said softly, "Is teacher." The girl respectfully responded, "In the space scroll, dry food and water are prepared in advance, so I don't feel hungry." Soon, the two moved towards the place where the news came from the snake. In the depths of the jungle, a wooden house with huge amounts of one of the pillars supporting the gate collapsed, causing the gate to be slanted, with the Whirlpool family's family pattern on it. The ground is full of dust, and no one has been here for many years. Adzuki Beans and Dashemaru walk into the interior, and you will see various masks hanging on the walls. Among these, there is a special product that can summon Death God. Hiss. Yifeng stretched out a white snake with his right hand, keenly sniffing the breath of these masks. In the end, one was selected from dozens of masks. Compared with other masks, this mask seemed to have been subjected to some kind of technique, so the breath was unique. Found it. Yifeng squinted his eyes. Finally got this treasure. With this mask, he can release the fourth generation of eyes and the half of the 9 tails of Yin at any time. Advertisement. As for the candidate for the surgeon, whether it is brainwashing or illusion, just find someone to replace it. To put it harder, as long as there is enough money, there are people in this world who are willing to sell their lives. Let's go. Yifeng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Adzuki looked at the mask carefully, and didn't say much. The two returned all the way to the edge of the beach. It was getting close to the evening, and the boatman was still waiting on the spot, not daring to breach the contract. Let's go back. At this point in time, I can have a supper when I get to the shore. What do you want to eat? Yifeng put the mask away, and when he looked at his expression, he knew that he was in a very good mood. Supper. Well, teacher, I want to eat barbecue. Adzuki thought for a while, then replied with a smile. Holding Dashuan's hand affectionately, the man's body is always cold. But the girl obviously likes to stick to him very much, where she can enjoy a sense of security and happiness. Barbecue. That's fine. Yifeng smiled. It doesn't matter what you eat, as long as the red beans like it. He was in a good mood, so he was willing to spend the night teasing the little girl, looking at Hongdou with a happy smile, and he felt warm in his heart. The silent boatman paddled the wood pulp in silence, and the man and the girl chuckled and chatted. The night gradually dimmed, countless stars shimmered slightly, and a shallow moon appeared from behind the clouds. The waves are always turbulent. Sitting on the rickety boat, the sea breeze has a slightly salty and wet smell. The little girl with the ball head is acting like a baby in your arms, looking at you with big cute eyes. Yifeng thinks tonight is really wonderful. This is the first time he finds it so interesting since the journey. In addition to experiments, besides becoming stronger, there are other things in life that make him feel interesting. Teacher. Adzuki Bean lowered her head shyly. Dashiwan lightly kissed her forehead, then lightly kissed her cheek. Her lips were cold. She is now like a bewildered prey in the arms of snakes. But she only feels happy. Yifeng smiled and held her face, admiring those beautiful eyes, but finally did not kiss her lips. Next time. As if seeing through the girl's mind, the man whispered. Chapter 11 Auto-generated chapter title. 11 The Return of the Pocket. A week later. An underground base near Odonan village. Master Orochimaru, a teenager about 13 years old, half kneeled on the ground and said respectfully. Pharmacist Pocket. It was a spy sent by Oznamaru to Konoha. He grew up in Konoha's orphanage. He temporarily serves as a pharmacist apprentice and works at Konoha Hospital. At the same time, he is also a genius studying medicine, and has a super brain who is good at playing tricks. Definitely, he is loyal. Do you know why I want you to come back? Yifeng smiled. My subordinates are dull and don't understand. Do answered truthfully. Originally, he was supposed to be an important piece of Orochimaru, and existed for Konoha's destruction plan. But if he disappeared mysteriously now, it would be difficult to return to Konoha in the future. Because I have more important things for you to do. With your talent, it's too wasteful to be a spy. Come and help me manage the experiment. I've been a little busy recently. Akatsuki may find me at any time. Yifeng faintly explained. In fact, the last sentence is the point. He is now Konoha's S-rank rebel, so Akatsuki is also a recruit target. Although he has no idea about realizing world peace, Akatsuki's influence on Naruto world is huge amounts of, and it is not impossible to mix Akatsuki members. And after becoming a member of Akatsuki, it can reduce the vigilance of those behind the scenes towards him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Subordinates understand. When I heard this, I also understood what was going on. He also heard about Akatsuki's mysterious organization. It is said that there are very powerful rebels inside. It is no wonder that Lord Orochimaru would say that he may be very busy in the future and he needs his help to take care of those experiments and bases. Let's go. It's been a long time since I saw Shisui, and I almost forgot what his blood smelled like. Yifeng licked his lips, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon. Underground base. Level 1 detention room. Grown-ups. 2 medical staff were recording data in front of the instrument to observe Uchiha Shisui's physical condition. Advertisement. The body is normal and basically healthy. 2 took the order skillfully, glanced at the data and said. He was not idle when Konoha was undercover, and he had basically been learning and understanding various medical techniques. Although it is not as good as the Orochimaru, learning ability is very strong. I have learned the chakra scalpel, and all kinds of basic knowledge are firmly in my mind. How about the blood these days? Yifeng looked at Shisui and lost interest. This body has lost the most precious eye, and the remaining value is the production of blood, which has been used as a sample of cloned humans. The eyeball is like the limbs of a human being. If it is lost, it will not grow again. To restore this kind of organ, I'm afraid it needs the terrifying vitality of the first-generation Naruto Senjuan's level. But the first generation of cells are too aggressive for ordinary people to bear. Master Orochimaru, according to your instructions before leaving, take blood regularly without affecting the survival of Uchiha Shisui. There are 2 bags of 400 cc blood in total. The next blood collection will be 2 days later. A subordinate respectfully said, take out 2 bags of dark red blood from the refrigerator, and hand them over on a plate. Yifeng answered casually. His right hand turned into a white phosphorus snake, stretched his body to suck 2 bags of blood. Maybe you can start experiments with clones. Yifeng meditated, with a flash of light in his eyes. Pocket. After the 5 clones of Uchiha Shisui are born, try to use them to integrate the intercolumn cells and observe the results and process reactions. In addition, other bases are also beginning to cultivate. In a year, I will see at least 100 Uchiha blood born. After a while, I will come back with the white-eyed blood, and at that time, I will start to cultivate the white-eyed blood to continue the boundary. Yifeng ordered. On the way back from him in Hongdou, he has heard a news. The messenger of Thunder Country is coming soon. Then follow the development of the plot, and then he can secretly plot the bloodline. Yes, Master Orochimaru. Do respectfully replied. For him, this adult's command is everything. It was Yifeng who rescued him on the battlefield, and his life was given by Orochimaru. For this adult's dream, he can do anything. Eyes, it seems to be about to reach Ergoyu. Yifeng felt the scorching heat from his eyes, and thought to himself. However, as more and more blood is taken, the effect seems to be slightly weakened. Advertisement. If calculated at this speed, it is estimated that he can only rely on swallowing to become the pinnacle of the 3 Go Jade's peak pupil power. If you want the power of a kaleidoscope, it is estimated that you need to make other plans. The blood of the Uchiha clan, but Shisui is not the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. I don't know if he can withstand the interpillar cells. Yifeng shook his head, discarding the thoughts in his heart. Let's solve the current situation first. As for those problems, it is not too late to say that after the clone is born, he has to spare some time to study the technique of turning around. This body is almost 50 years old. Although it looks very young on the outside, it has already begun to gradually influence the release of ninjutsu. It will be 6 years at the latest, during which time he needs to complete the research on the turning technique. And also have to find a good new body. Many preparations are indispensable if you want to become the final victor in the future ninja battle. Let's go, Red Bean. Teacher hasn't eaten lunch yet, try your craft today. Yifeng said softly. The scarlet light in his eyes flashed away, his expression returned to its previous appearance, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The white scale snake has returned to normal after taking the blood. Okay, teacher. Itsuki nodded softly. A week later. Underground base. There is no day and night here, and the aisles are always lit with dim candles. Except for the occasional screaming faint subject, most of the time was quiet, and Dashemaru's subordinates worked diligently. Finally, I got to Ergoyu to write round eyes. Now my blood can be regarded as an authentic Uchiha clan. Yifeng stood in front of a mirror, admiring the new changes in his eyes. In the blood-red background, the second black Go Jade has been formed. There is still a long way to go before the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, but finally it has gained something and made a breakthrough. After the strength reached the shadow level, it was not so easy to make further progress. He also relied on the mysterious, engulf, ability to become stronger so fast. Such beautiful eyes are the real art. If Danzo knows my secret, it is estimated that old dog will be D alive. Yifeng said with a smirk. It's not just the blood succession boundary of Shaolun Yan, he will collect more in the future. The stronger the strength, the more he can collect the blood of the blood successor limiter, and thus become stronger. The teacher is stronger again today. Hongdou stayed quietly and obediently, with little golden stars shining in her eyes. Chapter 12 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 12 close black lens bracket come back to Konoha, fish in troubled waters. Let's go, Red Bean. Hand over to the base matters, let's go to Konoha. Yifeng said lightly. Is teacher. Itsuki nodded, holding his arm affectionately. Today's dress is a white skirt with a pair of clean white shoes under my feet. Instead of combing the head of the meatballs, it is arranged into beautiful short hair. The delicate and lovely face does not require makeup and is also very attractive. Let's go. Yi Feng took off 2 masks from the wall. Today, he also changed into a traditional suit, a full-body gray coat, and black trousers. After putting on a mask and disguising his appearance, no one would recognize him as Dashawan. Unless Jilai has also turned on the fairy mode, he can recognize the chakra who perceives him. This mask is so realistic. Did the teacher do it himself? Itsuki looked curiously at the soft thin mask in his hand. Ha ha ha. The man let out a horrible laugh. The teacher did it. And it's made of the skin of a real human face. Yi Feng said with a smile, and pressed the mask to the skin of his face. It looked like he was completely another person. He is a somewhat quaint and serious young man, about 23 years old. Quote. Itsuki Bean did not speak, but swallowed. She mustered up the courage to put on the mask, and found that her appearance had also changed, without the shadow of red beans. The woman in the mirror was a completely stranger. Let's go. Orochimaru switched her voice, and she opened her mouth as a young man with a soft voice. Is teacher. Itsuki Bean also uses ninjutsu to slightly change her voice. It sounds cooler and more mature. After half a day. Konoha. Near the gate, 2 ninjas are checking the guard at the gate. In the past 2 days, envoys from the Kingdom of Thunder have come, so the security work is also very stressful, and we can't let strange guys in. Hello. Please show proof of identity. Noting the young man and girl approaching, the guard said lightly. Master Ninja, my sister and I came to Konoha to discuss business. Advertisement. Yi Feng smiled and passed a prepared scroll. The villagers of Odonan village planted a lot of seasonal fruits, hoping to sell them in Konoha's commercial street. The guard looked at the contents of the scroll. It looks real, and there is the seal of the leader of Odonan village below. It was a small village, which happened to be in the land of fire, and they had heard of it more or less. Go in. The guard handed the scroll over and said lightly. He had also seen it carefully just now. This young man and girl had no trace of practicing ninjutsu, and the chakra fluctuations were completely the same as ordinary people. There is nothing suspicious. Thank you, Lord Ninja. Yi Feng smiled again, soon, holding the red beans and returning to Konoha village openly. Red beans are a perfect match for red bean cake. The girl squinted her eyes with joy, almost becoming a seam. Be careful. If you say this kind of signature line, wouldn't it be a bad thing to be heard? Yi Feng curled his lips. Red beans eat red bean cakes or something. If someone with a heart hears them, and then contact the Meteorite red beans that have always been before, it is estimated that the matter will be troublesome. Well, I got it wrong. Hongdou quickly apologized. He lowered his head slightly, and said with some grievances. Be careful next time. Yi Feng patted the little girl's head to show her comfort. He didn't know what he was thinking, his expression was slightly complicated, and he stared into the distance blankly. What is the teacher thinking? Aren't you happy to come back here? Itsuki asked curiously. After entering this dessert shop, Dashiwan did not eat anything, just stared at the crowd outside the window in a daze. Do not. It's nothing. Some things make me feel a little emotional. The night breeze said lightly. In fact, according to the original timeline, the ninja from Thunder Country came to visit Konoha and secretly wanted to abduct the Hinata file-size sister of the Hyuga clan. This incident should have happened when Hinata was 4 or 5 years old. But now Hinata is just a 1-year-old baby. However, the ninja of Thunder Country has indeed arrived at Lin Konoha today. From the moment he crossed into this world, everything began to change, which was different from the original path of fate. It is also possible that accidents will happen in the future. There is always a solution to a problem. My own strength is strong enough, regardless of whether you come from a god or a ghost, I will kill them all. Advertisement. Yi Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about this meaningless topic. Advance it in advance, it just so happens that he still has a chance to fish in troubled waters, and get the blood of the boundless. It's so sweet. Sweet things are the best. Hongdou's face was full of smiles. Yi Feng moved slightly in his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little arc. Teacher, Red Bean still wants to order a few more skewered meatballs. Can you? Yes, just order it. Your happy teacher also feels happy. Thank you, teacher. Time passed. It was night in the blink of an eye, and a round moon hung high in the night sky, and a few dark clouds randomly dotted the horizon. Wait for me here, obediently. Don't run around. Yi Feng patted Red Bean's head and said solemnly. He is going to collect white eyes, so he can no longer bring red beans with him, otherwise there may be accidents. Things are important, and there is no room for loss. Hongdou nodded heavily. She also knew that her current strength could not help the teacher. Although the Hyuga clan is not as powerful as Uchiha, its strength is also a first-class clan in Konoha, and there are many masters in it. Territory of the Hyuga clan. 2 guards stood in front of a big house, patrolling nearby. And inside it, there are ninjas waiting in secret at any time, ready to set off at any time. This is the residence of the patriarch's family. Unlucky ghost appeared. Yi Feng stood on a big tree not far away, and his whole person almost merged with the big tree. This is a soil escape, which is a great choice for hiding and sneaking in. At the ninja level here, it is impossible to spot him. Swish. I saw a black shadow jumping and flickering above the tall buildings in the distance. He was wearing a black mask, and his body was also black. On the surface of Thunder Country, he came to Konoha to discuss some of the remnants of the Third Ninja World War to be dealt with. But the real purpose was to send someone to quietly abduct the blood of the Hyuga clan. That is, the daughter of the patriarch Hyuga Hinata, Hinata Hyuga. The show has begun. Yi Feng stood on the tree and witnessed the whole process of this guy sneaking in quietly. Although the strength of this ninja is not very good, at least he is first-rate in the body and skills of sneaking. From beginning to end, the Hyuga family did not find any intruders. But Yi Feng followed closely behind, and quietly slipped into the Hyuga clan. Chapter 13 Auto-generated chapter title. 13 New Blood Succession Boundary, Blind Eyes. That's it, the black-robed man whispered. According to information, this room is the residence of Hinata, sister of file-size Hyuga. The pure white-eyed blood of the Hyuga sect family. Just bring this back to the land of thunder. Just thinking about it, the man couldn't help but want to laugh. Squeak. The wooden door was gently pushed open. In less than 10 seconds, the black runner walked out holding a sleeping baby girl. Mantis catches the cicada, the oriole is behind. The young man is still too young. Yi Feng perceives this scene, but he did not stop this guy from leaving. Someone has already noticed a little movement and is patrolling the family, and some of them are coming towards Hinata's room. In no more than 2 minutes, the entire territory of the Hyuga clan will be in a state of battle. This ninja from Thunder Country is obviously impossible to leave here, and he hasn't noticed it originally. Just collect the white eyes. Yi Feng's face became cold, and he turned and walked towards the hidden corners around him. The Hyuga clan is divided into 2 parts, the clan and the branch. Among them, as a family division, a strange life and death curse was cast from birth. Once someone dared to resist, or the family division was taken prisoner. The members of the clan can activate that technique at any time, and they can kill the division as far away as possible. This is also the reason why the leader of Leiji Kingdom chose to looting Hinata, and only the people of the clan can capture it alive. If the person who separated the family took it back, only 1 corpse would be obtained. The time is tight, and the movement of the night wind is also fast. What he did here tonight finally made this ninja of Thunder Country take the blame, so he can be unscrupulous here tonight. You can't take the living back, you can only collect as many white eyes as you can. Yi Feng firmed his goal. In the silent darkness, the Hyuga clan was busy in a mess, but they did not know that a poisonous snake was hunting in the dark. Come on you. Yi Feng seized the opportunity and waited for a separate ninja acting alone. The big snake protruded from the sleeves and stretched out from the ground, and then locked the ninja's neck. Boom. Yi Feng decisively stunned the goods. The corpse was taken quietly to the side for processing, and a pair of shiny white eyeballs were quickly taken out and thrown into the container prepared in advance. That guy should still be able to fight for about 3 minutes. Taking advantage of this period of time, he can kill a lot of split ninjas and grab a few more pairs of white-eyed eyeballs. The other side, Hyuga Nizu was awakened. Knowing that his daughter had been taken away by the mysterious ninja, he started searching with great anger. Luckily, he squatted on the black-robed man near the gate. Advertisement. Who are you? Nizuo shouted in a low voice. The blue veins beside the eyes violently, the eyes opened, and the gossip formation and soft fist technique entered the state of preparation. It only takes a second to attack this ninja. Ah. The black-robed man even smiled. I directly ignored the sunfoot, and wanted to leave here in front of him. His eyes were full of contempt, disdain, and a special and weird color. From the moment he met Hyuga Hazu, he knew that tonight's plan had changed. Ninjas never have only one plan. Everything must take into account the worst-case scenario. And now it's puff. With a soft punch from the Japanese foot, the figure was on the chest of the black runner as fast as a ghost. With such a full blow, the black-robed man did not even dodge, just let himself be killed alive, and did not make any resistance. Fine. Nizu took over Hinata, who was still sleeping. After looking carefully, he confirmed that his daughter is truly intact. Master Patriarch. Master Patriarch. At this time, someone rushed over one after another. Look who he is. The Japanese foot calmly said. For some reason, there was a bad feeling in his heart that this black-robed ninja died too casually, even without resistance. It was as if with a certain purpose, after seeing him, he deliberately wanted to die in his hands. Damn, he is the leader of the envoy of the Kingdom of Thunder. The crowd was startled. Roar said, all frowning. Konoha experienced the Kyuubi attack on the village a year ago, but he sacrificed many elites, even the 4th generation of Hokage. If you declare war with Thunder Country at this juncture, it's hit. Rizuo slowly closed his eyes and sighed. And at the moment, a total of 8 people, 16 divided ninjas' eyes. Tisk tut. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. There is no need to guess the situation outside, he knows what the ending will be like. Taking advantage of this time to fish in troubled waters, it can be regarded as a full harvest, but it is a pity not to get a living person to use it for research. But don't worry, you can study it slowly. The real white-eyed princess hasn't been born yet. Ordinary white eyes are far inferior to writing round eyes, and they are not even qualified to lift shoes for writing round eyes. Advertisement. But in fact, the eyes are not weak, but the blood of these people is too weak. White eyes can evolve into reincarnation eyes, which are pupils at the same level as reincarnation eyes. Hotel room. The young man in white climbed in through the window. Although he went out to snatch it, even the corners of his clothes were clean. He wants to kill those hapless guys without any effort. Not everyone is a stopwater and can do something before he gets caught. Teacher, how's the action tonight? Hongdou was not asleep, waiting for him to come back in bed in his pajamas. The little blush was very cute, as if he had just taken a shower and dried his hair. All the best. Yi Feng nodded. Open the space scroll again and take out the 16 eyeballs just obtained. There is not much appreciation, because these eyeballs are really not beautiful. He turned the snake with his right hand, opened his mouth wide and swallowed all his eyeballs into his body. As if it had been swallowed for the first time, Yi Feng felt severe pain again, but after getting used to this pain, it was nothing. He was able to use the He art to become the current He Orochi. These pains are nothing. The speed of absorption is faster than imagined. Yi Feng only opened his eyes again after 20 minutes had passed. In the blood, white-eyed blood continued to limit gradually, transforming this body from the genetic level. He can open his eyes now. Just like all the Hyuga clan, he is now awakening with ordinary eyes. It can see through the human body and observe the amount of chakras of the enemy. This enhancement can be said to be better than nothing. It's really ugly. These eyes are too stupid. I didn't use them before Awakening's reincarnated eyes. Yi Feng took the small mirror that Hongdou handed over and sighed. White eyes are just a pure white. This kind of pupil appeared in his eyes, and he felt that it was an insult to the words, art, and beauty. Monotonous and boring, and weak. Take a rest, I'm tired tonight. The man recovered his golden vertical pupils again, and his voice was calm and unwavering. Is teacher. Itsuki replied cautiously. Yi Feng went to sleep soon, roar sucked long, his eyes closed tightly. The girl also lay on the bed obediently, gently hugging one of the man's arms with both hands. Speechless overnight. Chapter 14 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 14 close black lens bracket The Way of Eternal Life. The next day, Konoha. Naruto building. Our messenger was killed by you. Yes, Konoha's ninja must give us an explanation. Hyuga ninja didn't even have a trace of injury, but our messenger was killed by a single blow. Who on earth attacked whom? Konoha must. In the morning, the conference room was full of noisy sounds. The ninja of Thunder Country refuses to admit that decedent's crime is committed, nor does he admit that decedent is the file-size sister who wants to steal the Hyuga sect's family. In short, it was the fact that one bite to death, the fact that one's own messenger was killed. If Konoha doesn't hand over the murderer, Union Village will declare war on Konoha. The messenger group threw a killer move. This is the file with the seal of the 4 generations of Meteorite. Under special circumstances, the messenger group is allowed to make a declaration of war on behalf of Lei Ying. A discerning person knows at a glance that all these things have been prepared in advance, and even the excuses have been thought out a long time ago. But Konoha's senior management and the 3rd generation of Hokage have nothing to do. Originally it was a period of severe vitality, and there was also a hidden danger of the Uchiha clan. Konoha could no longer survive the baptism of war. Moreover, once the 2 big ninja villages fight, Cheyenne Village and Yenian Village will also step in to join in the fun. At that time, the 4th Ninja World War was set off. Konoha is likely to be defeated. The envoys left, leaving behind 3 generations of Hokage, a high-level group, and members of the Hyuga family. In the conference room, it was terribly quiet for a while. There is no way, if I can save the entire village with my life alone. Hyuga Nizu smiled relievedly. In any case, he really killed him with a single blow. The other party's request was for his body. It seemed that he was determined, and wanted the corpse of the clan family member to be taken back for research. Sandame spit out a smoke ring. At this moment, he seemed to be a few years old again, sighing without speaking. And many more. Japanese football, don't make decisions so hasty. The blood inheritance boundary of the Hyuga family is an important thing in Konoha village. It is the duty of the clan to guard this bloodline. Advertisement. An old man who separated from Hyuga said. But we, who should have been responsible for guarding, have now brought the village to the brink of war. The Japanese football said helplessly. Only by sacrificing himself can he preserve the overall situation. This is something that cannot be changed. I know all of these, so. That's why we need the existence of separation of families. We will hand over the body of Nipples as your substitute. Nipples himself has agreed to all this. The old man said slowly. As a predecessor of the separation, he made these things definitely. Hyuga is a member of the clan, and even the head of a clan, how could he die so easily? For the benefit and future of the whole family, the best solution is to let Hyuga Nisera as his younger brother exchange the fake for the real. But what those guys want is the secret of the white-eyed. After the death of Nikkei, the white eyes on his body will be sealed by that curse, so I am afraid that Leiji Nation will not be satisfied. Nizu could not help but retorted. In any case, he didn't want his brother to die on his behalf. Although it is said, but the condition of Thunder Country is to hand over your corpse, and after pretending to agree, hand over the day job that looks exactly like you. They also have nothing to say. It was Hika that killed the attacker last night, and the patriarch Hyuga had no idea. The old man said undoubtedly. But, there is some hesitation in the Japanese football. This is his own younger brother, but because he was born a little earlier, he became a clan. Let me go, brother. I hate the fate of the Hyuga clan since they were born, hate you, hate you. For me, this is freedom, an opportunity to change my destiny, and an opportunity for me to die to protect my brother. Sacrifice for the family and the village. This is my own will and decision. Nizsha said softly. Japan Football stopped talking because he was hit in the abdomen by his brother. This is the end of the matter, and it seems that there is no chance to redeem it. 3 generations pulled the Hokage hat. The old man's eyes were a little lonely. Without words, he left this place filled with sadness. The other side, where Konoha dances, the will of fire is endless. Advertisement. Bad old man, is this what you call the will of fire? The night wind stood on the Hokage rock. On the street is the excited crowd to bid farewell to the envoys of the Kingdom of Thunder. The body of Hyuga Nipples was wrapped in white cloth and was taken back like a trophy. The sad ninja world, there is only one thing that will continue to be inherited. Yi Feng sighed. What is it, teacher? Edzuki Beans supported his head with 2 small hands, and asked softly. Hatred can be passed on endlessly, whether it is the Warring States period, the ninja period, or the age when the 6 Tao immortals existed 1,000 years ago. People have died generation after generation, but there are always victims and some people do evil. This is an endless loop and a fact that cannot be changed. In the world, only the victors write history, and only the strong are qualified to live freely and with dignity. How many tragedies did Konoha's will to fire secretly create? Has Konoha hurt the innocent village? Kill innocent people? Justice is just the rhetoric of a hypocrite. Yi Feng sneered. War is cruel and bloody, and it can never be a beautiful thing. The real victims were forced to remain silent, and the 5 ninja villages are still brainwashing the ninjas in their own ninja villages, making them think they are just. All those involved in the war fight for their own justice. This justice is just a reason. This world is so bloody, disgusting, and vomiting. What do you think? Yi Feng patted Red Bean's head. Hongdou just wants to be with the teacher. The teacher's dream is my dream, and the teacher's goal is my goal. Anything is good. Hongdou smiled lightly and gave his own answer. She is such a simple little girl, whoever gives her a little love, she gives her all. Stupid, innocent and cute. Good boy. The man's hoarse and cold voice sounded, and his cold palm stroked the girl's head. In that smile, there was a hint of petting. The old man is not suitable for Hokage's job anymore. He has passed his peak and has lost his youthful courage. Konoha has decayed, and the first ninja village is just a false name. I once witnessed Konoha's peak and glorious period, and now I have to witness Konoha who dare not even declare war to swallow Konoha. Time is really a terrible poison. Only the way of eternal life is truth. Chapter 15 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 15 close black lens bracket Naruto cell. Let's go, Red Bean. I need to pick up something before I leave. Yi Feng said lightly. Is teacher. Edzuki nodded obediently. Reincarnation I. It is the first of the 3 pupil techniques, the pupil technique of the 6 immortals in the legend. The 2 sons of the 6 immortals are Asura and Indra. Indra is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and Ashura is the ancestor of the Senju clan. To open the eye of reincarnation, the supreme pupil technique, the Indra chakra reincarnated and Ashura chakra reincarnated are needed. Decades ago, Madara opened the eyes of reincarnation. Madara is the reincarnation of Indra chakra and has opened the eternal kaleidoscope. He bit a piece of flesh between the pillars when he was dying. That is to say, the power of the cells between the pillars was obtained, and the reincarnation eye was awakened. The reincarnated Indra chakra in this life is Sasuke. Before the Uchiha clan was destroyed, it seemed that there was no way to go to Sasuke. Yi Feng quickly gave up his plan. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are not at the same level. Even if it is him, as long as he sneaks in, he will be spotted by those strong people the first time, and then he can only slip away. Asura Chakra's reincarnation is Naruto. This is also thanks to 3 generations of old men. Yi Feng smiled coldly. Naruto's identity is also the son of the 9-tailed man Zuli and the 4th generation of Hokage. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto was thrown into an orphanage and grew up. Although there are ninjas from Anbu to observe, those guys can't spot him. Taking advantage of Konoha's visit this time, it happened to be able to get some Naruto's cells back and cultivate them in the laboratory. Soon. Orphanage. The 1-year-old baby is under the care of a nurse, with other orphans. This is Naruto Uzumaki. It was supposed to be the offspring of hero Konoha, but it is now regarded as an ominous sign because Kyuubi is sealed in his body. As for the identity of the son of Hokage, it was concealed by the order of the 3 generations. The son of 4 generations, indeed said that he is very likely to be assassinated. But the identity of the 9-tailed man Zuli has been exposed. Wouldn't it be noticed by other villages? Yi Feng was very disdainful. Danzo once put forward an idea to train Naruto as a tool man and brainwash him as a war machine. Advertisement. After 3 generations of thinking, the proposal was rejected. It seems to be softened, but Naruto was originally a descendant of the hero, and he had enjoyed better treatment. Is there anything I should enjoy now? I was left in the orphanage, rejected by the villagers, and I don't know how my parents died. 4 Onbi. This guard is really strict enough. Yi Feng left Hongdou in a clothes shop on the street and approached the orphanage by himself. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound like knocking a gopher. The man's body came out strangely from the ground, and directly smashed a person's head with his hand. At the same time, dozens of small white snakes stretched out from the sleeves of both hands. One was killed, and the other 3 were strangled by snakes. But Onbi is also well trained. Even before he died, one of them cruelly took out the detonation talisman. Boom! An explosion sounded near the orphanage. Yi Feng knew that time was pressing, and did not care about the 4 corpses, but went straight to Naruto's direction. The strength of the 9-tailed man is indeed a good power, but it is a pity to bring it around. And if he abducts Naruto away, not only will he be jealous of the major shinobu villages, Akatsuki will also ask him to surrender Naruto. When Naruto is handed over, the plot will be completely messed up and lose control. Without surrendering Naruto, the pressure he faced was terrifying. He still didn't have the capital to clamor for He Xiao. In order to be wise, it is the safest choice to take only part of the cells for research. He has the Death God mask in his hand, which is equivalent to half a 9-tailed man. There is no need to take such a risk. Wow. Because of the explosion, almost all the babies in the orphanage were crying. Several nurses calmed the children in a panic. As for Konoha, he must have known that there is something wrong with Naruto, and there will be countless ninjas around here soon, leaving him not much time. It's him. Yi Feng emerged from the ground, swept around, and quickly noticed the blonde baby. Immediately he took out a small knife and a glass incubator for containing flesh and blood. What you do? Enemy. An enemy invaded. The nurses screamed sharply. It's a pity that they are just ordinary medical staff, not ninjas, and they can only watch Yi Feng cut off a piece of meat on Naruto's arm. After doing all this, Yi Feng ignored the crying baby or these nurses. It's not that he doesn't want to kill these women, but that running away is the most important thing now. If surrounded by a large number of ninjas, today's things can be troublesome. Advertisement. Reverse psychic art. Yi Feng retracted the things into the space scroll, and then made a seal in his hand. He placed a small snake with his own psychic mark on Red Bean in advance, and he could teleport himself over with this technique. Boom. The mysterious man turned into a white smoke and drifted away. 10 seconds later. Damn it, are you late? Anbu member has died. Report. 3 decedents were strangled to death. Another was smashed to death. A few minutes later, Hokage also rushed to the scene of the incident. At this point in time, the murderer had already slipped away. Konoha Gate. Teacher, will we come to Konoha in the future? Hongdou asked curiously. If you want to play, the teacher will accompany you when he has time. You can go wherever you go. But now there is not so much time. Do you understand? Red beans. Yi Feng touched the little girl's head and said softly. Not enough power. It is impossible to have the right to speak in this kind of world, and the weak cannot control their own destiny. I am willing to follow the teacher forever. Please give me the curse seal. Hongdou was silent for a while, then said suddenly. Curse seal. That is the technique studied by Orochimaru, which can make people burst into terrifying power, but the survival rate of the experiment is less than 1/10. And those who survive can use the power of the curse seal. In a state, the whole body will be covered with strange black runes or spots, and ninjutsu and chakra will be increased. In the second state, the power of the curse seal will cover the skin of the whole body, and transform the body into a monster that does not look like a human, greatly improving all aspects. In the second state, a lower ninja can even burst out of strength comparable to the upper ninja. As for the side effects of the curse, relying on this power for a long time will be swallowed by the evil chakra, sooner or later will lose his consciousness and become a monster who only knows to kill. In addition, each curse seal is accompanied by a trace of the soul of Orochimaru. If the body dies, it can be reborn and resurrected by the curse seal. Really firm eyes. But I refuse. Chapter 16 Auto-generated chapter title. 16 Spiritualism. Rebirth from the dirty earth. Why? Red Bean has some doubts. If she becomes stronger, she can help the teacher instead of decorating the vase. There are many ways to become stronger, and the curse seal is the most inferior choice. I can turn you into a weapon. But I hope this sharp blade can be used for a longer period of time, not just a few years of shelf life, understand? Yi Feng shook his head. The original intention of the development of the curse seal was to develop the fairy model, using natural chakras. Who knew that the experiment failed? It became the current curse seal. Yes, I understand, teacher. Itsuki nodded. At this moment, her heart became more convinced that the teacher was not simply using her, but holding some kind of emotion. Even things that are used are more precious, not worthless. But Dashawan didn't bother to guess the little girl's thoughts. Experimental base. Grown-ups. Do respectfully half-kneeled on the ground. Get up. There is no need to be so restrained. Yi Feng smiled. Yes. Tu was already very respectful, and his eyes flashed with extremely fanatical flames. Lord Orochimaru is the only god he believes in. This is the cell of Uzumaki Naruto. You can cultivate it for me and keep it together with the cells between the columns. It's useless for the time being, but be sure to save this thing. I want to retreat and study the rebirth of the dirty soil. The night breeze said lightly. Yes. Ninja world was peaceful. At least on the surface, it is still calm and peaceful. Although Lei Zhiguo made Konoha a disadvantage, the thing he got was actually a useless corpse. The pain of the Third Ninja World War was still aching, and all the villages were recuperating. Regarding Konoha, Although Ren Zuli had some problems with his care, fortunately, Ren Zuli did not seem to have the intention of killing Naruto. 3 generations of old men increased their care after the incident, and a full 8 Anbu took care of them at any time. Ensure that within 24 hours, someone will stare at Renjuli every minute and take turns to guard the work. Advertisement. No way, Kyuubi is too important to Konoha village. In the secret ground, the Uchiha clan became uneasy. Danzo talked to the 3 generations a few more times. As for the content of the conversation between the two, I am afraid that only the 2 elderly people know it in their hearts. Time passed quietly. 3 months later, near Otonan village. Are the offerings ready? The excitement could not be concealed in the voice of the night wind. His eyes were a little tired, but they were full of excitement. He finally studied the forbidden reincarnation of the dirty soil left by the 2nd generation of Hokage thousands of hands. Although it is still slightly flawed, it can barely be used. As long as we continue to improve ninjutsu in the follow-up, the resurrected decedent can gain combat power in his heyday and use it for him. The 2 offerings are ready to be completed. Follow the orders of the adults. Do respectfully replied. The young man looked a little immature, but his methods of doing things were extremely cold-blooded, and he maintained 200% loyalty and fanaticism towards Dashi Wan. Very well, bring them all here. The night breeze said lightly. Yes. Dudu waved to the door, and 2 subordinates in protective clothing came in with 2 sacrifices. One is a Nakanan man from Otonan village. The other one was just a villager caught casually. Have you figured it out? Once the surgery starts, you can't look back. Yi Feng smiled coldly. Yes, I figured it out clearly, Lord Oshimaru. After I die, I hope you can pay my wife 1 million taels as promised. Zhang Ren looked at death and said like home. His body is terminally ill and will not live for 5 years. It just so happens that Oshimaru needs a sacrifice that can know how to do ninjutsu here, so he will immediately become this volunteer, at least he can create some wealth for his relatives after his death. Hehe, you just complete the task obediently. At that time, your family will naturally receive the money. Do Leng said coldly. It's just 1 million taels, and the entire Otonan village can be regarded as the private property of Oshimaru. Put it on. Cut your belly. Yi Feng stopped talking nonsense and ordered. Advertisement. Ergoyu's writing wheel opened, and in the scarlet light, a simple illusion was activated. Yes. The Zongnan man murmured. The pale death god mask was tightly clasped on his face, and a huge wave of waves radiated from the mask. A purple-skinned evil spirit with horns on his head appeared, his body almost filled the entire dark room, dressed in a large white robe, and a long knife in his mouth. This is the death god of this world. Pissed. As a sacrifice, Zhang Ren cut his stomach with Kumu. Death God also followed the caster's actions, and cut his own belly as well, and a blue light broke out from it. This is the soul of the 4th generation of Hokage, and the 9 tails of Yin that have been sealed by the ghoul seal. After all this, the wound on Death God's stomach healed quickly. As the caster, Zongnan was sacrificed, and his soul entered the belly of Death God. Master Oshimaru. This is the 2nd sacrifice. 2 brought an ordinary person who was in a coma over and whispered softly. Yi Feng nodded. At this time, he took out the bones that had already been prepared, some stinking rotten bones. Konoha's Hokage tomb was stolen by him. Whether it was the 1st generation, the 2nd generation, or the 4 generations sacrificed a year ago, he had prepared the bones of 3 people. This is a necessary condition for performing the technique of reincarnation from the dirty earth. 1. Part of the bones of decedent, and a living person as a sacrifice. 2nd, the soul of decedent cannot be sealed. Yin Si Shu Chen. After the 4 seals were completed, the night wind folded his hands together, and a chakra burst out. Psychicism reincarnation of the dirty earth. The bones of Bofeng Shuaman gradually approached the body of the living person, and the black runes spread underground, enclosing the sacrifice in the middle of the technique. The filthy soil from the pure land of bliss began to appear, and it was wrapped in the living person's body, and melted into the body piece by piece. The physical signs and appearance began to change, and everything was moving in another direction. Gradually, he became a young man with short golden hair and a Hokage robe. Inside his body, a powerful chakra breath faintly radiated, that was the power of 9 tails. Very well, it seems that the operation has succeeded. Yi Feng licked his lips. He took out a kunwu in his hand, wrapped in a note with the 4 characters Bofeng Shuaman written on it, which was also part of the art of reincarnation from the filthy soil. Incorporating this into the body of the resurrected, decedent can have the consciousness before death and follow the orders of the surgeon. Forbidden technique, cast successfully. Here it is. Watergate slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a dark basement. His memory still stayed at the moment before his death, so he was a little sluggish. Chapter 17 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 17 close black lens bracket 1 year, on the occasion of parting. It's been a long time, Pradanam. The night wind greeted roar. Although the expression is a bit tired, the research results have been realized in the days and nights, and I am still very happy. You are, Master Oshimaru. Watergate opened his mouth wide, and his pupils shrank slightly. But Oshimaru did not give him an order to move, so he could only speak, not move. I know there are many things you want to know. But it's a pity that I don't have so much time to chat with you. I will call you out again if necessary. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Bofeng Watergate, who has half the power of the 9 tails, can now be used by him. It's just that the reincarnation of the filthy soil is not perfect, and some parts need to be improved in order for the water gate to exert its full strength. Boom. A wooden coffin emerged from the ground, and the water gate was recovered into it, and then the coffin board was closed. Subsequently, the coffin disappeared into the ground again. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru. One step further from the goal. Congratulations, teacher. Both Do and Hongdou's faces were filled with smiles. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. This matter is indeed worthy of people's joy. With the forbidden technique of reincarnation of dirt, he can secretly form a powerful decedent force. Including many famous powerhouses in history, as well as the shadows of the 5 generations of Ninja Village. Grave robber. I am the most suitable for this job. Waiting for Shao to come up, just take advantage of the opportunity to complete the task, stop by the way to collect corpses around the world. Yi Feng thought silently. It's not that he doesn't want to be lazy, but tomb robbers also need strength. If someone finds it in the middle, but the corpse cannot be retrieved, and the subordinates can't come back. The stronger the tomb raider, the more secure, so it is most appropriate for him to do it himself. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, you have been busy researching recently, and there is one thing that has not been notified to you. Do respectfully said. Oh, what's the matter? Yi Feng returned to his senses and asked softly. It is said to be a girl you once asked to find. Red hair, his name is Shang Rin. But there are some inconsistencies with your description. She is only about 2 years old, not 5 years old. She is the adopted daughter of a couple who just moved to Otonan village. At present, Shang Rin is already at the base, and someone is in charge of looking after it all day. Do lightly said. Advertisement. Oh, that's right, I remembered it wrong last time, she is indeed 2 years old now. Take us to see it. Yi Feng replied. At that time, I just mentioned it casually, but it was a mistake. In this timeline, Shang Rin is indeed still very young. Teacher, is there anything special about her? Itsuki asked curiously. Shang Rin is one of the survivors of the Whirlpool clan. Her blood is still useful, it can heal injuries, and the detection effect is also good, although it is not as good as the immortal human body. Yi Feng said calmly. Inherent sealing skills, blood can heal injuries, and chakra perception in a radius of tens of miles. As a tool man, Shang Rin has possessed very good qualities since birth. If you train well, it may be another pocket in the future. A short while, the three walked into a first-class nursing room. It's so small. Hongdou looked at the sleeping baby and exclaimed. Sure enough, he was only 2 years old, very young. Are there any blood samples? If you don't have one, give me some. Yi Feng ordered. As for the baby, he doesn't care too much, there is still a long time before he grows up. Grown-ups. This is a blood sample taken 2 days ago. A subordinate respectfully said that there was a blood bag on the plate, and the amount of blood was very small. After all, it is still very young, and a little too much blood will be life-threatening. Very good. Yi Feng responded. The right hand turned the snake and swallowed a small part of the blood in the bag with skill. It didn't take long for a feeling of blazing heat to radiate from the body, and the ability to perceive chakras around him was slightly improved. It seems that this is the kind of ability to perceive chakra. Enhancement is better than nothing. Take good care of her in the future, and take the least amount of blood in order to avoid harm to the body. As for the knowledge and talents she learned when she grows up, I will give them all to Do, and everything will be done in accordance with his instructions, understand? Yi Feng ordered. Yes, your lord. 1 year later. The country of waves. Advertisement. An uninhabited island in the sea. The island is surrounded by the sea in an all-round way, and is protected by natural forests and poisons. The night wind also sets up various poisonous snakes that are getting worse. Even Zongren would be swallowed by the beast here, poisoned and killed if he was not careful. Psychicism reincarnation of the dirty earth. Yi Feng shouted. As soon as the voice fell, 4 wooden coffins rose from the ground, and 4 figures slowly walked out of them. Hokage of the first generation. Senjujuma. Hokage 2. Thousands of hands. 4 generations of Hokage. Bo Feng Shui Men. And Tsunade's first love, Kato Den. It's a perfect artwork. As a body of filthy soil, even if it is exploded, it can be resurrected indefinitely. Only the seal technique can limit these decedents. My chess pieces have become more. Yi Feng sighed with satisfaction. The eyes of Sengoyu's writing wheel flashed slightly, and the scarlet was flourishing in his eyes. The blood that stopped water had almost failed, and he stopped taking the blood 3 months ago. And new generation clones have been born, artificial clones created by Uchiha Shisui's cells. Because they are clones, these children even have Ergoyu's writing round eyes at birth. 2 of the few 14, even Sengoyu's writing round eyes. He swallowed those eyeballs with a large white scale snake, so the blood of Uchiha in his body also became stronger, and his pupil power directly reached the 3-go jade, almost reaching the peak. The only pity is that it is impossible to break through to the kaleidoscope by relying on this amount of accumulation. It may be successful, but it may require a very scary amount. Instead of that, it is better to think of a way to make a kaleidoscope, or even mass produce a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Teacher, you said you were leaving yesterday. Hongdou stood aside and couldn't help but ask curiously. Her strength hasn't changed much, but her figure has grown a little more and she is more beautiful. Basically everything that needs to be done is done. Next, I should also go to Yunin village to meet those two, join Akatsuki, and start the next step. The night breeze said lightly. Teacher, can you bring me with you? Hongdou hesitated again and again, but still asked this naive question. Silly girl, Jin Xiao, my strength is more than self-preservation, and the degree of danger is beyond your imagination. Yi Feng smiled and stroked the little girl's head. As fast as 1 year, as late as 2 years. Be patient for a while. You live in Otonin village. Tell those people what you need, but remember not to run too far. Yi Feng entrusted. But, I am really to the teacher. Without a teacher around, it's like dead. With tears gleaming in Hongdou's eyes, she lowered her head and dared not look at the man's eyes. Chapter 18 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 18 close black lens bracket eyeball transplantation. Quote. Ye Feng was silent. To be honest, he hates such boring scenes. They are not the hero and heroine of a tragedy, so why bother to be so sad? It's not life and death either. The red bean is just a beautiful and lovely flower. Lost a small flower, there are still thousands of small flowers in the world. Whether it is picking, admiring, or ravaging, destroying. These are his supreme powers. Because he is Orochimaru, he is a man who wants to change the shinobi world. Teacher, I know I am wayward and useless. But I can't deceive my heart. Leaving the teacher, what is the meaning of life? Red bean choked. Love is like a bottle of chronic poison. When one realizes it, things are irreversible. Death is nothing. I want you to live for me, to live for my goals. My subordinates don't need waste, especially the crying and disobedient little girl. The night breeze said lightly. But, Adzuki Beans, I won't punish you this time. You did remind me that there was something in Konoha that I forgot to take away last time. Since you want to enter Akatsuki with me so much, then prove your determination and let me see your potential. If you die, I will reincarnate you from the dirty soil and squeeze out all your value. Understand? The sound of the night wind carried a chill. But in Hongdou's ears, it seemed like redemption. Yes, teacher. The girl replied firmly. 2 days later. Konoha village. According to the chronology of Konoha village, Konoha has been 50 years old, and it has been 50 years since the original Hokage and Uchiha Madara established this village. There are many excellent ninjas guarding this village. Although it is nothing compared to the immortal human body, it is really great for detection. Yi Feng sighed. After changing their clothes, the two wore human skin masks and mixed into Konoha again. He absorbed the blood of Shangrong, so he also possessed the special ability to detect chakra. The range was tens of miles. I happened to have seen that guy before, and I also had feelings for his chakra. It's not too easy to find the location of that guy now. This is the advantage of blood succession boundary. As he gets stronger and stronger, more and more ability, sooner or later he will become the strongest in the ninja world. Advertisement. Let's go, there is no time to play this time. After taking the target, immediately use the inverse psychic technique to leave here, understand? The night breeze said lightly. Yes, Adzuki Beans are very well behaved and very quiet. If you look closely, you can see that her expression is very serious. She knew that this was her only chance, to rely on some foreign means to continue to follow Dashemaru teacher. After a while, a place in Konoha residential area. Boom, boom, boom. The night wind knocked on the door. Who is it? There was a lazy, impatient voice from the room. Opening the door, I saw a boy with silver white hair, dressed in Shinin's uniform. The forehead of the Konoha ninja guard was slanted, covering the position of the left eye, and the whole person looked a little decadent and a little cold. Flagwood Kakashi, the son of Konoha Whitetooth Hagaki Tsukumo. I used to be a student of the Watergate class with Uchiha and Rin Nohara, and he was the apprentice of Jiraiya's apprentice. The left eye was covered because of the transplantation of Uchiha's riding wheel eye with soil. And this is exactly the goal of Ye Feng's trip. A kaleidoscope riding wheel with the magic pupil technique turned on, but Kakashi himself has not yet discovered its ability. Who are you? Kakashi frowned. The surface was unmoved. In fact, the right hand had already pressed the ninja bag, ready to seal the seal or pull out the kunai at any time. Whether it was this strange man or the girl, they looked very strange. Kakashi, don't even know me so soon. Yi Feng licked his lips, and the golden snake eyes shone with cold light. Orochimaru. Kakashi's face changed drastically. He stepped back subconsciously, turning his head quickly, thinking about ways to have a chance of life. Boom. I won't make the same mistake a second time. Another night wind came out of the room. Appearing silently from behind, Kakashi feinted with a hand knife. From the beginning, his body used soil to hide under the ground, and the night breeze outside the door only filled the chakra's mud duplication. I almost forgot. Apart from the Uchiha clan, Konoha is not without a kaleidoscope, it is even within easy reach. Yi Feng said calmly, skillfully took out the props, and then took off the eyeball of Kakashi's left eye. Go back first. I will transplant your eyes later. Advertisement. Looking at the red beans, Yi Feng continued. Although he could swallow the power of the eyes himself, it didn't matter if he tried red beans. Anyway, if he needs it, he can remove his eyes from the red beans at any time, and then eat them again, which is not troublesome. Yes. Adzuki nodded. Reverse psychic art. Both the teacher and the student started ninjutsu at the same time, came quietly, and left quietly. As for Kakashi, he can only wake up by himself. After an hour. Underground base. Don't be afraid, this process is fast. I will keep your eyes well, and I can transplant them back in the future. But if I find that you can't grasp the power of this eye, I will immediately reclaim it. Have you understood? Yi Feng said to the girl on the operating table while putting on his gloves. Organizing the transplant operation requires the use of equipment and anesthetics, occasionally glanced at the slightly nervous red beans next to him. His teacher. Please rest assured and I will succeed. Idzuki said seriously. It is hard to imagine that such a firm expression would appear on the face of a 13-year-old girl. But she is a ninja, and the so-called ninja means to tolerate things that ordinary people can't bear. She chose to follow this evil man, and she was destined to embark on a path of no return. The data is normal. Your body is very healthy. Yi Feng confirmed the data on the instrument again, and said lightly. His gaze returned to the operating table again, staring at Hongdou's beautiful gray-brown eyes. Your eyes are very beautiful. But if you die, they won't be beautiful anymore. They only look so beautiful when you have a blushing and cute face alive. Live for me, Red Bean. Yi Feng's voice was very low and hoarse. It was like a hissing sound from a poisonous tongue, as if the devil whispered in the middle of the night. Are you ready? Yi Feng asked again. Idzuki replied without hesitation. Yi Feng started to inject the paralyzing medicine into the Red Bean's body, and waited a few minutes for the medicine to take effect. A short while. Seeing Hongdou's somewhat distracted eyes, Yi Feng firmly grasped the scalpel. Eyeball transplantation begins. Chapter 19 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 19 close black lens bracket blood test. The operation went very smoothly. During this period, there was no obvious rejection reaction, and Hongdou's body successfully accepted Shaolun Yan. I just don't know, to what extent can the red beans exert this power? The sky is dim. The woods were quiet and silent, and a cold wind blew past. Insight. Copy. Illusion. Shalulanyan is still in the shape of a 3-go jade under your control, can you feel anything else? Yi Feng asked. If it's only half-hearted like Kakashi, then he will retract this eye. Can feel stronger. However, there seems to be nothing special. Hongdou tried very hard to use the power of his eyes, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Like Kakashi, it always keeps the open state of the writing wheel, and can only use the 3-hook jade state, and cannot stimulate the kaleidoscope. That's it. Yi Feng was a little disappointed. Falling into silence, the atmosphere cooled down for a while. Master Orochimaru, I have a suggestion, Do suddenly said. His eyes flickered slightly towards Hongdou's left eye, not knowing what he thought of. Say it, the night breeze said lightly. Since Dashawan-sama's body has undergone an abnormal change, by swallowing blood, he can gradually integrate all kinds of blood inheritance powers. Then can you turn it around and let others try to take the adult's blood and try to neutralize it? Excuse me, but there may indeed be a theoretical possibility. In addition, there are curse seals. The curse seal can strengthen a person's chakra, and it will distort the person's willpower and gradually become irritable and murderous. While writing round eyes is a cursed evil pupil technique, perhaps it can also correspond to the curse imprint roar, so as to unearth the true potential of this eye. Tu said seriously, half kneeling respectfully all the way. It seems to be thinking very carefully. Nice advice. But red beans are not suitable for experimentation, and we don't have a lot of time to study. Yi Feng rarely hesitated. There is indeed a bit of truth to say, but it is all conjecture. In case something goes wrong, Hongdou may die on the spot. The curse seal will try again later. You reminded me about the blood. I haven't tried to drink my blood to others. Advertisement. Yi Feng replied after thinking for a moment. Drink it. Without much hesitation, Yi Feng directly cut the skin of his arm with kunai. The dark red liquid gurgled out of the blood vessels and was filled with a glass underneath. Because it was a tentative experiment, Yi Feng only gave half a cup of it. After all, he himself didn't know the condition of his body. If poisoning occurs, it is easier to deal with it after a small amount. His teacher. The writing wheel of Hongdou's left eye, flashing dark red in the dark, drank the blood in the cup without hesitation. At the same time, Yi Feng opened his eyes and stared at the situation of chakra inside the red bean. Dudu was also a little nervous, observing the changes in Hongdou's face. Sure enough, my blood is also effective for others. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. In the white-eyed field of vision, the chakra inside the red bean began to undergo some changes. The first to bear the brunt is the eye area. The left eye of Shaolun Yan has been transplanted. Just like roar interacting with blood, the red bean's chakra slowly integrates with the power of writing round eyes, as if she has also become a member of Uchiha's tribe. Did you make it? Do breathed a sigh of relief. This idea was proposed by him. If it fails, it is not very good. How do you feel? Yi Feng asked. The sight of the left eye is clearer, and it feels warm. And, I feel a strange change. As long as I use more chakras, my eyes will change. Idzuki said. Then try to inject chakra. Yi Feng ordered. If the guess is correct, it should be a kaleidoscope. Yes. Idzuki nodded. Slowly closing his eyes, carefully feeling the lodged power in the eyes, the chakra inside the body converged towards the left eye. After a few seconds, the girl opened her eyes again. In the scarlet left eye, the 3 black go jade has turned into 3 black windmills, surrounded in a circle. Severe, evil, cold. With the pupil power of the kaleidoscope, even the night wind felt a tremor in my heart. As for pockets, it was even more frightened. It's on. This is. From the Uchiha clan, the kaleidoscope writes round eyes. Both Do and Yifeng were surprised and admired. Teacher. I want to try it, can I? I feel this power. Very. Advertisement. Red Bean's face was flushed, very excited. Shenwei can't try randomly. Just target that tree. Yifeng pointed to a big tree next to it. That is a pupil technique that can distort space, which is extremely dangerous. As long as the amount of chakra is large enough, it can even move a mountain into a different space out of thin air. Itsuki nodded. The pupil technique was activated immediately, staring at the target tree closely. Crack, click. A weird whirlpool began to emerge, and began to tear the space. The power of invisible crushed the trees into dozens of tiny fragments. In the blink of an eye, these fragments disappeared in place and were transported to a different space. As expected of Uchiha's left eye, it is easy to use. The right eye with soil ability can be blurred by oneself. If you want to transfer foreign objects, you have to touch the opponent. The left eye can release divine power from a long distance, but cannot use blur. But one thing is the same, both eyes can go to different spaces, and they can also bring outsiders. Teacher, am I successful? My current chakra should be released twice. If the scope of the distortion is large, there may only be one chance to release. Will it be weaker? Itsuki Bean held her little hand nervously. The scarlet of the left eye faded and returned to its normal black appearance. It seems that it was indeed because of the blood of the night wind that some changes had taken place in the physique. Now, she can be regarded as half of Uchiha's tribe. Haha, it's already pretty good. If there are other techniques that can limit the enemy's escape space, this trick is very difficult to defend. With the eternal kaleidoscope, you can already reach the conditions for dawn. As for other aspects, I will slowly nurture you. Yifeng touched Red Bean's head and said, I didn't expect to have this surprise today, and Red Bean can really use these eyes. In the future, the Uchiha family's kaleidoscope can be cultivated through experiments, and then the red beans can be exchanged for a complete pair of kaleidoscopes. As for the left eye who possesses the ability, it will definitely be recovered by him, but sooner or later. Including the right eye, which is still in the area with the soil, is also his goal. Fun, these bases will be handed over to you in the future. The Night Wind said calmly. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, don't worry. I must follow your instructions without making any mistakes. Do respectfully replied. That's good. In the night, the moonlight was slightly cold. The two figures disappeared into the forest. Chapter 20 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 20 close black lens bracket Shao. 5 days later. The country of rain. Yuyan Village. Since the first ninja war, wars among the great powers have continued one after another. On the cruel battlefield, there are even 4 or 5-year-old children. For example, Shisui, Hagi Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi. All are geniuses who graduated from ninja school at the age of 6 or 7, and then entered the battlefield to kill enemies. Resources are limited, so when population pressure increases, big countries will choose to launch wars to plunder resources. The sad reminder is the small country. These small and weak countries have no right to choose at all, and they are often reduced to battlefields for the great powers. The land of rain is one of them. Located at the border of the country of fire, the country of sand, and the country of earth. Every time the great powers start a war, the unlucky ones are the civilians of these rainy countries, living on the streets and decedents alive and hungry. After the war, the big powers began to redistribute resources, but a small country like the rainy country got nothing, leaving only devastated and corpses everywhere. Yuyan Village is a special town. It is in the rainy season all year round, the weather is haze all over with dark clouds, and it is rare to see the sun once a year, like a curse. Patter, patter. Yifeng was holding a black umbrella, and beside him was Red Beans with serious expressions. The two did not change their appearance this time, but entered the village directly. Because it is rainy all year round, Nagato has developed a secret technique. Every drop of rain is like his eyes. Anyone who enters this village is under the surveillance of Nagato. During Hanzo's reign, Yurinen Village was a well-known training place for assassination ninjas in the ninja world, and was well known for its assassination technique. But after Pain took charge of the village, he cut off communication with the outside world. This rain is really heavy. Do you like it here? Yifeng said softly, rubbing the little girl's hair with his left hand. Follow the teacher, I can go anywhere. Itsuki replied slowly. Really good. The man's voice is rarely emotional, but he is a little uncommonly pampered with this child. I've been found, why not let me meet? Let's lead the way. The Night Wind said calmly, as if talking to himself in the air. Bringing Red Beans to a corner of the street, he stopped, and then waited silently. Will anyone really hear it? Hongdou blinked in confusion. Rainwater. That guy put the huge chakra into the rain. In this village, he is the god who knows everything. No one can hide secrets. Yifeng explained. Although it takes a huge amount of chakra to perform that kind of technique, it is the owner of the Reincarnation Eye, and doing this is just a piece of cake. Advertisement. Oh, Itsuki nodded, slightly surprised in her eyes. Sure enough, as mysterious and terrifying as the rumors, Akatsuki's organization was full of monsters. 10 minutes later, finally someone came to the door. Oshimaru, Konoha S rank rebel. Before disappearing, it is suspected that Konoha's ninjas were arrested, including Uchiha's people. A cold and emotionless voice sounded. Looking at Yifeng and Hongdou, they saw a woman walking with an umbrella. She has short light blue-purple hair, her eyes are light orange, and she wears a lavender paper flower on the right side of her head. She has a nice face and a black nail under her lips. Wearing a large black robe with red clouds embroidered on it, this is the clothes of Akatsuki's members. Pain, please, Xiao Nan said lightly. He stared at the two faintly, and didn't mean to come close. Really cautious, Yifeng murmured. He gave Hongdou a reassuring look, and then took a slow pace, following Xiao Nan's back. A short while, an ordinary residence in Yuyan village. The body of Nagato is on the top floor of the tallest tower, but this time it is Pen, the heavenly path among the 6 puppets, who is here to meet. The meeting place is also very random. Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of the same period of Jiraiya. I wanted to send someone to find you. The man said lightly. Tiandao Pain, made from Yahiko's corpse, has reincarnation eyes, and his body is filled with black rods that conduct chakras, and his appearance is quite strange. On the clothes, it is also Xiao's robe with red clouds and black bottom. The Akatsuki organization has always heard of its name, but today it really deserves its reputation. Maybe we can make a deal. Yifeng smiled lightly. Akatsuki's organization is just when it needs talents, so it won't be easy to shoot him, because they can't get anything by killing him for no reason. Very good. Tell me what you think. Tian Dao sat in a chair, his expression always plain. I need corpses, a lot of corpses, especially the strong ones. As a price, I can do things for Akatsuki. The night breeze said lightly. Oh, Tian Dao glanced at Yifeng curiously. But it doesn't matter, everyone here basically has their own secrets and reasons. And there is no one wanting something like a corpse. Scorpions may use some to make puppets, but otherwise, generally no one will take corpses. I agree to this condition. Tian Dao nodded quickly. Advertisement. But before discussing business matters, can you let this little guy prove his strength? Heaven said lightly. Naturally, the strength of Dashemaru does not need to be questioned, and he is qualified to join Akatsuki. But what is Red Bean? Nothing more than ordinary ninjas that look very ordinary. Show them a look. At any rate, it is also a proud experimental result. Yifeng ordered. Is teacher. Idzuki then opened the writing wheel of his left eye, revealing a kaleidoscope gesture. The unique scarlet and beautiful eyes, exuding a hint of evil chakra aura, appeared on a ninja who was not from the Uchiha clan. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes, is it transplanted? And this shape is like Alfie's. Tiandao was shocked again. The people I brought myself, definitely have confidence. As for the eyes, please keep secret for the time being. The Red Bean Society is my subordinate and the reserve member of Akatsuki is not an informal member. Can we discuss it next? The night breeze said lightly. Very well, the organization will definitely become more brilliant with your participation. This is your communication ring. If there is anything, I will inform you here. This child is just as you said, as a reserve member for the time being. If you have any questions about Akatsuki, you can also put chakras in your ring to find me. Heaven said slowly. Without hesitation, hand over the ring with the word, empty, on it. Your code name ISMT. Is there anything else you want to ask? Xiao Nan said. What is the goal of the organization? As far as I know, you have been hiring ninjas to make money in the war these years, but there are no other strange actions. Making money is preparation work, right? What's the follow-up? Yifeng asked. Although he knew the answer in advance, it would seem strange if he didn't ask anything. War. Akatsuki will personally start the 4th Ninja War, and it will also be the last Ninja War. After completing the accumulation of wealth, the next target is the tail beast of each village. Let the world feel pain, and bring long-lasting peace. Create true peace in fear. Tiandao said coldly, looking out the raining window. Is it peaceful? This world may indeed need peace. Yifeng was stunned, then smiled slightly. The peace, in his words and the peace, in the way of heaven are not the same thing. Chapter 21 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 21 close black lens bracket tomb robber in Wuyin village. Akatsuki has no important tasks these days. If you are interested, you can play a bounty ninja and help the organization make some money. Just like Jiaodu, it doesn't matter if you don't go. There is a task request that I will contact you through the ring, and you are free for the rest. Pain put down the last sentence and left here with Xiaonan. The rain outside the window is still falling. Yifeng didn't know when he changed into Akatsuki's robe, and so did the red beans beside him. It's just that the red beans don't have a ring. Teacher, where are we going next? Idzuki asked softly. Fog-hidden village. The night wind said calmly. The first corpse to be collected is the shadow of the predecessors of the major shinobu villages. If there is a chance, Renjuli can also get in. The 1st and 4th generations of Fengying in Cheyenne village are not in a hurry, while in Yanyan village, Oyaki's technique is more troublesome. Therefore, the highest priority is the 2nd generation I Shuiying Ghost Lantern Wanyu in Wuyin village, and the 3rd generation I Raying I in Union village. As for Konoha Hidden village, the 3 Hokage have become collectibles. A week later. From the country of rain back to the country of fire, and then to the sea, through the country of waves, all the way to the country of water. Wuyin village is very special among the 5 ninja villages. Due to the particularity of their geographic location, no one would attack them, and similarly they would not easily participate in the ninja war. Wuyin Village is an island country with a unique culture. It is located in deep mountains and its territory is often covered by dense fog. A few years ago, Sanwei was sealed in Nohara Lin's body. But Lin voluntarily died under Kakashi's hand, which led to the failure of Wuyin Village's surprise attack on Konoha. Later, the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura sealed the three tails in his body and became the second person to use Zhu Li. But after Yakura's death, Mio returned to a wild state without an owner, sleeping in a huge amounts of lake. Without a suitable container, Wuyin Village did not bother this tail beast. The current fifth generation Shui Ying is a woman named Terumi Mei. Wuyin Village still implements the blockade policy and does not produce any communication with the outside world. Teacher, it's so spooky here. Hongdou couldn't help but vomit. Whether it is Yuyin Village or Wuyin Village, they are all very strange and gloomy places. Yi Feng just smiled and patted the girl's head. Advertisement. The silhouettes of two red cloud robes walked in the Wuyin Village like this. With their means, definitely can easily pass through the ninja's line of defense in the Hidden Mist Village and directly enter the interior of the village. But the dress is so weird, after a long time, others will definitely find it abnormal. After all, this place has been sealed off, there are basically no outsiders, and it is easy to expose the identity of the alien ninja. Old man, do you know where the ninja's cemetery is? Yi Feng asked. Basically every ninja village will have a cemetery specially built for heroes, and ninjas who sacrificed for the village will be buried in it. Cemetery. To the east of the village. Under the control of Sengoyu's illusion of writing round eyes, the old man selling fish quickly said it. Very good. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Together with Hongdou, slowly headed towards the east side of the village. Although many people noticed the two on the road, nothing unexpected happened. The white fog was thick but not scattered, and the streets were silent. Even if it is really a strange guy, that should be the duty of a ninja, and ordinary people don't want to be involved in inexplicable danger. After half an hour, cemetery. Yefeng and Hongdou strolled around here, and finally found the largest cemetery. But only the second generation Shuiying retained part of the body, and the rest were empty coffins with a monument on it. The tombstone and the ground were opened, and a faint smell of corpses filled the air. A sacrifice was already prepared next to Yi Feng, and a middle-aged uncle who was caught from Wuyin Village everywhere, knocked unconsciously and brought it over as a sacrifice. Red Bean didn't say anything, probably because he was accustomed to the cruelty of this man. Very good. It seems that no one has discovered us yet. Yi Feng used the perception of Shanglin's bloodline and found that there was still nothing unusual around him. Fog-hidden village is too confident about the defenses on the periphery, thinking that no ninja can cross those defense lines in, but the internal defense is very lax. Psychicism. Reincarnating from the dirty earth. Yi Feng made a seal in his hand, and a black symbolic array appeared underground. The filthy soil from the world of bliss wrapped all the sacrifices, and gradually formed the appearance of the ghost lantern Wanyu before his death. In less than 2 minutes, ninjutsu was completely completed. It's just that the reincarnation of the foul soil has not been perfected yet, and now these summoned things only have about 30 to 40% of the power of their peak state during their lifetime. But it doesn't matter, as long as the things are in hand, there will be time to perfect ninjutsu in the future. Teacher, a ninja is here. Advertisement. Roar let out a cry of surprise. Interesting. Is there a chakra perception device in the cemetery? If someone uses ninjutsu here, an alarm will be sent secretly. Yi Feng licked his lips. He first put away the second generation water shadow reincarnated from the dirty soil, and then turned his head to look at the ninja of the Wuyin village coming from afar. There are about 7 or 8 people here, and they should be from the dark part of Wuyin village. And the one in the lead looked rather special, as if he had just come out of the office and was scorching violently, with a hat with the word, water, on his head. Water shadow. Hongdou's face is full of seriousness. The distance between the two sides was only a few tens of meters. Using the transplanted kaleidoscope, she could see the opposite side through the mist. The situation became troublesome, and I didn't expect Shui Ying to also come, and so quickly. Dare to do something in the cemetery of our village. You two are so courageous. The woman said coldly. The beautiful eyes are clear and watery green, and the brown-red cross curly hair is scattered around the waist, shaped like a small tree, and the right eye is covered by the hair. The figure is enchanting, the face is charming, and it exudes the charm of mature women. The 5th generation of Water Shadow, the owner of the 2 blood inheritance boundaries, melting and boiling, Terumi Ming. Calculated according to the timeline, she should be 21 years old today. Needless to say, the 7 or 8 subordinates stepped back behind them, trusting the strength of their own Ninomura shadow. Don't look at Zhao Miming as young, but no one in the village dared to question her strength. Solving escape demonstration of melting. Boiling escape skillful fog technique. Terumi Ming also didn't bother to look at the 2 guys in front of him. Opening the flaming red lips is a continuous display of 2 types of ninjutsu. First, it was a viscous and highly corrosive liquid, like a cannonball shot straight to the night wind and red beans. Immediately afterwards, he spit out a cloud of boiling ultra-high-temperature mist, swallowing all the distant figures in it. The Onbi ninjas bowed their heads, with fear in their eyes. This kind of terrifying technique, they knew it was powerful. So far, no defensive method could stop Terumi Mei. Can even Suzuo be able to melt? I'm so scared. The hoarse voice of the night breeze sounded, but he didn't seem to care at all. Shenwei. Without waiting for Yefeng's order, Hongdou activated the powerful pupil technique of the left eye boarding, and a force of space tearing appeared in front of the two of them. Both ninjutsu were swallowed and disappeared into the air strangely. Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, her face becoming extremely solemn. Chapter 22, Auto-generated chapter title. 22, White skin and beauty are all vain. Who the hell are you? To make such an insult to Wuyin village. Terumi Ming frowned. It seemed calm, but in fact he signaled an onbi to go back and notify the village, and immediately sent more ninjas. Even if it is encirclement and suppression today, these two invaders must be killed. Insulting modern shadows is an act that no village can forgive. Want to kill me, only with your strength, can it really be done? Yi Feng smiled lightly. In the golden snake eyes, there was a touch of disdain and arrogance. With his current trump card, he could actually destroy the entire Hidden Fog village, but there was no reason to do so. Now is not the time to start a war, there is no need to expose ability. You are Orochimaru. The guard next to Terumi Mei, Ching suddenly stunned roar. Oshimaru's reputation is very big in the ninja world, and he quickly recognized this face. Long black hair, pale skin, golden snake eyes. There is no doubt that this is one of Konoha Sannin's Oshimaru. Unexpectedly, after this guy had betrayed the village, he would come to Wuyin village, and he still had no good intentions and dared to destroy Modern Shadow's grave. You recognize me? The man was a little surprised. No matter who you are, don't want to escape from here today. Terumi Ming said solemnly. Oh, do you really think you can kill me by the number of people? Yi Feng disagrees. Terumi Mei did not answer, just clenched his hands and looked at the two people very uncomfortably. What happened just now made her feel very troublesome. The two attacking ninjutsu that he was most proud of were inexplicably swallowed by a kind of spatial power. She is also very clear in her heart. I am afraid that there is little hope to keep these two people. Someday, I will level this land. Yi Feng took a word and left here without looking back, holding the red bean head. Terumi Ming did not give an order, nor did the ninjas act rashly, just watched the two leave and disappeared into sight. Master Shuiying, Qing said with some worry. Wuyin village has experienced many civil wars, so the internal strength is actually not strong. If it is a dangerous person of the level of Oshimaru, it really makes them feel helpless. After all, even Terumi Ming's ninjutsu has failed. Advertisement. No one is allowed to say anything about today. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and said bitterly. Yes. Teacher, it was dangerous just now. In fact, I can only use space ninjutsu twice. If Terumi Ming attacks again, we will have to escape. Idzuki patted his chest with joy. Her current amount of chakra is the limit when she activates her power twice. Terumi Mei is Tsukage, she definitely wouldn't dare to gamble. So she can only give up, and she must give up chasing. The night breeze said lightly. I hope it goes smoothly. When the energy produces a kaleidoscope, the shinobi world will be at your fingertips. 2 weeks later, the two rushed eagerly, but on the way to Union Village, they were contacted by the ring. It was not Nagato and Xiaonan, but the corner capital in the Akatsuki organization who was in charge of the money. Oshimaru, you joined Akatsuki, why don't you greet everyone? Roar. An illusory shadow appeared in front of him. This is a man with a black mask in Akatsuki's robe. Just talk about it, Yi Feng said coldly. Ha ha. As you know, the organization is now raising a lot of funds to prepare for the war. You seem to be going to Union Village recently. There is a task you can handle for me, it's a task for a bounty ninja. A Union Murakami shinobu, whose name is Samui, is said to be a beauty with big breasts and white skin. Some people want her head, and the bounty is 10 million taels. Said the corner. Tisk tusk, is it so perverted? What a man, he has to spend a lot of money to buy the head of a rare beauty instead of catching it back alive. Yi Feng smiled. For some reason, this smile feels very frenzied. Money, as long as you have money, do whatever else you do with so much. This task is entrusted to you. You are helping the organization for the first time. Don't let everyone down. The underground bounty exchange in Union Village is located. Soon, Zhao explained everything. Yi Feng naturally said that it didn't matter, anyway he had to go to Union Village, and it wouldn't be a big deal to kill someone along the way. Teacher, will we often do this kind of task in the future? Advertisement. Hongdou couldn't help but say. The man nodded affirmatively. Think inappropriate? Yi Feng asked. No, I just think, will it be dangerous? After all, it's in someone else's village. Idzuki said. Killing or something is destined to be inevitable from the day when you really choose to follow Dashemaru. What she worries about is whether such an arrogant action will bring danger. The fourth generation of Lei Ying is very powerful, a long-established superpower in the ninja world, and Union Village also has two-tail beast weapons, the 8 tails and the 2 tails. In case of being cut off, the safety of the two people's lives will be difficult to guarantee. It's really surrounded, the big deal is to expose your trump card. What's more, Union Village has always been arrogant, and its defensive measures can be said to be extremely rotten. Before I came here and picked up a horn of the 8 tail, which was used to cultivate the chakra, the tail beast, and it was not discovered by anyone. A group of reckless men is not to be feared. The night breeze said lightly. Union Village, one of the 5 most powerful ninja villages, belongs to the Kingdom of Thunder. It is located on a towering mountain peak, filled with clouds and mist, echoing the deafening thunder. The people in the village are mostly black-skinned, good at swordsmanship and thunder dodge, and popular ninjutsu. In short, it is a place where the people's customs are fierce. Rich in all kinds of reckless men, it is rare to see people with high IQ. Teacher, the road in Union Village is too tortuous. Hongdou couldn't help but vomit. Below is the sea, and above is the mountain peak that goes straight into Yuntien. If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that you will be scared to pee at a glance, and only ninjas can walk in such places. But the people here are so real, you can't even see a defending ninja. As Yi Feng said, the people here are very careless. As they walked along, they basically didn't see any ninjas, and they didn't receive any obstacles. It's getting dark. The huge Union Village is still brightly lit and extremely lively. Under all kinds of peculiarly shaped rock houses, the bustling crowds kept coming and going. The villagers are mostly tall men with dark skin, one stronger than the other, all of them exploding muscles, and sturdy backs. Attachment. Female men are also considered men. In contrast, Yefeng's fragile body and pale and pitiful skin are almost as if the wind blows and will fall. He is a wasteful man. Along the way, the surrounding crowd cast contemptuous glances at Dashi Wan. I have to say that people living here have a very peculiar aesthetic, with black skin and muscles is beautiful. Anything white and beautiful is vain. Lin Daiyu. I can kill 10 Lin Daiyu with one punch. Chapter 23, auto-generated chapter title. 23, Samui's head. Teacher, how do you feel? Hongdou smiled. In the past, many people faced Orochimaru with only fear. Now these people think of Dashemaru as a weak fellow. Actually nothing. I've already said that this is a bunch of reckless men. The Night Wind said calmly. Let's go. I have to find out where the cemetery is and where Samui is. Yi Feng took the girl away. Using ability, the illusion of writing round eyes, it was easy for a civilian to tell two things that weren't secret. Whether it is the cemetery where the ninjas are buried or the famous beauty Samui in the village, almost everyone here knows it. Speaking of which, Samui is still a cow. Yi Feng recalled the image of Sam Yi, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Milk, cow. Hongdou's face flushed, and she didn't expect that the teacher would say such a thing. Yes, that's a pair of peerless weapons. Tisk tusk tusk. I don't know which perverted man is actually spending a lot of money to want someone else's head, is it a necrophilia? But I never heard that necrophilia likes heads. Yi Feng smiled again. Hongdou did not speak, but his face was slightly red. Let's go, first to the cemetery of the third generation of Reikage. The rebirth of the dirty soil is the first-class important event. Yi Feng shook his head and took the red bean to the center of the cemetery. Excavated several cemeteries of the first generation of Reikage, and finally found only a little bit of remnant bones in the grave of the third generation of Reikage. To use the dirty soil to reincarnate, you must use the bones of decedent, even if it is just a piece of bone, but there are no residues in the other graves. Psychicism. Reincarnating from the dirty earth. Yi Feng took out a casual male villager as a sacrifice, and launched ninjutsu. Put the 3 generations of Raking Eye into the collection, and then left the place with Hongdou, both too lazy to clean up the tomb that was opened. Unlike Wuyin Village, this tomb robbery was not discovered by anyone. Next destination, Samui. 10 minutes later. Boom boom boom. The night wind snapped a wooden door. Who? A cold female voice sounded within us. Soon, the rumored beauty of Union Village opened the door. He is 19 years old, with neat short blonde hair, and a pair of huge weapons on his chest that are not inferior to Tsunade, and the waves are turbulent. Advertisement. White skin, hot body, blue-green pupils, and a cold face. But looking at that face, she felt that she was a considerate beauty. You are. Samui was a little curious and a little cautious. It was so late, I thought it was the ninja in the village who came up with something, but I didn't expect it to be 2 strangers who hadn't seen it before. Especially this man, it feels very difficult. Hello beauty. Goodbye beauty. The hoarse and evil voice of the night breeze sounded. Sengoyu's writing wheel opened, using illusion to temporarily confuse Sam Yi's mind. Taking advantage of the moment the woman lost her mind, the Kusunaru sword had appeared in her hand, and he cut off the woman's neck with a sword, cutting off this 10,000 taels worth of head. Samui now is just a tolerant. But even if she is Shangnan, there is still no possibility of escape in front of the night wind. As for the destructive things, he didn't think it mattered anyway. It's just killing. Who can't kill? Whether it was a man or a woman, he killed him anyway. Anyway, this was the first time he helped Akatsuki. Pretend it. Yi Feng ordered red beans. Is teacher. Hongdou then took out a cloth bag that he had prepared long ago, and put Samui's head in it. The blood quickly soaked the cloth bag, and drips of red liquid flowed out of the bag. Yi Feng still smiled without conscience. Go to the underground bounty exchange. Is teacher. The 2 slowly walked out of Union Village. After several people left for several minutes, the villagers of Union Village discovered the abnormality in Sammy's house. As for how Union's ninja would be angry afterwards, and how he would react to discovering that the graveyard of Shandying had been stolen, Yi Feng didn't bother to care. Anyway, he is now rebellious ninja, and those people can't do much if they know it. At most, he can increase his value as rebellious ninja. A short while, the 2 left Union Village and soon came to an empty mountain. After searching for a few minutes, I finally found a hole blocked by a boulder. It seems that there is no door, but in fact there is a gap beside it just enough for people to walk in. This is an underground bounty exchange near Union Village. The so-called ninja, in addition to the ninja village, there is also a bounty ninja that does not belong to any power. They help with all kinds of bounty tasks, and they can do everything for the money. Many rich people want to do something shameful, and often come here to post tasks, such as this list in Yefeng's hands. Walking into this space, the inside is extremely wide. It doesn't look like a cave, but like a tavern. There are places where tasks are posted, there are also special staff at the counters where tasks are delivered, and there are dozens of wine tables. You can eat and drink if you want. More than 100 people came and went, and it was very lively. Advertisement. Yifeng walked in with a little girl with a bloody cloth bag in her hand, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, no one came up to find fault. There is a mixture of fish and dragons, no one knows the details of each other, but it will be dead man if you make a mess. Is this the place where tasks are delivered? The night breeze said lightly. Yes, my lord, I don't know what you have. The female staff member said politely. Union Village, Zongnan Samui's head. You can confirm it. Yifeng handed the cloth bag over. The staff looked surprised, but quickly opened the cloth bag and took a closer look at the head that had not been cut off for a long time. Compare it with the picture of Samyi in the record, and then confirm that the bounty task is completed. My lord, wait a minute. I'll let someone go and get you a bounty. The staff member bowed his head slightly and said respectfully. Being able to do something in Union Village, kill a Zongnan and then retreat all over, this courage has made many ninjas admire. This man, to say nothing, is also an elite level of strength. I didn't expect to see you here. It's an honor. A middle-aged man came out and said respectfully. It seems that he recognized the identity of Yifeng. This is your bounty, totaling 10 million taels. The man handed over a black box containing a large amount of banknotes. Let's order some wine and food, arrange barbecue or something. Yifeng nodded and said. He didn't hide his appearance, and someone with a heart could still recognize him. Yes, my lord, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. After submitting the task, Yefeng and Hongdou also sat on a table, waiting for the bounty exchange to serve wine and food. Ha ha ha, brother, you actually completed the mission of killing people in Union Village, it's pretty awesome. Should you consider taking a share of the brothers? The three big men gathered around maliciously. Wearing a protective forehead that I don't know about Xiaonan Village on his head, his eyes are fixed on the money box next to Yefeng. In addition to them, many people here are actually excited, but they don't have the guts to make a move. That's 10 million taels. Oh, yes. Yifeng squinted his eyes. The robbery robbed him, really desperately irrational. Chapter 24, auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 24 close black lens bracket perfect body. Shulking snake hand. Before Yifeng could do it, Itsuki had already started ninjutsu. The kaleidoscope writing wheel in the left eye emerged, and the powerful illusion shrouded three bounty ninjas looking for death at the same time. More than a dozen small snakes protruded from the sleeves and bit the necks of the three of them. It was just a matter of meeting each other, and the three men lost their breath and fell to the ground. The onlookers trembled in their hearts, and quickly lowered their heads. Money. No matter how much money there is, what use is there if people die? This is a hard stubble, and the little girl under her can kill 3 Zongren in seconds, which shows how powerful the man is. Slap, slap, slap. A man with a black mask came out and clapped in his hands. Onlookers discovered that he was wearing the same big robe with black background and red clouds as the two. It's worthy of being empty. It's really amazing. Unexpectedly, your human experiment has been carried out to this extent. The man laughed. He walked to Yifeng's table, sat down unceremoniously, and then took away the box that Yifeng had just picked up. You money fan, I guessed you were here. Yifeng said grimly. Zhaodu released this mission to him, and he faintly guessed that this guy was actually near Union Village. The only hobby of this man who has lived for a long time is money. I definitely cherish my own life. He. Your escape method is notoriously unique, so it's appropriate to entrust this task to you. Zhaodu smiled and said indifferently. Yes, don't I just have a great way to escape? Do you want to fight me? Yifeng smiled weirdly and stared at Zhaodu maliciously. Forget it, I'm not a fighting freak. Thanks for the two of you this time, I will pay for the meal for you, but I'm not welcome for the reward. Zhaodu looked at Dashi Pill and Red Bean again, and then walked away with the black box. The whole person fell into the eyes of money. Teacher, is he also a member of Akatsuki? Hongdou asked when he saw the man walking away. He is in charge of the money, and his name is Zhaodu. Yifeng replied lightly. Advertisement. ... Soon, roast meat and wine were served on the table. Unexpectedly, it tastes pretty good. Yifeng and Hongdou sat together, eating chunks of barbecue meat. The journey was tiring, and I finally had time to relax, and the night wind also rarely drank a few glasses of wine. Red Bean tried to drink 2 cups too, her small face turned red, suddenly cute, Yifeng couldn't help squeezing the little girl's face. After being satiated, the two left slowly. I found an ordinary small hotel not far away and stayed for one night. The next day, early morning, B**********D. Waste. All waste. As soon as the genius turned on, the roar of the fourth generation of Reikage rang throughout Union Village. The cemetery of Xian Dai Ying was turned over, and Sam Yi was beheaded in his own home. It was like someone was riding on the head of Union Village and shit. It is tolerable, which is unbearable. One night, these ninjas didn't even find a single piece of hair from the others. I just vaguely knew that there seemed to be two weird men in black coats with red clouds who had appeared in the village. Akatsuki organization. Soon, someone under his staff found news about that kind of clothes. It's a pity that people already don't know where to go. Teacher, where are we going next? Go to another shinobu village, or? Edzuki asked. Yenian village and Cheyenne village are not in a hurry, let's go to the place where the second generation of Hokage died. Why? The Jinyanjiao brothers in Union village once killed the second generation of Hokage in an ambush. They have 9-tailed chakras on their bodies and some endurance tools left by the 6 immortals. Time passed quietly. Unconsciously, 3 years have passed. After Yi Feng joined the Xiao organization, he gradually got in touch with various members. The scorpion that made the puppet, the mysterious Jew, and the preparation member Afei, the ghost shark of Wuyin village Renan, one of the 7 ninja swords. As for Itachi, Feijuan, and Deidara, these 3 have not yet joined Akatsuki. Konoha 53 years. Sound Shinobi village. Orochimaru base. Teacher, can you finally rest for a while? The girl said tiredly. The young girl who is in the blooming season has a body between young and mature, and is extremely well developed. The black fishnet dress tightly wraps her body. Advertisement. It is red beans. The organization has already said that. I have something to deal with recently. Yi Feng replied. For a few years, he still maintained the same appearance as before, and he didn't seem to be old at all. Only he himself knew that this body was already very old, and it was time to use the technique of reincarnation without a corpse to replace it with a new body. In order to create a perfect container, he has spent a lot of thought in the past few years. Before and after, let Do help him to do dozens of experiments. The purpose is to create the most perfect and most suitable container for reincarnation. It's not a special blood inheritor, nor is it a bloodline of the Uchiha clan or the Thousands of Hands clan. What he created is a clone of himself. That's right, he asked Do to make a clone using his body material. Due to the changes in the blood of his body, he even started an experiment that he had previously given up again. The study of natural chakras. It can make people use immortal arts and use the ability of natural chakra. Over the course of 3 years, he has experimented thousands of times with Dumpling, creating more than 2,000 clone newborns, and all of them have joined the natural chakra research. Since it is a new body, it should naturally be stronger than the current body. Although it went through ups and downs, but fortunately it succeeded in the end. With a mortality rate of almost 100%, a special subject survived. And this is the new body that Yi Feng prepared for herself. It is cultivated with a special potion, and the blood of Da Shi Wan is given to this body. Although it is only 3 years old, it looks like a 7 or 8-year-old child. The hair color is black, and the eyes are already golden snake pupils, which look like the big snake pill when he was a child. Reincarnation can only be used once every 3 years, and every time it is used, it will lose a little of its soul. Therefore, Ye Feng naturally prepared the best body. Only one's own body is the most suitable for one's soul. Blood succession boundary can also be inherited through bloodlines, and it also gains the ability to use fairy magic. In a dark room, both Do and Hongdou were watching from a long distance, and they didn't dare to get close to Dashawan. Reincarnation without a corpse. The man turned into a big white phosphorus snake. The white snake had a human-shaped monster head with black hair scattered on its body. This is also one of the manifestations of the main body, and it is not a full-body Yaki Orochi. Hiss. The big snake spit out the snake letter, and the golden snake's eyes glowed with a dangerous light. In the eyes of 2 and red beans that seemed to be fanatics, the big white snake merged into the body of the little boy on the test bench, and it was hard to imagine this process happening right in front of his eyes. The body of the big snake pill left in place has become an empty shell with no soul. The little boy slowly opened his eyes, his body increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he turned into a teenager about 11 or 12 years old. The golden dangerous snake pupil suddenly turned into 4 weird black windmills. The background color is a sorrowful scarlet. Chapter 25 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 25 close black lens bracket 3 years of harvest. In the past 3 years, the first is the study of Uchiha's bloodline, which Ye Feng cares most about. In the first year, he managed to cultivate more than a dozen Uchiha Shisui clones. In addition, there are hundreds of newborns who have the blood of Yu Zibo. Although he didn't find a way to restore Uchiha's Shisui's eyes, Yi Feng found that swallowing the eyes of those Uchiha's Shisui clones was also effective. Coupled with hundreds of Uchiha family members, the powerful pupil power finally made the writing wheel eyes break through to the level of a kaleidoscope. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed too much blood from Zishui, so his left and right eye ability were also other gods. The difference is that the other god in the left eye is a short-lived illusion, similar to Itachi's moon reading space. This move can be activated multiple times, but the effect is not as terrifying as the right eye. The other god in the right eye is the strongest illusion in the legend, directly modifying the memory and will of the human brain. Although this trick is powerful, it has a full cooling cycle of 12 years. Since the pupil power has reached a kaleidoscope, the night wind no longer cultivates the writing wheel. Unless the technical level can break through to cultivate a kaleidoscope, ordinary eyes will no longer benefit him. So in the second year, Yi Fenghido focused on cultivating a new body. While helping Xiao complete tasks, he was doing experiments. Finally, 2 years later, a new young body was created, with the power of a natural immortal human body, capable of using natural chakras to launch ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjas start ninjutsu by relying on the chakra condensed in their own body. The so-called natural chakra can only be used by ninjas who have practiced the fairy mode. The first generation of Meihukage Senjujuma, and one of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya, these 2 are powerful players who use the fairy mode. Now, Dashemaru also has this kind of power. Adzuki Beans, how about the blood spell? Is it normal? Yi Feng said. In 3 years, he has gained far more than this pair of kaleidoscopes. Studying his own blood, and integrating with the spell seal technique, formed a new type of spell seal technique. People with blood curse marks will not turn into monsters, nor will they gain any powerful power. But because there is his blood in the body, the vitality will be very tenacious. If you keep absorbing blood, you can even make your face look immortal. This effect is like Tsunade's 100 Tyrants. Teacher, there is no abnormality in the blood curse imprint, and there is no problem with the body at present. Red Bean replied respectfully. Although the person in front of him turned into a boy who looked only about 11 years old, she did not dare to slack off. This is Lord Orochimaru. No matter what the appearance is, this is Orochimaru. That's good. Yi Feng nodded. Let's go. Take me to see Uchiha Shisui. Yes, my lord. As an experimental subject, Uchiha Shisui has not been thrown away, and is being supported by the personnel on the base. Advertisement. But now Yi Feng is going to see him just for the last point of Zishui's value. ... Boom. The experiment door was pushed open. A thin figure walked in, and the boy's eyes were golden. Behind them are Do and Hongdou, and the 2 subordinates are respectfully behind them. It's been so many years. Your willpower is really tenacious. Yi Feng sighed. Zishui is kept in this laboratory like a domestic animal, without sight or speech. Konoha's people have already died for him. In fact, he was locked up here and cultivated as experimental material. ... The teenager on the test bench was silent. He has grown a lot, but he is imprisoned in this dark place every day. If he could kill himself, he would have done so long ago. A short while. Master Orochimaru, the sacrifice you want. 2 men in protective suits held a villager caught from Odonan village. Yi Feng nodded and motioned to several people to leave. Without hesitation, he picked up a scalpel directly from the side, pierced through the throat of Shisui, and shaved off the whole head. Throw this thing to Konoha's guard. Just say it's my gift. Yi Feng smiled coldly. Anyway, it has lost its value, so it doesn't hurt to give it to Konoha. Yes, a man in a white protective suit took his head. At this time, the night wind began to seal again. Psychicism reincarnation of the dirty earth. Taking the body of a living person as a sacrifice, and pulling the soul with the bones of decedent, summoning the soul of the pure land of bliss to the present world. The weird dirt was condensed on the living person, and it quickly formed the appearance of Uchiha Shisui before he died. That is, Shisui, who was about 12 years old. My lord, this guy didn't develop his own kaleidoscope before he died, even if he is resurrected. Do did not finish, but the meaning was very obvious. Even if Shisui was reincarnated from the dirty soil, he was just a fellow without a kaleidoscope. It doesn't matter, it can squeeze his value anyway. And Itachi, seeing that his former friend has become like this, he should like this gift. Advertisement. Yefeng smiled grimly. Whether it is Sasuke, Itachi, or even Yu Uchiha Tamatake, their eyes are his prey. Does the teacher return to Konoha? Red Bean curiously said. Doing the math, the 2 have not been back to Konoha for several years. Either perform tasks all over the world, or do various research in experimental bases. It's almost an opportunity now. Yi Feng nodded. There were only 2 years left until the Uchiha clan was destroyed. In another year, Naruto and Sasuke will enter the ninja school. He still has many plans to go to Konoha to realize. Then, I want to be with the teacher, too. Red Bean whispered. I plan to mix into the Hyuga clan with the blinding blood following the boundary, how about you? Yi Feng smiled. Reincarnation Eye is also a very powerful pupil technique, but he does not intend to let the Hyuga clan go. And it happens that he has white eyes, and he won't be easily noticed if he gets in. Hongdou hesitated. Ha ha ha, the teacher is teasing you. Come with you, just find a niece of an ordinary person, such as a distant relative of the owner of a fruit shop and grocery store. As long as the chakra is not revealed, Konoha should not notice you. Yi Feng smiled and patted the little girl's head. His body is still very young now, and he has to stand on tiptoe to touch Adzuki Bean's head. But Hongdou is also very sensible, and he bent down slightly, like enjoying the cat's pet, with a smile on his youthful and beautiful cheeks. Yi Feng found out that the red beans had grown up. Not only mentally, but also physical maturity, like a ripe peach, people can't help but want to take a bite. Pocket. Junmaro's affairs, as well as those children, will be handed over to you. Although you and Gurren are not pleasing to each other, if you are too busy, you can leave some things to her, understand? Yi Feng ordered. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The boy replied respectfully, half kneeling on the ground. The woman named Honglian in the mouth of the night wind is a woman with a special blood inheritance boundary crystal escape, and her ability is also good. However, the woman and Do disliked each other, so they were not in this space. Chapter 26 Auto-generated chapter title. 26 New Identity. Hyuga Case. Konoha 53 years. Konoha Village. It was another ordinary day, and it was also an extraordinary day. Naruto building. 3 generations of old man with a cigarette stick in his mouth, his expression is very ugly. On its table, there was a bloody thing wrapped in a cloth bag. It was a human head, a teenager's head. Uchiha Shisui, who disappeared mysteriously a few years ago, has now been sent to Konoha with his head chopped off. There is also a note with 3 words written in it. Orochimaru. Sure enough, is he still going to be an enemy of Konoha? 3 generations sighed and spit out a smoke ring. Several Onbi knelt beside him, and no one spoke to disturb Master Naruto. The room was filled with white smoke. Konoha. The Hyuga family. The clan family will be valued by the family, and the children who split the family are often used as a foil. And Hyuga Case is an ordinary teenager in the Hyuga branch family. His parents died early, he died in the Kyuubi rebellion, and the ability of Hyuga Case was also very ordinary, just an ordinary fellow. He is still a ninja, and after graduating from ninja school, he gave up the practice of ninja. Oh, another boring day. If I had the ability of young Master Ning Si, it wouldn't be enough. The boy opened his small room, only to find that there was a guy with a golden pupil in the room, who looked similar to his own age. Hyuga Wind only had time to say a word, and the next moment it was dim. From today onwards, I am Hyuga. The cold voice of the night wind rang in the room, unknowingly, it has turned into the sound of the heliotrope. Tugging hard with both hands, he directly tore off the face of the underground corpse. It is a ninjutsu that uses human skin to disguise it. Even if Hinata Case's biological parents are resurrected, there is absolutely no clue from the outside. At the same time, Idzuki Beans also entered Konoha as the niece of a fruit grocery merchant. At this point, both master and disciple of Orochimaru sneaked into Konoha. The next day, Hinata, your progress in cultivation has disappointed me too much. In the early morning, the clan leader heard the sound of fire from inside the clan. The girl Hinata was born soft and cowardly, too kind, too peaceful, she was not a ninja at all. But she is the eldest daughter of the Zong family, even if she is forced to do a lot of training. Advertisement. Unfortunately, Hinata's efforts did not meet the requirements of Hyuga Nishuk. Family, fetters, it's almost the same as the cage. Yi Feng shook his head, and lost his attention to the Hyuga sect's family. After tidying up his clothes, he walked out of the small room. The unremarkable black-haired boy had nothing else special except to show off his identity as the Hyuga clan. Throw it in the crowd, and you will immediately be unable to find the type. Good morning. Thank you 2 caddies of apples, please. Yi Feng walked to a grocery store and said with a smile. Okay, guest. The middle-aged uncle took a deep look at Hyuga Case and said respectfully. At this time, Hongdou also walked out of the shop and smiled and looked towards the night wind. Konoha is so good. It's more harmonious than I thought. The ninja adults are also very kind. Red Bean smiled. She also changed a new face. No one would have thought that this little girl was the Red Bean who had disappeared before. My lord, what is your name? Hongdou blinked and smiled. Hinage. Yi Feng smiled slightly. Soon, after making a move, Roar left here. 10 minutes later, when passing by the ninja school, Yi Feng found an unusual place where children gathered together. Ah, this guy, isn't it a child from the Hyuga family? Yeah, these eyes, it must be Ningji's cousin. Huh, isn't it always arrogant? This guy must also have a bad character, right? Because of a famous background and talent, so I put on an extraordinary look. ... A few little kids are surrounded by the earth. It turned out that Xiao Hinata was in a bad mood, ran too fast on the street, and then hid an ice cream in a person's hand. Then, several children noticed Hinata's white eyes, and they evolved into what they are now. I'm not like this. Hinata lowered his head and said in a low voice. Zongjia file size is 5 years old now, she looks pink and tender, extremely cute, and has very clean short hair. It's too bad to want to run away without apologizing. Advertisement. Absolutely can't forgive. Just when Hinata wanted to leave, a little boy suddenly grabbed her hair. Since there are no adults around, he is very bold in doing things. On weekdays, I didn't dare to offend that arrogant Neji Hyuga. Now this little girl looks very bully, and they don't want to let this opportunity pass. Hey, apologize. A child headed coldly said. With a quick push, Hinata fell to his knees, and then reached out and grabbed Hinata's hair. Sorry. Where did Hinata have the thought of resisting? He was so scared that he cried out. Yi Feng walked over slowly, sighing inwardly. Obviously, with white eyes and jujitsu, these children can be beaten to the ground easily, but Hinata didn't realize this at all. Like the original, this girl has a very soft and cowardly character. Sister Hinata file size, here I am. Yi Feng shouted. Hyuga clan. The 3 little kids were shocked, and immediately put down Hinata, ready to go away. This guy not only has white eyes, but also has a forehead, which is not something they have not graduated from. Humph. Yi Feng let out a cold snort and ran after him directly. Under Hinata's gaze, Yi Feng quickly cleaned up the 3 little kids, their faces swelled and several teeth were knocked out. If it wasn't for Konoha, who was not easy to kill, he would kill the children directly. Thank you. Hinata stood up at some point and looked at the night breeze curiously. The cute face was slightly red, and I didn't know what was thinking. This is what I should do, Hinata file-size sister. Yi Feng smiled slightly, just like a bodyguard. What's your name? Hinata asked again. Hinage. It's my honor to be able to help, Hinata file-size sister. Let's see each other again if we have a chance. Yi Feng answered, leaving only a chic figure, and disappeared in place. With his intervention, Hinata Hyuga would never have a chance to like Naruto's protagonist. His chakra perception can cover Konoha, know everyone's position well, and will not give Hinata and Naruto a chance to contact. As for the main purpose, it is not to play some evil play game, but to facilitate future trafficking. We don't create blood to follow the limits. We are just porters trafficking in the blood following the boundary. Chapter 27 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 27 close black lens bracket Safflower Dessert Shop. The next day, the Hyuga family residence, Hinage. Are you sure you don't want this guard position? A middle-aged man with white eyes said. For the sake of Hyuga Keisa's parents' sacrifice for the village, the family originally planned to give him a relaxed position. Although it is an escort in name, it is actually a security with nothing to do. Sitting in a place similar to the guard's room, working 7 or 8 hours a day, the salary is still very good. No matter how you look at it, it's a very good position. Hyuga Keisa's ninja has very poor ability, but it is the weakest one. It should be fortunate to have such an errand. Don't bother, uncle, bother. I want to work outside and do something else. Yi Feng smiled. Well then, I wish you a happy life. The middle-aged man did not insist either. Although the rules in the family are very strict, Hyuga is not a powerful junior, and ordinary families don't bother to care. Unless it is someone with Ning Si's ability, no one cares about you. Noon. When I came to the fruit grocery store again, Yi Feng quickly walked inside and found a chair to sit down. My lord, you are here. Adzuki smiled and greeted Roar. Since I like desserts so much, let the boss replace it with a dessert shop. Yi Feng said. Yes, my lord, I will prepare immediately today. The boss agreed wittily. The little boy in front of him was the legendary Orochimaru and the boss of his superior. The reason why he had the money to open this small shop in Konoha was because he took the money from Dashemaru. Master Feng, you are so gentle. Hongdou blinked playfully and said deliberately. Gentle. Yi Feng laughed out loud, then shook his head. What tenderness does cold-blooded animals talk about? But he is too lazy to say anything, just say what Red Bean loves. Sweet little girl, there are always some privileges. I'll leave the modification to you. As for what to prepare in the dessert shop, listen to the Red Beans, she is an expert in desserts. In 2 days, I will come here as a worker. Yes, my lord. Advertisement. Time flies. With money, doing things tends to be easy. The original 1-story building was refitted by a construction team at a high price, and it quickly became a 2-story building. The first floor is the reception hall, and the second floor is the place to live. The signboard is very casual, it is, Safflower Dessert Shop, and Hongdou took this name casually. The dessert shop was quickly completed. Hongdou still stays in the store as the owner's niece. In fact, the boss can only go to sleep in the cold basement every night, and the bedroom on the second floor is reserved for Hongdou. Yi Feng naturally applied for the position of waiter, and then began to learn how to make desserts. Due to a special period, this incident was reported on the desk of the 3rd generation of Hokage. There is no other reason. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is getting more and more tense. One carelessness may cause a battle within Konoha. So even if it was a house modification, Shimanen from the Hyuga clan went to a dessert shop to work as a waiter. Anbu would write a note on it, and then give it to the 3rd generation to see. Definitely, the old man Sarutobi obviously didn't think too much. Whether it's the boss's niece, or Hyuga, a junk boy from the Hyuga clan, it's not a big deal. Suddenly the days became very plain and plain. Like boiled water. There are no organizational tasks, and no bloody research. The teacher who teaches Hyuga when to make desserts is still a mature woman with a bit of charm. I don't know if it was deliberately arranged by his subordinates or randomly selected, but no matter what, he didn't seem to be interested in women. Except for occasionally teasing Red Beans, he doesn't catch a cold with other women. A week later, afternoon, Safflower Dessert Shop. There were no customers in the shop, and it seemed a little deserted. At this moment, a figure walked through the streets of Konoha under the leadership of 2 family guards. The file-size sister of the Hyuga clan is naturally accompanied by guards. Especially after experiencing several things that were almost bullied last time, the Hyuga clan's guarding work for Hinata became even stricter. Hi, Miss Hinata, we meet again. Hyuga Wind waved his hand and greeted Roar. The little girl turned her head curiously, then stopped her gaze. It was the brother that day. Hinata thought to himself. Oni sauce. Hinata smiled slightly, his voice a little low. There was baby fat on her cute little face, and she smiled and narrowed her eyes. What is your brother doing here? Sister File Size looked at the dessert shop curiously. The guard behind him looked at Hyuga Kei's and didn't say much. I'm working here, Miss Hinata. Yi Feng explained. Miss Hinata, want to try my craft? Advertisement. The cake is very sweet. The boy smiled and took out a small dessert from the window. Thanks. Hinata replied politely, and reached out to accept the gift. Miss Hinata, if you go back late, the patriarch will be unhappy. A guard came from behind and reminded in a low voice. He also hopes to be able to accompany the file-size sister to stroll outside for a while, but the order is the order. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga sect family, Hinata will not be too long even if she has time to relax. Most of the time, she exercises physique and soft boxing. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye. Soon, Hinata bid farewell to this dessert shop somewhat reluctantly. In the deserted shop, calm was restored soon. Yi Feng had just walked back and found Red Bean sitting on a table with desserts in front of him. Holding a piece of cake in each hand, chewing in his mouth. Little Red, if you eat like this, I'm afraid that your daily turnover will not be enough for you to eat. If you get fat, I won't want you. I don't like fat little girls. Yi Feng curled his lips. Hehehehe. Hongdou smiled, just blinking her eyes to be cute. The next day, Hinata came back again. Probably when I was out, I passed by here and wanted to eat dessert again. Why does my brother want to work here? Hinata said curiously. Although she still doesn't understand many things, she still knows that the Hyuga clan is very good. Since I have blinded my eyes, I shouldn't have to go out to work. Because it is very happy to live like this. There are beautiful little girls who are seductive, and making desserts is not too tiring. Yi Feng said. As he said, he touched Hinata's short hair unconsciously. Happy. Hinata looked at the boy suspiciously. For her, her father's orders and tasks are everything in life. Yes, Hinata will understand when he grows up. People always live for something. If you don't even know who you are and what you should do all day long, then you are not a human being. Yi Feng said it strangely. Hinata nodded ignorantly, and didn't know how much he understood. Chapter 28, Auto-generated chapter title, 28, Lively Konoha. The next day, Zhao Hong, what are you in a daze? Don't prepare bags for the guests, Yi Feng urged. Ever since the girl walked in, Hongdou seemed a little absent-minded. About 19 and 20 years old, with long black hair, a pair of blood-red like ruby eyes, and a good figure. The sunset is red. Konoha's Nakanin, whose father died in the Kyuubi rebellion, is also considered a hero. Proficient in illusion, average strength. Oh. Only then did Hongdou come back to her senses, and quickly helped Shi Raihong set up the cake she was going to buy. Next time you visit, guest. Yi Feng smiled slightly and watched Shi Raihong leave here. Then he turned to look at Hongdou, waiting for an explanation from the girl. Say it, no one is watching here. Yi Feng said. Teacher, when I was in Konoha, there were friends who came here, it was red. Adzuki Bean scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. She was not born Konoha, but Orochimaru brought Konoha with her. Since Dashemaru's reputation has never been very good, she didn't make any friends, and most people stayed away from red beans. Hong is an exception, the only ninja who has a good relationship with her. At the beginning, they often ate desserts together. Oh, I see, Yi Feng nodded. Anything you want to say? If I attack Konoha in the future, she is very likely to be killed. After all, she is Konoha's ninja. Yi Feng said casually. Quote. As long as you are an enemy of adults, that is my enemy. Adzuki replied. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction and touched the girl's head. This is the subordinate that is really worth training. These years, it's not a waste of cultivating red beans. Her eyes are very beautiful, it deserves to be inherited from the Shiri family, the magnificent blood red. Unfortunately, her ability is not as powerful as her father Shiri Junhong. Yi Feng said again. For some reason, Hongdou's delicate body suddenly trembled, but in the end he didn't say anything, but his eyes were a little lonely. Eyes. Are they beautiful? In fact, in a sense, this is not a compliment, but more like a curse. From the most evil man in the world. Advertisement. Brother, go to training with me. A young boy's immature voice sounded. I saw two children walking on the street, their clothes were all the family crests of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, I have a task today, I can't accompany you anymore. Forgive me, this is the last time. An older child said, about 11 years old, named Uchiha Itachi. And Sasuke, who he calls his younger brother, is 5 years old this year. Humph. Sasuke glanced over his head dissatisfiedly. Itachi, because of habit, lightly nodded Sasuke's forehead with his finger. In a warm and ordinary scene, the night breeze can be seen clearly through a layer of glass. Hey, what is the daily routine of brother control and brother control? Please marry the two of you in place. Cough. Would you like some desserts for the two of you? We have a big sale today. Hongdou walked out the door and said with a grin. Itachi looked at this newly opened dessert shop, and quickly decided to buy a small bag of desserts for Sasuke, and then went to do his own task. Yi Feng watched the two brothers walk away, but did not make any moves. It's not the time to do it yet. Yo, are you interested in the people of Uchiha? Asterisk. A voice sounded. Yi Feng recovered and saw a young man with long silver hair standing not far away. Wearing a black mask and Konoha Shinobu's vest. Flagwood Kakashi. Known as a ninja who can fight against any enemy. Oh, it's not right. This guy had been deprived of his riding wheel eyes, and he did not get the title of copying ninja. There are also things like Leiche, which naturally was abandoned by Kakashi in the middle of the study. The Uchiha clan is responsible for Konoha's security work. That's all a big shot, Yi Feng said with emotion. For him, an ordinary member of the Hyuga family, the Uchiha clan is indeed very powerful. When we first met, I was Kakashi Hagi. The man introduced himself. As everyone knows, the murderer who poached his eyes a few years ago is now standing blatantly in front of him. Hinata Wind, just call me the Wind. Senior is as handsome as the legend. Yi Feng said with a smile. As a young shinobu, Kakashi is still very famous in Konoha. Why does Feng Jun come here to work? The Hyuga clan doesn't seem to be so lonely yet, right? Kakashi said jokingly. Advertisement. Where and where? My business definitely has nothing to do with the family. Although I have a good leisure job, I really like this kind of work. There are beautiful and lovely little girls. If you can marry the boss's niece, you can eat soft food in the future, what do you think? Yi Feng smiled. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he didn't talk about this topic again. This guy seems a little wretched. Unexpectedly, in the Hyuga clan, there will be such frivolous guys. I have something else. Mr. Feng, please help with the checkout. Kakashi chose a few pieces of cake, then handed it to Yi Feng's hand and said. A total of 120 taels, thank you for your patronage. Yi Feng said. Hagi Kakashi seemed to smile, and then seemed expressionless. After paying the money, I quickly left this place. Definitely, Yi Feng didn't care about Kakashi either. The most precious Shilunian had already been obtained. He didn't even bother to take a look at the swordsmanship of the Hagiki family. It's settled down initially, Konoha doesn't doubt my identity. Yi Feng thought silently in his heart. The plan went more smoothly than expected. Anyone there? Another customer came into shop. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that it was a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman, and beside him was an extravagant woman, holding a little girl with a prickly head in his arms. Day by day, one of the future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang is also a rich little woman. I have already enrolled in the ninja school this year, and my grades in the class are pretty good, especially good at kunai throwing, shooting targets and the like. Dad, I want to eat cake. The little girl said coquettishly. Okay, Dad will buy it for you. There was a smile on the man's face, and he was obviously very fond of his daughter. Welcome. Hongdou smiled and greeted him. Seeing this, Yi Feng gave up the idea of going up. Looking out the window, a little boy with blonde hair was walking across the street, his hair was a bit messy, and his shirt was dirty. Looking enviously at the cake in the window, and the little girl held by her father. Yi Feng smiled silently. Reality is always more magical than novels. They sacrificed their lives to protect the village, but Hokage's children were squeezed out and discriminated against by the villagers, and they didn't even have the money to buy cakes. What right does Konoha like to claim to be righteous? Or, in other words, did things like justice really exist? It rained suddenly outside the window. It's smashing. The little blonde boy quickly escaped from the rain and walked away. In the lively Konoha village, the streets are still bustling with people. Chapter 29 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 29 close black lens bracket ninja school. Grown-ups. Yi Feng opened his eyes slightly and found a blue-haired woman with a bald head pierced in front of him. There was a little girl with red hair beside him. Red Lotus. Why is Shangrong here with you? Yi Feng was a little surprised. Shang Rin should be handed over to Do for training. As for Julian, what is Konoha doing at this time? Back to your lord. You are collecting the blood legacy boundary. I don't know if my crystal dunge can be used. Julian said respectfully. Jing Dun. Yefeng was taken aback for a moment, and then shook his head somewhat disappointed. Jing Dun is the blood boundary of Red Lotus, which can produce special red crystals with strong hardness and not inferior to metal. However, in fact, it is not a very powerful blood succession limit, and even a bit tasteless. There is nothing to develop. Need not. I still like the children of the Uchiha clan more. You can keep the power of Jingdun for yourself. Yi Feng said. Whether it is defense or attack, he has a better choice than Jingdun, and this kind of ability is useless. Yes, my lord. Gurren nodded respectfully. Why is Shanglin here with you? Yi Feng asked again. Master Wei, Do is studying the cells of the first generation of Hokage. Shang Rin was sent to me. Gurren replied. I spend most of the day in the laboratory, so naturally I don't have much time to help educate Shanglin. That's fine, you are responsible for nurturing her to grow up. Although your medical skills are a bit worse than that of Pockets, there is still nothing wrong with teaching children. Yi Feng said. Shang Lin hid behind Honglian, listening to the conversation between the two adults. Yes, Konoha is in a stressful period recently, so don't come to Konoha to find me if you have nothing to do. Yes. 1 year later, Konoha. Almost as usual, Konoha was calm and peaceful. Only the ninjas seemed to have a lot more serious expressions on their faces. Even Hyuga Wind was required to return to the residence of the Hyuga clan at night, and not to run around at night. Advertisement. Although he did not explain the reason, Yekas understood that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had deteriorated. Since the death of the first and second generations of Hokage, Uchiha has been squeezed out of the village day by day. The family that used to contribute the most to Konoha has now been assigned a security job, and the entire family's residence is far away from Konoha Center. Before, there was Tuan Zhang secretly making troubles, and after that, 3 generations of old men were haggard, old and decayed. Coupled with the Kyuubi rebellion, it is a masked man with a riding wheel eye that controls the Kyuubi, and Konoha is even more afraid of the Uchiha clan. The Night Wind also killed Shisui, making the already tense relationship even more tense. The storm is coming. Yi Feng stood on the second floor and looked out the window. Definitely, not in the dessert shop, but in the remote small room of the Hyuga clan. Teacher. Idzuki yawned and got up from the bed. Since Yi Feng didn't go to the dessert shop, she simply came to live here with her. Today is the opening day of the ninja school. Want to go together? Yi Feng smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. He is already a little accustomed to having this pillow on the bed at night. Well, it was Hongdou who used him as a pillow. Ninja school. Red Bean was stunned. Miss Hinata is going to school too. If I have the chance, I would like to go to school and play games with the children, sunbathe every day, and take a lunch break. Yi Feng smiled slightly. It is hard to imagine that this seemingly ordinary teenager with a sunny smile on his face is actually the guy named Dashawan in his soul. Teacher, are you sure you want to abduct children? Red Bean curled his lips. At first, she met Dashiwan by chance, and then willingly followed him to embark on the current road of no return. Trafficking or something. How can you call me abduction? I'm saving the world. Yi Feng smiled unconsciously. If people still want to sleep, let the teacher go. Red Bean pouted and put on the quilt again. There was already sunlight outside the window, falling on a few potted plants. The room became very quiet. In the closet are Hongdou's favorite clothes, and on the bookshelf are several books of human structure and eyeball nerves and blood vessels. A transparent glass bottle is placed on the first floor of the bookshelf, and it contains 2 blood jewel-like eyes. The faint sunlight illuminates the bottle, and the colors of the eyeballs are exceptionally magnificent. Beautiful collection. Coming from Konoha Nakanen, who was missing for 2.5 years ago, Yuri Hong, her eyes are fortunate to be the work of an evil man. Definitely, in terms of Red Bean's face, Yi Feng didn't kill her. Advertisement. Just changing her a pair of unusual black eyes is equivalent to an eyeball transplant. Although Konoha also received a report, it is naturally impossible to catch the murderer. Ninja school. On the annual recruitment day, the school is full of people. Passing by the school gate, Yi Feng found that the little boy with blonde hair was sitting on the swing, dangling boringly alone. Occasionally, villagers pointed and made no secret of their malice towards that child. No matter whether it is an adult or a child, no one wants to deal with that child. The 9 tails who destroyed the village were sealed in the child's body. Dad, reading this kind of thing is troublesome to think about. Let's go home. A little boy with pigtails came over, with his hands in his pockets, lazily. Smelly boy. His father knocked his son on the head and brought the guy to the school. Nara Shikamaru. One of the future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, IQ is not inferior to the pocket, especially good at conspiracy layout, find a variety of ways to win. As for personality defects, he is too lazy and has no motivation to do anything. Good morning, Naruto. A fat little boy came over, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand. Autumn times. The descendant of the Chudao clan. Uzumaki Naruto has no friends, Shikamaru and Ding Si are exceptions, these 2 are willing to play with him. Damn it, such things like the beginning of school even let me sign up by myself. Loli, the little blonde with a long ponytail, appeared. Yamanaka Ino. The Mountain Clan, the Nara Clan, and the Akuto Clan, these 3 are Konoha's ninja clan, and they are friendly with each other. Smelly dad. Little Loli hummed uncomfortably. Kicked the pebble on the ground, but unexpectedly hit Yi Feng's hand. Brat, should we pay more attention? Yi Feng smiled slightly. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it just now. Little Loli quickly apologized. Think about it, I was indeed a little gaffe, and I didn't even see anyone in front of me. Not an example. I will spare you this time, little one. Yi Feng patted Ino on the head and walked into the school. This time I came to Hinata, and he was not interested in anyone else. He had obtained Naruto's cells very early, and as for Sasuke, it was far from the right time for hands-on. Chapter 30 Auto-generated chapter title. 30 Children Who Lack Love. Playground. Although it is the first day of school, several children are already training. Hinata was in the corner alone, practicing the skills of throwing shuriken and kunai. Maybe it's because the father who doesn't want to be strict is disappointed, or maybe there is really nothing to do alone. Miss Hinata. Yi Feng called out. Elder brother. Why did you come to school? A flash of joy flashed in Hinata's eyes, and he asked curiously. I heard that today is Miss Hinata's school day, so I brought some desserts here. Yi Feng smiled. Thank you brother. Hinata happily took the bag. Temporarily put away his ninja, and then sat with Hyuga K's. He is now the identity of the Hyuga clan, and the file-size sister who is close to his family can only be regarded as loyal at best. Whether it is Onbi, the 3rd generation, or the Hyuga family, it is impossible for anyone to guess his thoughts. Ms. Hinata, you should also pay attention to a reasonable diet after exercise. It's not good for your body if you just exercise without eating. Yefeng people and animals smiled harmlessly. After changing to a new body, he actually liked his somewhat naive voice. Thank you, brother. Hinata took a sip of water, then picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. In the Hyuga family, although she is the eldest daughter, in fact, most people just respect her status, and a few people think she is very upset. For example, a genius named Hyuga Neji. The guy thinks he is the first young person of the Hyuga clan, and thinks that Hinata is not worthy to be a ninja. Hinata is actually a child who lacks love. His favorite is the child who lacks love. As long as you give them a little sugar, they are willing to go with you, give their lives for you, cross the boundary between justice and evil, and abandon the shackles of morality and humanity. Whether you are experimenting or being a subordinate, these children willingly die for you. ... Brother, don't eat it. Hinata blinked and spoke again. Brother has eaten. Yi Feng replied. Lying on the soft grass, looking up at the clear blue sky, the sun is not hot yet, the temperature is just right. Hinata sweated a lot because of training, and his face was red. Advertisement. Miss Hinata, why are you practicing so hard? Yi Feng said. Hinata thought about it seriously, but finally shook his head, not knowing what to say. A long time. Hinata ate 2 pieces of cake, and then continued to take out his ninja. Brother, I have to train, are you going back? Hinata asked. Speaking of which, my brother used to practice kunai and shuriken a lot. A memory appeared in Yi Feng's eyes. When he first learned these things, it happened decades ago, when he was still 3 young generations, and taught him, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. At that time, Jiraiya often molested Tsunade, and was often beaten. The 3 generations were also young people with a sense of justice. No, it should be this body. He just has those memories, but he is not the one who experienced those things. Can brother teach me? Hinata asked. Okay. Yi Feng recovered, smiled and agreed. ... Evening. After participating in a freshman assembly, Hinata spent most of his time on the playground. The night breeze is very idle, so I also have time to develop a relationship with the little girl. Hinata was sweating profusely from exhaustion, his face flushed. Finally, Yi Feng went home with the little girl on his back. Hinata blushed, and seemed to enjoy the feeling of lying on his back again, and did not speak quietly the whole time. Miss Hinata, I'm home. Goodbye, brother, goodbye. One day passed. Yi Feng does things unscrupulously, and definitely has eaten to death for 3 generations and the family doesn't have the energy to control them. Although it was a little closer, no one cared at all. The Uchiha clan caused Naruto-sama to be devastated, and the various families were also serious, and they took care of their own clan members one after another. In the ninja world, the classification of ninjas is extremely severe. The so-called ninja is a ninja who has passed the school graduation examination. To become Zongnin, you must go through a more rigorous Zongnin exam organized by several ninja villages. As for Shinobu, it depends on a ninja's ability, various tasks completed, and whether the background is clean and so on. Ying is the leader of the village, and he is also selected from Shangnin. Advertisement. According to common sense, the shadow is often the strongest person in the village. But what if someone's strength surpasses the ordinary Shinobu, but they still haven't reached the shadow? What should I do? At this time, they will be given the status of elite Shinobu. Generally speaking, this status actually also means a shadow candidate. For example, Hagi Kakashi. In addition, there is the Onbi, the ninja power directly under the jurisdiction of Naruto, and the root, the Danzo power. Konoha has a lot of Shinobu, and definitely has a lot of famous ones. Moonlight Hayate, Azuki Yuga, Narulukisa, Morino Ibiki, etc. However, in the 4th battle of the ninja world in the future, Shang Ninja is just a cannon fodder at high-level points. This is a world where plugins are rampant. Without the limit of blood succession, it is almost impossible to become a real strong. Except for a few exceptions such as Metke, most people are strong because they are drenched in the light of the night, the ancestor of Chakra. Whether Naruto or Sasuke, as the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, they are destined to take an unusual path from birth. The fathers of Asura and Indra are 6 Tao immortals, and the 6 Tao immortals are Wei Yi's unbelievable son. Over the course of thousands of years, countless powerhouses and blood successors have been born, and countless conspiracies and darkness have been buried, all of which can be summed up in one sentence. Heiju saves his mother. Definitely, Yi Feng is now trying to rewrite this sentence as, a snake dominates the world. ... Ramen, ramen. Hongdou smiled brilliantly, holding Yi Feng's arm. In the eyes of outsiders, it is probably like a kind of close sister and brother, a 12-year-old boy and a beautiful young girl. Yil ramen. Yi Feng looked at the sign of the ramen shop. After sniffing the scent in the air, I found that the aroma is indeed very strong. It is worthy of being a famous ramen shop in Konoha. Definitely, the prices here are also surprisingly expensive. Even the most common bowl of ramen costs hundreds of yen. Fortunately, there are a lot of rich people in Konoha. If it is a ninja, there is no shortage of money. Open the door curtain and walk in, the seats are side by side. Welcome, what do you want to eat? Shangku smiled and greeted Roar. The owner of the ramen shop is the uncle hand beater. She is the owner's daughter and also works here. Luxury seafood ramen. Edzuki started to order without hesitation. Same as her. Yi Feng's tone was very plain, and his expression was also very plain. Gently stretched out his hand and patted Hongdou's head, as if he was the older one, although this is indeed the case. Please wait. Shangku smiled and walked into the back kitchen. 2 decibels Chapter 31. Auto-generated chapter title. 31. trees desire calm and wind. Yo, what a coincidence. Kakashi, wearing a face mask, enters the ramen shop. Good evening, Senior Kakashi. Yi Feng smiled and greeted Roar. Kakashi nodded, and took out a copy of Intimate Paradise from his arms and watched it. Yi Feng was speechless. The guy from Jiraiya did the same with these sideball novels all day long, but Kakashi was a good one. Really, if you want to play with a woman, isn't it good to go straight to it? What novels are you reading? A serious person who reads novels, do you read it? Doge. Porkbone ramen. Kakashi yelled to the back of the ramen shop, then continued reading his book. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, Naruto, this ramen will be invited by the teacher. A bold voice sounded. Looking at Yi Feng and Adzuki Beans, they saw Amino Iluka walking in with Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and then went on reading his novel. Thank you, Mr. Iruka. Naruto nodded happily. Hey, Kakashi is there too. Who are these two? Iluka greeted Roar. Hello, Teacher Iruka, I am Hyuga. Yi Feng replied with a smile. This is Xiao Zhaohong. With that said, Yi Feng didn't forget to pat the girl's head. Iluka looked at the strange young men, nodded, and said nothing. The young people of the Hyuga clan look quite precocious. However, the task assigned to him by the 3 generations is to make friends with Naruto, so he doesn't care much about how other people are. There are still stars tonight. Hongdou looked up at the night sky. In the faint moonlight, black and gray eyes revealed a strange beauty. The little girl wore a cute ball head, and her figure was very full. I believe that any man will shine when she sees it. Although Yi Feng has no interest in creatures like women, he also thinks that it is a joy to have a pretty girl around him. Advertisement. Look, that's Master Orochimaru. As expected of Master Dashemaru, a little girl by her side is so amazing. To have a beautiful and powerful girl as a subordinate is actually a thing that will save you face when you say it out. It feels like a civilian now, life is quiet. Hongdou looked at the teenagers around him, and then at the people around him. Everything is so harmonious. Maybe, Yi Feng answered lazily. The so-called tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. Ease or not, sometimes it is not your choice. For example, the current Konoha and Uchiha clan. This big family that established Konoha together with the Senshu clan has been deliberately rejected by the high level of the village for decades, keeping him away from the center of power and not being trusted. To use the words of the second generation Sensuzuma, it is probably some kind of naturally evil Uchiha kid. For the haughty Uchiha, this is unacceptable. There is no power, no trust, and it is regarded as a big worry for the village. The Konoha #1 clan, who is glamorous in appearance, has already suffocated countless anger in his stomach. As long as there is an opportunity, Uchiha dared to declare war with Konoha and use force to seek justice for his family. But the timing is very delicate. How could Konoha, who had been recuperating, allow a civil strife to erupt like this? If so, Konoha will probably be kicked out of the 5 ninja village. Ever since, Uchiha Itachi became a perfect tool man. For the sake of the village and for the benefit of the vast majority of people, Konoha needs to completely resolve Uchiha's problems before civil unrest erupts. Uchiha Itachi was sent to solve his family and his somewhat mysterious old man, and the rest of the Uchiha tribe would give it to a masked man of Akatsuki's organization. As a reward for Uchiha Itachi to help the village scapegoat, his brother Uchiha Sasuke was able to survive. Danzo insists on this plan, but the 3rd generation still wants to negotiate to solve the problem. It's a pity it's too late. The G-Engine policy is aimed at the Uchiha clan, and Konoha has indeed done so for so many years. Decades of frustration and anger cannot solve the problem with just a few words of negotiation. As the current head of the Uchiha clan, Tomotaki Uchiha definitely understands this truth. However, the arrow had to be sent on the string. Even if he is the patriarch, it is impossible to reverse the meaning of the people. After all, people want to destroy themselves, and outsiders can't listen to what they say. The patriarch is a fart. Uchiha Madara's resurrection is almost the same. Regardless of the tribe, Konoha, or Uchiha Itachi, Fu Yu can actually see clearly. Definitely, he also respected Uchiha Itachi's decision. Whether Itachi chooses to die together with the family, or chooses to live on the back and save Uchiha Sasuke, that is Itachi's decision. A few days later, noon, advertisement Yi Feng came to the ninja school again. Although he is not a teacher, and there is no special reason, the identity of the Hyuga clan is still sufficient. Just say, I'm looking for Hinata, file-size sister of Hyuga's family. No one dares to stop him. The Hyuga clan is not as good as Uchiha, but it is also a wealthy clan that has existed since the establishment of the village. Roar. Hinata leaned under an uncle. I just experienced the first ninja class in the ninja school and practiced kunai. Fortunately, she had studied in the family before, and Yi Feng had taught her this kind of thing several times, so her grades were pretty good. Definitely not as good as the first. The first place is a cold boy named Uchiha Sasuke, the dream girl of many young girls in the class. Even if the children are only 6 or 7 years old, the ninjas are very precocious. During the war, people at the age of 6 or 7 could go directly to the battlefield, and some people at the age of 12 or 13 had already become ninjas. For example, Higaki 55 Kai, or Uchiha Shisui, or Orochimaru or something. Regardless of their young age, these children actually know a lot. Especially when it comes to the question of who is Sasuke's girlfriend, it is not far from Hongdou. In addition, by the way, at the end of the crane in the class, it was a lonely guy with blonde hair called Naruto Uzumaki or something. The family guard also specially reminded Hinata that he must not approach that guy. Miss Hinata. The night wind appeared on the playground. Elder brother. Hinata squinted his eyes and waved happily. I brought red bean cake today. Yi Feng handed over a small bag. Hinata smiled again. The smile is so innocent, clear and pure, and those white eyes are full of tenderness and kindness. As everyone knows, this young man's mind is full of evil thoughts of abducting and selling people. Not only her, but one of her younger sisters is also the target. The little cute named Hyuga Hanahuo, who is just over a year old, is the real white-eyed princess, and the blood is more powerful than Hinata. But this kind of thing is also known to Yefeng, and the Hyuga clan doesn't even know that turning eyes can actually evolve. Anyway, I feel like it has been very easy to traffic in. Yi Feng thought silently in his heart. Due to his character, Hinata has been living a very difficult life, even with some psychological distortions. He didn't dare to resist the arrangement the family had made for him. At the same time, he felt very tired and confused, but he couldn't stop and could only accept everything passively. Just like the children he had abducted before, he can easily take them home with a little trick. Whether it is made into a specimen or thrown into the laboratory. Chapter 32, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 32 close black lens bracket The moonlight is beautiful ninja school, Friday. I don't know if it is intentional or coincidental. Every time the night breeze comes, it is time for physical education. Either physical training or throwing kunai. Occasionally, these students will be arranged for one-on-one duels. The rule definitely is also the first in the friendship match and the second. However, the tale of a certain crane often fought hard with the first-ranking criminal. Some girls also started to swear with wide foreheads and, well, wild boars in their mouths. Swish, a kunai shot out. Yi Feng raised his head slightly and then dodged this coup. Ah, sorry, Oino appeared with a long golden ponytail. Probably it was a mistake when throwing, and I didn't notice anyone coming over. Brad, this is the second time you have thrown something that almost hurt me. Yi Feng said with a smile. Ah, sorry, Ino quickly apologized. Brother Feng also came to see Hinata today? With that, Ino asked again. Hyuga K's often comes to the school to visit the file-sized sister of the Hyuga family. Well, send some desserts to Miss Hinata, Ino will pay attention next time, too. It's not good if it hurts people, the night wind slowly said. For some reason, Ino approached the outside, and he felt that this very ordinary boy had a hint of handsomeness. It is clear that the eyes are not good-looking, and the appearance is very ordinary. Why is there such an illusion? Ino couldn't figure it out a little. A short while. Miss Hinata, don't play hide and seek, I have a blank eye. Yi Feng smiled and said. With a rustling sound, the reddish little girl appeared on the branches. Looked at the night wind, and then jumped down, elder brother. Hinata smiled honestly and kindly. Today is the dessert Xiao Hong Hong specially made for you. It's ball skewers. Yi Feng said, handing over a bag expertly. With a sunny, harmless smile on the face of humans and animals. Even 3 generations here would never think that this was Da Xuan, his most optimistic disciple. Miss Hinata, your white eyes are still so beautiful. There is still something to do today. I will go back first, and you will train slowly here. Advertisement. If any classmates bully you, please tell me, and make sure that all his butts are drawn into 8 halves. Yi Feng waved his hand, and soon walked away. Hinata bit a ball in his mouth and watched the boy's handsome back away. This guy is really free, so optimistic and cheerful, it doesn't seem to be the separation of the Hyuga family. Hyuga wind. Konoha. Safflower dessert shop. The young man lay lazily on a bench, like a dead body. Hongdou occasionally chatted with the guests, and then looked at the figure not far away. Is Orochimaru a bad guy? There is no doubt that Orochimaru is definitely a bad guy, and also the villain of the villain, the kind of evil guy who has the potential to become the ultimate boss. If Qianshojian was alive, he would probably complain about the evil snake charmer. The man seems to have no interest in women, definitely not interested in men either. It's just that he doesn't seem to hate Itsuki being close to him, so Itsuki can be willful occasionally, acting like a baby in a man's arms, and is willing to get close to this man. This is the case in the past, and it is the same today. Master Orochimaru, it's time to get off work, Hongdou whispered, blowing heat into the man's ears. Yi Feng seemed to be asleep, with a copy of Clinical Uses of Chakra Sword on his face, and the person who wrote the book was Tsunade. Grown-ups. Itsuki gently took off the book, and the man seemed to be asleep. She wanted to get closer and give a kiss or something, but Yi Feng had woken up. What to eat for dinner? The sound of the night wind was calm. Most of the time, his voice was calm. Barbecue? Pizza? It's still ramen or something. Yi Feng looked at the dim sky outside the window and said softly. He likes this little girl, so he can let Red Bean decide on such trivial matters. I want to see the original Orochimaru-sama, Red Bean said. 2 burning clouds appeared on his face, but he still mustered up the courage to speak out. What? Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment and didn't react for a while. Because people think that Lord Orochimaru looks very handsome when he is young, as long as it is Lord Orochimaru, whatever it looks like. Hongdou said intermittently. The more I spoke, the more I blushed, the lower my voice became. Speaking of the end, the whole person has lowered his head, and occasionally glanced at it to see the changes in Yi Feng's face. If a man is unhappy, she will apologize immediately. Really, advertisement, This will misunderstand the readers. I'm attacking. Yi Feng smiled slightly. He stretched out his hand to pick up Itsuki Bean's shin, and then returned to his normal appearance. Long black hair floating, golden snake eyes, delicate facial features and pale skin, like a critically ill patient in a neurological hospital. However, in the eyes of Red Bean, there were countless small golden stars. Your eyes are so beautiful. Yi Feng lowered his head slightly and kissed the gray-brown eyeball of Hongdou's right eye. Well, the girl was hot and her eyes blurred. Whether, I love you, or, I like you, these are unnecessary things at this moment. There is no need to confess, everyone knows each other's mind. Itsuki Beans gently hugged the man's neck with his backhand, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his face was filled with happiness. Maybe this moment let her die, she will leave with a smile. But Yifeng wouldn't do that. Grown-ups. Hongdou's voice was a little shy and nervous. Yi Feng quickly shifted the target and sealed the girl's lips with a deep kiss. No matter what Itsuki was trying to say just now, there is only a respite now. A long time. The long kiss finally ended, and the night wind held the Red Bean in his arms. Happy. Yi Feng smiled evilly. For the shy expression of Hongdou, he seems to like it quite a bit. Itsuki replied lowly. How happy are you? Yi Feng asked, narrowing his eyes. The soul is light and fluttering, wanting to be eaten all, as if sinking into the sea. Master Orochimaru is the most important person for me in this world, before and in the future. Hongdou smiled happily. That's good. Yi Feng patted the girl's soft face and said with satisfaction. Soon. The white-eyed boy and Red Beans are walking on the streets of Konoha. Dinner is a barbecue restaurant. The moon tonight is very round, and there is not a single dark cloud on the clean night sky. Shikamaru, Ino, and Dingsei happened to be eating barbecue, and the wind didn't try to call roar. Probably too lazy to go. The moonlight is beautiful. The street outside the window is also very beautiful. Some people look at the moonlight, others look at people who admire the moonlight. In whose dreams the moon appears, and in whose dreams there appear people watching the moon. Chapter 33, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 33 close black lens bracket Uchiha Annihilation Konoha 55 years. Uchiha, the once glorious Konoha clan, finally gradually came to an end. Uchiha Itachi finally chose his brother and let that stupid brother live. He personally destroyed the family, at least when Uchiha was still a member of Konoha, he was responsible for the black pot and the crime. If he is the only one, it must be a little difficult, after all, Uchiha has a lot of powerhouses. So Danzo will help, and the people of Akatsuki will also act with Danzo. Teacher, are you going to do it tomorrow? Red Bean was a little excited, but also a little nervous. Yi Feng nodded. 3 generations finally acquiesced to this plan. Although he did not intervene, he would not organize the actions of Danzo and Itachi. He agreed to Itachi and let Sasuke live. The person who contacted Akatsuki by Danzo happened to be in Konoha, and the people in charge were Fei and Dashemaru. This is what the leader Pain meant. It may not be clear to the members of Bai's Shao organization, but Pain is very afraid of Fei. This guy has existed since the beginning of the Shao organization. Oshimaru, remember what you promised me. In the gloomy basement, Tuan Zhang said coldly. He was wrapped in a white bandage, and he was leaning on a crutches in his right hand. You also remember to give me more Shulenian. Yi Feng smiled disapprovingly. He appeared tonight in the original face of Oshimaru, which is the impression of him from the outside world. Used the transformation technique without revealing what he is now. As for his deal with Danzo, he helped transplant an arm of intercolumn cells into Danzo, and planted more than a dozen chakras. As a condition of exchange, he could also get a part of chakras. Definitely, Alfie will also take some away. All in all, everyone was very happy this time. Evening. Konoha is as brightly lit as ever. However, the atmosphere in the Uchiha clan residence outside the village is very strange. A few crows flew in the sky occasionally, as if they smelled death. This is destined to be a night of bloodshed, somewhere. That's right, is this your choice? Itachi, the man said lightly. Dad, The 13-year-old boy had tears in his eyes, and the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. This is the first time he shed tears since becoming a ninja. You are my son, and I respect your decision, advertisement. But Sasuke. I beg you. A smile appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. The woman beside him also smiled slightly, sorry. Itachi said slowly. Despite the tears, his eyes gradually became firmer. This is inevitable, a decision that must be made for the family and the village. He can accept everything, but he can't let his brother die, so he chooses to bear all the darkness. The 2 bodies fell to the ground, blood soaking the floor. The room was completely silent, and the boy's eyes were full of sadness, but soon all his feelings receded like a tide, turning into a cold and merciless man. When he walked out of this room, he was no longer Konoha's ninja Uchiha Itachi, but a rebellious ninja Uchiha Itachi. The killing has just begun. If you want to do it, you can do it, but you don't want to do it anyway. A Fei looked at Da Shiwan and said softly, oh. Yi Feng nodded. The ninjas at the root have surrounded here, and even made a barrier, just to exterminate them all. As a Fei walked into a private house, a screaming scream announced the start of the battle. In less than a minute, a Fei walked out of the house. In the room, men, women and children were not spared. Whether it's eye-opening or not, you can't escape the fate of death tonight. A man in a whirlpool mask walked past Holmes. the night wind swayed slowly on the street. Soon, someone noticed a ninja invasion in the family residence. Uchiha began to resist, but with little success. The roots damp the surrounding area, and it's impossible for the outside to know what's going on inside. Amidst the chaos of war, the screams and the sound of ninjutsu explosions one after another. A Fae is immune to physical attacks, and quickly reaps lives by relying on imagining. The smell of blood is very strong in the air. Itachi. Itachi, I am here. A young girl ran up in a panic. A few dozen meters behind her, Alfie was fighting several Uchiha's clansmen. But she didn't notice, Uchiha Itachi was also carrying a knife in his hand, which was stained with blood. Izumi Uchiha? Yi Feng noticed this scene and watched with interest. This girl, a genius at the same time as Uchiha Itachi, also opened the three-hooked jade. Although it did not open the kaleidoscope like Itachi, it was also very good. Moreover, the relationship between Quan and Itachi is quite ambiguous. Advertisement: without this rebellion, there might be a chance to get married and have children in the future. Spring. A trace of unbearable flashed in Itachi's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Does he not like springs? That's negative. But tonight he had no choice, either he would kill her himself, or she would be killed by someone else. Itachi? Only then did the girl notice that Itachi's expression was very painful, completely different from her usual gentle appearance. She always believes in Itachi. Even if he was carrying a bloody knife, he would not have thought that the blood of his tribe was flowing on it. It was like the night of the Kyuubi rebellion. She was almost hit by the fallen house. Itachi saved her. She believes Itachi can also solve the trouble this time and save her and her people. Someone sighed. It's not a ferret with a complicated mood, but the night breeze. Itachi's eyes really turned into a kaleidoscope shape, which also meant that he was going to do something stupid. Izumi Uchiha didn't react at all, and fell into Itachi's illusion. Monthly reading. This is a very powerful illusion technique that can even make a person be chopped for 3 days and 3 nights with a knife, but in reality only 1 second has passed. It's such a perverted technique. Illusion is always beautiful, even if it is false, it still makes people addicted. Itachi did not speak, but looked at the girl who passed out in his arms for a long time. In the moon reading space he set up for the spring, it was a completely peaceful and beautiful happy world. The Uchiha family and the village settled the negotiations peacefully, and the two also lived a happy life. The two married and had children, watching the Uchiha family flourish. As time got older, and finally ended a beautiful life with a smile. This illusion is not 3 days, this is 60 years. In the moon reading space, Itachi gave Quan a completely different life. So even though Quan was unconscious now, the corners of his mouth still raised a subtle arc, looking so happy. Is it really worth it? For a woman? Yi Feng shook his head. A Fae, who was in disguise with soil, was still slaughtering, so he didn't bother to pay attention to Itachi. But the night wind can tell that Uchiha Itachi's body is already overwhelmed, and the use of his eyes beyond the limit will cause great damage to the body. With this illusion alone, Itachi would lose more than 10 years of life. Soon, Itachi slashed Quan's neck with a knife and placed it in the corner of the street. When he turned around, there was no expression on his face, and he continued to slaughter his own people. Chapter 34, Auto-generated chapter title, 34, My Stupid Brother. Then, this is yours. Danzo handed over 33 Go Jade Uchiha clan riding wheel eyes. These eyeballs are placed in a glass container and soaked in the green solution. I will do an arm transplant for you in 3 days. Yi Feng didn't break his promise and said readily. As for the side with soil, he accepted more riding round eyes, after all, he contributed the most. It has only been an hour since the beginning of the massacre, but the entire Uchiha clan's residence has been silent. The ground is full of bloody corpses, and the eyeballs have been taken away. Tuan Zhang glanced at Da Xuan last and disappeared without a trace with the roots. There is no nostalgia for bringing the soil, and he left directly with the spoils. Yi Feng went to look at Fu Yu's room and found that his eyeballs had disappeared. It was probably taken by Itachi, and he didn't want to be succeeded by outsiders. As for whether to destroy or keep it for yourself, I'm afraid only Itachi knows. At this point, the night wind also left the Uchiha station. More than an hour passed. The young master of the Uchiha family only returned home at this time, because today's ninjutsu training is a bit heavy. But Sasuke walked into the family residence, only to find the deathly silence here. Usually there are more or less people, but now there is nothing. What happened? The 7-year-old Sasuke had some doubts. He smelled the rich smell in the air, but he was not sure that it was the smell of blood. What's the matter? I just felt that someone was there. Sasuke looked at the telegraph pole that was not far away. There was no light, there was no sound in the darkness of the residence, and it was obviously not time to go to bed. After walking through an alley, Sasuke finally realized that something was wrong. There were icy corpses lying all over the floor, with traces of ninjutsu battles, and a lot of sufferings left on the ground with blood everywhere. The face of the dead is either unwilling or desperate. Sasuke's brain was blank, and he almost stopped thinking. Subconsciously, the young Sasuke walked towards home, in case his parents and brother also. Sasuke didn't dare to think about it anymore, and his pace was 2 points faster. Really, I didn't see a living person along the way, there were corpses all over the place. Some have seen it, some don't know it, most of them have their eyes gouged out, and the scene is extremely bloody. Dad, Mom, as Sasuke ran, Roar called, he finally saw his home. He opened the wooden door tremblingly and walked in. It was very quiet inside, and no one answered his roar call. But Sasuke put down the ninja bag he carried with him, took off his shoes, and walked into the room. Advertisement: he was lucky. In fact, his parents were alive and survived, or, in fact, everything in front of him was a nightmare. Dad, Mom, are you there? Sasuke continued roar shouting, but still did not answer him. He walked to the door of that room, but he didn't dare to move anymore, he didn't dare to open the door. Move. Move. Sasuke's gasping sound became heavier, and his body kept shaking. Squeak, the wooden door was pushed open. The worst case really happened. A man and a woman fell to the ground, and the ground was covered with blood. Dad, Mom. Sasuke walked in quickly. I wanted to get close to the two, but found a man slowly walking out of the shadows, dressed in a ninja costume and equipped with a long knife. Sasuke's face changed, and he backed away, but when the man's face was exposed in the moonlight, Sasuke realized that it was his brother. Uchiha Itachi. This was the first living person he saw in the family, and it was his own brother. Sasuke found comfort in his heart immediately. Elder brother. Why? Why would Mom and Dad? Why are they like this?
Who did it? Sasuke was anxious and desperate. Swish. At this time, Itachi threw a ninja flying darts, cut Sasuke's left shoulder clothes, and nailed it to the wall. Elder brother, what you do? Sasuke was taken aback. But Itachi looked cold, with a cold expression from start to finish. What are you doing, brother? Sasuke felt even more anxious. Suddenly the people of the tribe were all dead, and the only brother alive behaved strangely. My stupid brother. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Itachi said calmly. Sengoku writing round eyes began to change, and then turned into a form that Sasuke had never seen before. The powerful pupil technique suddenly exploded, and the moon reading space pulled Sasuke into it. This is a bloody space. Here, Itachi will keep repeating a picture. The scenes of killing parents with their own swords, and the scenes of killing every tribe by their own hands. He wants to ensure that his brother becomes a strong one. Ah, advertisement. Don't let me see this kind of thing. Why would my brother do this? Sasuke's spirit began to collapse in the illusion. Killing each of the tribesmen and the parents at home was all done by Uchiha Itachi with a knife. Those kind old grandpas and old ladies, those older brothers and sisters, as well as younger brothers and sisters, his favorite parents, all the people of the race. Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Itachi still maintained his image, showing no flaws, let alone the slightest fatigue. Do not kill me. People like you have no value in killing. My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, and live ugly. Flee as best as you can, and stay alive as best as you can. The next day. The news of the destruction of the Uchiha clan soon spread throughout the village. Uchiha Itachi wiped out his family and was directly named an S-rank rebel. The only survivor, Uchiha Sasuke, was lying in the hospital, and it was said that his spirit was a little abnormal. No one knows where Uchiha Itachi went, or why Uchiha Itachi did it. However, many families began to care about the property and land occupied by the Uchiha clan, and some people were concerned about where the riders went. Most of them just sigh with emotion, and then continue their ordinary life. I can't do anything by myself, and no matter how much I care about, I can't change what has happened. It's terrible. Hinata was resting under the tree, and was shocked by the news. Fortunately, the Hyuga family is safe. Yi Feng said next to him. Moreover, after the Uchiha clan left, the Hyuga clan just so well can claim that they are the #1 clan of Konoha. This time he got dozens of 3-hook jade eyeballs, which was good. Miss Hinata, if one day, instead of Hyuga, I become another person, will Miss Hinata still consider me a friend? What does my brother mean when he suddenly said this? For example, if you make a big mistake, kill someone or something, will Miss Hinata still consider me a friend? Quote. My brother is my brother, no matter what. At that time, Hinata will definitely visit his elder brother in prison often, and then encourage his elder brother to be a good man again. Prison. Can anyone in the world catch him now? But this is all indifferent. Chapter 35 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 35 close black lens bracket undercurrent is surging. Time can always heal many injuries. Shi Raihong often had nightmares. In the dream was a man who couldn't see his face. He took away his eyes blankly, and then placed them carefully. In fact, she was very happy when she came back from her life, but she was still very confused and terrified. What is the teacher thinking? Kurama Yakumo patted red in a daze. This is a little girl with dark red hair. Her hair is very dark, her face is beautiful, and she looks very cute. As the descendant of the Pommel Horse family, he is also a red student with a high ability in illusion. It's a pity that she is a little weaker, and she is always sick. Everyone in the family says that she is not suitable for synthesis as a ninja. Nothing. Hong shook his head. It's better not to tell the students about the miserable experience of yourself, it's not good to scare her. Hey, girl, you pinch me. The voice of the boy sounded. Edzuki looked at the two people walking in the distance. It was a teenager from the Hyuga family with those white eyes. Normal appearance, about 14 or 15 years old. And beside him is a very young and beautiful girl, who seems to be a few years older than a teenager, with a full body and a cute smile on her face. No, people like that. The girl held the boy's hand tightly and narrowed her eyes with a smile. Under the light of the setting sun, Hong watched the two walking away silently. They were really happy lovers. She suddenly remembered a guy named Asma. That man was one of the sons of 3 generations of Hokage, and he had been showing her kindness since he was a student. But she has been very upset recently, and she doesn't bother to deal with that guy. Do you want to think about it? Or forget it? Hong took Yakumo for a walk for a while. It rained in the morning, the air was very fresh, and the soil under my feet felt soft and comfortable. Konoha village is always so quiet. But the undercurrents are always raging under the quiet. ... It's night time. Yifeng and Hongdou walked out of a ramen shop. There was a scent in the air, which successfully seduced the red beans into the flower shop. The store is small, but the variety of flowers inside is not small. The one who looked at the shop was a middle-aged man who was a little unsmiling, with blonde hair, probably of the type who didn't speak very well. After saying welcome, there is no more text. Are there any guests? Advertisement. Dad, you are always like this, alas. A little girl came out of the room. Wearing a golden ponytail, compared to her father who is not very good at talking, she is more generous with a smile on her face. Hey, it's brother Hyuga Wind. What flowers do you want? Ino blinked curiously. Looking at Hongdou, she saw this beautiful woman for the first time. I used to see Hyuga K's at ninja school, and this boy was always with Hinata file-size sister. The middle-aged man didn't mean to pay attention to this, but just continued to read the newspaper in his hand. Bring Xiao Hong out to buy some flowers. Yi Feng smiled slightly. It can't be called red bean, just called Xiao Zhao Hong or Xiao Hong Hong or something like that. Huh, there are pink roses. Hongdou glanced around, and finally stopped on a few pink flowers. Whether it is a rose or a pink, they are all things that are extremely destructive to girls. The integration of the two makes it even more irresistible. Yi Feng doesn't matter. Anyway, it's good for Itsuki beans to be happy, and he is also willing to spend a small amount of money to make Itsuki beans happy. Does sister like it? How much do you want? Ino still smiled. I want them all, Yi Feng said. Hongdou leapt forward happily and kissed the boy on the cheek. At this time, Ino made sure that the two of them were really lovers. A short while. Goodbye, brother. Ino expertly packed the pink roses and handed them to Itsuki beans. Goodbye, Yi Feng lazily agreed. At this time, they hugged the red beans, and the two slowly went home. Late at night, Hongdou was asleep in the bed, but the night breeze changed to what it used to be. Putting on Akatsuki's uniform, he used the earth to escape to a cold basement on the outskirts of Konoha. Grown-ups. Waiting here for a long time. Advertisement. There are a few ninjas from Otonin village on one side, with some experimental equipment behind their backs. Let's go. The golden snake eyes of the night breeze were very clear in the night, and the hoarse and cold voice made everyone afraid to slacken the slightest. Soon, a crowd of people came to the entrance of the basement. Several Otonin village ninjas were in charge of the sentry, while 2 and Orochimaru walked in with these things. It's just 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, you are really punctual. Danzo's voice faintly sounded. More than 30 root ninjas are standing by behind, and with just one gesture from him, countless ninjutsu can instantly drown Orochimaru. So cautious, you really deserve to be the leader of the roots. Yi Feng said lightly. I opened the experimental equipment next to my pocket. Inside were the prepared intercolumn cells, a dozen or so writing wheels provided by Tuan Zhang, and tools for surgery. Explain in advance, if these things are exposed. What will you become? Whether you are killed by Konoha or imprisoned, I don't care about you. Yi Feng was expressionless. Then you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of these powers myself. Tuan Zhang said lightly. In Uchiha's blood inheritance boundary, he discovered a kind of defying technique called Izanagi, but every time he uses it, he sacrifices a writing wheel. That's why he wanted to transplant an arm for himself and cultivate a writing wheel on it. Let's start. Yi Feng motioned to Tuan Zhang to lie on the operating table. Danzo is not afraid of Dashemaru's tricks, more than 30 people standing behind can do it at any time. 2 injected Danzang with paralytic drugs. Yi Feng cut off Danzang's right hand and took out the eyeball of his left eye. The white arm cultured from the intercolumn cells has a writing wheel eye implanted on it, and this thing is connected to the right arm of Tuan Zhang, and then a sealing technique is performed to inhibit the activity of the intercolumn cells. Finally, transplant another eyeball that writes round eyes to Danzo's left eye. After all this is done, you are basically done, and only the finishing touches are left. 3 hours later, Danzo mastered his new right arm and left eye, and was very satisfied with the newly acquired ability. Izanagi is a technique that can change reality, letting everything develop in his own direction, and it simply cost him more than a dozen lives. Farewell. Yi Feng left with his pocket and disappeared into the underground base. The ninjas of Otonin village and 2 returned to the base, and the Nightwind returned to Konoha again. Itachi Uchiha met pain and now he has joined Akatsuki's organization, but the organization has been relatively idle recently, so he didn't arrange a task for him. And he didn't bother to combine with Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is considered Konoha's spy, but only Konoha's senior officials know about this news. As for Itachi's ability, he doesn't like Sukudori. Amaterasu will be delivered to Sasuke sooner or later, and he will just take Sasuke's eyes directly. Chapter 36 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 36 close black lens bracket rainy day. The next day, ninja school, training ground. Yekas came to visit Miss Hinata as usual, and Sasuke was as popular as ever. Rather, Sasuke is colder than before, but on the contrary, he is more loved by girls. He has a good face, and his strength ranks first in the whole year. He is also the only survivor of Uchiha, the favorite type of little girls. Does Hinata-san have anything to worry about? Yi Feng said. Hinata was absent-minded from the beginning. I guess it's about sister Huahuo file size. Yi Feng smiled slightly. Hyuga Hanaho, Hinata's younger sister, is just over 2 years old now. In about a year or two, that little girl will also start training soft boxing, and exercise the ability of white eyes, and so on. As a member of the Hyuga sect family, this is the destiny of birth. I don't really want, the fireworks are like me. Hinata said quietly. This kind of thinking is great rebelliousness, and she only dared to presume it on the face of Yi Feng. Whatever you are destined to be when you are born, it is a wrong thing to think from that kind of perspective. But everyone is accustomed to take it for granted. If anyone mumbles all day that I don't want to be a ninja and want to sell ramen, that's weird. Is it always true? Hinata felt very confused, but she did not dare to talk to her strict father, and she would only be scolded if she said it. Humans' ability has limits. The more people work in scheming, the more they will discover the limits of mankind. I'm not a man anymore, Jojo. Humans are such creatures that deceive themselves and others not willing to admit the truth. Yi Feng speaks like an old man. Hinata heard it inexplicably, and felt that the Heliowind was also inexplicable. Definitely, Hyuga Case has always been a baffling person. I don't want to put the welfare of the family. I would rather go outside to work as a waiter and eat a little girl's soft rice. Why do they have such a good relationship? This is probably also inexplicable. A rare weekend. Fairy mode, rub balls. 2 words came out of the boy's mouth. In fact, it is not a fairy model, it has almost become his physique. Use natural chakras to activate the physique of ninjutsu. As for rolling balls, the full name is Helixwan, which condenses the chakras into a high-speed rotating form and attacks the enemy. It was the 4th generation of Naruto to research the ninjutsu invented by the tail beast Jade, and it took several years. Ordinary meatballs are simple, but if you want to join the chakras change in nature, it will be too difficult. The reason why Naruto's hanging force was successful is that it relied on the huge amount of chakras to exercise with unlimited shadow duplication, thus accumulating a lot of experience. Advertisement. Yi Feng thought silently. The normal form of Helix Maru is actually quite bad, and many ninjas will do it. For example, Jiraiya and Kimu are 5/5 open. But it takes a lot of practice to add the change of chakra nature to the spiral pill. Unfortunately, there are not so many chakras on him. Moreover, it is completely impossible to practice this kind of ninjutsu inside Konoha without revealing his identity. Are you leaving? Itsuki said suddenly. Maybe. Yi Feng dissipated the blue balls in his hand, and said lightly. It rained suddenly outside the window. The passers-by were soaked in soup and ran home one after another. The blonde boy is one of them. Probably it was too far away from home, so he chose to hide from the rain under the eaves. Unfortunately, he didn't know that there were 2 Anbu guarding him secretly at any time. No matter it was heavy rain or heavy snow, no matter the wind or the sun, there were always 2 masked guys quietly watching him. Definitely, Naruto Uzumaki didn't originally know about this. Hello, little guy, would you like to come in and sit down? Hongdou walked out the door and smiled slightly. What? Oh, yes, thank you. Naruto was stunned, then smiled silly. In the village, it is rare for someone to show such a friendly smile to him. 3 generations of old men count as 1, Mr. Iruka counts as 1, and there is also the owner of the Yeel ramen shop, Dinky and Shikamaru. He has few friends, so he remembers each one clearly. Would you like some cake? Yi Feng glanced at Naruto and asked. I have no money. The little boy scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It's okay, please take care of you. The night wind said calmly. Itsuki Beans took out 2 cakes from the window and placed them in front of Naruto. Thank you, brother. Naruto finally showed a happy smile. He definitely knows this white-eyed teenager, and often spends time with the silent white-eyed girl in the class. It's just that neither of them has ever played Roar. Oh, it's raining. I wanted to buy a gift for Sasuke. A girl's voice sounded. It was a little girl with short pink hair, holding a small umbrella and walking into the cake shop. Sakura. Naruto was so happy that he greeted Roar quickly. Advertisement. It's Naruto. Kozakura was taken aback for a moment, and then said disappointedly. Obviously, she didn't really like this fellow in the same class, but on the contrary, Naruto seemed to like her very much. 2 pieces of red bean cake. Sakura didn't respond to Naruto much, just picked out cakes. After paying for the red beans, he quickly left the cake shop under the umbrella. Did not say goodbye to Naruto, and definitely did not ask Naruto if he wanted to leave with an umbrella. The little girl who springs heart is full of Sasuke, where there is any extra thought to pay attention to Naruto. Careless, always making troubles and causing trouble to others, and the grades are still the tail of the crane, who would like this kind of fool. But Naruto didn't think much. It's already a pleasure to meet Sakura in such a place. Goodbye. Soon, Naruto ate the cake. The heavy rain didn't mean to stop, and Naruto was too embarrassed to stay here, so he disappeared into the street in the rain. As soon as Naruto left, the two ninjas in the dark also left from the roof. Red beans. Huh, what's the matter, teacher? Can you not lie on my back? I'm very tired. Cannot. Actually, I have a disease that makes me unhappy if I don't lie on my teacher's back. Really? The Wanshi guy always said that he wanted human girls' sacrifices recently, and he yelled at me a few words, I think. Teacher, I was wrong. ... Snee. Another girl's voice sounded, and it seemed to have caught a cold. The affectionate Nightwind and Hongdou turned around and saw the blonde little Loli standing at the door, his clothes soaked in blonde hair pressed to his back. Little Loli took off his shoes after entering the door, and it was also full of rain. Brother Feng, and sister. Hi everybody. Ino grinned broadly, as bright as sunshine. Obviously, they are not very familiar with each other, but they seem to be good friends for many years, or some distant relatives. Can you give me a towel? My hair is wet and I want to dry it. By the way, it would be better if I could change into a suit. Can I take a hot bath here? Please, Ino said with a smile. Hongdou felt that the current child was really bold, but Yifeng continued to look out the window with an indifferent expression on his face. Come with me. Hongdou took Loli up to the second floor. Chapter 37 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 37 close black lens bracket scheming BCH. Soon. You are very enthusiastic. Yifeng looked at Hongdou and said with a smile. It seems to be called Ino or something, it's pretty cute. Lovely girls must be privileged. Hongdou said frankly. I'm going to make some medicinal soup for her, she seems to have a cold. Adzuki Beans went to the kitchen again. As a disciple of Dashawan, she naturally understands a lot of basic medical knowledge, so she can easily get some cold medicine. Well, there are no smaller clothes. Ino took a hot bath and walked down wearing a red bean suit. The trousers and jacket are very large, making her compact. Little girl, have you always been so familiar with others? Yifeng asked with a smile. Isn't my brother often with Hinata? I thought, Hinata and I are classmates, so we round up, aren't everyone good friends? Ino lightly smiled. Sitting on the opposite side of the night breeze, I also learned the posture of the night breeze to watch the rain outside the window. Rounding. Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Obviously your relationship with Hinata is not good, right? This rounding is really outrageous. Is the math taught by the physical education teacher? But it doesn't matter. Hongdou is actually right, cute girls are always privileged. He is not the type that everyone wants to kill, and occasionally teasing a little girl can be a joy in life. Ino sauce. I have boiled the medicine for you, so you won't catch a cold after drinking it. Adzuki Beans came out carrying a bowl and placed it in front of Ino. Thank you sister. Ino agreed. I don't know how to make a bitter medicine that doesn't look like it. So bitter. Ino couldn't help frowning. In the end, it was Ino who insisted on drinking a bowl of medicine. Want to eat cake? Yifeng asked with a smile. Although it was a questioning tone, in fact, Hongdou had already taken the cake and put it on the table, as well as a cup of warm water. I have no money. Ino said embarrassedly. I took a shower here and used Xiao Hong's clothes. I thought you already regarded this as your home. Yifeng smiled. It makes sense. Ino soon began to enjoy desserts. Advertisement. The rain outside the window doesn't seem to stop for a while, so it's nice to sit here. Soon. There is an umbrella here, just go back and get the umbrella. Adzuki said again. Ino looked at the night breeze lying on the bench that seemed to be asleep, and curled his lips. This guy is obviously very enthusiastic about Hinata, why is he a little cold to himself? Is it an illusion? Thanks. Although he thought so in his heart, Ino still took Adzuki Bean's umbrella. The rain is still falling, but it is not so heavy anymore. The clothes and umbrella on you are waiting for you to return here next time. 2 days later. Afternoon. Ino brought clothes and umbrellas, and ordered cakes here. Elder brother. Ino greeted Roar very affectionately, and it seemed that he really regarded this place as his home. Oh. Yifeng nodded, and then continued reading. When it comes to medical ninjutsu, I have to mention a woman who is also familiar with him, Tsunade. The woman's medical skills are still very good. For example, the spine nerves in his hand. Big brother. Another voice sounded. Yifeng put down the book and found that the girl Sakura was there, and she looked very intimate with Ino. What is going on here? The little girls are not jealous for Sasuke's fight for the wind. Isn't it reconciled? What? Yifeng was a little surprised. Haruno Sakura was obviously not as generous and talkative as Ino, but she called Roar and stayed next to Ino and didn't speak. To be honest, Yifeng doesn't really like girls like Haruno Sakura. It's definitely not that Haruno Sakura has a problem, it's him who has the problem. This little girl is average, and at best, she has a serious star chaser disease, which is not a big mistake. But for him, this girl is not pleasing. Sasuke is his thing. He hates people thinking about him, even though this is just a 7-year-old girl. Love or something, if you think that others are cold and handsome, you think you have met true love. The little girl now is really hopeless. But compared with these, Yifeng is more curious about how the two little girls reconcile. If I remember correctly, there is a guy named Uchiha Sasake in your class. Yifeng said. Yes. Sakura was a little at a loss, but he didn't expect that Yifeng would mention Sasuke. Yes, there is Sasuke. Advertisement. Ino still smiled. Sasuke is very popular, right? Little girls of your age, you should really like that type. Yi Feng took a sip of tea and said with a chuckle. Sure enough, Kozakura blushed immediately. As for Ino, he looked a little embarrassed. Sasuke is really handsome. However, recently I suddenly felt that friends are more important. It's better to say that you like it, it's a guy who likes rebellion. The handsome look is more like an admiration. Ino said solemnly. It is hard to imagine that this is the consciousness of a 7-year-old child. Yi Feng smiled, and said nothing. The awakening that had to wait until the ninja school graduated, it seemed that Ino had already recognized the reality in advance. Brother has time to play with us today. Ino invited. I work here, I don't have time to accompany you. Yi Feng replied. Work. Ino and Sakura looked at the night breeze. This guy is sitting here holding a book, and he doesn't hire raw guests. It seems that Red Bean is at work. Eat soft rice. Do you understand what soft rice is? Yi Feng smiled. Xiao Honghong is the niece of the boss, and the boss is a waste house without a wife and children, so it is equivalent to me being the boss here. Life is so comfortable and relaxed, isn't it much better than a ninja? Yi Feng smiled. Quote. The two little girls were silent. The society is really insidious and indifferent, and this seemingly harmless big brother turned out to be a scheming BCH. But in fact, the two girls were wrong. This is more than a scheming BCH can describe, this is a guy who kills without blinking and has no integrity. If one day comes in interest, maybe they will be trafficked, then gouged out, and then throw them in the laboratory. Brother, were you kidding me just now? Ino couldn't help but said. What, don't you guys see this? I'm definitely joking. Actually, the boss is a kind person. He has already regarded me as a son-in-law, so he will indulge me to be lazy. There was a smile on Yi Feng's face. Time seems to be almost 2. What's the end? It's nothing, just suddenly remembered Miss Hinata's eyes, they are really beautiful and gentle. Humph. Chapter 38 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 38 close black lens bracket trafficking. A week later, the resident of the Hyuga clan. Very rare, Yi Feng returned to his small room unexpectedly. Definitely, I didn't bring red beans with me this time. He came home to pack up some things. As for Hongdou, he was packing up the things that should be taken away from the safflower dessert shop. It's almost time to leave Konoha, he has a lot of things to deal with. For example, the task assigned to him by the organization, the change of the chakra nature of rubbing balls, the research of the first generation of cells, and the blood curse imprint, and so on. It happened to be a holiday, and Hinata was also practicing at home. As for the child Hyuga Hanao, there is a servant to take care of him at all times. Speaking of which, he hates taking care of children. Fortunately, there are enough people under him. Since Shang Rong has been thrown to Honglian for training, he can leave the fireworks to her as well. No matter how many times I see it, it is also a collection of artworks. Yefeng packed up some things casually. Except for some books, the most precious thing is the blood-red magnificent eyeballs. Sunset eyes. Before long, Yi Feng appeared at the patriarch's residence. He had a good relationship with Hinata, so no one stopped him along the way. Brother Feng. Hinata had bare feet and wore a black body-fitting training suit. In a room with a wooden floor, a few dummies were practicing soft boxing. Hyuga Nisa is also in the room, supervising her daughter's training very seriously. Sure enough, he was a traditional and strict man. My patriarch. Yefeng bowed respectfully. Hyuga nodded, and said nothing. Hinata continued to train, while the night wind was watching. It's noon. Continue this afternoon. After the patriarch left a word, he left the cabin. As for Hyuga, he didn't bother to care about anything. Those who split the family didn't dare to have any bad thoughts, and it was good for Hinata to make more friends. Miss Hinata, you are so beautiful today. Yi Feng smiled slightly. After a lot of exercise, Hinata was sweating profusely, and his little face was flushed. White eyes have always been considered by Yi Feng to be an ugly eye, but in Hinata's body, such eyes are unexpectedly harmonious. Thanks. Hinata was accustomed to Yefeng's praise, but was still a little shy. Advertisement. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Miss Huahuo yet. After lunch, can Miss Hinata take me to see you? Yi Feng smiled. Hinata nodded. Soon, the two had lunch outside. The training time of Hinata in the afternoon starts at 2 o'clock, so Yefeng still has 2 hours to be trafficked. Oh no, just chat with the two file-size sisters. After an hour, Hinata changed into a kimono at home, and enjoyed a lunch with Yi Feng. The two returned to the station again, and came to the room of Sister Huahuo file size. The 2-year-old Xiao Huahuo fell asleep, and a white-eyed woman in her 20s was waiting patiently by her side. Miss Hinata, the servant respectfully said. Hinata nodded, then walked to his sister's bed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. She likes her sister very much. Yi Feng also looked at this little girl, showing an expression of interest. This is the real white-eyed princess, the purest person in the generation of Hyuga, and probably the purest among these generations. It's a pity that he is a little younger. This is fireworks. It's cute, Hinata said with a smile. Well, it's really cute. Yi Feng nodded. Hinata smiled happily. However, his face suddenly became tired, maybe because the previous training was too tired. Miss Hinata. The servant was surprised, and quickly walked over to help Hinata. But at this moment, Yi Feng smiled harmlessly. A hand knife stunned the woman, and then hugged the unconscious Hinata in his arms. This girl really trusted him too much. A sleeping pill was added to the meal, and Hinata didn't notice it from beginning to end. Definitely, it's not a big deal to be aware of it. Maybe he would persuade Hinata to leave with him. If Hinata doesn't want to, he would just kidnap it by force. Hyuga Wind. What the hell is Hyuga K's? Innocent passers-by who had been killed by him from the very beginning. After half an hour, the Hyuga family finally discovered something was wrong, and both Hinata-san and Huahuo-san disappeared. The people who definitely disappeared included Hyuga K's. At this time, Yi Feng had already used the earth to take a few women away from Konoha. The person in charge is Gurren. Advertisement. Do is busy doing experiments, so he won't bother him this time, but go to another base to rest. Master Orochimaru. Gurren looked at the fireworks in his arms with a dumbfounded expression. What happened? She is about to become a full-time nanny. One more is not more, one less is a lot, this child will be handed over to you. And Hinata too, Yi Feng said. Yes. Julian could only nod her head helplessly. Yefeng still maintains the appearance of Heliowind, while the Red Bean has changed back to its original appearance, wearing his favorite black silk fishing net. 6 hours later, everyone walked into a cave halfway up the mountain. This base was built in a cave, and it was left over from the curse seal experiment. There are also many detained experimental subjects. Definitely, it's basically worthless. It's just that Dashemaru didn't order to kill those guys, those people have survived to the present. A room. Yi Feng sat on the edge of the bed with Hinata who had fallen asleep on the bed. This is his exclusive room, no matter whether he is there or not, someone is responsible for cleaning it every day. Brother. After more than half an hour, the sky outside was a bit dark, and Hinata slowly woke up. Open your eyes, this is an extremely strange closed room. Although the lights are bright, the display is very strange. There are many books and strange glass containers with human eyeballs in them. Had it not been for the night wind, Hinata would be too nervous to say anything. I'm very sorry, Miss Hinata. Yi Feng said. Brother, where is this? Hinata was still very scared, and clutched Yi Feng's hand tightly. This is my home. This is not Konoha anymore. Although it is within the territory of the country of fire, the nearest place is called Odonan village. You and Huahuo will live here in the future. Yi Feng touched Hinata's head and said softly. My brother is not from the Hyuga clan, why is he outside the village? What the hell is this? Hinata was even more confused. Why does a member of the Hyuga family have such a home outside the village? And this time, she and Wahuo didn't know anything at all, so they were brought over. Because I have never been the heliotrope, Hinata. Hyuga Wind was killed by me long ago. Yi Feng slowly tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing pale skin, and his white eyes returned to normal golden snake pupils. Remove the disguise, this is a gloomy teenager with an evil smile on his mouth. Chapter 39 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 39 close black lens bracket welcome ceremony. You are. Hinata was speechless. This boy with golden snake pupils was so strange, his face was neither respectful nor gentle, but rather cruel. Is this his true face? My name is Dashemaru. Yes, it's the rebel who is wanted by Konoha. Yi Feng said calmly. Hinata did not speak, but lowered his head. Looking at the little girl's reaction, Yi Feng had already expected it. You don't have to worry about Huahuo, she is alive and well. When you are willing to speak and then knock on the door, someone will bring you to me. After pressing a sentence, the boy walked out of the closed room. He just said that he was alive and well, but he didn't say that he would not do anything else. Huahuo is still young, otherwise he will remove Huahuo's purest pair of eyes in the first place. In addition, Hanahuo and Hinata sisters are both precious experimental subjects. If a clone of two people is made, a large number of pure human bodies with white eyes may be cultivated. Mass production of rebirth eyes. Just thinking about Yi Feng makes a big laugh. The power of reincarnation eye pupil technique can even cut the moon in half. Many people do not say, only a dozen subordinates with rebirth eyes are needed, and the entire ninja world belongs to him. Gods block and kill gods, and Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. As for Wei Yi, that is the future, there are other ways to deal with it. From now on, she suddenly felt a little sad and a little happy. The sad thing is that he is indeed the son of a useless and incompetent clan, so he was taken away by others. Father must be crazy in a hurry now. Happily, maybe I don't need those hard and boring training in the future, but I am not sure what will happen to me in the future, whether I have a chance to survive. Orochimaru was originally wanted because it was suspected of arresting ninjas in the village, leading to the disappearance of a large number of people. Think about it as a terrible man. The other side. Laboratory. Grown-ups. Seeing Dashemaru appear, Julian hurriedly saluted. Master Orochimaru. Advertisement. Shang Rin also learned to say it in a decent way. She is not very clear about the past, but she knows that this man is a very powerful ninja, and there are many underground bases. The subordinates of Dashemaru told her so. In the past, Dudo would occasionally take time to teach her medical knowledge, but later she was too busy and gave her to Honglian. Honglian is a hot and cold woman, and she is also a strong woman. He is meticulous in handling affairs and carrying out tasks, and is also very friendly to Shang Rin, and is responsible for his duties. The experimental subjects here are useless. Yi Feng said. I see, my lord. Gurren nodded respectfully. Since there is no use value, there is only death, or being discarded at will. Dashemaru once did human experiments on animal genes, and finally created a lot of monsters combining humans and animals. Those humans usually have some signs of beast, such as scales and claws. Unfortunately, the genetic experiment failed in the end, and the ability of mutants was too weak. Although many experimental subjects were processed, there were also many who were too lazy to manage and discarded them at will. Anyway, it's just something of no use value. Oh, right. People invite Hinata out, and let her appreciate it by the way, just as a welcome ceremony. Yi Feng smiled. The clean smile looks sunny at first glance, but the more people who understand Dashemaru, the more they will feel awe and fear. Yes. Gurren walked away respectfully. Shang Rin also bends down, following Honglian like a small attendant. For a 7-year-old child. Could it be too cruel? Itsuki said suddenly. She herself thought this question was stupid, but she still asked it. If you want to talk about the reason, Hinata is indeed very cute, a little girl who looks like and makes people pity. Cruel. This world is cruel. Yi Feng disagrees. Itsuki nodded and didn't speak anymore. He is indeed an unprecedented tyrant, and some time ago he was just playing games as a pastime. A guy who regards life as a toy and treats justice as dung. After half an hour, inside the cave, the entire base is actually divided into 2 levels, and the lower level is where various experimental subjects are held. Now all the experimental subjects were released from the cell, and all were taken to a square, and the shackles were released. Advertisement. There are more than 200 people. Most people look numb, and have been in the cell for many years, and they have long been insane. Some people were arrested by ninjas, and some people sold themselves for money, but now without exception, they are numb and become abnormal. Some hate Dashawan, and some definitely become fanatics and are willing to do anything. Yefeng and Hongdou were on the 2nd floor, and Honglian came here with Shangrong and Hinata. Shang Rin looked at these guys curiously, while Hinata was silent. He was neither happy nor sad, but simply desperate. Explain to them what will happen here. Yi Feng smiled faintly. First of all, this is the base of Osamu-sama, and the guys below are the failed products of a certain experiment, and they have lost their value now. Secondly, Master Orochimaru does not need worthless waste. Gurren looked at the 2 little girls and said calmly. Kill. The last person who survived can leave this base alive, Lord Orochimaru personally witnessed. Gurren said to the crowd below. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd suddenly became agitated. They have already been tortured into lunatics, and now there is a chance to leave here, no one will be willing to give up this opportunity. And the meaning in the words of the Red Lotus is also very obvious. In the end, the one person alive can leave, which means that only one person can live. Those golden snake eyes were watching here, no one dared to defy the adult's will. Roar, puff, chang chang. Various sounds sounded below. Some people vomit blood and fall to the ground, some are biting with their teeth, some are holding knives, and some are holding iron rods. Roar, scream, howl, howl. Blood was everywhere, heads flew to death, the entire square was in a mess, and people were chopped down every second. They didn't know each other, nor did they have any grudges, but they did their best today, just to kill each other and perform a bloody show. Sister, sister. Shangrong was so frightened that she paled, and tightly grasped Honglian's hand. She had seen killings, but it was the first time she saw such a large-scale killing. It was a hell picture scroll. Hinata didn't get much better either, and he vomited out with one hand on the guardrail. She hadn't even seen a murder before, let alone such a bloody scene. Human heads and pieces of meat are everywhere, and there are all kinds of methods of death, and even some lunatics laughed and ate the flesh and blood, and her soul seemed to be trembling in a cold wind. The fighting continued, and the fear in Hinata's heart increased. Does something that have no value for use end up like this in this place? Chapter 40 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 40 close black lens bracket Hinata sauce. After an hour, the fighting sound finally weakened. In the end it was a young man who survived. The figure looks a little thin, but the strength and bloodliness are surprising. What's his name? Yi Feng looked at Julian and asked. Wanyu pills. Gurren replied. Master Orochimaru. The youth was covered with blood, and the knife in his hand was dripping with blood. Let's go, you can leave now. The night breeze said lightly. What he said will naturally not go back, an experimental subject with no use value will go away. As for the location of the exposed base, few people in the ninja world dared to come to his place brazenly. I can die, but I will ask Master Orochimaru to release my imprisoned tribe. Huan Yuan said so. Clan people. Yi Feng was a little surprised. This guy's family has been arrested, and a few are in another base. Gurren explained. Yi Feng nodded. This guy also had the courage. Obviously he was able to leave alive, so he had to make terms with him. I don't know if it's stupid or loving. Why should I promise you? Yi Feng sneered. The subordinates are willing to pay all the price, including this body and life. I only hope that Lord Orochimaru will let my people go. Huan Yumaru knelt on the ground and continued to beg. Although he was very young, he was indeed a staunch young man. Ah, Yi Feng shook his head. Dozens of snakes stretched out his sleeves, pulled Huan Yuan's body over several tens of meters, and fell heavily to the ground with a muffled noise. Kill him. Yi Feng threw a handful of kunai to Hinata, and said coldly. Quote. Hinata stared blankly at Kuwu in his hand, and at the poor young man wrapped in snakes. He is not qualified to negotiate terms with me, but he insists on talking to me like this. Anything that has no use value will die if it dies. Yi Feng continued, and Hinata was still in a daze, and didn't mean to do anything. Advertisement. Think of yourself and your sister. Do you want to die? Just kill him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gurren quickly patted the little girl on the shoulder and said softly. Hinata seemed to wake up from a dream. If you don't kill him, then she and her sister might be implicated. Brother. Master Orochimaru, please don't hurt my sister. Hinata slightly squeezed the kunai in his hand. His eyes were so helpless, but there was a little hopeful light. Prove your worth to me. I only need obedient subordinates, useful subordinates. Yi Feng replied. Now that he has come to his base, he must abide by the rules he set. He doesn't like vases. Yes. Hinata responded in a low voice. There is no long and boring training here, but life will not be easier than before, it seems like this. This man is fundamentally moody, and all he feels is fear. Puff. Kuwu inserted into the heart, and gurgled blood after taking it out. Hinata's hands kept trembling, but he bit his lip and killed him. Not bad, it seems that you understand the rules here a little bit. Hinata. Yi Feng smiled lightly, as if nothing happened. He always laughed so easily, yet so frantic. Take Hinata to rest. Yi Feng laughed and walked away. Hongdou did not leave with him, but patted Hinata on the head. Let's go, Hinata-chan. Adults like well-behaved and sensible children. As long as you don't go against his will, he won't do anything to you and your sister. Red Bean comforted. Although it is also the material of the precious experimental body, the two sisters and Uchiha Shisui are completely different. If you are obedient enough, maybe you can mix in a good position. This is the case with a young boy named Junmaro, who is the blood heir of the Wei clan. Because of his loyalty to Orochimaru, even if it is a bag, he is very polite to him. Normally, it will not affect his life at all, only by the order of Orochimaru alone. Definitely, Hongdou and Do also good examples, including Red Beans. Many people were abducted and sold, but in the end they gave up on that man and was willing to give everything for him. Even if he knew it was a demon. The last guy in the world who cares about your warmth is a demon. Are you helping justice to eliminate demons, or are you helping demons become more evil? The answer is obvious. Advertisement. Elder sister. Are you Konoha's ninja before? Hinata's numb face suddenly moved slightly. Listening to Hongdou talking about her own affairs, she regained some vitality in her heart. Yes, at that time, Master Orochimaru was still one of the 3 ninjas in the village. As his student, everyone in the village had to avoid 3 points when they saw me. Hongdou replied with a smile. She was originally an orphan in a town in Poland, and her parents died very early. She has no relatives and no source of income. She is often bullied and laughed at by the local children, and no one will help her. The world is dark and without light. Day to day. Until that day she hid in the alley alone and cried, and then met the cold man. He was dressed in Konoha ninja costume, with pale skin and bright golden eyes. His body was thin, but he looked very tall. The man listened to her, took her to dinner, understood her experience and pain, and told her about the interesting ninja life. He was the most gentle person in the world. He invited her to Konoha to be his student and practice ninjutsu. He said he would teach her to be a powerful ninja. She agreed without thinking. Later, she learned that her teacher had no conscience. He was a trafficker who abducted and sold children. She often caught people everywhere to do various human experiments. Is there anyone worse than her teacher in the world? She does not know. But one thing she is sure of is that she likes to stay with the teacher. Elder sister, are you really not brainwashed? Hinata said cautiously. This sister named Hongdou always feels that her head is not very smart. Hinata is actually not stupid at all, just a very soft and cowardly character. She can't fight back or scold her, and definitely doesn't dare to question it. What are you thinking about? My sister knows that she is doing bad things, and the teacher is definitely not a good person. But what does it matter? Why should I be a good person? What can I get by being a good person? The red beans spread out. Helping others deal with Dashawan. Impossible. In fact, Master Orochimaru likes you very much, but he doesn't want you to be like before, that's why he behaves so indifferently. A little girl who shakes her hands even when she kills, Master Dashemaru won't like this kind of subordinate. If you want to be loved by adults again, and want to live in a place like this, try to make yourself more valuable. Itsuki leaned over and kissed Hinata's forehead. It's too late, it's time to rest. In fact, if Hinata understood Yefeng's love for red beans, he would know that he was actually quite lucky. Specially sent red beans to accompany Hinata, other people don't have this kind of treatment. Chapter 41 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 41 close black lens bracket Akatsuki's trend. 1 month later. Long time no see, pocket. Yi Feng came to this base alone. Master Orochimaru. Do respectfully bent over to salute. Master Dashemaru is Master Dashemaru, even if he looks like a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he is the same adult. Red Bean's blood curse imprint was very successful. For the time being, there is no negative effect, it is very helpful for healing, and it can prevent aging. You are busy all day, just because it can relieve your stress. The night breeze said lightly. Do is his most admired subordinate, whether it is medical skills or IQ strategy, they are absolutely top-notch and first class. Such subordinates are hard to find. Thank you, sir. I agreed without thinking about it. He definitely understood the blood curse seal experiment and knew its effect. Yi Feng turned into a small white snake with his right hand, and then took a bite on the neck of the back of the pocket. It is not to suck blood, but to inject the blood of Da Shi Wan. A few seconds later, a bright red mark appeared, which were 3 blood red go jade. Different from ordinary curse seals, this technique does not have his soul imprints, it only helps subordinates to prolong life and heal injuries, and has no negative effects. This technique won't be given to too many people, he only gives his subordinates that he admires most. I'm going to organize, the base will be handed over to you. Yes, Do is a good helper, and Honglian is also a good nanny. After arranging the Hinata and the fireworks, Yi Feng took the red beans and set off again, and walked in the ninja world in Akatsuki's clothes. The matter of making clones is left to the pocket. One day, Akatsuki is rarely brought together. Pain, Xiaonan, Dashemaru, Uchiha Itachi, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Feijuan, Jiaodu, Scorpion, Ju. The 9 people condense an illusory shadow communication through the ring. As this Konoha's rebel Uchiha Itachi. Really young. The ghost said with a smile. A pair of dead fish eyes stared at Itachi, as if wanting to see something in this guy's eyes. There is a target candidate in Yenian village, Didera. This solicitation task will be handed over to Uchiha Itachi. Is there a problem? Advertisement. Pain said lightly. His eyes are the most special, with white pupils glowing with black ripples and a faint purple meaning. Full of majesty and mystery, the momentum alone overwhelmed everyone. In recent years, there will be more organizational actions. In order to accumulate bounty and collect the talents of each village, it will inevitably arouse outside ideas and organize members to act in groups of 2. Renjuli doesn't need to move for the time being, just leave the 4 tails and 5 tails to me. Pain said lightly. As for grouping, Orochimaru and Scorpion are a group, Uchiha Itachi and a ghost shark are a group, a flying segment and a horn are both a group, Didera is responsible for collecting information secretly, aside from mentioning it. Understand. After the leader finished speaking, several people had different expressions. What? This guy with the smell of copper is going to be with me. It's a blasphemy against Lord Cthulhu. Fei Duan said uncomfortably. Although his hard power is relatively poor, he is called a full member of Akatsuki due to his special skills. Bored guy. I only know how to kill, but I don't have any brains at all. Zhao Du also mocked. This guy is completely reckless, he doesn't want this kind of teammate yet. Itachi. Please advise. Ghost Shark smiled again. Itachi nodded, his face expressionless from beginning to end. Are you Dashawan? It is rumored that you are studying the human body forbidden technique. It seems that you have succeeded. Scorpion stared at Dashawan, his eyes flickering. Dashiwan should be a man in his 50s, but now this body looks very young, only a teenager at most. But compared to my art, your little means is nothing. Scorpion said lightly. Maybe, who knows? Yi Feng spread his hands, saying that it didn't matter. Scorpion is also a lunatic, transforming his body into a puppet. The whole body is full of puppet organs, and only the heart is a human organ, which can be regarded as achieving longevity in a certain sense. If the vitality of the heart does not disappear, he will never die. Just like the puppets he made will never be corrupt and will always be so beautiful. 1 year later. The country of wind. Advertisement. The desert with yellow sand everywhere, except for the hot sun and the boundless sand, there is nothing left. There is no white cloud in the sky, only the scorching sun. There are 3 figures walking in the desert in this harsh weather. That guy can really run, he wants to hide in such a place to escape. It's a pity that his head is worth 20 million taels. The man's somber voice sounded. This is a bloated and fat body with a long metal tail behind it, like the tail of a scorpion. The black robe on his body has a pattern of red clouds, which shows his identity. Next to it, there are also 2 figures in the same uniform, which look much more normal. A young man with long black hair and golden eyes, pale skin and thin body. There is another little girl with short purple hair. She has a very mature and full body, delicate features and a beautiful face. It is worth mentioning that her right eye is grayish-brown, but her left eye is scarlet, with 3 gouaches appearing. Tushuan, the traitor of Yenian village, who once murdered 11 Shangren of Yenian village, disappeared 2 years ago. The recent bounty has changed from 15 million to 20 million, so the organization decided to let someone take his head. As for news, as long as a person is still alive, there will always be traces left behind. The Akatsuki organization had the existence of this guy, and there was almost nothing she never knew. There is a small town ahead. The red beans are a little surprised. In this environment, human settlements can even be established. Let's go. The mission objective should be inside. I perceive a powerful chakra that is different from ordinary people. Tu Zan is right inside. Yi Feng said lightly. With the immortal human body coupled with the power of Shangrong's blood, he can perceive the chakra breath of everyone in a radius of dozens of miles. The head is exchanged for bounty, and the corpse is handed over to me to make a puppet. Is that okay? Scorpion spoke. Although it was a question, it was an indisputable tone. Whatever, I am not interested in Shangnan. Yi Feng replied lightly. Unless there is a special limit of blood succession, there is no reason for ordinary people to shoot. Ha ha, in my hands, Shangren will also become a powerful weapon, more powerful than before, and eternal and immortal. Scorpion said triumphantly. On the side of the puppets, he claimed to be second, and no one in the world of ninja would dare to say first. In terms of making puppets, after the death of a strong shadow class, he will become a powerful weapon in his hands. In terms of puppet manipulation, he can even manipulate hundreds of puppets at the same time. The destruction of a small country by one person is not a problem at all. This is the strength of Akatsuki's full members. Chapter 42 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 42 close black lens bracket tailed beast chakra. Stop showing off your puppet in front of me. Didn't we try it? I used the dirty soil to reincarnate to make 3 generations of Fengiying, and you used the 3 generations of Fengiying puppets you made to fight with me, and in the end I won. It turns out that a corpse is a corpse. Yi Feng said lightly. Cut. Scorpion was a little upset, but didn't say anything. He didn't expect that Dashemaru had the technique of reincarnating from the dirty soil, which could restore Decedent to its heyday. Chakra has no limits, has self-awareness, and regenerative healing factor can only be solved by sealing means. In contrast, the puppet is indeed weak. 2 days later. The 3 of them took Tushuan's head to change the bounty, and then looked for an opportunity to give the money to Jiaodu, and the guy was then responsible for the organization's financial management. After that is a short break. Yi Feng took Idzuki Beans back to the base to see Hinata and sisters Huahuo, as well as the experiments on Do. Base. Chakra of the tailed beast. Yi Feng's face was solemn, and he walked into a laboratory that was sealed off by layers. One of the 8 tailed horns is cultivated here. Naturally there are a large number of tailed chakras, and there are also some 9-tailed chakras collected during the night of the 9-tailed rebellion. However, the amount of Kyubi chakra is much less than that of Yao. What a grumpy force. Red Bean sighed. The tail beast is the thing left by the 6 immortals, and it is a special kind of creature. Their bodies are as large as a hill, with great destructive power, and things like tail beast jade are creatures formed by the aggregation of countless chakras. Even if the tail beasts are killed, they will naturally resurrect after a while. The 5 major ninja villages all have their own tail beast weapons. It's a bit risky, but I want to try. Yi Feng smiled. His physique has a swallowing effect. If he can absorb the chakrana of the tailed beast for his own use, he will become stronger faster. Be careful, Lord Orochimaru. If you can't succeed, stop immediately. A word of persuasion. The tailed beast chakra is not something ordinary people can bear, and it is easy to explode and die, or become a fool. I am the immortal Orochimaru. Nothing can kill me. Akatsuki's clothes slipped to the ground, and the man had turned into a huge white-scaled snake. Advertisement. Although it is not the complete body of Yaki Orochi, its aura is also very strong. The 9-tailed chakra was eaten quickly, and the serpent recovered its human body again, and the eyes were golden and red. The powerful 9-tailed chakra made Yi Feng's body quickly heat up. It looked like it was cooked, the whole body turned red, and it was still steaming. Are you okay, Master Orochimaru? Teacher. Do and Hongdou are a little worried. But Yi Feng did not stop the process of swallowing, but closed his eyes tightly. The blood boiling speed increased, but he did feel the swallowing force exerting its effect. Despite the slow speed, the tail beast chakra is indeed slowly becoming his power, becoming his chakra, and making his chakra stronger. This idea is indeed feasible. A week later. The base of the Red Lotus. Hinata sauce. Seeing the white-eyed girl, Hongdou jumped over instead. Elder sister. Hinata was a little shy. Looking at Dashemaru, there was some fear in his eyes, but some inexplicable expectations. Very well, my eyes are firmer. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. Although it was only a year or so, there was a kind of murderous air in Hinata, which was formed by killing people or even killing people frequently. Now give Hinata a knife and let her kill someone, maybe she won't even blink her brows. As expected of Julian, there is a set of training methods. This time the blood curse mark. In addition to Hinata and Huahuo's share, you also have a share in Gurren. Yi Feng said with a smile. Hongdou hugged Hinata and walked over, and he also reached out and patted the little girl's head. Brother, Hinata said quietly, if it weren't for Yefeng's good ears, I'm afraid I can't hear anything. You can't call you brother, but you must call Lord Orochimaru. Hongdou said with a smile. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just called Roar, so Hinata I will call it whatever she wants. Yi Feng smiled. Hinata's dress was a little messy, and his hair was left long, reaching his shoulders. Advertisement. She was no longer cowardly in her white eyes, and she was no longer the ignorant girl who didn't know anything before. For herself and her sister, in order to survive in such a place, her hands were covered with blood and killed many innocent people. And this is just training. When she is used in the future, she will definitely kill more people, perhaps including Konoha's ninja. I like obedient little girls. Yi Feng approached her ear and said in Hinata's ear. After speaking, he opened his mouth and took a bite at the neck of the little girl, and blood was poured into it, forming a blood curse on Hinata. Hinata probably also understood what it was, and it was a reward for subordinates that adults appreciate. Her body is warm. It feels that if there is any danger, the curse seal can give her a very strong power. Protect yourself. Because you are my thing. Without my permission, you can't even hurt yourself, especially those eyes. Understand. Yi Feng kissed Hinata's forehead and said softly. This smile was weird and incredibly evil, but Hinata couldn't refuse. On the contrary, a very happy feeling came up. Hinata replied in a low voice. The victim has a good impression of the murderer, which we generally call Stockholm Syndrome. But there is actually another sentence. Love is love, nothing about everything except love. The benevolent see the benevolent and the wise see the wisdom, there is no absolute in the world. After some murderers were arrested and brought to justice, some victims would hate the police, thinking that the police destroyed their happiness. That's right. Yi Feng is such a scum. A scumbag with no bottom line and no morals, a man who does everything for his ambition. Hinata is definitely cute, but he is more concerned about when those eyes have the opportunity to become reincarnated eyes and then eat them. There are also fireworks. If he is in a good mood, he can give them a good ending after using these two girls, probably like Shi Raihong. If one day is in a bad mood, it is impossible to predict what will happen. One thing that humans cherish the most is when they have not yet obtained it. If you get it, you will probably get bored. If you have money to exchange for a new one that is exactly the same at any time, then you may not take a second look at it, and you may even remember its name. But the Night Wind is different. He hasn't actually been cruel to that degree. He doesn't like the habit of loving the new and disgusting the old. He just cares about how much value this thing has. As for other things, it doesn't matter. Chapter 43 Auto-generated chapter title. 43, just the beginning. Konoha 60 years. Konoha Hidden Village. Stop, Naruto. I will never let you go this time. Several Zongren rushed and jumped on the roof, chasing a young blonde boy. You are too slow. Naruto laughed as he ran, carrying a paint bucket in his hand. Naruto was graffiti painted by his paint, so these Zongren will hunt him down for trouble. You guys, dare not do what I just did. But I can, I'm great. Naruto laughed. Oh no. 3 generations of adults. Naruto scribbled on the stone statues of Hokage in the past. Konoha became lively early in the morning. Hey, Naruto. After finally getting rid of a few Zongren, he thought that when Naruto thought he had successfully escaped, there was a voice behind him. Teacher Iruka, why are you here? Naruto was taken aback. I just want to ask, it's class time, what are you doing here? Iruka was speechless. Soon. Ninja school classroom. Listen well, Naruto, you didn't pass the exam last time or the last time. This is not the time for pranks, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Naruto turned his head. Today's course is still transformation skills. Those who have passed will also come out to line up. Iruka said uncomfortably. Oh, all the students walked out of their seats. Haruno Sakura. Start, transform. I saw the little girl with short pink hair forming a seal in her hand, and she quickly became like Iruka, which looked 90% similar. Very good. Iruka nodded in satisfaction. Did Sasuke see it? Sakura smiled and looked at Sasuke behind the team. However, the boy was very indifferent and didn't bother to talk to Haruno Sakura at all. Next, Sasuke Uchiha, Iruka said. Hearing this, Sasuke immediately walked out of the team, and Jain used the transformation technique in his hand. Sasuke's ninjutsu is obviously more perfect, exactly the same as Iruka himself, but his eyes are a little cold. Full score. Next one, Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka said. It's really troublesome. Shikamaru stared at Naruto from behind. It's all to blame you. Ino was also speechless. What does it matter to me? Advertisement. Naruto curled his lips and walked out of the line. Transform. Naruto also began to use the transformation technique. But what he changed was not Iruka's appearance, but a woman with golden double ponytails, naked, and appeared in front of everyone like this. What? Iruka petrified in an instant, and then nosebleeds came out. Ha 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 ha, how about, I call this the technique of seduction. Naruto regained his body and said with a belly laugh. You stupid. Don't create such boring ninjutsu. Iruka growled. Serious transformation skills are not good, but they are good at engaging in these crooked ways. Humph. ... After school. Damn it. Naruto held the kerchief in one hand, and next to it was something for cleaning. The graffiti made in the morning must be cleaned up by yourself in the end. However, Naruto originally made this action because no one was willing to pay attention to him, so that more people would pay attention to him. His goal has been achieved. I won't let you go home until you finish cleaning up. Iruka is watching over. It doesn't matter. Anyway, when I go back, there is no one at home. Naruto murmured. Naruto, what's wrong this time? When you finish cleaning these, how about I invite you to have ramen tonight? Great. Time came to the evening. Yield ramen. Iruka took Naruto to eat ramen here. Naruto, why do you scribble in such a place? You should know what kind of character Hokage is. Iruka said. Definitely. Simply put, the person who inherited the name Naruto is the most powerful ninja in the village. Naruto finished drinking the noodle soup and said. Then why are you still graffiti? Iruka asked. Because of me, I will inherit the name of Naruto one day, and I will surpass all generations of Naruto, so that everyone in the village will recognize me. Naruto said ambitiously. Because Hokage is a person respected and loved by everyone, he wants to prove himself by becoming Hokage. Teacher, I have a request. Naruto's face turned straight. Would you like another bowl? Aluka guessed. Nah. Can you give me your ninja guard? Naruto folded his hands together, begging. Advertisement. This. Aluka touched the ninja guard on his forehead. No, this is only obtained after graduating from the ninja school. It is a proof of becoming a ninja alone. You wait for tomorrow's graduation exam. Aluka said. Mean. One more bowl, Naruto hummed, at the same time. At the gate of Konoha. Are you a villager in Odonan village? It's a merchant. Well, go in. The two guards checked the scrolls of the visitor and agreed to the visitor to enter the village. Thanks. The young man smiled slightly, with aristocratic elegance. He is about 20 years old, thin, but tall, with long waist-length hair, wearing a set of black clothes, simple and serious, and his pupils are also ordinary black. If you want to say something impressive, it is probably that the skin is paler, like suffering from some kind of disease. And the man's voice is a bit hoarse, very unique. Beside the man is a girl. A mature woman with short purple hair full of vitality, also in her 20s, in short shorts and a top with a belly button, she does not hide her beautiful figure. The pupil color of women's eyes is also ordinary black, and both eyes are both. Teacher, what do you eat tonight? The woman said with a smile, holding the man's arm with one hand. Teacher, isn't this a couple? The two door guards were a little speechless. Whatever, you are happy. The man's tone is very casual. He. The two walked away talking and laughing all the way. The visitors are naturally Night Wind and Red Beans. There was no special task in organizing this time, so he also returned to Konoha leisurely. Speaking of it, I haven't been back to this village for 5 years. It is still bustling as usual. In this long period of time, he has gained a lot of treasures and his whole cards have increased a lot. The first is the pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. He and Do studied together, and finally created a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels, and it was luck that the probability of success was very low. He didn't worry about using it himself, but transplanted this eye to Red Bean. As for Hongdou's left eye, the eye with ability was eaten by him. Secondly, it is the study with a blind eye. The cultivation of the clone is perfect. He has eaten a lot of the white eyes of the Hyuga Hikaru clone, and definitely blood is also indispensable. The reincarnation eye had been initially awakening half a year ago and was digging for ability. As for the two sisters, Hinata and Huahuo, they also took a lot of ingredients, but the effect was slightly worse. Huahuo barely completed the evolution, and snowflake patterns appeared in his eyes, and Hinata had just begun to form patterns. According to this progress, it may take half a year to complete. Then there is the tail beast chakra. The night wind swallowed the tail beast chakra in his hand, which was also a good harvest. The physique of the immortal body has also been developed. The spiral pill with the change of the chakra nature of the wind attribute and the change of the fire attribute chakra nature has been completed, and it took him 2 years. The story of Shinobi is just beginning. Chapter 44, auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 44 close black lens bracket graduation. The next day, ninja school. Then, take the graduation exam. The person called by the name goes to the next classroom. The test this time is the technique of duplication. Aluka announced with a pamphlet in his hand. Ah, how come it's not a coincidence? This is the ninjutsu I'm not good at. Naruto's face changed, and his head drooped. But I still have to try. Soon. Naruto is in the room, opposite to two examiners, one is Aluka and the other is Mizuki. The art of duplication. Naruto shouted. As a burst of white smoke drifted away, a distorted Naruto appeared beside him, lying on the ground like a stuffed toy. Unqualified. Aluka frowned. Teacher Aruka, his body shape and endurance are pretty good. In this way, he can barely learn the art of duplication, even if he is qualified. Teacher Mizuki said, Mr. Mizuki, everyone can duplication into at least 3, and they are exactly the same as the body. But there is only one Naruto, and it's not fraudulent at all. I won't let him pass. Aluka said, rules are rules, it is impossible to change for Naruto. 2 hours later, I can be on my own too. Good job, worthy of being my son. Congratulations on your graduation. Go back to my mother in the evening to make you a good meal. The gate of the school was crowded with people, and the newly acquired ninja guards were worn on the foreheads of teenagers and girls. Naruto was swinging on the swing alone, his eyes lonely. But at this moment, Mizuki came up and appeared next to Naruto. And not far from here, the 3 generations of Hokage and Aluka also witnessed all this. Aluka, I have something to tell you later. 3 generations said lightly. Yes. Aluka nodded seriously. Mizuki is actually a bad-hearted guy who is very interested in the forbidden scrolls in the village. Now that I found Naruto, I wanted Naruto to help him take out the scroll. As for the reward, I just said to give him a ninja forehead protection. Advertisement. Naruto has a special identity, and it is indeed possible to take that thing inside the Hokage building. But what Mizuki didn't know was that he had been exposed long ago, and he had become a chess piece for 3 generations. 3 generations just borrowed this matter to let Uruka educate Naruto. As for the scroll of forbidden technique, it happened to be a gift for Naruto, and the first technique recorded in it was turned into a shadow duplication technique, which was suitable for Naruto. The duplication of the shadow duplication technique has an entity and is suitable for people with a large amount of chakras to practice. As shrewd as a 3-generation-old man, he has already calculated everything. The other side. The Book of Sealing. 3 generations are really good at acting. Yi Feng sat in a bar, smiled and shook his head. The real seal book definitely cannot be given to Naruto, the one that was stolen is just a fake, and only the first duplication technique of Shine duplication is true. But they are all in different things, he has no interest in the Book of Seals. He was a disciple of 3 generations before, and he knew a lot of forbidden techniques, and the ninjutsu that he could use had already been used. Like the 2nd generation Thor technique, it is indeed powerful, but it must be practiced by people with strong spatial ability. The next day, sure enough, as expected by the 3rd generation, Naruto successfully mastered the art of shadow duplication, and Iruka also performed a good show, and by the way, Naruto graduated with a ninja guard. Street. Yes, I am no longer a student of Ninja Academy. I am Konoha's female ninja, Haruno Sakura. Sakura was wearing a red dress, thinking silently in her heart. Good morning, Sakura. When Ino walked out of his flower shop, he happened to meet Sakura. Well, good morning. The 2 girls headed towards the ninja school together. Today is the division of graduates. After graduation, Sha Ren will start to complete the task under the leadership of a new teacher. Classroom. Morning. Good morning, Sakura. As soon as Naruto saw Sakura appear, he immediately greeted Roar. Go aside. Sakura pushed Naruto away directly, and then looked at the boy by the window. Good morning, Sasuke. Can I sit next to you? Kozakura's face flushed, she was not rude towards Naruto at all, but behaved very tenderly. Sasuke glanced at the girl in the same class, and didn't bother to take care of it. Sakura is still like this. Ino shook his head behind his back, and then found a place to sit down. I said, right next to Sasuke is mine. Advertisement. Another girl from the class came over and argued with Sakura. Soon, 7 or 8 girls quarreled together. It's so annoying. Sasuke seemed out of step with everything around him. Cut, what's so good about this kind of guy? Naruto looked at Sasuke unhappy. It was this guy who attracted everyone's attention. Thinking about it, Naruto simply stood on the table in front of Sasuke, squatting and staring at Sasuke. Hey, Naruto, don't get so close to Sasuke. Kozakura couldn't help but said. Cut, everyday Sasuke's head Sasuke is short. How can this kind of guy be better than me? Naruto stared at Sasuke, and Sasuke's cold gaze also followed Naruto. The atmosphere gradually burned. It should be anxious, okay, in fact, it's just, Jiaojuo. The eyes of the 2 people almost sparked in the air. Ha ha ha, really? At this moment, the person in the front row suddenly leaned back. It was this light push that caused Naruto to take a small step forward, and then the 2 people who were looking at each other kissed each other like this. Sasuke's first kiss was taken away by Naruto. Ah! Kozakura roared in an instant. Damn, Sasuke's first kiss should belong to her. The girls stared at Naruto one after another, as if they were looking at some bloody enemies. Vomit. Naruto and Sasuke recovered, and each felt sick. Naruto, I must kill you. Sasuke felt his lungs explode. This damn crane rear dared to do such a thing. Hey, murderous. Naruto felt the malicious gaze behind him, and 7 or 8 girls slowly walked over and surrounded him. Accident. This is an accident. Naruto wanted to explain something, but only the fists of the girls greeted him. There was chaos in the classroom. Naruto was beaten and his face was bruised and swollen, and Sakura managed to sit next to Sasuke in the chaos. It's finally about to start. Sasuke, let me see how far you can grow. If you want to become stronger and have the power of revenge, then you will definitely come to me. The Night Wind observed this scene from a long distance. The playground of the ninja school is still the same as in the memory, lying under a tree to enjoy the cool, and the breeze is just right. What identity should I use to play this game? Chapter 45 Auto-generated chapter title. 45 Have you seen it somewhere? Congratulations, from today onwards you will become a ninja. The real hard work is only beginning now. The 3 of you work in a class with a Shangren teacher to perform tasks. Aluka said. Quote. The following is the 7th class, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. The 3 of them had different expressions. Naruto likes Sakura and dislikes Sasuke, and Sakura likes Sasuke and dislikes Naruto. As for Sasuke, he thinks his teammates are a burden because he is the first in grade. Hey, Teacher Iruka, why am I such a good person to be with this kind of guy? Naruto stood up and said loudly. Naruto, your grades are countdown, and Sasuke is the number 1 in the whole year, so don't make trouble. Aluka said helplessly. There was also a lot of laughter in the class. No need to pull the hind legs, the tail of the crane. Sasuke looked at Naruto and said deliberately with disgust. What does the crane tail mean? Do you want to fight? Naruto was even more unconvinced. Come. Sasuke showed no weakness. In the afternoon, I will introduce Mr. Shangren to everyone, and I will disband now. Yes. On the street. Sasuke is so true. Where did he go? I finally got into a class and wanted to eat together. Kozakura walked on the road alone. Sakura, it's hard to be divided into a class, let's have a meal together. Naruto smiled and walked over. Why should I eat with you? Sakura said helplessly. But, we are all in the same class. Naruto said. You are very annoying. Kozakura turned around and left, and went to see Sasuke. After a few minutes, a tall building. Listen well, since you are in the same class, then you have to follow my instructions. Ino said triumphantly. Yes, yes. Shikamaru replied lazily. As for Denki, his mind was all on the rice ball in his hand. In their 3 families, the fathers of the previous generation were all friends, so they are all playmates that have known since childhood. Advertisement. It seems that something interesting is going to happen. A strange man's voice sounded. The 3 of them turned their heads and saw 2 figures standing on the balcony next to them, 2 young people in their 20s, 1 man and 1 woman. It looks ordinary, but I always feel that there is something unusual. Oh, Shikamaru followed the man's gaze and saw that Naruto was sneaky, next to Sasuke's room. What does Naruto want to do? Ino and Denki also saw there. Naruto jumped in from the window, then fought with Sasuke and closed the window. 2 minutes later, the fight seemed to be over, and Sasuke crawled out of the window. It seems that Sasuke won. Shikamaru didn't have any unexpected expressions. Sasuke was already good, he was the only survivor of that clan, and Naruto was a crane tail. Ha ha, the man beside him smiled again. By the way, big brother over there, have we met somewhere? Ino retracted his gaze and looked at the 2 guys next to him. Although the faces are very strange, I always feel like I have seen 2 people like this somewhere. Maybe you remembered it wrong. Yifeng glanced at Ino and said lightly. I haven't seen each other in a few years, and the little girl at the time has grown up a lot, wearing a purple ninja costume, and her long blonde hair combed into a single ponytail. The 2 quickly left the scene, appeared inexplicably, and walked inexplicably. Is there a weirdo in the village? I always feel a bit unwilling to be quiet. Shikamaru sighed silently. His instincts have always been very keen. Those 2 guys who seem to be ordinary people are definitely not ordinary people. The other side. Sasuke is looking at here. And still that kind of warm eyes. Sakura was sitting on a bench, and Sasuke, Naruto's transformation technique, was staring at Sakura. He attacked suddenly and mastered the art of shadow duplication. The real Sasuke was caught in a careless manner, and he turned into Sasuke and walked out the window. The most attractive thing about you is your wide forehead. People can't help but want a kiss. Naruto became Sasuke, speaking more confidently. Kozakura's face flushed, and she looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Just kidding, if it's Naruto, maybe you would say so. Sasuke sat down next to Sakura. I have something to ask you. What do you think of Naruto? Sasuke asked. Isn't he famous for spoiling people's dating? Advertisement. Always seeing me make fun of my gains and losses, Naruto doesn't understand me at all, it's just that it's pure and annoying. I only need Sasuke to recognize me. Kozakura whispered. Just my approval. Sasuke was a little dumbfounded. For this, I can do anything. Kozakura blushed and said, then closed her eyes and leaned over, motioning for Sasuke to kiss herself. Where can Sasuke hold back? Although it is not so good to think about it, Naruto couldn't hold back. But just when Naruto wanted to do it, his stomach screamed untimely. I drank expired milk in the morning. I was serious. Kozakura closed her eyes and said again. Ma, I'll be back soon. Naruto clutched his stomach and ran away. Sasuke is so shy, does he need to be mentally prepared? Kozakura touched her lips and said. After a few minutes. The real Sasuke broke free of Naruto's rope and appeared. Sasuke is really shy, are you ready? I'm ready. Wait, Sasuke. Kozakura looked at Sasuke with some confusion. Where is Naruto? Sasuke said coldly. Here again deliberately avoiding my topic. Don't worry about guys like Naruto for now. That guy always pesters you. As expected, no one is taking good care of him. Look, doesn't he have no parents? Always a person doing whatever I want. If I do that kind of thing, my parents will definitely be angry. He is alone and has not been disciplined by his parents, so he is willful on many things. Sakura couldn't help talking in a long speech. But he didn't notice, Sasuke's eyes were getting colder and colder. A child is a child. Is this kind of guy his teammate? Isn't that just a waste of dragging its feet? Not only the strength is waste, but the mentality is also like a child. Lonely. That's not a matter of the level of sadness being scolded by parents. Sasuke's voice was cold. What happened to you suddenly like this? Sakura is a little baffling. You're annoying. Sasuke put a word down and went on to find Naruto. Just now that guy turned into his appearance and didn't know what to do. And that guy who can't even use duplication technique proficiently, now he has learned the technique of shadow duplication, which is indeed surprising. Chapter 46 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 46 close black lens bracket for revenge. A week later, Yifeng arranged what he wanted to decorate around Konoha, and then left the village with red beans. The next destination is the country of Poland. A small island country does not have its own ninja village, so its strength is weak. Local people are often bullied and exploited by a rich man named Cardo. In order to make the small country prosperous, the bridge master named Dasna decided to build a bridge. But Cardo naturally wouldn't allow this to happen. He found a powerful ninja and planned to secretly kill the bridge builder. Dasna also knew that his safety was prone to problems, so he came to Konoha to issue a commission and find a ninja to protect himself. It was Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi's 7th class who took over this task. And the powerful ninja that Dasna found was the rebellious ninja from Wuin village. The Teodi, one of the 7 ninja swords, will not be cut again, and his subordinate, by. A group of people walked on the path between the forests. It was Konoha's 7th class and Mr. Dasna, the principal of the mission. As I walked, a pool of water appeared on the ground. The strange thing is that it hasn't rained in the past few days, so how could there be this kind of water on the ground? Kakashi noticed this, but in order to exercise these children who were out of the village for the first time, he didn't say anything and pretended not to notice. Really, several people had just walked through the waterhole, and 2 figures appeared under the waterhole, and the iron chain full of spikes blocked Kakashi. What? Kakashi seemed surprised. What's wrong? Naruto and Sasuke found out that Kakashi was caught. The first one. The 2 hiding ninjas twisted hard, and the blocked Kakashi was suddenly twisted into a pile of rotten meat. The scene was very bloody. What? Ms. Kakashi? Both Sakura and Naruto shouted. The second one. 2 ninjas appeared next to Naruto, entwined with iron chains. Naruto was frightened and overwhelmed, but fortunately, Sasuke rescued the field in time, threw out kunai and flying darts, and nailed the 2 people's endurance to the tree. Whether it is accuracy or strength, or this calm mind, they are all top-notch. As expected of the genius of the Uchiha clan. Cut. The 2 simply gave up the ninja and ran directly to the most important goal, Dasna. Kozakura only came to hold kunai in her hand, and Sasuke came over. Advertisement. But at this moment, the killed Kakashi appeared again, and his left and right hands respectively grabbed the necks of the 2 sneak attackers, and instantly subdued the enemy. The one who was strangled just now was just a stand-in. This kind of ambush is nothing short of a trifle for him. Ms. Kakashi, you are still alive, Kozakura said excitedly. What about grabbing the limelight? Sasuke murmured, he could solve the 2 by himself. Naruto looked at the corpse who had been strangled before, and there was just a pile of shredded wood on the ground. Naruto, sorry for not being able to save you right away. But I didn't expect you to be motionless, Kakashi said lightly. In short, Sasuke performed very well, and so did Sakura. Kakashi said again. Kozakura took out kunai at least, and stood in front of Dasna, which was much better than Naruto. Sasuke is obviously the first actual combat, isn't he scared at all? Naruto thought unwillingly. I did nothing this time. Oh, you are not hurt, coward. Sasuke did not forget a mockery. Sasuke. Soon, after disposing of the 2 ninjas from the hidden fog village, Kakashi and Dasna discussed it and set off again. Although this guy concealed the information and only said that someone would threaten him, he did not say that there were ninjas who would take action, so it was a C-level mission commission. Now even the Zongan assassins have appeared, and the difficulty of the mission is at least level B. But Dasna has no money either. Just let him go back in this way and give up the task, this guy is almost bound to die. The 7th class discussed it and decided that a good person should do it in the end and complete this task. You've been watching the show here for so long, so it's time to come out. Kakashi said suddenly. From the previous journey, he has been perceiving, and there is a vague atmosphere of chakra secretly. The other party seemed to let him find out on purpose, but deliberately couldn't escape. Kakashi, you are still so sharp. The man's hoarse voice sounded. The young man wearing a red cloud coat with a black background appeared, not one Kakashi guessed, but 2 people. 1 man and 1 woman. They all looked extremely young, and seemed to be a few years younger than him. This costume. Kakashi frowned. Advertisement. He seemed to have heard of weird people with such costumes somewhere in his mind, but he couldn't remember for a moment. I haven't seen you for so many years, have you forgotten who I am? Speaking of which, is the health of the 3-generation-old man okay? If he died before I did it, I would be unhappy. Yi Feng said lightly. He touched his face casually, and then restored the appearance of the old Orochimaru. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly, and his face changed drastically under the mask. Looking at these 2 people, I finally remembered the origins of these 2 people. Konoha's S-rank rebel, Orochimaru. And the woman next to this guy should be the student who disappeared with Orochimaru, Meteorite. Orochimaru, why are you here? Kakashi asked in a deep voice, taking out 2 short knives in his hand. After losing the riding wheel, he began to practice the sword skills of the Hagi clan, which was also the capital of his travels in the ninja world over the years. Let me see. 9-tailed devil, Itachi's brother, well, there is a useless little girl. This combination is quite interesting. Yi Feng said with a smile. Kakashi is worthless to him, it doesn't matter whether he kills or not. He is more interested in these children. Itachi. Do you know where Itachi is? Sasuke's eyes instantly aroused Guyu's riding wheel eyes, almost roaring out. What about telling you? Itachi and I are in an organization now. Here, this is this kind of clothes, maybe where I am performing the task now. However, can you really kill him now? Yi Feng asked with interest. Kill. I will definitely kill that guy. Sasuke's body was shaking. Dawn. It turns out that you have joined that organization over the years. Kakashi's face became more serious. That organization is extremely mysterious. It is said that there are powerful rebels inside, and its leader is even more a mystery. Sasuke Uchiha, we will meet again, soon. For revenge, you will definitely need my power. In Konoha, it's like playing a family ninja game. Do you think you can kill Itachi like this? The two quickly disappeared, but everyone's mood is a bit heavy. Kakashi looked worried, Sasuke's expression was complicated, Sakura and Naruto didn't know who Orochimaru was, but didn't have much reaction. Chapter 47 Auto-generated chapter title. 47 I predicted your prediction my prediction. The next day. Morning. I'm almost seeing the bridge. Walk along the bridge and you will enter the country of Poland. Said the boatman. Please keep quiet, I only came out when there was heavy fog. It would be bad if it was discovered by those guys. The boatman said again. The rich man of the shipping company, Cardo, is not a day or two anymore for that guy to dominate in Poland. On the surface, he is the boss of a shipping company, but in fact he uses gangsters and ninjas to buy and sell drugs and contraband for shameful deeds. A year ago, Cardo took a fancy to Poland and monopolized maritime traffic and transportation here. I can only send you here, goodbye. The boatman accepted the money and left soon. Coming to the shore, the Nightwind and Hongdou looked at this poor town. Most of them are small wooden houses near the sea, with lush forests and boats on the shore, but it seems that they have not been used for a long time. Let's go. That Chakra is not far from here, it should be guarding Kakashi. Yi Feng said lightly. Is teacher. Itsuki nodded obediently. A short while, the two came to a forest. What's the point of hiding here? How about going out and doing business? Yi Feng said lightly. It's impossible to run away if you want to run. Definitely, you guys shouldn't run away either. Anyway, it's a traitor, and Teodi won't cut it again. As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped from the tree. The man is carrying an extra long knife, white bandages on the lower half of his face and neck, and short black hair. The forehead of Wuyin village was slashed and worn obliquely on the head. This was a mark of rebellion, and a stab was drawn horizontally on the forehead of the ninja. You guy, who are you? Don't spoil the good things of my uncle. No longer frowned and frowned. If you have the ability to find him, at least he is also a shinobu. He will fight Kakashi later, but he doesn't want to waste too much chakra now. It's right that you don't know me, after all, I have disappeared in the ninja realm for so long, and I have changed my appearance. Advertisement. Hand over the vein, I am very interested in that child's ice escape, otherwise I will kill you. What do you think of this business? Yi Feng said lightly. Ha ha, are you kidding me? No longer frowning tightly, his tone was full of anger. He decided to kill this guy. The big deal is a day off today, and I will look for Kakashi when I get better tomorrow. Don't kill Mr. again. Hearing that he was mentioned, a figure wearing a mask also appeared. White. This is a very controversial character. The main controversy is not the strength of this guy, or anything else, but whether this guy is male or female. Well, it's a woman. Yi Feng looked carefully at Bai's side. There is no Adam's apple, and he clasps his chest deliberately, probably because he doesn't want to be cut to find out that he is a woman. What you don't need to cut is a powerful tool, not a woman. You watched by the side, I killed this guy. He stared at Bai again, and said lightly. This inexplicable guy, he must let him know today what the strength of the ghost is. Red beans. The lazy voice of the Nightwind sounded. It's just a trivial opponent, he doesn't want to shoot it himself. The decapitation knife can absorb the enemy's blood, and then self-repair the damage of the weapon, which can be said to be a tasteless effect. It is neither sharp nor tough, and even a little cumbersome to hold. As for not cutting the original, it is completely the strength of an ordinary shinobu, and there is no bright spot at all. Leave it to me, teacher. Itsuki nodded seriously. A pair of black eyes turned scarlet, and 3 black go jades surrounded the eyes. If Sasuke was on the scene, he would be surprised. This is the blood pupil technique of the Uchiha clan, but now it has been mastered by outsiders. When Kakashi had transplanted Uchiha's eyes with soil, they were barely able to use them. Moreover, the eyes of the riding wheel could not be closed, which placed a heavy burden on the body. Now Hongdou can open and close the riding wheel eye at will, obviously it has completely mastered the power of this eye. Such eyes. Why did it appear to a woman? One of the 3 famous pupil techniques in the ninja world, no longer cut, definitely no Shilunion. But Uchiha has been annihilated, just 5 years ago. Now that there are such eyes, one is rebel shinobu Uchiha Itachi, and the other is Uchiha Sasuke. How could it appear to a woman? Stop talking nonsense, prepare to die. Advertisement. Hongdou looked contemptuously at don't cut. Ninfa mist hidden technique. Do not cut a jump to the side, standing on the surface of the river. Activating water escape ninjutsu when there is water around will greatly reduce the consumption of chakra and increase the effect of ninjutsu. If you use fire done in a fire environment, definitely will have the same effect. Innocent. Yi Feng made a faint comment. A large amount of white fog rose from the surface of the water and quickly filled the area. The dense fog almost made people unable to see things a few meters away. This is the essence of Wyan's silent killing technique. Use heavy fog to block the enemy's sight, and at the same time, his actions are silent, often the knife is driven to the enemy's neck, and the enemy does not realize that the attack is coming. For ordinary ninjas, this is indeed a very difficult technique, both offensive and defensive. But Itsuki is not an ordinary ninja. She has the blood curse of Orochimaru and transplanted a pair of kaleidoscopes. Even if the line of sight is not visible, there is no sound, but the air currents in the air will change when the ninja moves. Based on this alone, you can figure out where you won't cut again. The throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. So, where should I choose? It's a shame to die so young. The sound of not cutting again came from all directions. This is a special technique that can hide the position of one's voice. Ended. The sound of not cutting again suddenly appeared behind the red bean. A decapitating knife swung over, but Red Bean's reaction speed was faster, and his eyes were calm. When the backhand was stopped, he didn't cut it again, and the backhand in his hand pierced the man's chest. Puff. The water flowing out of the chest is not blood. This is a water duplication. Die. Another non-cutting appeared behind the red bean. This time the attack was inevitable, and the red bean was cut directly into two parts. But this turned out to be a duplication, and it immediately became a water stain. If you don't use the fog hiding technique, you can only roughly determine the enemy's location, and can't confirm whether the enemy has made any small movements. Duplication. If he didn't cut it again, he was obviously surprised. Ended. Another red bean appeared behind no more cut, and Kuwu was tightly pressed against the man's throat. You predicted my prediction, but I predicted your prediction my prediction. You are the third floor and I am the fourth floor. Many of the ninja battles are doll games in the form of this kind of cake. Chapter 48 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 48 close black lens bracket the fat and ugly guy. Hehe, what to say is over. This kind of trick is absolutely impossible to defeat this uncle, but you are quite powerful, and you are able to copy my water duplication technique with the writing wheel. No longer said slowly, but I am not so easy to deal with. The second one held by red beans without cutting is still water duplication, and the third one without cutting appears behind red beans. You think I am the third floor, but in fact I am the fifth floor. Now is the real end. With the decapitated broadsword swung over, Hongdou immediately lowered his head to avoid, and jumped into the river next to it. Why is this water so heavy? Itsuki immediately found that his body seemed to be in a quagmire. Definitely, this is a dungeon technique. Without jumping into the river, he grabbed it with his right hand, and then a huge amounts of water ball was condensed, and the red beans were trapped in it. Just swipe the big knife again and you will be able to deal with this woman. Then there is the guy watching the show. Both of them have to die today. Yi Feng sighed suddenly. He is tired of watching Matryoshka games, and he doesn't need to watch it to know what will happen next. From the moment I saw Hongdou's writing round eyes, I would lose if I didn't cut it. The illusion of the kaleidoscope is unavoidable. Goodbye. If you don't cut it again, you obviously didn't realize this. The big knife in his hand was swung down, but it was not the red bean's head that was fluttering. Instead, his vision became dim. In a trance, it seemed to see a headless corpse lying on the river. The real red beans came out from behind the trees next to them, the writing wheel in their eyes closed. Illusory works well. This guy even thought he had succeeded in his calculations until he died. Yi Feng praised. The previous steps were all right, but in the end, the duplication of red beans was the one that was caught without using the technique of water jail. Due to the interference of the illusion, the big knife that didn't cut at the duplication, but cut off his own head. No more beheaded. Boom. Bai realized that something was not good and wanted to go out to save people, but Yi Feng directly stunned the little girl. The survivors of the Snow Clan in Wuyin Village have the boundary of ice escape and blood succession. This is a waste of resources without raising bloodletting. Take her back to the base of the pocket. Do not act arbitrarily or speak during this period. Yefeng summoned a coffin and ordered the people who came out inside. This is a blonde man with 4 generations of Hokage written on his clothes. Advertisement. Wave Wind Watergate. Watergate's eyes were obviously helpless, but he could only obediently obey the surgeon's words. Put on a black robe and act as a tool man. Soon, Watergate left with a comatose Bai. As for the decapitation broadsword, it was just a pile of scrap iron to him. Night. An island town in the country of Poland. Catch the thief. There was a hustle and bustle on the street. There are many impoverished children who are left unattended. They are often hungry and have no food to eat, so many people start to steal things. This kind of thing often happens here. Not only children, but many adults also showed interest in red beans and night wind. These two guys seem to be rich. Anything to eat. Sister, can you give me some food? A 5-year-old boy stood in front of Hongdou and said pitifully. My hair is messy, and I don't know that I haven't changed my clothes for a few months. Don't give money. If you give the money, it will only be robbed by other children, or by the local store owner. If you want to give it, just give it some dry food. Yi Feng reminded him. He didn't feel much about this kind of thing, just reminded Red Bean. Here, give it to you. Hongdou touched the small bag she was carrying, and took out 2 pieces of dry food from it. Thank you, sister. The little boy smiled and ran away. This is the end of the journey of the Wave Country. A week later, Konoha Hidden Village. As the Chunin exam is approaching, many ninja villages have sent their own shonen to participate. In the 3rd exam, the 4th generation of Fengying and the 3rd generation of Hokage will be present, as well as the nobles of the country of fire and the country of wind. A large number of strange ninjas entered the village, including Nightwind and Red Beans. Cut. Pretending to be a rock. Naruto was walking on the road and found an attendant appeared behind him. A box disguised as a rock, with a few little guys squatting inside, just blatantly following behind him. How can there be such a square and square, with 2 small holes in the rock? Naruto spit out. Really worthy of the man I fancy, worthy of my opponent. Konohamaru came out from under the box, and two of his own partners, Udon and Moawang, claimed to be a combination of Konohamaru Legion. Advertisement. They are all 6-year-old children, among them Konohamaru is the grandson of 3 generations of Hokage, who has practiced seduction with Naruto. Well, what do you do? Naruto asked. Boss, didn't you say you want to play ninja games with us? Konohamaru said. Is there such a thing? Naruto scratched his head. Cut. Ninjas play ninja games or something. Sakura walked faintly, completely desolate. She went to Sasuke just now, but the guy said that you are not as good as Naruto, which is terrible. Is she even worse than Naruto? Better than Naruto. Sakura. Naruto didn't know what was going on, and was blushing at Sakura's gaze. Hey, is this woman the boss's girlfriend? Konohamaru said without disdain. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so young, with a sharp vision. Naruto laughed out loud. No. Kozakura punched Naruto directly away, and Naruto quickly turned into a pig-headed face in the horrified eyes of Konohamaru Legion. Ugly. What the hell did you ugly monster do? Konohamaru said unwillingly. Oh, Kozakura was already in anger, so even Konohamaru was beaten by it. Soon, Naruto and Konohamaru's, master and apprentice, fell to the ground, their noses and faces swollen, and their heads full of bags. It hurts, it hurts. Naruto slowly got up. That fat and ugly guy, is that a woman? Konohamaru scolded. He is the young master in the village, and no one dares to do this to him in normal times. Quote. Kozakura was about to leave, she turned her head when she heard this sentence, her eyes were extremely unkind. Naruto and Konohamaru's army ran away in an instant, and Sakura was chasing after him. Because he ran too fast, Konohamaru didn't see anyone in front of him, so he ran into a man. This was a ninja dressed in black, and his forehead guard was not Konoha's. He was carrying a huge thing wrapped in bandages, and he didn't know what it was carrying. It hurts. Kankuro frowned and said uncomfortably. Chapter 49 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 49 close black lens bracket Chunin examination. Smelly kid. Kankuro narrowed his eyes, grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and lifted it into the air. Stop it, and be careful for a while. Tamari said lightly. She is not afraid of getting into trouble, but that Gara will be angry. I'm sorry, I was the only one who made a fool of myself. Sakura looked at the two ninjas cautiously. They all seem to be 15 or 16 years old, and they have that murderous aura, which is different from those of them who just graduated from ninja school. Hey, tell you to let go. Naruto wouldn't think about so many things, so he pointed to Kankuro and said angrily. Before the annoying guy comes, let's play with you. Kankuro said disapprovingly, holding Konohamaru's hand, even harder. Tamari didn't bother to remind me when I saw this. Naruto rushed directly. However, Kankuro was stopped by the chakra silk thread that was hard to find with the naked eye, and Naruto was tripped on the ground on the spot. What? Konoha's shinobu is very weak. Kankuro said contemptuously. Hey, if you don't let go, I won't let you go, idiot. Naruto continued. You're an idiot, why do you want to instigate your opponent? Sakura quickly stopped Naruto. It should be impossible to beat the opponent, Naruto even wanted to annoy the opponent. You are very irritating. I hate stinky brats very much, and I am so much younger than me, and so arrogant, that makes people want to completely destroy him. Kanjiro said coldly. Naruto and Sakura are at a loss, Udon and Moawang are already crying. Oh, I don't care. Tamari watched from the side, too lazy to care about Kankuro's affairs. First, get rid of the kid over here, then the kid over there. Kankuro squeezed a fist and was about to beat Konohamaru. Call out. A small stone flew out from the side and cut a scar on Kankuro's hand. Konohamaru ran away quickly. Everyone found out that a young man was sitting on the tree next to him. What do you want to do in someone else's village? Sasuke said indifferently. There were still a few small stones in his hand that he didn't throw out. A little handsome. Tamari looked at Sasuke appreciatively. Although Urzuzi always likes to pretend to force this, but I have to say that this guy is indeed very lethal to the girl. There's another kid who is angry with Deadman. Kankuro said uncomfortably. FK off. Sasuke smashed the stone in his hand and threatened. Ah, so handsome. Advertisement. Sakura started to commit a nympho. Udon and Moawang also rebelled on the spot, staring at Sasuke with small admiring eyes. Brother Naruto, you are too shabby. Konohamaru cried. Other people's Sasuke is so handsome, his eldest brother looks so weak in comparison. Idiot, that kind of guy can actually be solved easily. Naruto chuckled. Humph. Konohamaru turned his head. Hey, get out of here, kid. I hate you, a kid who can only play tricks. Kanjiro said coldly, reaching out to touch what was behind his back, it seemed that he wanted to use puppetry. Hey, do you need a crow? Tamari was a little surprised. Kankuro, stop it, the guy who loses the face of the village. Another figure appeared. On the big tree where Sasuke was staying, just behind Sasuke, behind it was a big gourd made of sand. The boy with short red hair has the word, love, on his forehead. Gara. Kanjiru's face changed. This guy, when did he appear behind me? Sasuke's face was solemn, and his heart was shocked. You guy who only loses the face of the village, what do you think we came to Konoha for? Gara said calmly. Listen to me, Gara. These guys came up to make trouble first. A cold sweat appeared on Kanjuro's face, and he quickly explained. To shut up, otherwise, I will kill you. Gara's face sank, showing no respect at all. Yes, I see, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Kanjuro said with a smile. I'm so sorry. Gara looked at Sasuke and said lightly. Go, we are not here to play. Gara ordered. Obviously he is the youngest, but Kankuro and Temari are both very cautious. And many more. You are the ninjas of Sandian village, right? Although the country of fire and the country of wind are allies, the treaty prohibits ninjas from entering and leaving each other's territory at will. What did you come to Konoha for? Kozakura asked. There is still a week left. On July 1st, the ninja test officially started. As Konoha's ninja, don't you know the news? A voice replaced Gara and the three to answer. Everyone turned their heads and saw that three ninjas wearing Odonin village guards appeared. Advertisement. A combination of a man and two women, all wearing large black coats. One of the women looked rather small, about 12 years old, and she was wearing a black blindfold, which looked very mysterious. The other man and woman are both about 20 years old. Gara looked at the ninja in Odonin village, then turned and left. Odonin village is just a little famous ninja, definitely not a great ninja. His prey is Sasuke Uchiha. This guy felt great, and he accurately hit Kankuro with a small stone. Zongan exam. What is the Chunin test? Naruto asked puzzledly. Big brother, as long as you pass that exam, you can change from being a low-end person to a middle-end person. Konohamaru explained. Really? Then I have to try. Naruto laughed. Hey, guy over there, what's your name? Sasuke jumped down from the tree and shouted at Roar, a group of people with Gara. Me. Temari turned around, his face flushed slightly. No, it's the one carrying the gourd. Sasuke said coldly. Gara, I have some interest in you too, what's your name? I love Luo lightly said. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke replied. What about me? Don't you ask my name. Naruto interrupted. Not interested in. Gara turned and left. Nohamaru, do I look weak? Well, much weaker than Sasuke's brother. Grown-ups. Another pair of ninja groups from Odonin village appeared, 2 men and 1 woman. They all seem to be 14 or 15 years old, and their dressing is much more normal than the other group, but their status seems to be lower. Toss, Sack, King. The ninja cultivated in Odonin village, definitely, has also undergone some transformations by Orochimaru. Thoth's arm device can launch sonic attacks, while the Zack's arm device can use wind to escape. As for gold, it can make people fall into illusion with the sound of bells. Don't be polite, let's go. Yi Feng said lightly. A group of 6 people quickly walked away. There are more weird guys in the village. Is there any danger in the Zongan exam? Will I be dragged down? The guy who made Kakashi jealous, won't he show up here at the timing of the Nakanin exam, right? The 3 people in the 7th class have mixed thoughts. Chapter 50 auto-generated chapter title. 50 as long as I am on a whim. A week later. Ninja examination. Examination room. Do you want to take the Chunin test? It's all stinky little ghosts. 2 teenagers stopped a bunch of candidates, wearing Konoha's forehead guards on their heads. Xiao Li deliberately pretended to be weak and was kicked out directly. Now that he is weak, he will let others take it lightly and underestimate his strength. Please let us pass. I also started acting every day. But soon, he was punched and fell to the ground. Listen, this is our tenderness. The ninja exam is not a trifle, because this exam gives up being a ninja, and there are people who are depressed. We can see a lot more. The 2 continued. In fact, the chief examiner used the transformation technique to deliberately test the eyesight of these candidates. The place to register for the exam is 301, but this is actually 201 on the 2nd floor. The boring illusion tricks can be cancelled. Sasuke came out and began to pretend. Oh, did you actually see it? But it's useless to see it. The examiner was slightly surprised. In the next second, the 2 of them rushed away quickly, and they were about to fight each other. At this moment, boom, a guy in a green tights rushed out, and at the same time stopped Sasuke and the chief examiner from kicking. Can actually block my attack. The chakra in this guy's hand. When they were beaten just now, they were totally different. Sasuke looked at Xiao Li as if he was facing an enemy. Hey, this is not the same as what we said. Didn't you guys want to be alert, so you are deliberately weak? Ningri was speechless. Xiao Li didn't answer, but stared straight at Sakura. Here again. Tien closed his eyes, already guessing what would happen next. My name is Rock Lee, and your name is Sakura, right? Xiao Li smiled, showing 2 rows of white teeth. Kozakura is a little inexplicable, why is this guy looking for her? Please date with me, I will protect you to death. Xiao Li gave a thumbs up and said confidently. Never, your eyebrows are too thick. The corner of Sakura's mouth twitched. This guy looks weird. Hey, the guy over there, please sign up. Neji Hyuga walked over and looked at Sasuke. When asking someone's name, shouldn't you report your name first? Advertisement. Sasuke smiled. You are a newcomer, how old are you this year? Ning Si asked. I have no obligation to answer you. Sasuke replied. Go, Sasuke, Naruto, you can go to the examination room. Kozakura urged. In this Zongan exam, there are really many little monsters. Yi Feng hides in the crowd, extremely ordinary. Teacher, you are here to bully young people too much. Red Bean said quietly. Ningji, the girl wearing a black blindfold whispered. Don't make trouble, you can't expose it yet. Yi Feng patted the girl's head. Yes, brother. The girl nodded nicely. Soon, Rock Lee caught up with the 7th class and planned to fight Sasuke. That guy with fierce eyes, do you want to make a showdown here now? Xiao Li asked. What? You said now, here is a showdown. Sasuke's expression sank. Uchiha Sasuke, I want to fight you, the last descendant of Uchiha, known as the Genius Ninja Clan. I want to try my tricks, where you can go. Xiao Li said solemnly. He has learned something from the eyes of the Hyuga family, and Neji has beaten him countless times, but he has not yet played against the Uchiha family. And, Sakura, love, as soon as Xiao Li's voice changed, he suddenly became numb. Do not want. This guy with drooping eyelashes has a bad hairstyle, pierced eyebrows, strange thick eyebrows, and strange clothes, so I don't like it everywhere. You are Angel, Xiao Li said solemnly. It's Sasuke who grabs the limelight again, it's horrible. Naruto thought sadly. Come to challenge me even knowing that I am the Uchiha clan. To be honest, I am really an ignorant person. Do you know what this name means? Thick eyebrows. Sasuke said confidently and coldly. Please fight with me. Xiao Li made a pose. Wait a minute, leave this thick eyebrow to me to clean up. I can clean him up in 5 minutes. Naruto spoke. Advertisement. It's not you that I want to fight against, it's Sasuke Uchiha. Xiao Li replied. No matter who is Sasuke, you are really annoying. Naruto rushed out. In this way, he punched Xiao Li in the front. Snapped. Xiao Li flashed to the side and shot Naruto's fist at the same time, causing Naruto's body to lose balance. Hateful. Naruto hurriedly changed his attack position, propped his hands on the ground and kicked over. Seeing this, the expression on Xiao Li's face became even more disdainful. Konoha Gale. Xiao Li squatted down, then swept his foot and swept away Naruto's supporting hands. Naruto became like a spinning top, completely losing his balance and flying out. This straight-up attack method seemed too stupid in front of Xiao Li, a ninja proficient in physical skills. This guy is really strong. Sakura and Sasuke looked very serious. I hereby declare that it is absolutely impossible for you to beat me. As for why, because I am the strongest among Konoha shinobu. Xiao Li said coldly. Forget it, Sasuke. Sakura said. Sasuke ignored Sakura, just stared at Xiao Li. Interesting, let me meet you. It doesn't take too long, it can be solved in 5 minutes at most. Sasuke walked out and went straight to Xiao Li, focusing his attention like never before. Konoha whirlwind. When Xiao Li jumped up, he just swept his legs. Sasuke reacted quickly and immediately tried to avoid this attack. But Xiao Li's speed is faster. Boom. A shoe print appeared on Sasuke's face, and the unstoppable force knocked Sasuke directly into the air, and fell to the ground from the air. As long as I am on a whim, I can pretend to be beaten in the face. Yi Feng looked at this scene from a distance and couldn't help but smile. Sasuke's first grade in the ninja school has made Sasuke's life a little lighthearted. Little did it know that at his age, Itachi was already about to open a kaleidoscope, and he still had several years of experience as an Ondi ninja. And he was just a hook, and he was hung up and beaten during the Zongan exam. Nami no Zan and Shiro were solved. Sasuke and Naruto didn't get any experience when they went out this time, they just learned to climb trees and walk on the water. So Sasuke's eyes are still in the state of a jade. Want revenge? You will definitely need my strength. In a daze, Sasuke remembered the strange man he met that day, Konoha rebellion named Orochimaru. In that case, let me have fun with you. Sasuke stood up and opened a Guyu writing wheel. Is that writing round eyes? Xiao Li looked solemn, paying attention to Uchiha Sasuke's every move. Right round eyes, that is a more powerful pupil technique than white eyes. Chapter 51 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 51 close black lens bracket cheating. Whether it is illusion or ninjutsu, it is just a blind technique. I will see them all through with these eyes. Sasuke self-channel. It was careless just now, he didn't believe that he would still lose now. Boom. Xiao Li moved faster this time. A kick from the bottom up to Sasuke's chin, Sasuke couldn't see the movement at all, and he didn't have time to react. This guy, could it be? Sasuke fell to the ground for the second time with a very ugly expression. Yes, I am neither ninjutsu nor illusion, but pure physical skill. Xiao Li charged over. After a punch and kick, Sasuke was bruised and swollen from the lesson. His physical fitness was not at the same level at all, and he was not enough to see the opposite movement clearly. Do you know? Powerful people are divided into genius type and hardworking type. If you say that your writing wheel is inherited from the Uchiha family's blood, then I am hardworking type. Then I used this trick to prove that people who work hard can surpass geniuses. Boom. Sasuke was kicked into the air for the third time. This time Xiao Li also flew out, appearing below Sasuke, and the bandage on his arm began to fall off. That's it, Li. A tortoise with a red tortoise shell suddenly appeared. Xiaoli stopped the technique quickly, then walked over respectfully, half kneeling on the ground. Are you okay, Sasuke? Sakura cared. She never thought that Sasuke would lose, and it was such a terrible loss. Sasuke did not answer, but stared in Xiaoli's direction, his eyes colder than ever. Very good, that's the look. Let's enter the examination room. Yes, my lord. 10 minutes later, after the registration procedures, a total of more than 100 ninjas appeared in the big examination room. There are so many people here. Unfortunately, there is nothing valuable. Yi Feng shook his head. Ino-chan has become more cute. Advertisement. Hongdou stared at the blonde girl with a single ponytail not far away. Don't reveal your identity. Do you think you are still the niece of the dessert shop owner? Yi Feng patted Red Bean's head. Hee, I won't pass. Hongdou said with a smile. How do you feel at Konoha? Itsuki looked at the girl in the black blindfold and smiled. Nothing has changed, Hinata said quietly. Her eyes will be exposed once they appear, so she will be blindfolded. No way, who made the reincarnation eye is too eye-catching, the ice blue is like a snowflake shape, even if no spell is activated, it will bring a strong sense of oppression. As for these eyes, these reincarnation eyes definitely do not belong to Hinata himself, but the eyes of Hyuga Kahuo. Yi Feng transplanted the eyes of the two sisters to each other, just to nourish Hinata's eyes with Huahuo's body. If I meet Konoha's ninja, I won't be merciful, Yi Feng said lightly. Yes, brother. Hinata's voice was still very quiet. Although people here probably have forgotten the missing Hyuga file-size sister, she is still very cautious. If the identity is revealed, it will cause trouble for everyone. Be quiet, you trash. Morino Ibihi suddenly appeared, and showed up in the examination room with a group of examiners. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Awaited. This is the beginning of the first selection of the Chunin exam. I am the person in charge here, Morino Ibiki. The man with a scar on his face introduced himself. Konoha's interrogation department's shinin is also a famous ruthless person in Konoha shinin. Keep quiet from now until the end of the first assessment. Each person receives a number plate, takes a seat according to the number, and then distributes the written test papers to you. Ibis continued. Written examination. Written examination. Naruto's eyes stared out. Unfortunately, what he is least good at is theoretical knowledge in this area. Advertisement. Soon, everyone sat down and got their own paper and pen. In the first exam, there are several important rules that must be told to you first. I won't answer any of your questions later, so you listen to me now. First of all, for the first rule, everyone has 10 points at the beginning. 1 point for each of the 10 questions in the written test. 1 point will be deducted if you make a mistake. The second rule, whether a ninja is qualified or not, is calculated according to the total score of the 3-person ninja team. The third rule is to deduct 2 points at a time when you find cheating, and you must leave the examination room if you find it 5 times, and even leave the entire team. Finally, if someone scores 0, then the team is also unqualified. Ibis said, okay, that's all for rule. There are 9 questions on the test paper, and the last one will wait 45 minutes before the test begins. The exam begins. ... Time passed by every minute, and every examinee was looking at the test paper in front of him. The better ones like Sakura and Sasuke can naturally complete most of the exercises easily. But for more people, cheating is still needed after all. Hey, I've experienced this critical moment of life and death countless times, how can I be scared? At this time, you must guard against arrogance and rashness, first look at all the problems, and then try your best to solve the problems that you can solve. Naruto relaxed, and then looked at the questions on the test paper. The first one is the title of the ninja secret code. Next, the second question is. The parabolic bee in the picture is standing on a 7-meter high tree, and the maximum range of the shuriken of Ninja A is drawn in the picture. The third question, the fourth question. Naruto soon collapsed. Each of the 9 topics seemed to have a grudge against him, all of which were incomprehensible. Although Sasuke could not do it, he quickly figured out the essential purpose of the exam. There are 5 chances to find cheating, which shows that cheating is actually encouraged, as long as your methods are smart enough to not be discovered by these guys. Thinking about this, Sasuke directly copied a candidate's right-hand movement with the writing wheel, and followed him to write the answer on the test paper according to the gourd drawing. Gara condensed an eyeball with sand and flew quietly across the examination room. Konkuro uses a puppet to imitate the image of a Konoha examiner, and then uses the puppet to help himself. Ning-Si's white eyes have a perspective function, and he can directly see the distance and directly cheat and copy it. Tooth can make Akamaru lie on his head and let Akamaru tell him what he sees. Anyway, only he can understand what the puppy is saying. In order to pass the first competition, the ninjas were all active and used various methods. But none of the 6 people in Odonan village started writing. Anyway, I learned some news in advance and knew what the 10th question was, so I didn't bother to do the test papers. Naruto was still in panic, and he didn't know how to do any questions, and he didn't dare to cheat, and he was extremely nervous. Chapter 52 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 52 close black lens bracket dead forest. No. 35. Number 62, weed out. Someone was caught cheating one after another more than 5 times, and they were invited out with their teammates. Soon, in the examination room with more than 100 people, a half of the ninjas were lost in the end. The cheating methods are too inferior, and all have been cleared out. Very well, 45 minutes have passed. Morino Ibiki said. Next, let me explain the rule of question 10. First of all, you have to choose whether to answer the 10th question or not. If you give up answering, then you will be declared unqualified and the entire ninja team will be eliminated. If you choose to answer, but the answer is wrong, then I am sorry, you will always be deprived of the qualifications to take the Zongan exam, and you will always be able to do it. Ibis continued. How can there be such a rule? Aren't many ninjas here also candidates from previous years? Ya couldn't help standing up and saying. That's because the examiner in previous years was not me. Your luck is too bad. This year, I am the rule here. A busy sneered. I have to say that in terms of momentum, he is still the captain of Konoha's interrogation unit. The atmosphere became more and more weird, and gradually someone could not withstand the pressure. 1 team, 2 teams, 3. The number of candidates in the examination room quickly dropped to less than half, and some people continued to give up the exam. After all, this year is gone, and it will be a big deal next year. If he was judged to lose his qualifications for the exam forever, he would really have to be forbearance for the rest of his life. At this moment, Naruto raised his hand tremblingly, as if to give up. Boom. In the end, Naruto slapped the table with a slap. Don't underestimate me, I won't back down. I want to participate. Even if I can only do shinobi for a lifetime, I will become Hokage in one go. I am not afraid. Naruto shouted loudly. This is a choice to bet on in life. If you want to give up, take advantage of it now. A busy frowned. Because this guy made trouble, many people with unsteady minds stayed, and fewer people were eliminated. Implement what I have said, this is my forbearance. Naruto did not show weakness. At this point, no one has given up qualifications anymore. Are there 78 people left? Really, interesting guys have appeared. A busy shook his head. 26 groups, the second exam doesn't seem to be too boring. Yi Feng smiled and squinted. Advertisement. 2 minutes later. So, everyone who stays here, I declare that you have all passed the first assessment. A busy announced. Previously, the methods of catching cheating were immature, and then the 10th question was to test the mind and willpower of these ninjas, as well as the ability to respond on the spot, the ability to collect intelligence. Written test scores are not important at all. 78 people, there are quite a lot of people left. A voice sounded. All the examinees looked over and saw that it was a woman with long black hair, wearing a red and white ninja suit, about 20 years old. Evening Red, Konoha's newly promoted shinin. He is also the chief examiner for the second session of the Zongan exam. It's okay. After the second game, this number will be halved. Another voice sounded. This is an ordinary-looking man with a cigarette in his mouth. Sarutobi Asma, Konoha Kamanin was also a ninja in the same period of Yurihong, and one of the sons of 3 generations of Naruto. Also the examiner of the second game. There are a lot of interesting guys this year. A busy looked at Naruto. I'll talk about the details tomorrow. Where can I gather back and ask your Shangan teacher? Disbanded. The next day, afternoon. This is the venue for the second exam, the 44th exercise site, also known as the Death Forest. Each ninja signs a life and death certificate before entering it. Definitely can also give up. Shi Raihong said lightly. Not only is there a lot of dangerous poisonous insect beast in this 10-meter diameter forest, but killing is not forbidden. Many people die in this forest every year in the exam. Each team distributes a scroll, a total of 26 teams, then there are 13 teams with the Scroll of Heaven, and 13 teams with the Scroll of Earth. The test time is 5 days. Within 5 days, as long as your ninja team can collect a set of Heaven and Earth scrolls and come to the tower in the center of the forest, even if they pass the second test. Besides, if someone in the team died, then all of them would be unqualified. And as a friendly reminder, never watch the contents of the scrolls before reaching the central tower. Now the captains of each team come up to pick up the scrolls and enter the exercise field from different entrances. Asma said, he wouldn't have come to such a place, but since the popularity is coming, he also followed to join in the fun. Anyway, men, you always have to take the initiative to chase girls. Although he has been taking the initiative for many years, he still did not give up. Advertisement. Grown-ups. The 3 of Toss bowed respectfully, and then walked to an entrance. Let's go. Let's go in too. Yi Feng licked his lips and touched the heads of the 2 women around him. Taking this test with their identities and strength is like an adult participating in a kindergarten competition. Sasuke. Thinking of the boy's eyes, the smile on Yi Feng's face grew thicker. Although he had already awakening the Reincarnation Eye pupil technique, the Reincarnation Eye was still his goal. 10 minutes later. Death Forest. The sky gradually darkened, and the 3 people in Class 7 were under a tree. They didn't know that someone was using the earth to eavesdrop on their conversation. In order to prevent someone from pretending to be a teammate with the transformation technique after the separation, we first determine a secret sign. As long as the code is right or wrong, then no matter how you look like it, you must treat it as an enemy. Listen, I will only say it once. Sasuke said seriously. When I ask Ninja, the answer should be like this. When a large number of enemies are turbulent, it is the time to lurch, and there is no way to hide in a quiet place. The most important thing for a ninja is to grasp the timing, that is, when the enemy is tired and slack. That's it. Sasuke said lightly. Good. Sakura nodded. Can you say it again? Naruto drooped his face. Didn't I say that I only said it once? Sasuke smiled deliberately. Don't you remember? You fool, I remembered it the first time. Sakura said, I also remember it, just to be on the safe side, so I just want to listen to it again. Naruto curled his lips. It hurts. Naruto frowned, and a wind blade scraped across his cheeks, as if it had been cut by a blade. What's wrong? Several people are looking in the direction of Fengjian. At 50 meters away from the three of them. Wind escape big breakthrough. Yifeng made a seal in his hand, and spit out a violent wind that blew the seventh shift. He took special care of Naruto and caused him to be blown away by the strong wind. There were many giant snakes summoned by his psychic skills nearby. Chapter 53 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 53 close black lens bracket The Avengers. Boom. The wind raged by, and a large area of the forest was destroyed. Is this really a newbie? Sasuke frowned tightly. As the wind was too strong, Naruto dispersed with them, and he felt that this technique was aimed at them in the 7th class. Wait here, I'm going to tease those little guys. Yifeng smirked and walked over. Adzuki Beans and Hinata waited in place. Hey, everyone, are you all okay? Yifeng used transformation technique to transform into Naruto and walked out. Wait, to the code first. Ninja machine. Sasuke pulled out kunai and looked at this Naruto. When a large number of enemies are turbulent, it is the time to lurch, and there is no way to hide in a quiet place. The most important thing for a ninja is to grasp the timing, that is, when the enemy is tired and slack. Yifeng said the answer. But Sasuke smiled coldly, and threw the kunai in his hand. Hey, what are you doing, Sasuke? Both Yekas and Sakura were a little surprised. A guy like Naruto, it's impossible for him to remember such a long code. If you ask him what the secret code is, he will say 100% that he has forgotten it. Sasuke smiled confidently. Then since you know he will forget, why did you choose such a long code? Yifeng lifted the transformation technique, revealing his original appearance. Because I know someone is eavesdropping underground. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Hehe, you are better than I thought. As expected of the Uchiha clan. Yifeng laughed softly. You are the scroll of heaven, right? Then you should really need the scroll of earth in my hand. As Yifeng said, he took out an earth scroll in his hand. Let me see, where is your strength limit? When Naraku's vision was activated, a murderous aura spread to Sasuke and Sakura, and the two people seemed to be killed in a trance. Almost instantly, the two of them fell to the ground and lost their fighting spirit. What's the matter with this guy's murderous aura? It is so terrifying. Is this really a Zongen exam? Sasuke's heart was trembling. Seeing the man walking slowly not far away, every step seemed to step on his heart. Advertisement. Move. Sasuke roared in his heart, but even holding kunai's hand was shaking. Is it only this level? Sasuke heard the man's voice, and a cruel look flashed in his eyes. Puff. Sasuke pierced his right leg with kunai, and relied on this pain to force him to wake up. Immediately escaped with Sakura, and dashed to a tree dozens of meters away. Sasuke. Kozakura looked worried. It was the first time that she saw Sasuke so restless, and her face was pale with fright. Snake. There is a snake. Sasuke reacted almost at the end. Reluctantly took Sakura to escape the bite of a giant snake, and then killed the giant snake with flying darts. You can't escape. A faint voice sounded. Sasuke and Sakura looked back and saw that the man got out of the tree. Swish. But at this delicate moment, several Kuwu shots came over, and Yifeng dodged. Sorry, Sasuke. The secret sign or something, I forgot. Naruto finally got rid of the big snake and came to the scene. Naruto, I don't care if you want to be handsome or not to save me, don't be in the limelight, run away. This guy is much stronger than us. Sasuke opened the writing wheel and shouted. This man gave him the feeling even stronger than Kakashi, and it was definitely not something they could defeat. Hey, you guy, you are bullying in every way. Since I, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki, are here, I will teach you a lesson today. Naruto said with a grin. He doesn't care whether the enemy is strong or not, it is impossible to escape anyway. And many more. Here is the scroll, you can take this thing and go. Sasuke thought for a long time, but finally only thought of this way. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto said angrily. To shut up. Only in this way can we survive. Sasuke said, it seems you haven't figured out the status quo, kid. Scrolls and other things are basically indifferent. Do you think I came here for this kind of thing? Yifeng laughed. In Sasuke's horrified and helpless eyes, the scroll of the earth was torn to pieces. As for the scroll of heaven in assistant, there is no interest at all. Advertisement. Sasuke. You are not the Sasuke I know at all. You counterfeit. The Sasuke I know is not so cowardly. Naruto completely rage. The 9 tails in the body responded to roar, the faint red chakra overflowed, and the pupils of the eyes turned red. 9-tailed. But you are still too tender and of no value to me. Yifeng's figure flashed, and the next moment he directly caught Naruto and lifted it in the air. The seal of the 5 elements. Yifeng slapped Naruto's belly with a slap, knocking him into a coma. Sasuke, save Naruto. Sakura shouted. Although she didn't like Naruto, she became a friend during this time and didn't want to see Naruto being killed. My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, and live ugly. Sasuke's pupils dilated, recalling Itachi's words that night in his mind. That's right, he is an avenger, who can do anything and pay any price for revenge. The look in your eyes has become sharper, kid. Yi Feng smiled. The one Go Jade in Sasuke's eyes is evolving into two Go Jade, which seems to be in desperation, so it has stimulated the potential again. Sasuke, although Naruto is different from Sasuke, clumsy and in the way, at least he is not a coward. Right, Sasuke, Kozakura said from the side. Yi Feng felt a little speechless. You watched the show next to you at the beginning, and you didn't force it, but now you are embarrassed to say Sasuke. Sure enough, it's the Uchiha clan, the blood is starting to stir, right? Let me see how strong you are. Looking at Sasuke's changes, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. In order to defeat Uchiha Itachi, I will definitely survive. Zuo's assistant bit a bit of kunai, and writes the wheel with unprecedented concentration. Dare to take the initiative to attack. Wind escape big breakthrough. Yi Feng spit out a gust of wind. Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, and he jumped directly onto the branch above. Several kunai were thrown out, with hard-to-find silk threads entwined behind them. Yi Feng avoided kunai, and Sasuke had already attacked me close, relying on the observation power of writing wheel eyes to fight melee. Since Yi Feng was only tentatively playing, Sasuke did not fall into a disadvantage. Art fire escape ho fireball. A fireball spurted out, but the guy walked out of the flames unharmed at all. It's really troublesome. Sasuke's face was solemn. Chapter 54 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 54 close black lens bracket the kaleidoscope of red beans. It's done. Sasuke grabbed a flaw in the opponent, then smashed it down forcefully. But the captured person quickly turned into dirt, which is a dirt duplication. Has it ended? The body of Yefeng appeared from behind. With two punches in the face of Sasuke, the boy coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Boom. But at this moment, the detonating talisman exploded behind the night wind. Sasuke, who was knocked down, stood up at this moment, threw out flying darts again in his hand, and then wrapped the night breeze around and tied it to a tree. Write round eyes and operate windmills and three swords. Manipulate dozens of silk threads at the same time, and tie the enemy out of action. Fire escape dragon fire art. The majestic flame sprayed out, spreading along the special silk thread to Yi Feng's body, and the trees behind him were directly penetrated by a large hole. The high-temperature flame, which has powerful destructive power, can be regarded as a relatively high-level ninjutsu in Huo-dun. Successful. Sasuke was relieved at this time. Thousands of calculations finally found the vulnerabilities of this guy. Even if the shinobu is hit by the dragon fire technique unsuspectingly, he will definitely suffer severe damage or even death. 2 minutes later, the trees were scorched to black, and the man seemed to have lost his life and remained motionless. Sasuke. It worked. Kozakura ran over just then, supporting Sasuke with one hand. Sasuke kept panting. Chakra exhaustion and mental loss were very serious. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the man actually laughed. He tore off the human skin mask on his face casually, and then revealed the original appearance. The guy who met in Nami no country that time, Kakashi, was also terrified. Orochimaru. Sasuke. I said we will meet again soon. Yi Feng said with a smile. With his physique, this kind of ninjutsu is just for pediatrics. You fellow. Sasuke's body began to tremble. Sure enough, this guy is not something they can beat. If you still want to see me. Oh, no, we will definitely meet again, because Sasuke, you will definitely need my strength. Yi Feng's right hand slowly turned into a white snake, crawling along the branch. Sasuke could only watch. Advertisement. Don't come near. Sakura held kunai in front of Sasuke. Don't get in the way. With a wave of Yi Feng, the white snake wrapped Sakura and threw it out. It should be Sasuke who killed Sakura to break the bondage, otherwise he would have killed this annoying woman long ago. He has never been a patient person. The white snake bit on Sasuke's neck, leaving behind 3 black guja patterns. The art of curse seal. If you can survive, then you can get the curse of the sky. This is a small gift, I hope you like it. We will meet again soon. Next time, you will come to me on the initiative, Sasuke. The man smiled and disappeared. Sasuke went into a faint in front of his eyes. In the end, only Sakura was sober, and it took a lot of effort to move the 2 boys into a tree hole. Teacher. Elder brother. Itsuki and Hinata beckoned to roar. What Yi Feng said, they did what they did, so they waited here all the time. A visitor is here, don't you ask them out to chat. Really, it's so rude. Yi Feng said with a smile. Oh, people are embarrassed. Teacher, you also know that there are acquaintances, alas, it's a bit sad. Red Bean whispered. She transplanted a kaleidoscope, and Hinata has reincarnation eyes. It is not too easy for the 2 of them to discover the person hiding in secret. Oops, it was discovered. The 2 ninjas who were hiding in secret sank. The sunset is red. Asthma. Strong chakra fluctuations broke out in the Zongan test, which is not what the ninja competition should appear. So 2 people came to investigate. Red beans. Since you are here, this must be the Orochimaru. Yurihong's expression is complicated. At the beginning, she had such a good relationship with Hongdou, even if she hadn't seen each other for so many years, she recognized it at a glance. Since Itsuki beans are here, the man next to him is undoubtedly Dashi Wan. Advertisement. Red, ready to retreat and ask the village for help. We are not their opponents, wait for me to stop them. Asma said hardly. Worthy of being Hokage's son, he is not stupid, but also very bold, planning to stay on his own. But the ideas are beautiful, and the reality is often cruel. What did I hear? You mean you want to stay and stop the three of us? Yi Feng laughed loudly. Asma also valued herself too much. Even Kakashi didn't dare to be so arrogant, it was almost the same for a Metke that could open 8 doors. Leaving the village for so long. Orochimaru, what are you doing here again? Shi Raihong couldn't help asking. The news that Orochimaru appeared at the Zongan exam was so shocking. Preparing to withdraw, I will save my life and keep them. Asma said solemnly. Red beans. Someone dare to look down upon you, this time it's a bit swift and cut him at speed. I don't want to hear such idiots talking. Yi Feng ordered. Okay, teacher. A light flashed in Red Bean's eyes. If there is a chance, she would like to save Shi Raihong's life, but if the opponent is Asma, she will have no pressure to act. Anyway, he was not a familiar person. What about Naruto's son? As long as Yefeng orders, Hokage will dare to kill you. Fantasy. Hongdou's left eye was noticeably brighter. The scarlet three-gold jade appeared and gradually integrated together, finally turning into the shape of a three-petal flower, which was extremely soft in shape. Because she had drunk the blood of Osh Pill, she was considered half of Uchiha's tribe. The ability of the left eye is called Wanyu, which is a kind of illusion, which can blur the enemy's senses and make people who fall into the illusion enter a state of sluggishness. Although it doesn't possess the powerful mental destructiveness of the monthly reading, the victory is very small, and it can be activated multiple times. The ability in the right eye is called the Blood Hell, which can control the blood in his body, liquidize the body of the red bean, and turn all into blood. As long as not all the blood is destroyed, it can be resurrected with the remaining blood, which is a life-saving skill. Although the two pupil techniques are very common, they are also a kaleidoscope, which is much stronger than ordinary ninjas. Facing Wanyu, Asma entered a sluggish state without resistance. Puff. Hongdou's hand lifted the knife and fell, and a head had fallen to the ground. In addition to fleeing, the blood prison can also create special blood duplication, or use it for attack and hiding. Asma didn't know what happened from the beginning to the end, so she was killed in seconds. Chapter 55 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 55 close black lens bracket killing Shirahong. Teacher. What does she do? Hongdou clapped her hands, looking at Shi Raihong with some complicated expressions. She didn't have much pressure to kill Asma, but she still felt a little hesitant to kill Hong. Kill her. She has no value to me anymore. The Night Wind said calmly. Except for those magnificent eyes, he has no other interest in this woman. Show me your determination, Itsuki. Choose to follow me, you should have thought of this day earlier. The night breeze said lightly. Is teacher. The writing wheel in Hongdou's eyes trembled slightly, and soon calmed down again. Yes, only the teacher is the most important. For the teacher's goal, in order to be by the teacher's side, she can do whatever it is. Now that you can't look back, why follow this kind of person? Shi Raihong shouted. Unlike Hongdou, she and her father have been educated by the will of fire, since they were young, and they are ninjas who can give their lives for the village. She couldn't understand why Red Bean had to follow such a lunatic. What can I get in the village? When I was a child, I was a wild child who was unregulated. I was bullied and discriminated against by children of the same age. Then I came to Konoha. Everyone alienated me because I was a disciple of the teacher. This world is wrong. Hongdou smiled self-deprecatingly. She definitely knows what she is doing. But the question is, what about being a bad guy? Anyway, she lives happily. Quote. Shi Raihong did not speak anymore, but slowly closed her eyes, and fell softly to the ground. People who are not strong enough in spirit are caught in Wanyu, and that's how they end up. A handful of kunai pierced into the heart. Shi Raihong's body on the ground quickly cooled down. Very good. Yi Feng patted Hongdou on the shoulder and smiled very satisfied. He took out a container, and then took a bit of Asma's flesh and blood to put it on. This guy's strength is of little use, but it is still possible to use the dirty soil to reincarnate to discuss the 3 generations of Hokage. The next day, Sasuke's body seemed to have a high fever, and there was a painful expression on his face. Naruto was also hit by the thing called the Seal of the 5 Elements, and has been in a coma until now. There are 3 people in the tree hole, only Sakura is awake. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the distance. Advertisement. Sakura turned her head nervously and found that it was just a cute-looking squirrel. Seeing the squirrel approaching the trap she set up, his face suddenly changed, and he threw out a handful of misfortune to scare the little guy away. Cut. Has the squirrel with the detonating talisman been found? Sak was a little surprised. No, she may not have noticed. But it doesn't matter, let's go directly. Ta said lightly. Not far from here. Don't hide, come out quickly. Hyuga Neji said. Really? I hurriedly hid, how could I still be discovered? Ino whispered. Damn it, the guy in trouble. Shikamaru's face changed. Neji Hyuga graduated from the previous year, and his grades were the first in the whole year, so he was a very tricky guy. Battle Plan 1. Wait until he walks over like this. Ino raised his hand and said. This has failed. Shikamaru shook his head. Then you can only execute the second battle plan. Huh, do you really want to do it? No way, this plan will definitely succeed. Just do what you say, and the three quickly left the bushes and walked out. Ahaha, isn't this last year's first rookie Neji Hyuga? I really want his signature. The three flattered. However, Ning Si's expression was very flat and unmoved. So it's you guys, Ning Si said calmly. The next thing is my beauty trick, use my beauty to make him fascinated. Ino thought confidently, actually, I wanted to see you a long time ago. Ino untied her long hair, stretched out a hand and said with a smile. FK off. Ning Si turned around blankly. Why is my beauty plan useless? Ino waved his small fist unconvincedly. You raise your fist now, do you want to fight me? Ning Si stopped and said coldly. No, how could it be? Ino said with a smile. Then hurry up, advertisement. Removing the scrolls from rubbish like you will only become a joke in the village. Ning Si hummed. Okay, get out of here. Shikamaru team slipped away immediately. Shikamaru's shadow ninjutsu can only control others, and Ino's heart-turning technique is also to control others. As for Ding Si, although the doubling technique has offensive power, it is also very general, and most of it still has a control effect. The combat effectiveness of their squad is not that strong, and they still used an ambush to grab a scroll before. Same as I thought. As long as we don't take the initiative, that guy will not take the initiative to attack weak people like us. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. Then go find a weak guy, ha 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 ha. Ino laughed loudly. In front of acquaintances, it is almost impossible to see Lady Ino, which is also Ino's habit. Although everyone in the village said that the little girl in the mountain was good and beautiful, everyone he knew what an unreasonable little witch was like. Where to find a team weaker than us? Shikamaru shook his head. At the same time, don't sleep to protect them all night. A voice sounded. Sakura looked back and saw three ninjas from Odonin village not far away. Wake up Sasuke, we want to fight that guy. Toss said lightly. What are you talking about? What is your purpose? I know that the person behind you is Dashawan. Kozakura squeezed kunai tightly and looked directly at the three ninjas in Odonin village. What is behind Sasuke's neck? After making Sasuke like this, what did he say to challenge him? What does it mean? Kozakura asked. What the Lord is thinking, we definitely don't know. But I will kill you all. Sak said. Wait, Sak. Two stepped out and interrupted Zack who wanted to take a shot. The traces of this soil being turned over are too obvious, and this grass won't grow in such a place, right? Toss said lightly, seeing through the trap Sakura had set. She didn't see the detonating charm on the squirrel, but was afraid that the squirrel would trigger the trap she set up. Kill you right away. Toss and two partners jumped up, planning not to step on this land. Kozakura smiled confidently, cut a rope with kunai, and suddenly a piece of wood fell from above, and shot the three of Odonin in the air. Are there any traps above? Toss touched the wood with his right hand and directly smashed it into pieces. Sakura's face changed drastically, and she could only watch three people rushing over. Chapter 56 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 56 close black lens bracket fairness and justice. Konoha whirlwind. At this critical moment, Shaoli suddenly appeared. Yiji swept his legs and forced the Odonin trio to retreat, and landed in front of Kozakura handsomely. Who are you? Toss frowned. Konoha's beautiful blue beast, Rock Lee. Xiao Li channeled himself. Although this was an exam, he couldn't help but want to protect Sakura. Why are you here? For you, am I the enemy now? Kozakura asked. I said before, I will protect you to death. Xiao Li smiled. Thanks. Sakura's expression is a bit complicated. In special circumstances, she can only accept Xiao Li's help. This thick eyebrow seems to be good at physical skills, so I can play with him a little bit. Toss said lightly. ... Table lotus. Xiao Li used the lotus flower to catch Toss, but Zack softened the soil on the ground, leaving Toss uninjured. Instead, Xiao Li was in poor health and was almost deaf by Toss. Sonic attack. Puff through. Xiao Li finally couldn't hold the pressure of Toss and was knocked down. In the end, only Sakura was still struggling to guard the unconscious two. Shikamaru team also hurriedly shot at this time. Dingchi's doubling technique, Shikamaru's shadow fixation, and Ino's heart-turning technique finally dragged the battlefield temporarily. Sakura. Who hurt you like this? A faint voice sounded. Sasuke Uchiha woke up. The surface of his body was covered with black curse marks, and the purple chakra overflowed out of his body, and the powerful breath was shocking. Originally, Ning Si had planned to save Xiao Li, but he gave up the shot altogether after seeing this scene. Sasuke, are you okay? Kozakura worried. Don't worry, not only is it okay, but the power is still pouring in continuously. That guy gave it to me. I finally understand now that I am an Avenger, even if I sell myself to the devil, I must embark on the path to gain strength. Sasuke said lightly. The curse mark continued to spread, and quickly spread from the half of the body to the whole body. Uchiha Sasuke, die for me. Sak raised his hands. Stop, Sak, don't you understand now? Advertisement. Toss roared. When Uchiha Sasuke gained the power of the curse seal, that level of strength took a leap, and it was not something they could defeat. Any more rash moves are just for death. Zhang Kongjibo. Zack's arms spouted strong winds. But Sasuke's figure disappeared in place, appeared behind him with a ghostly speed, and subdued him in less than 2 seconds. Crack. Sasuke broke Zack's arm directly. Squirting wind from the device in your hand. That will directly destroy your hand. You seem to be proud of these hands. Sasuke sneered. Stop it. Zack fell to the ground in a coma. Seeing that Sasuke still wanted to deal with the opposite Otonin, Sakura finally couldn't help but ran over and hugged Sasuke from behind. Sasuke, don't. This is not the Sasuke I know, please. Sakura cried. Such a cruel murderous Sasuke is not the Sasuke she wants to see. Cut. Troublesome woman, should I kill that guy long ago? Yifeng frowned when he saw this scene from a distance. But soon, he relaxed again. Sasuke has tasted the beauty of power, and no one prevents Sasuke from coming to him. The other side. It's stupid that Shane's little boy dared to challenge us. The trio of Urinen village met Gara's trio. Depending on the situation, Gara invited the battle first, but these guys didn't take Gara into their eyes. Hey, boy, you should choose your opponent well, or you will die. Said a scarred Cyclops. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and start fighting. I Love Luo lightly said. Hey, Gara, shouldn't you follow them and find out where their scrolls are hidden before you start grabbing them? If the scrolls are the same, there is no need to fight. Long words. Gara interrupted Konkuro, and his voice grew colder. I want to kill all the guys I see. Gara said impatiently. Only killing can prove the meaning of his existence, and killing allows him to understand that he is still alive. Let's start. The Scar Man smiled disdainfully and threw the 4 black umbrellas into the sky while quickly forming a seal in his hand. Go to hell, kid. Advertisement. Ninfa rich as rain. The black umbrella was spinning in the sky, and countless black needles shot from all directions, covering almost every corner of Gara's body, with no dead ends. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a wall of sand was built around Gara, and no needle could penetrate the defense. Is it that way? Gara's smile is getting more and more dangerous. The quicksand seemed to surround Scar Man as a river, wrapping him like a zongzi. Sand-bound hazel. Gara controlled the sand ball floating in the air. The strong pressure squeezed and crushed the flesh and turned it into a mixture of countless pieces of flesh, blood and sand, and a black blood rain fell in the sky. Decedent's blood rain poured into the rolling quicksand, giving Shira stronger strength. I Love Luo said lightly. The other 2 ninjas in Yuyan village were scared. Unfortunately, there was no way to escape. Soon there were 2 black blood rains. After doing all this, Gara barely calmed down some murderous intent. A few days passed in a flash. Yifeng finally gave up his identity as a contestant, and did not intend to continue the subsequent competition. The curse had already been planted, and it was meaningless to bully the children. However, Hongdou and Hinata did not give up their qualifications and planned to continue playing. In addition, there are 7 groups of passers. Gara is a trio, Otonin village is a group, Class 7 is a group, Shikamaru is a group, Ningji is a group, and Shino is a group. 20 people in total. It is worth mentioning that the Shino group does not have Hinata, but is a boy with white eyes that they don't know. I didn't expect so much to stay. 3 generations smoked a cigarette with a vicissitudes of expression. There should be only single digits left to qualify, but this year seems to be an accident. And Asma and Red Bean were killed. Just yesterday, a ninja from Ondi found 2 corpses in the Death Forest.
There are not too many traces of resistance, it may be that the opponent's strength far surpasses them. He had to think of the fellow Orochimaru, but no matter what should be done is still to be done. Then, let's start the 3rd exam next. Before the introduction, I must explain one thing clearly. 3 generations said slowly. It is also the prestige of various countries, and it is also the ninja fighting for life, with an awe-inspiring appearance. What can't you do? Brainwashing first place. Yifeng curled his lips. After all, it wasn't to tie the ninja to his own village and serve Konoha's allegiance. Turning one eye to the darkness of the village, and letting Tuanzang mess around, the village's seemingly prosperous exterior has long rotted away. The first generation of Naruto was Zuma. He founded the village of Konoha with his strength, and said that anyone with a high approval rate can be a ninja. Probably anyone with ability can sit in the position of Hokage. But actually, the 2nd generation of Hokage is the 1st generation's biological brother, the 3rd generation is the 2nd generation student, the 4th generation is the 3rd generation student's student, the 5th generation is the 1st generation granddaughter, the 3rd generation student. According to the original plot, the 6th generation is the 4th generation of students, the 7th generation is the son of the 4th generation, and the 6th generation of students. Konoha is indeed fair and just. Chapter 57 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 57 close black lens bracket qualifiers. Isn't Konoha not a powerful and experienced ninja? Are all powerful ninjas from the Naruto family? Definitely not. The simplest example is Konoha Beidou, San Hagaki, the father of Kakashi. At the beginning, the man's superb swordsmanship, his name on the battlefield was almost the same as that of Watergate. If according to the normal process, this guy has both ability and reputation to inherit the position of Hokage, at least he can fight for the position of the 4th generation of Hokage with Watergate.
As a result, something very ridiculous happened. It is said that in one mission, Son Hagi gave up the mission to save his companions and returned to the village and was scolded. Then this guy committed suicide. A Shangren who had experienced blood and fire since childhood, and survived the baptism of war, committed suicide after being scolded. Is this kind of psychological endurance really a kind of shinobu? In fact, Konoha's senior management had already booked the position of the fourth generation of Hokage, intending to let Watergate take over. As a result, Konoha White Fang's roar sound was also very loud. In order to prevent accidents, he gave the white teeth directly and secretly. The white teeth brainwashed by the will of fire, since childhood naturally died obediently. So far hypocrisy, what justice is there to talk about? I'm very sorry, 3 generations of adults. Next, let me as the referee Moonlight Hayate explain. A guy with a pale face and heavy dark circles flashed out, interrupting the 3 generations speech. Konoha's famous kidney deficiency son, Moonlight Gusts. It is reasonable to have such an obedient Shion, who is as skinny as a firewood, definitely. All right. In fact, it was because of bad physique in life. Give it to you. 3 generations nodded. Hello everyone. Cough, cough, cough. Before the 3rd exam starts, there is one thing that needs to be done by everyone. Hayate looked at the contestants. A sickly appearance made everyone speechless. That is related to whether you can participate in the preliminary selection of the 3rd exam. Hey, what's the matter with the pre-selection? Teacher, I don't understand what pre-selection really means. Why can't the candidates who stay here take the 3rd exam directly? Maybe the first 2 exams of this issue are too simple, and there are a lot of people left. Therefore, the pre-selection must be conducted according to the rules of the Zonrin test, and the number of people who take the 3rd test should be reduced. After finally finishing the rule, the qualifiers kicked off. By randomly shaking people, and then determine the combination of the battle. So, the first qualifier begins. Advertisement. The Red of Odonin Village vs. Konoha's Uchiha Sasake. Moonlight Hayate announced. Cut. I surrender. Idzuki shook his head depressed. Unexpectedly, she won a big prize when she came up. Her opponent was Uchiha Sasake. You can't win against this guy, and it's not good if the young people lose their motivation. The winner of the first game is Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate announced without saying much. In the second game, Zack confronted Yunashina. Because Zack's hands were already severely injured, and because of being restrained by Shino's bugs, the battle ended within a few minutes. Shino wins. In the third game, the white-eyed boy in Shino's group faced off Konkuro, and Konkuro won in the end. The fourth game, Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. I didn't expect that I would fight you against Sakura. I won't be merciful. Ino smiled. The relationship between the two is good, but no one will give up this promotion place. Sakura, come on, don't lose to her. Naruto shouted. In the audience, the two girls quickly collided with each other using physical skills, occasionally throwing a few kunai, but also avoided by the other party. Snapped. Sakura seemed to be in a daze and slapped Ino. The two girls froze at the same time. Sakura did not expect to get this slap, and Ino did not expect that Sakura could not escape. I don't know why, I feel very comfortable now seeing the little girl being beaten. Red Bean, am I mentally abnormal? Yi Feng smiled. Teacher, when have you been normal? Hongdou asked rhetorically. Hehehehe. Yi Feng smiled again. Don't be merciful, I will take this competition seriously. Kozakura seemed to have recovered, and said seriously. Soon, the two began to collide with physical surgery again, beating each other bruised and swollen, but neither of them gave up. Ninfa the technique of turning the heart. Ino still used this technique. As long as she controls Sakura's body and utters the words, I admit defeat, then it is considered a victory for her. Leave my body. Ino, I won't admit defeat. Advertisement. Sakura's resistance was particularly strong. As a result, Ino could only be forced to disarm his ninjutsu, and both chakras were exhausted. Draw. Since there are no winners, no one has advanced. Both of you are eliminated. Moonlight Hayate announced. In the fifth game, Tamari showdown every day. The Wind Escape Ninja faces the Ninja Manipulator, and naturally restrains the relationship. Although Tien Angel did his best, Tamari won easily in the end. After all, no matter how powerful the ninjas are, they have to hit the talent line. With a hair dryer on the opposite side, all the ninjas every day have been blown away, and there is no chance of getting close at all. In the sixth game, Nara Shikamaru faced off against Kim. With Shikamaru's IQ, it goes without saying that it was easy to win. Shikamaru wins. In the seventh game, Naruto Uzumaki confronted Inazukaya. It was originally Naruto who was suppressed in the audience, but in the end Naruto let out a fart, and the tooth, which had a sense of smell tens of thousands of times stronger than that of ordinary people, collapsed directly. Uzumaki Naruto wins. In the eighth game, Hinata faced Neji. But now Hinata is not Hyuga Hinata, but Oda, from Odonin Village. A strange girl wearing a black blindfold. Where did the guy pop up? A guy like you who has no strength or reputation, if you don't have any cards, give up quickly. Otherwise you can get hurt by me. Ning Si threatened. He doesn't like the feeling of bullying the weak. It's me who wins, Hinata said lightly. After all these years of experience, she is no longer the cowardly little girl of the past. Use that, the night wind on the stage said suddenly. Yes, I see. Hinata was taken aback for a moment, and then slowly took off the black blindfold. It was a pair of icy blue eyes with snowflake patterns. Just looking at it made people feel a lot of pressure. Blood succession boundary. Everyone was shocked. A light green chakra appeared, condensing to form a coat outside Hinata's body. The momentum continued to increase, and Ningxi frowned soon. The opponent's strength is obviously very strong, definitely not the weak in his imagination. Very good, only in this way can you have the value of being defeated. Neji's complexion was also serious, the green veins around his eyes were exposed, and his eyes rolled open. Chapter 58 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 58 close black lens bracket the opening battle. So fast. Ningxi only felt a flower in front of him, Hinata disappeared in front of him, and a slap came to his face. This is still Hinata's reservation. Although the reincarnation eye has not yet been fully developed, it can now burst out of power close to the shadow level. Solving a Nico Neji does not need to expose too much strength. Back to the days. Ningxi spun at high speed and circled the chakras. The 360-degree defense with no dead angle blocked Hinata's palm. Due to the presence of Chakra's coat on the surface of Hinata's body, he was only repulsed and was not injured by Huishin's high-speed rotation. It seems to be serious. Soft boxing Bagua 64 palms. Ningxi put on a weird pose. This is the soft boxing technique of the Hyuga clan, he has cultivated to an extremely high level. A strange expression appeared on Hinata's face. Ningxi is indeed a genius, able to cultivate up to 64 palms at this age, and even comprehended Huishin's moves on his own. But this is useless. In the face of her eyes, all the rebirth eyes that her sister Huahuo cultivated were in vain. Can you avoid the first palm? Can you avoid the second palm? The girl's voice was very light. But in the ears of Hyuga Ningqi, it was an insult to himself. Sometimes. You can't break my defense. Ningxi said lightly. He admits that the opponent's speed and strength are very strong, but Huishin's defensive power is not blown out. You can try. Hinata squinted his eyes. She now almost unconditionally follows the orders of the night wind. Even if she was asked to kill Neji Hyuga, she would execute it. Drink. Hinata let out a low voice, and his figure turned into a green shadow and flickered. Even if Neji rolled his eyes completely, it was very difficult to understand the opponent's attack pattern. The 64th chapter of the gossip was played out, but it only hit the air and couldn't touch people at all. It can only be launched immediately before the crisis that I feel. Back to the days. A blue high-speed vortex appeared for the second time. But this time Hinata didn't plan to keep his hands anymore. Absorb. Hinata's hand reached the sky like this, and chakra was cracked by her abruptly. The reincarnated eye has the ability to absorb chakra, no matter what kind of ninjutsu, it can basically resolve it, unless the chakra is too large. Boom. Neji's body was thrown straight out. Wow. Advertisement. Ningxi coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It seems that I won, the genius of the Hyuga family. Hinata said calmly. Oda wins. Moonlight Hayate announced. Gara vs. Lock Lee in the 9th game. Ninjutsu with sand for defense. At the beginning, Xiao Li started to test, but the sand beside Gara has no dead ends, and the defense is extremely strong. As a human being and being guarded by Ma Zuo Nengu, Xiao Li can only be kept running away by the sand. Xiao Li, take it off. Metke shouted from the second floor. Thumbs up, showing a standard smile. But Teacher Kai, you said that you can only take it off when you protect important people. Xiao Li was stunned. It's okay, I approved it. Kai smiled. For this disciple, he was full of pride. Ah ha 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 ha. Xiao Li was so excited that he almost jumped up. Finally, I can let myself go and show my complete strength. Cut, take off the load or something. Konkuro and Tamari both looked disdainful. Also from Cheyenne village, they know the horror of Gara. Boom. The weight on the leg was removed. Hundreds of caddies of metal fell from a distance of 5 or 6 meters, creating a cloud of dust and smoke in the field. Everyone. It's too much, Kakashi couldn't help but complain. Is this really a human training method? You don't understand that kid. K sighed, eyes deep. Xiao Li doesn't have any ninjutsu and illusion skills, so he can only train physical skills all the time. Even if he only has physical skills, he can still defeat those geniuses and still be able to become a powerful ninja. This is Xiao Li's belief. So fast. Sand's defensive speed has gradually been unable to keep up with Xiao Li's movements. Boom. Finally, Xiao Li hit Gara's face with a punch, knocking him to the ground. This is the first time Gara has been beaten since the Zongan exam. Sand. Xiao Li frowned. Gara actually formed a layer of sand on the surface of his body. His fist just hit the sand. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Gara was irritated, and his smile became extremely cold and cruel. He is going to kill this guy. The defense is so strong, then only stronger attacks can be used to break the defense. Xiao Li thought in his heart. Even if he can hit Gara, ordinary fists can't knock him down. Just do what he says. Xiao Li tore off the bandages on his hands and sprinted around Gara quickly. Don't run away, attack now. Gara said coldly. As you wish. Xiao Li kicked out from below, kicking Gara up. Another 2 or 3 kicks kicked Gara into the air, and the sand's defenses couldn't keep up. Except the trick, Lianhua. Gara was wrapped around the bandage, and Xiao Li began to spin and fall through the air with him. Fall down with the head on the ground. Boom. A big hole was punched in the ground. But Xiao Li's attack hit the duplication of Gara's sand. Due to the heavy burden on the body when displaying the lotus flower, Xiao Li suffered a momentary pain and loss of consciousness. At that moment, Gara used the duplication of sand, which caused Lianhua to be lonely. Quicksand waterfall. Gara manipulated the quicksand to beat Xiao Li away. Because Xiao Li used the lotus flower, his body was overloaded and his speed dropped by 70% to 80%, and he was ravaged by Gara's sand at will. No way, Xiao Li, you will die if you continue to fight. Sakura roar shouted, but Xiao Li's speed unexpectedly returned to the previous level, surpassing the sand again. 8-gate Dunjia, it is indeed a heaven-defying technique. Unfortunately it can only bloom once. Yi Feng shook his head. By opening the restrictions of the body, chakra was forced to overflow in his body. If the dead door of the 8th door is opened, it can even threaten the characters of the 6th level, but it is limited to one move, and it will almost die if it runs out. I read you wrong, Kakashi said. What do you know about that kid? He has something he wants to prove even if he is dead. K replied. The 3rd stage, the gate, open. The 4th one, hurt the door, open. The 5th stage, Duman, open. After 3 consecutive forbidden doors, Xiao Li's skin turned dark red. The green chakra swelled over his body, even made his hair stand up, and the air around him was faintly twisted. Chapter 59 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 59 close black lens bracket illusion. Is it the armor of sand again? How about letting you taste this? Xiao Li's body flickered at high speed. Boom. A punch knocked Gara into the air, and the sand shattered directly. The new sand is too late to form a defense on the surface of the body. Xiao Li's second punch, third punch. The attack came like raindrops. Gara punched in the air, and the next second Xiao Li appeared behind him and punched him again. In such a reciprocating cycle, Gara has been beaten in the air, and the defensive sand can't keep up. Lianhua, a kick that ruined the world and the earth came out. Gara fell like a meteor, and the entire venue was smashed to pieces. The sand gourd behind Gara also shattered, forming a buffer at the last moment. It's a good time to open it, and tomorrow it will be a god's list. Yi Feng is not optimistic about Xiao Li. Gara originally has 2 major plugins. Although the sand of Ma Zuo Nengu is not available, the vitality of Renjuli originally is extremely tenacious. As long as it is not killed in an instant, then the tail beast chakra will heal his injuries very quickly. Roar. Roar. Gara lay on the ground, even though he didn't even have the strength to stand up, he hadn't been defeated yet. And Xiao Li, who was not far away, had completely exhausted his whole cards. Lianhua didn't kill Gara or let Gara pass out, so he can only fail. How come? When Xiao Li saw Gara still have the power to manipulate sand, his eyes gradually became desperate. Sand-bound hazel. The giant quicksand hand grabbed it and directly crushed Xiao Li's hand and foot. Boom. Kai appeared quickly, broke the sand, and rescued Xiao Li. In the 9th game, I Love Lua wins. The last game. Toss Anvil vs Chu Dao Dingqi. Dingqi's meat bomb chariot was attacked by sound waves for a few seconds. Toss wins. Then the qualifiers are over. The official 3rd game will begin a month later. Moonlight Hayate announced. The 9 individuals who were promoted are Naruto, Sasuke, Gara, Konkuro, Shino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Tamari, Toss. Soon, the 9 people who were promoted drew their own number plates and determined their opponents. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Oda, Hinata, Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gara. Yuzushi is against Konkuro. Advertisement. Nara Shikamaru vs. Toss Anvil. Tamari by Kakashi, this guy is really annoying. Yi Feng was speechless. After discovering the curse, Kakashi put a seal on Sasuke's curse. Unless it was Sasuke who wanted to use the power of the curse seal would not corrode his body. It's time to come and that guy will return to the village, right? When Naruto goes to follow Jiraiya to practice, Sasuke will find that he becomes stronger very slowly, and he will find me sooner or later. 2 days later, Konoha. The qualifiers are over, so when the 3rd round of the Zongan exam starts, we can get started. He half kneeled on the ground and looked at the man respectfully. Yi Feng nodded. He secretly killed the 4th generation Fengying, and can disguise as that identity at any time. That's why Cheyenne village cooperated with Odonan village and secretly conspired to destroy Konoha's plan, and he even arranged a lot of things long in advance. Kill 3 generations, even if we win this battle. There is no need to destroy Konoha for the time being, just weaken their combat power. Yi Feng said, yes, my lord, I will cooperate with you to complete this action. Do has always been so respectful. N.S., Lord Orochimaru. 4 people came out from the shadows. Near right near you, Gatong Maru, Tayuya, and Jirofang. As for Junmaro, that guy's body has never been very good, and Yi Feng didn't bother to let a sick child come out to fight. A month's time is neither long nor short. Kakashi personally taught Sasuke and taught him the practice of Chidori ninjutsu. He couldn't use this ninjutsu himself, but Sasuke had the Sharingan, which happened to be able to carry forward his skill. As for Naruto, the teacher Kakashi arranged for him was Ebisu. As a result, because of some accident, Naruto met Jiraiya, and then followed Jiraiya to practice psychic skills. Xiaoli, is Xiaoli's body unable to heal anymore? Many people felt sad for Xiaoli when they heard the news. Due to the opening of the fifth door, coupled with being crushed by Gara, the bones inside the body are no longer in shape. With this kind of injury, all Konoha's medical ninjas were helpless. Let alone continue to be a physical ninja, it is a blessing to be disabled. Little Lee, Sakura brought a bunch of flowers to visit Xiaoli today. Many ninjas also came. Ino also had an interest, and happened to meet Sakura. Two young girls walked into the ward, only to find that Xiaoli was not resting in bed. Advertisement. Walking into the yard, I found that Xiaoli in a medical suit was actually doing push-ups. 9192. Xiaoli was sweating profusely, but he persisted. Sakura and Ino had just walked over, and he just passed out of exhaustion. Look at him, I'm going to get a stretcher. The nurse also discovered the situation here. This patient can't exercise vigorously, but he still made such a dangerous behavior. Why do boys like to be strong? Kozakura said sadly. Ino didn't answer, and didn't know how to comfort Sakura. Sakura still likes Sasuke until now. That kind of rebellious and unusual guy. She suddenly remembered that there was a guy named Hyuga Kase in the dessert shop that she had visited as a child. Later that guy disappeared, along with the Hinata's file-size sister. The world loves to joke with people so much. You suddenly think that some people are funny, some people are actually good people, but suddenly you will never see those people again. This is the fate of the ninja. One day, Ino was wandering in the street. Little girl, be careful to eat too fat, I won't want you from now on. I don't like fat little girls. The young man's voice sounded lazy. Cut, I don't know how to eat fat. The woman's figure is very good, wearing a bold fishnet dress, and her black silk-wrapped thighs made Ino look at it more. A young and loving couple. For some reason, Ino always felt that the two of them seemed strangely familiar. Hey, why are you staring at me? You don't want the balls in my hand, do you? The woman's smiled expression suddenly showed a sense of caution. The corner of Ino's mouth twitched. If you want to eat it, just say it. For the sake of your cuteness, I'll give you a bunch. Hongdou said to himself. Before Ino could answer, a bunch of meatballs had already been handed over, and by the way, she kissed Ino's forehead, looking like an old friend, very intimate. Ino's eyes widened, but the two young men had disappeared. Is it an illusion? Maybe it's not an illusion. 1 month passed quickly. Chapter 60 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 60 close black lens bracket central ninja exam 3rd session. The third and final one of the Zongan exam. It's finally here. The venue was crowded with people watching the game, crowded with people, and it was extremely lively. The 4th generation of Fungying and the 3rd generation of Naruto are located in the middle of the viewing platform. On both sides are big shots of aristocratic and wealthy merchants. This is not only the Zongan exam, but also the Konoha destruction plan. Many people are destined to die today. Now, hold your chests up and look at the audience above. Shiranui Genma said lightly, he is today's referee. Today's contestants stand inside the venue. Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, Tamari, Konkuro, Gara, Shino. Sasuke and Toss were not present. Sasuke was killed because he was training with Kakashi, and Tuz was killed because he went to meet Gara in advance to fight, and definitely couldn't come to the scene. Lots of people, Naruto murmured. The venue for the Zongan exam is very large, and the audience is also very lively, at least 20,000 people. Ninjas who shine here have the opportunity to become Zongan, and it is not necessary to get the first place to become Zongan. In this game, you are the protagonists. Xuanjian said lightly with a wooden sign in his mouth. Naruto is still like this, almost late. It's Sasuke, why hasn't that guy appeared yet? Ino couldn't help but said. Kozakura was also next to her, above the audience, her face was not pretty. Sasuke didn't show up, Sakura's face had always been like this. Hey, Sakura, anyway, you should be a little bit happy too, at least Naruto has appeared. You are in the same class. Ino said grimly. After hearing this, Kozakura came back to her senses and glanced at Naruto below. Although he nodded, he still looked absent-minded. Ino was too lazy to say something. The other side. Has Sasuke not appeared yet? 3 generations slowly said. Several teams of secret parts have been sent to find them, but they didn't find them. Maybe it has fallen into the hands of Orochimaru. A ninja whispered. I see. 3 generations nodded. At this moment, the 4 generations of Fungying disguised by Yefeng slowly walked over. Oh, what a rare guest. Master Fungying. Advertisement. 3 generations said politely. Cheyenne village is much weaker than Konoha, but it is one of the 5 great ninja villages, and it is also the closest to Konoha. It is necessary to improve the relationship between the 2 villages. The boat and the car are tired. Are you tired? Yifeng just sat down. The 3rd generation of Hokage said again. No, it's in Konoha, fortunately. Although you are still young, if you are asked to go to the meeting specially, it should be very tired for Hokage-sama. I think you should decide your heir soon. Yifeng said lightly. It's exactly the voice of a cold politician, highlighting a yin and yang weirdness. Ha ha ha, don't think of me as an elderly person. I plan to do it for another 5 years. 3 generations smiled. Then, let's almost start. Off stage. I said, Sasuke hasn't come yet, what should I do? Naruto asked anxiously. That guy Sasuke was late for the third session of such an important Chunin exam. Sure enough, was it affected by Kakashi's late habit? If he hasn't come to the scene until the start of his game, then he will give up. Xuanjian said lightly. First of all, the rule for the test is that there is no rule. Until one party concedes defeat or loses combat ability, the competition will not end, and any casualties will bear the consequences. Then, the first round is Naruto Uzumaki versus Oda of Odonin Village. Unrelated people go up to the top and wait. Xuanjian said again. Soon, there were only 2 contestants and referees left in the field. I will win, Hinata said calmly. Although the content of this exam is meaningless in the plan of Orochimaru, since she has participated, she will win. Today I want to prove that even if it is the tail of the crane, I can get the first place with hard work. Naruto said seriously. Start, Xuanjian announced. Hinata immediately opened his rebirth eyes, and the green chakra jacket wrapped his body. On the other side, Naruto also used his signature ninjutsu, the technique of shadow duplication. You can't win by the number of people alone. In order to quickly resolve the battle, Hinata quickly wiped out all duplications and slapped Naruto to faint. The winner of the first game, Hinata. In the next game, Sasuke Uchiha confronts Gara. Most people come here in the name of Uchiha. Advertisement. However, since Sasuke did not show up, the next game will be played for now. Konkuro vs Yujino. I surrender. Konkuro raised his hand and said. In order not to expose the ability of the puppet crow, he simply gave in. Since Toss did not appear, Tamari met Nara Shikamaru. Tamari didn't choose to admit defeat, but floated down the field on a fan. Next to me, Tamari said lightly. You have a desire to fight. Xuanjian said lightly. Hey, hello, why are you so interested? Shikamaru couldn't help but complain. Or I will abstain from voting. Come on, Shikamaru. Naruto interrupted Shikamaru's thinking and pushed Shikamaru down. Then, the first match begins. Xuanjian said lightly. Trouble, I hate such troublesome things the most. Shikamaru sighed. Everyone was very concerned about Sasuke's game, so there was no interest in Shikamaru at all. Ninfa sighed Itachi. Tamari waved his fan, and a strong wind blew through the small woods in the examination room. Shikamaru hides behind the tree and uses shadow imitation. Tamari saw the shadow appear and quickly backed away. Once this move touched his own shadow, his actions would be controlled by the other party. Fortunately, the shadow has its limit. After Tamari retreated a certain distance, Shikamaru's shadow could not catch her. So, I have seen through shadow imitation. As long as you keep this distance, it is impossible for your shadow to touch me. Tamari said lightly. 15 meters and 32 centimeters, this is the limit distance of Shikamaru. It's useless to hide. Tamari once again fanned out a gust of wind. Swish. Shikamaru hid for a while, then threw 2 kunai temptations. Tamari flicked 2 kunai with a fan, and at this time Shikamaru's shadow spread again. Due to a long delay, the angle of the sun setting has also changed, and the shadow has become longer. Tamari backed up quickly and was almost caught by the shadow. Is this the reason for delaying time? Tamari's complexion was solemn. At this delicate moment, a circular shadow slowly appeared on the ground. It was Shikamaru who threw his clothes into an umbrella shape into the air, creating a way to extend the shadow. Shadow spells can increase the range when exposed to new shadows.
3 decibels Chapter 61. Auto-generated chapter title. 61. One Tail, the guard crane of the sand. Tamari retreated immediately, and Shikamaru's shadow chased after him. Does it seem to end here? Wait, I will use duplication to attack him, and then the body will wait for the chance to win. Tamari thought to himself. Of duplication. Impossible, how can I not move anymore? Tamari was taken aback again. She had obviously escaped, but she still got the trick. It should be safe to be in this position. You escaped too fast, you are already close to the wall. My shadow can spread through shadows, Shikamaru said lightly. Tamari's position is close to the wall behind her, so he only needs to inject the shadow into the shadow on the side of the wall, and he can use the shadow behind the Tamari to immobilize her. The previous attacks and tactics were all for pushing the handball to the wall. Hateful. Tamari looked at Shikamaru very upset. You win. Shikamaru raised his hand and said. Chakra is basically used up, and I can't beat you if I hold you down. Shikamaru shrugged indifferently and then left the scene. Tamari has a complicated expression. Tamari wins. Xuanjian announced. Soon. Uchiha Sasuke still hasn't come. Xuanjian frowned. Since he doesn't come, let him give up his qualifications. 3 generations calmly said. Wait, Lord Naruto. In this game, I think most of the audience came for Uchiha's name. How about giving Sasuke 10 more minutes? If he doesn't show up after 10 minutes, he will be sentenced to lose. The 4 generations of Fengying disguised by Yefeng said lightly. Since Master Fengying meant it, let's do it. 3 generations nodded. Soon, the order was passed on, and it was decided to give Sasuke Uchiha 10 minutes. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing? Naruto couldn't help but said. 10 minutes later. Just when everyone thought that Sasuke would not appear, this guy and Kakashi appeared in the venue. Really, I'm late, sorry, we won't be sentenced to lose, will we? Advertisement Kakashi said. No, it's almost a bit, it's just right. Shuenjin replied. Sasuke, don't lose to that guy. Naruto yelled. Cut, do you think I am you? The tail of the crane. Sasuke curled his lips. Soon, as the referee announced the start of the competition, Sasuke's body instantly disappeared in place. After a month of penance, he not only mastered Chidori, but also used thunder and lightning to forge his body and made great progress in physical skills. Sand. Sasuke smiled contemptuously and punched directly over the sand's defense, knocking Gara to the ground. Is this the armor of sand? Bring your horse here. Sasuke provoked. Gara looked cold, thinking of Xiao Li, the ninja from before. Now Sasuke is like Xiao Li that day, at an unusually fast speed. If you don't attack, I will attack. Sasuke's figure flashed again. Gara frowned, the sand defending all around, but he couldn't even touch the corners of Sasuke's clothes. Boom! Sasuke kicked Gara's chin from the ground and kicked him into the air. Sasuke! Sasuke! Many nympho women screamed on stage. What's the matter, is this strength? Sasuke sneered. Gara couldn't bear it, and finally decided to use that ninjutsu. It doesn't matter what the plan is, anyway, he must kill the man today. The sand forms a ball with no dead ends, wrapping Gara inside. He wants to buy time to enter the body of dependence and use the power of one tail. This tortoise shell. Sasuke opened the riding wheel and tried to attack the sandball. However, the hardness and density of the sandball are very large, and some people will form spikes when they are close, and ordinary physical attacks have no effect at all. I don't know what you want to do, but it's just right. My move also requires a little preparation time. Sasuke smiled confidently. The blue electric light bloomed between his left hand, and the sound of Chidori chirping sounded. Ah! Chidori. Sasuke charged all the way down from the wall of more than 10 meters, and rushed towards the ball with thunder. Such a mighty power shocked countless viewers' eyes widened, and Konkuro and Temari also squeezed a sweat. They are not afraid that Gara will be killed, but they are afraid that Gara will be angered and beasted directly here. This is different from the plan. Advertisement, so handsome, Sasuke. Yifeng admires Sasuke now. Although Chidori is not a powerful technique, it is really high. The two pillars are not drawn back, and the temperament is very controlled, otherwise it will not be so popular with girls. Boom. There was a loud noise. Sasuke avoided the spikes on the sandball, the thunder and lightning in his left hand cut straight into the sandball and injured Gara in the sandball. What is this hot thing? Blood, I'm bleeding again. Mother. Gara looked savage and stunned, holding his head tightly in both hands, already losing his mind. Why can it hurt me? Boy, do you need my strength? If you need it, just hand over your body to my uncle. You sleep well. My uncle will help you get revenge. The smirk of the civet cat sounded in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shoji eroded Gara's sanity a little bit. Kill. Only killing can prove the meaning of my existence. I want to kill everyone. Gara finally failed to resist the temptation. This disturbing breath, is Gara? Temari's voice was trembling. Run away. Konkuro quickly grabbed Temari's hand and fled outside the Chunin exam venue. This time is not the time to worry about Gara, but to worry about whether you will be slaughtered by Gara who is out of control. What a powerful chakra. Sasuke also stepped aside long ago and stared suspiciously at the ball. That feeling of chakra was full of restlessness. Master Fengying? 3 generations frowned tightly, but also saw something wrong. Is that young man Julie from Cheyenne Village? Renjuli was brought to take the Chunin exam? And look like this? He. My uncle has finally seen the sun again. A sharp strange laughter sounded, and the huge body as large as a mountain appeared on the ground of the Chunin exam. This is a monster formed by yellow sand, with purple runes on the surface and a long tail behind it. The entire examination venue can hardly accommodate this huge body. In a hurry, Kakashi took Sasuke away with his instantaneous technique. The 3 generations of Hokage also looked gloomy. In one tale, Sand Morizuru appears, Chapter 62, auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 62 close black lens bracket Konoha Destruction Project, the technique of Nirvana abode. The camouflaged Anbu whispered in a low voice, and countless white feathers all over the sky fell into the field. Just when Shuhei broke out, this illusion made most people fall asleep again. In the Anbu at the scene, many people were ranged by Orochimaru in advance, and now the ninjas of both sides are fighting immediately. Master Fengying, should you give me an explanation? 3 generations said in a deep voice. Explain? Yifeng licked his lips. A Kawuheng was in front of Sandai's neck, and then jumped to the top of the building with Sandai. The 4 Itonin, who had long been disguised as Konoha Zombie, also jumped to the 4 corners of the roof. Ninfa 4 Purple Flame Array. A purple enchantment unfolded, isolating the battlefield of the 3 generations of Hokage and Yefeng. Outsiders could not break in, and those inside could not get out. 2 Konoha's dark parts accidentally touched the purple fire of the enchantment, and they turned into ashes in a few seconds. Inside the venue. Ah ha 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 ha, Shuhei roared excitedly, and took the lives of hundreds of people with a slap. At this time, there was a person standing on the head of Shuhei. Well, little civet cat, the teacher will let you out, but there is a task, not for you to play. Hongdou said with a smile. Kaleidoscope, you hateful Uchiha kid. Shuhei was startled, but the pupil power facing the red beam kaleidoscope had no resistance at all. A kaleidoscope shape appeared in Yizhuo's eyes, and then he fell silent. Go ahead, go outside and wreak havoc, Hongdou ordered. Sure enough, Morizuru's body directly shredded the wall of the Chunin exam venue and came to the village of Konoha. Feng Dun air training bomb. A strong wind erupted, and Konoha's buildings were blown to pieces. Kakashi, you can't leave that beast alone. Kei rushed to the tail. Kei, you can't just rush over, it will be fatal. Kakashi stopped the excited Kai and warned. Even if it is a tail beast, if I use 8 doors. No, you will die. How can Konoha ninja shrink? 1 gram search. Kakashi, Kei rushed out at last. There were many ninjas who intercepted one tail. Almost every minute, one ninja was slapped to death by one tail, but the ninjas continued to rush up. Outside the village, the ninja of Atonin village and the ninja of Sandian village, who had been lurking for a long time, also chose to do it. Advertisement and Yefeng planted the scroll of summoning early in advance. Except for Wan Shi, who had a bad temper and did not come out, he summoned 3 supergiant snakes to appear, and it seemed that the body was not much smaller than the tail beast. No matter whether it was inside or outside, Konoha was very busy. Hokage is in crisis, and there are tail beast weapons in the village, and the war starts in an instant. Teacher Sarutobi, you are getting old. The night wind tore off the human skin mask, and a hoarse voice sounded. Today is the reunion of teachers and students, so he deliberately used his previous appearance and voice. I was planning to take Sasuke away while Gara was making trouble, but it seems that I still can't do everything as I wish. Yi Feng said, are your goals Konoha village and Sasuke? The 3rd generation did not panic, and the voice sounded very calm. The more crisis the situation, the more calmness is needed. Is Konoha such an important thing? Compared to this, Shuhei can make trouble in the village, so you can see a lot of interesting things. Your dullness put Konoha into a mess, I won. Yi Feng laughed softly. Huh, you won't know the result until the end of everything. That's how I taught you, Orochimaru. The 3 generations are still very calm. One tail, Konoha is not lacking the power to deal with the tail beasts, and the attacking ninjas are not enough to deal with Konoha's ninjas. Even if he died in battle today, someone will still take over from Hokage. What a pity, my goal has already been achieved. Yi Feng sighed, letting go of Kuwu in his hand. The original goal of Orochimaru was not to destroy Konoha Shinobu, but to kill 3 generations and give him a good reputation. He knows this teacher too well. The decay of the 3 generations in their later years can be said to be rotten. In order to make the 3 generations have a good reputation and not be criticized after death, he chose to kill the teacher and let him die as a hero. This is not the meaning of Yi Feng, but the obsession of Da Shiwan. Is there no chance for Ji-Lai to rush back to the village to rescue the teacher? It is precisely because Ji-Lai also understood this, that he did not appear. In the eyes of the world, the 3 generations will always be heroes. Isn't this a good ending? Yi Feng felt very relaxed now. From this moment on, there will be no Dashuan anymore, some are just the soul of the night wind. I know that this day will come sooner or later. But it's not that easy to take off my head, 3 generations said slowly. I reminded you that you should decide the 5th generation Naruto candidate earlier. Because you are dying today, advertisement the night wind said calmly. Unconsciously, a few tears fell in his eyes. Are you crying so happy? Or, if you want to kill my master, you still feel a little sad? 3 generations smiled. It's not me who is crying. Yi Feng rubbed his eyes, his expression calm. I know you are not a man who acts out of hatred. You have no purpose or motivation, 3 generations said again. Who knows? Yi Feng looked cold. It seems that there is no way to get out easily. 3 generations squinted their eyes. Duplicity, letting those guys participate in the battle here will only be a burden to you. Yi Feng said. Ninfa va shuriken. 3 generations of Jian, Hua on the top of the building suddenly stabbed over. Shulking snake hand. Yi Feng jumped into the air, and at the same time the sleeves of both hands stretched out of the snakes. Are you really old with this level of attack? Yi Feng smiled. The shulker's hand grasped a soil duplication. Earth escape earth flowing river. 3 generations appeared next to the night wind, and at the same time the foot of the night wind began to turn into a quagmire. 2 Dun Tulong Bomb. Huo Dun Fire Dragon Bomb. Another 2 A-level ninjutsu was sent out at the same time, almost submerging Yi Feng's body. You still underestimate me, do you think this level of ninjutsu can kill me? The night wind emerged from the ground, unharmed. It's time to be more serious, this is not a ninja school curriculum. Yi Feng said. Makes sense. 3 generations took off the Hokage robe and the Hokage hat, wearing a ninja's battle uniform inside. Wearing this kind of clothes with you, did you expect to be killed by me a long time ago? I won't be merciful just because you are always confused. Yefeng rode. Just to my liking, according to your level of ninjutsu, you can decide whether to take you back to the ninja school for restudy. Chapter 63, Auto-generated chapter title, Open black lens bracket 63 close black lens bracket battlefield. Shuriken shadow duplication technique. 3 generations threw a shuriken and turned into dozens of them in midair. Psychicism reincarnation of the dirty earth. Yi Feng is not polite. Since you're serious, just show your cards at the beginning. This trick is. 3 generations frowned. A total of 4 coffins were raised. The first generation of Naruto Senjima, the second generation of Naruto Senshuma, the fourth generation of Naruto Heifengshouimen, and the third generation of Sun, Asma. How are you going to deal with this? The third generation of Naruto. Yi Feng said lightly. This is an almost perfect technique, not a blemish rebirth. People who are reincarnated by him can display their strength before birth, chakra is unlimited, and regenerative healing factor. It's been a long time, monkey, said quietly between the pillars. Oh, it's you are getting old too, Sarutobi. He also called Roar in the interim. Feijin was the one who created the art of rebirth from the dirty earth, but he died before completing this technique, so he could not unlock the rebirth from the dirty earth. Watergate did not speak, but his expression was helpless. As for Asma, it was because Yi Feng wanted to make a disgusting person and didn't restore his sanity. I didn't expect to meet you in this way. 3 generations looked at these resurrected Hokage very solemnly. Let's stop talking about homework, take care of that guy first, and it's not too late to let him join you in the chat. Yi Feng ordered. Playing with time, insulting dead man, you won't end up like this, Orochimaru. The voices of the 3 generations are full of anger. This forbidden technique was actually completed by the Orochimaru, and the dead Hokage was channeled out. It seems that that technique must be used today. Only that technique can destroy the Orochimaru in one fell swoop. The other side. After Kai and Kakashi joined, the casualties of the ninja were reduced, but some people were still killed by Shozuru. Day Tiger. After the 8 gates of Dunjia opened the 7 gates, Kai's power finally threatened the tail beast. Shohei's legs were beaten into scattered sand, and there was no way to recover in a short time. Cut, you can't let you destroy the teacher's plan. Itsuki Bean's expression is cold. In addition to killing Naruto, it is also necessary to cause heavy damage to Konoha. Little Tanuki, you are too weak. Advertisement Red Bean curled his lips. Although she knew that Kai's physique was too powerful, she still wanted to complain. At any rate, it was a tailed beast, so it lost its strength. Feng Dun Air Training Bomb. Shuhei continued to attack. Although he can't move, he can still use this trick to continue destroying Konoha. Hateful, our chakra is far worse than the tail beast. Kakashi was sweating profusely. The chakras of the tail beasts are endless and will not be killed, they can only be sealed. Kaleidoscope. Who are you? Kakashi noticed the red beans and said in a deep voice. The Uchiha clan was destroyed 5 years ago, how could there be any survivors? Besides Itachi and Sasuke, how can anyone have such eyes? The enemy. No way, it seems that I have to open the 8 doors, and then completely solve Shohei's troubles. Kei gasped. If you don't do this, the ghost knows how many more casualties Shuhei will cause. Open the 8 doors? Itsuki Bean's expression is a little weird. Not good, it's illusion. Kakashi let out a startled roar. From the moment he and Kei saw the woman's eyes, they had been illusioned. Fantasy. Red Bean said slowly. The 3 black petals were spinning, and Kai and Kakashi reacted, and there was no way to escape the illusion. Seeking Taoist Jade, run through, Hinata appeared wearing a green chakra. The gravitational force of the reincarnated eye was activated, absorbing Kai's body, and the green jade of Taoism penetrated his body. Before opening the 8 doors, Kai has been killed. Kakashi passed out into a coma, and the surrounding ninjas were thrown around by Shozoru's aerial bombs. The whole Konoha was in a mess, and civilians and ninjas were killed and injured. Dad, in panic, a ninja girl and her parents were running away. The 3 giant snakes are fighting Konoha's ninjas, and the ninjas of Atonin village and Sandiakura village are also fighting with Konoha ninjas. Tien is just a forbearance, nothing can be done. Her father was a powerful businessman, but at this time he was completely indistinguishable from ordinary people. Shuhei destroyed a large number of buildings with an aerial bomb, and her parents disappeared in the ruins as if. Konoha's ninja. Gurren walked out slowly, advertisement. There was a lot of blood on her body, which obviously killed a lot of people. I blame you all. It's all you guys. Tien lost his reason and fought against Gurren, regardless of the gap between the enemy and himself. Ha ha. Ji Yulien sneered, and Jing Dun's blood continued to spread. Tianshan's ninja had encountered Nemesis again, and couldn't break through Honglian's crystal escape defense at all. Go to hell, Crystal escaped the technique of breaking crystals and dropping dragons. Honglian shouted, and a long dragon made of red crystals appeared, lifelike and majestic. Although Jing Dun is not strong, it is definitely not weak. It is more than enough to clean up this little girl. Chakra runs out every day, and is undoubtedly crushed directly into meat sauce by dragon. Soft boxing Bagua 64 palms, Hyuga Neji rushed over. His goal is Gurren. Even for him, seeing Tianshan die is a burst of rage. It turns out that he also has feelings. It suddenly occurred to him that he had been in the ninja squad for the past few years, performing missions with everyone. That girl obviously worked so hard and wanted to be an excellent ninja. She is so kind, but now she is dead, and she can't even find the complete body. Neji didn't understand why he was so rage, but he knew he must kill this nasty woman today. Nenshi, Hyuga Nizu appeared on the battlefield. The situation is different from the past, and now he may be dead man at any time, so he also gave up his face and cared about his nephew. He was already sorry for the slack and couldn't let Neji die here. Hateful. Gurren was besieged by a group of Hyuga family members, and soon fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Suffering hard, he may be killed at any time, elder sister. Hinata dealt with the battlefield on Morizuru's side and killed the ninja who prevented Morizuru. But it didn't take long to relax, and I felt Guren's chakra weakened rapidly. And the people who besieged her, it is the Hyuga clan. Let me go. Itsuki Bean looked at Hinata with a pained expression and said softly. He handed Shuhei over to Hinata, and then went to the battlefield on Guren's side. I hope that the time is still too late, and the blood curse seal can hold her up. Red Lotus is a useful chess piece. If you die, it will be a big loss to the teacher. Chapter 64. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 64 close black lens bracket after the war. Honglian has grown up with Shangrong, Hinata, and Huahua over the years. Although Hinata didn't say anything, he always respected this sister. Cough. Honglian coughed up a big mouthful of blood, and his breath became more and more wilted. At this time, Hongdou hurried to the battlefield, too late for revenge and murder, and hurriedly took Honglian to find Shanglin. Shanglin, hurry up! A few tens of meters away, Hongdou was shouting. Elder sister. Sister, what's wrong with you? Drink my blood to heal your wounds. Shanglin's face changed drastically, and he didn't expect Honglian to be seriously injured during this operation. Seeing that Ji Yulian was so weak, he slashed his arm with Kumo and fed his blood into Ji Yulian's mouth. The woman's breath is slightly better, but still very weak. Elder sister. Hinata walked over in despair. If she tried to save people the first time, would things not be the way they are now? Because the people there are from the Hyuga clan, and her father is inside, she hesitated. Elder sister. Shang Rin couldn't wait to feed all his blood to Ji Yulian. If Do is her teacher, then Honglian is like a mother. Although she is strict, she loves her very much. That's it. Is it the end? Guren slowly closed his eyes. What the Hyuga clan is best at is acupuncture and the strength of the soft boxing. It looks okay on the surface, but the internal organs can actually be broken. No one spoke anymore. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. The fighting continued. Konoha resisted stubbornly. Ninja test venue. Huodan fire dragon flame bomb. 3 generations of flames spouted from their mouths. Water escape waterfront wall. There was a loud shout in the door. In a place where there was no water, a huge amount of water was summoned, and the flame was swallowed almost instantly. Water escape water rushing wave. The 3 generations are still in shock, and the monstrous flood has rushed over. Tudan Tulia wall. 3 generations erected a high wall and stood on it to escape the flood. Tried a physique fight with a few Hokage, and within a few minutes, the 3 generations were exhausted and panting. In addition, there is a 4th generation who is good at flying Thor in secret looking for opportunities, and the 3rd generation is hard to tell. Advertisement. He is indeed old. Whether it is his physical reaction or the amount of chakra, he cannot be compared with when he was young. It is too hard to fight these characters. Mu Dun Shuhai was born. The 1st generation put their hands together, and the entire space in the enchantment was filled with trees. 3 generations could not escape, and finally got entangled by vines. This is the first Mu Dun in its heyday, not a ninjutsu that can easily break free. Spiral pill. At this moment, the Watergate who was looking for an opportunity made a move. Using flying darts to mark each position secretly, now the 3rd generation flashed over as soon as the flaw was revealed, and the spiral pill in his hand had already been shot. Boom. 3 generations of the whole person was blasted, the abdomen was beaten into a hollow, and several large mouthfuls of blood were coughed up. With the last strength, he broke free of the vine, and his eyes were a little blurred. It seems that technique must be used. The ghouls are all sealed. Only this ninjutsu can stop the Orochimaru, 3 generations thought silently. Psychic. 3 generations are trying to summon the ape demon and let it cooperate with itself to buy time. But at this moment, his movements suddenly couldn't move. Don't be a god. Yifeng's eyes turned into 4 rotating black windmills. From the ability of Uchiha Shisui, both left and right eyes are illusions of other gods. One short term, one long term, now he was eating ordinary other gods, temporarily causing the 3 generations to fall into the illusion. Puff, Asma, who hadn't done anything, came over. Cut off with a knife, the 3 generations were cut off and lost their lives. Even though Yi Feng had to untie the death god mask that had been sealed by ghouls, he didn't want to waste his effort. It would be better to kill 3 generations directly. It's over. The sound of the night wind was calm. Finally relaxed, the purpose of the plan has been achieved. Starting today, Konoha village, once known as the #1 ninja world, no longer exists, leaving nothing but ruins. Psychic art. Naruto summoned Toad Wentai and dealt with Sho Crane. Gara recovered his body and was soon taken away by Damari and Konkuro. On the other side, a few girls also began to retreat, although it was a bit troublesome to carry a corpse. Fortunately, Hongdou and Hinata were very strong, and they didn't encounter much trouble. How could it be, Naruto, a guy like Naruto, how could Naruto be so strong? Sasuke was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He mastered Chidori and exercised his physique, but Naruto was able to summon a big toad and even dealt with that monster. Is this really Naruto? Why is the tail of a crane so strong? Can't he even compare to the tail of a crane? What has he been doing all these years? Advertisement, grown-ups. Teacher. When the crowd saw Dashawan appear, their expressions were a bit complicated. Guren is dead. Yi Feng was a little surprised, then frowned. Sorry, it's all useless to me, my blood didn't save my sister back. Shang Rin's eyes were red, and her voice was low. No, I'm useless. If I find there and go to support immediately, Gurren will not. Hinata said reproachfully. Because there were members of the Hyuga family there, she hesitated. Okay, that's it, how can there be Deadman's War? Dispose of her body. Yi Feng glanced at several women, then turned and entered the experimental base. Grown-ups. 2 more ninjas greeted him. One is a pocket, and the other is Genmaro. My lord, are you not injured? Subordinates are incompetent and unable to participate in this operation. Genmaro said. Fine. Yi Feng replied. Genmaro is the blood following the boundary in the bones, able to control and extend his own bones to fight. Combat ability is good, but it also has flaws. He often took the bones out to the outside world, and then put them back into the body, and infected a lot of things on the bones, which made Genmaro's body very weak. Although he was only 15 years old, he was almost unable to support his body now. My lord, this is a culture of this time. Do respectfully handed over a glass bottle. There is a green solution inside the bottle, with a lot of white eyeballs immersed in it. If you look closely, you can still find some blue light. These are the eyes of a clone of Hyuga Hikaru, and this experiment is still going on. Yi Feng quickly asked Genmaro to rest, then returned to the room and called Sister Hinata Huahuo over. Elder brother, the 2 sisters salute respectfully. Hua Huo is almost 8 years old now. She is a sensible little girl who respects Da Shiwan in the base. Unlike her sister when she was a child, Huao's skin is healthy and wheatish, and her personality is bolder, very obedient and brave. As before, eat it. The night wind poured out the eyeballs from the glass bottle. There are a total of 12 eyeballs, and the split between the 3 is exactly 4. These 2 girls were trained as war weapons, so the reincarnated eyes can't be weakened. With the existence of the blood curse, they can become stronger in this way more or less, but the efficiency is relatively low. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Chapter 65, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 65 close black lens bracket goodbye brother 2 days later. Konoha. The weather was gloomy and dark clouds. Today is the funeral of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Ninjas and villagers took to the streets wearing black clothes to mourn the heroes and innocents who died in the war. The crowd offered white flowers one after another. Why would Grandpa Naruto die? Naruto was silent. Konohamaru was right next to him, crying all the time. Senior Kakashi, are you here to visit Mr. Taito? Mayue Shion walked out. Are you coming to see Hayate? Hurry up, the memorial service for the 3 generations has already begun. Kakashi calmly said. Rather than thinking about the reason for being late every time, it's better to arrive earlier. Shi Yan said. Obviously, Kakashi loves all the troubled villages knowing about being late. I came early, it's just that every time I come to see Jidu, I keep blaming my stupid self in the past. The heavy rain is still falling. Jilai also appeared in the village, and further away, 2 strange figures also appeared in Konoha village. Although Konoha was saved from being destroyed, it was also seriously damaged. That prosperous village is so pitiful, the ghost whispered softly. The Itachi next to him didn't say a word or said anything. It really doesn't look like your style, is it really a nostalgia for your hometown? Said the ghost shark. No, not at all. Itachi's voice was calm and without emotion. After half an hour. Konoha, you are not from the village. Why come here? 3 silhouettes stopped the ghost shark and Itachi. It is Konoha's ninjas, Shiranui Genma, Morino Ibiki, and Hagi Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Itachi take off the hat, all 3 of them were slightly surprised. Are you Mr. Itachi's acquaintances? Then I will also introduce myself, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, please give me more advice in the future. The ghost shark also took off the hat and said slowly. Nothing later, you will die here now, Ibizi said coldly. A request for support has been launched to the village, and the 3 of them only need to hold these 2 guys. Mr. Itachi, the people in the village seem to hate you. Advertisement the ghost said with a smile. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, the ninja of the former Wuyan village, is an S-rank rebel who is wanted by various countries for killing the daimyo. Kakashi squeezed the knife in his hand. How dare you just go back to the village so blatantly, Itachi? You are really brave. Ibizi stared at Itachi. Only a few people know the truth about Itachi, and most people think Itachi is a real betrayal. Leave me alone, I don't want to kill you, Itachi said coldly. What is your purpose in coming here? Kakashi is fully focused, ready to fight at any time. It seems we can leave here peacefully, but don't go too far. Your moves are too compelling, said Itachi. The ghost shark immediately swung the shark muscle and slashed it over, and fought with Ibiki Ebisu. Kakashi, you can't stop me. Itachi stared at Kakashi in front of him. How can I know if I don't try? Kakashi is ready to fight. It has ended. Monthly reading. The pattern of Itachi writing round eyes suddenly changed, and then pulled Kakashi into the moon reading space. The outside world is only a second, but 3 days and nights have passed in the spiritual world, during which Kakashi has been stabbed by Itachi with a knife, experiencing the feeling of being killed countless times. Kakashi collapsed instantly, then passed out unconscious. Let's go. Don't delay too long, Konoha's ninja is coming here. Itachi urged. The ghost shark was not in love with fighting either, and soon left Konoha with Itachi. A few days later, Jilai also took Naruto out to practice. The first is to teach Naruto how to learn spiral pills.
The second is to protect the safety of Naruto. The third thing is to find Tsunade and let her come back to take over as the 5th generation of Hokage. If Tsunade cannot be found, Konoha will directly announce that Joraji is the 5th generation Hokage, so Joraji has no choice but to find Tsunade. This day, Kakashi's ward. I heard Itachi is back and is looking for Naruto. Shanchung Aoba came in suddenly. Ever since, Sasuke also learned that Uchiha Itachi had been to the village. Uchiha Itachi and Oniji squatted guarding, looking for opportunities to take away Naruto. On the other hand, Sasuke was looking for this side, dazzled by anger and hatred, and wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. Is there a blonde idiot about my age here, and an uncle with white hair? Sasuke asked each hotel one by one. After several hours, I finally asked the place. Boom boom boom. Someone knocked on the door. Advertisement. When Naruto opened it, he found a lot of Jiraiya, but a man in strange clothes. Come with us, Itachi said lightly. These two guys are definitely quite ordinary people. Naruto saw the betrayal of the two people and knew that he was in trouble. Mr. Itachi, it is very troublesome to let this kid run, so let's cut off one of his legs first. The ghost shark is going to grab the shark muscle behind it. It's been a long time, Sasuke. At this moment, Itachi suddenly said, and the movements of the ghost shark also stopped. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke said bitterly, appearing from the other side of the corridor. Uchiha Itachi. He is the man Sasuke has always wanted to kill. Naruto swallowed. Hey, there is a writing wheel, and it looks very similar to you. Who's that person? The ghost said curiously. My brother. Itachi said calmly. I heard that the Uchiha clan was all killed, you killed them all. But there are obviously survivors. The ghost smiled. All these years, I hate you as you say, and then I just want to kill you. I've only lived till now. Sasuke was completely swallowed by anger. In the eyes of the younger brother, the writing wheel eyes were in the state of 2 go jade, while Itachi showed 3 go jade. Zitsa. Blue electric lights appeared, creaking in Sasuke's hands, as if 1,000 birds were singing. I am going to kill you. Go to hell. Sasuke roared and rushed over. As Rei done ninjutsu, Itachi's expression was flat, and he patted Sasuke's left hand against the wall. Chidori just punched a big hole in the wall. Crack. Itachi squeezed hard, and Sasuke's left hand immediately fractured. No, I have to think of something. Ninfa psychic. Naruto was closing the seal, but the ghost shark's shark muscle immediately chopped over, and directly sucked away Naruto's chakra. It's troublesome for you to use ninjutsu. Rather than cutting off the foot, let's chop off that hand first. The ghost shark waved the shark muscle again. Boom. At this critical moment, the frog appeared in front of Naruto all the time, blocking the shark muscle with his arm guard. Jilai also came from behind, still holding a comatose woman in her arms. You don't understand me too much. As a man, Jilai can't be confused by beauty. Jilai also smiled wretchedly. Chapter 66 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 66 close black lens bracket Sasuke's nightmare. In order to get Jiraiya to leave Naruto before, Itachi used an illusion technique and asked a woman to seduce Jiraiya. However, I still found it from the beginning, and arrived in time. Sure enough, your target is Naruto. Jilai also looked solemn. The opponent is a member of the 2 Akatsuki organizations, both of which are S-rank rebels, and he can't guarantee 100% of the other's life. Taking away Naruto is the highest order that Akatsuki has given us from our organization. Itachi said calmly. Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback. I won't hand over Naruto to you. Jilai also said solemnly. Today I am here to get rid of you guys. Do not. I can only kill this guy. Sasuke stood up slowly, and then stared at Uchiha Itachi. Vengeance. I am not interested in you now. Itachi said coldly. What a joke. Sasuke attacked again, but was kicked to the wall. Ah, dry persimmon ghost shark stopped the two of them, and didn't let Jilai also stop the fight over there. Sasuke fractured his left hand, and he couldn't do it with the seal. He was beaten up and coughed a few bites of blood, and almost passed out with pain on the spot. Itachi is really merciless. Ghost shark smiled. There was no mercy in this beating, and Sasuke said that he would be hospitalized for half a month. If he had more power, his internal organs would be able to shatter Sasuke. Quote. Sasuke's expression was numb, and he collapsed on the ground motionless, and was quickly lifted into the air by the collar of Itachi. Why is it so weak? Because hatred and hatred are not enough. Itachi said in Sasuke's ear. At the same time, monthly reading was launched again. The night of genocide that day began to reappear again, and Sasuke entered the moon reading space again after 5 years, feeling a deep despair. He didn't do anything, and was killed by Itachi. His nightmare came again. Puff through. Sasuke was thrown on the ground like trash, his eyes blank, unable to speak a word. But no one noticed that Itachi was forcibly enduring physical fatigue at this moment. His body has long been unable to hold it. Using a kaleidoscope has a great burden on the body. Over the years, he has helped to complete tasks for the organization, and he has been overloaded with countless monthly readings and amaterasu. And coupled with the night of the genocide, which super long illusion technique he used for Quan, his body has long been dying. If he hadn't been taking medicine to support his body, he would have lied down long ago. But even so, his lifespan will not exceed 5 years. So he wants Sasuke to become stronger at a faster rate. Advertisement. The current Sasuke is too weak. Weak as an ant. Psychic art. Jilai also shouted. The walls began to turn pink, like the intestines of a living creature. This is the intestine of Meow Mushanda Toad. No one can leave this place alive. Self-channel. Hurry up. Itachi didn't even look at Sasuke, and started running away with Oniji. Shortly after, a black flame was left on a wall, and Itachi and Ghost Shark finally escaped. What a strange flame. Jilai also collected a little black fire with the seal technique. At this point, today's matter can be regarded as the past. Both Kakashi and Sasuke were hospitalized, and Naruto and Jilai continued to practice outside. 2 weeks later. Grown-ups. The 5 Odonin village ninjas were half kneeling on the ground, and there were 2 special little girls beside them. Bringing Sasuke back this time, this task is left to you. Yi Feng said lightly. Originally intended to let the Odonin 5 people do this, but Hinata wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made, so she let her go too. As for Shang Rin, she also wanted to avenge Honglian, so she took the initiative to participate in this mission. As for Konoha, Tsunade succeeded in succeeding the 5th generation of Hokage, and was probably persuaded by Naruto's mouth escape. Tsunade's younger brother and boyfriend were once men who targeted Hokage, but both died in the war. So Tsunade doesn't like the position of Hokage. But since Naruto is also an idiot and wants to be an idiot of Hokage, she and Naruto bet. If Naruto can learn Helix Pill, he will go back to make Hokage. Needless to say the final result, Naruto really learned that super difficult ninjutsu. Now I have no interest in you. Sasuke was lying on the hospital bed, and all the pictures in his mind were of the Itachi he saw that day. He is really too weak. He can't do anything. On the other side, several people are eating barbecue. Don't eat too much, Ding Si, or you will go to the hospital again. Ino said helplessly. Ding Si was injured by toss during the Zongan exam, and he also stayed in the hospital for a period of time. It's okay. No matter how much I eat at one go, I can taste the taste carefully. Ding Si laughed. Slightly lonely. Shikamaru sighed. Asma was dead. Although he hated trouble, he still respected the teacher. Advertisement. The guy who killed Asma is said to be Orochimaru. He also wanted revenge, but he didn't have the strength, and he didn't know where the Orochimaru was. Shikamaru's mood has also been very depressed these days. Sakura, come to have barbecue together. Ino smiled and greeted Roar. Sakura just walked through the street outside the door, and Ino immediately greeted Roar. Thanks, but next time, I am in a not very good mood. Kozakura shook her head and refused. Sasuke hasn't seen anyone at home recently. She is very worried about that guy and is in no mood to eat barbecue. Hey, Ding Si, that's the last piece of barbecue I cooked. Ino couldn't help but said. The last piece is the end. No matter what the food, the last piece must belong to me. Ding Si said solemnly, and then ate the barbecue. Although he was slapped, he smiled happily. It's because you are so greedy that everyone treats you as an idiot. You fat. Ino, that's a forbidden sentence. There are also ding times, so are you. Eating is not a war. Isn't it good to eat slowly? It's really troublesome. Shikamaru quickly stopped Ino. What Ding Si hates most is that others call him, fat pig. Once he hears this word, he will rage immediately. Ino, why do you eat so little? Ding Si spoke again. I want to lose weight, really. Ino curled his lips. What if the guy you like in the future, that guy doesn't like thin girls? Ding Si asked again. Most boys like slim girls, and girls definitely do the same. Ding Si, you should pay attention to your figure. Be careful not to have a womanhood. Ino said with a smile. The next day, Sasuke, do you have an apple? Kozakura peeled the apple, cut it into pieces and brought it over on a plate. Naruto also came to visit Sasuke today, beside him. However, Sasuke ignored the 2 men and seemed very silent all the time. Snapped. Sasuke pushed. The plate fell on the ground and shattered, and the apple pieces fell all over the floor. Sasuke. Kozakura looked helpless. Naruto turned his head and looked here. Chapter 67 Auto-generated chapter title. 67 Give up revenge. Hey, Naruto. Sasuke stared at Naruto coldly. What are you doing? Naruto looked at Sasuke unhappy. Kozakura cares about this guy, but this guy doesn't know how to cherish it at all. Fight me now, Sasuke said slowly. What? It didn't take long for your injury to recover. What are you talking about? Naruto was speechless. Stop asking, fight with me. Sasuke roared. Naruto was silent for a while, staring at Sasuke too. Sasuke, what's wrong with you two? Kozakura couldn't help standing up. Just to my liking. I have always wanted to fight you. Naruto said. Sasuke has always been much better than him before, and now he also wants to defeat Sasuke to prove himself. Soon, when the two came to the rooftop, Sakura watched the two fight from a distance. The physical skill temptation is basically 50-50, and the ninjutsu is similar. Sasuke has 2 Guyu writing round eyes, and Naruto also has the plugin of shadow duplication. In the end, Naruto used the spiral pill he only learned, and Sasuke used the Chidori taught by Kakashi. The 2 teenagers rubbed the blue balls with one hand, and Thunderbolt in the other. Seeing that they are about to collide together, Stop it. Sakura finally ran up. At this speed, I am afraid she will appear in the center of the collision of two ninjutsu. But the two couldn't stop their hands, they could only watch Sakura suddenly run over. Boom. In the end Kakashi arrived. Holding Naruto with one hand and Sasuke with the other, he threw the two aside. Both Helix Maru and Chidori hit a metal can. I said you fight too much. Kakashi said lightly. Naruto's spiral pill rubbed an arc on the metal can, while Sasuke's Chidori directly penetrated the surface of the metal can and twisted together. Do you want to kill Naruto? Sasuke. Don't immerse yourself in a sense of superiority. Kakashi said. Cut. Sasuke snorted and went straight down from the rooftop. But when he walked down, he discovered that the jar Naruto attacked had burst open directly behind it. Advertisement. It turned out that his technique was defeated by Naruto. Hateful. Sasuke's eyes became colder. If Kakashi didn't show up, wouldn't it mean that he might be killed by Naruto's technique? This is something he absolutely cannot accept. Ms. Kakashi. Kozakura couldn't help crying. Is it too early for Naruto to use that technique? If it doesn't work, Naruto will kill Sasuke. Kakashi said lightly. I don't know when. Ji Lie's figure appeared next to him. Come on to each other. Chidori is also a dangerous ninjutsu. You can't master it. Didn't you teach it to Sasuke? I didn't expect that Sasuke was the one who would use that technique on his companions. What is the relationship between these two boys? Is there any deep hatred? Jilai also said. It's a long story. Probably it's like your relationship with Dashemaru before. Kakashi sighed. For Naruto, Sasuke is both a partner and an opponent. Since the ninja school, Naruto has been thinking about surpassing Sasuke and has been working hard for it. He wants Sasuke's approval more than anyone's approval. Sasuke felt Naruto's changes, and almost thought that he hadn't grown much, and he was caught up by a guy like Naruto. He is an Avenger, so he can't stand this kind of thing. Sakura, don't worry, everything will be the same as before. Kakashi comforted Sakura and disappeared in place. What are you doing? Sasuke sat on a tree and was suddenly tied up with a rope. If you don't do this, won't you just run away? Sasuke, give up revenge. I've seen too many people like you. The guy who talks about revenge often ends up with nothing. It will only hurt myself, and it will become more and more painful. Even if the revenge succeeds, all that remains is emptiness. Kakashi preached. To shut up. What do you know? Don't talk about war here. If you don't have a backache, you will speak out. Sasuke growled. Okay, calm down. Kakashi sighed. How about killing your most cherished person now? You can see for yourself how ridiculous what you are saying. Sasuke said bitterly. Well, it's okay to do this. But it's a pity that none of the people I cherish the most are no longer there. They were killed long ago. Advertisement. Kakashi smiled and said calmly. Sasuke's face changed abruptly. I live longer than you, and the times I have experienced are much worse than you. I have experienced the pain of losing someone I cherish many times. In short, neither you nor I are lucky guys. Kakashi said slowly. Sasuke was silent. But we are not the most unfortunate. Neither me nor you, haven't we all found new partners? It is because I have lost that I understand this pain. Chidori gives you strength after you find an important partner, not for revenge or hurting your partner. As what I said is right. Think about it. If that kind of guy dangles, we won't be able to start. Sakin frowned. Just wait for the moment. Gatong Maru said. You scumbags, I can kill him alone. Manu also coldly said. Huh, isn't it? I think you will be cut off by that guy. Zuo Jin said with a smile. Kakashi inherited the swordsmanship of the Hagaki clan, and was very strong in Shangnan, with the shadow of Konoha's white teeth. Be quiet, Hinata said. Today she is very cold, she came here to perform a task. Yes, my lord. Several people in Tayuya shut up one after another. They are just experimental subjects of the Orochimaru curse seal. To put it bluntly, they are ordinary subordinates, but Hinata is different. Hinata's power is very powerful, and it is a character that Master Orochimaru likes very much. No one in the base dares to disrespect Hinata. In order not to startle the snake, the best time to do it at night is the best time to do it. Sakura. Naruto was in a daze for a long time, and when he walked out of the hospital, she found that Sakura seemed to be waiting for him here. Naruto, I have something to tell you. Just treat it as a date and stay with me for a while. Kozakura looked desperate. Although Kakashi said it was okay, she still couldn't feel relieved when she thought of what Orochimaru had said. Sasuke looked like a different person today. He desires too much power, so Sasuke like this can do anything. Soon, Naruto and Sakura came to Ikyle Ramen, and it was the first time that Sakura hosted Naruto for dinner. Sakura, eat quickly. The char shao noodles here are the best. Naruto was as careless as ever. Chapter 68 Auto-generated chapter title. 68 I like Sasuke the most. Inviting a girlfriend to dinner. Naruto is really amazing. The uncle beater smiled. No, what are you talking about? Sakura just told me something, not my girlfriend. Naruto blushed. Let's talk about Sasuke while eating noodles. Naruto is not a fool, and naturally knows what Sakura wants to say. It all started with that big snake pill. Sasuke's eyes have changed. Although Mrs. Kakashi said don't worry, I really still. Kozakura said intermittently. The Oshimaru guy, even if Sasuke doesn't rely on him, he is already very strong now. Sasuke won't be tricked by that kind of guy, I promise you. Naruto said firmly. Night. The other side. Who are you? I am in a bad mood now. Sasuke couldn't help frowning when he saw the few guys who appeared next to him. At this point in time, a ninja from the outer village sneaked into Konoha, and it was him. Want to get the power of Oshimaru-sama? If you want, just follow us obediently. Hinata said lightly. Cut. Sasuke smiled disdainfully. It's your honor for Master Oshimaru to see you. Although you have the curse of heaven, you won't use it at all. You are now a waste. Hinata's reincarnation eyes began to flicker, and the frosty icy blue was very eye-catching in the night. Writing round eyes. How strong do you think you are now? Hinata stretched out his hand and directly involved Sasuke's body that was trying to resist. Gravity and repulsion are not exclusive to the reincarnated eye, and the reincarnated eye can also use these two abilities. Boom. Sasuke was directly controlled and smashed the branches, and then fell to the ground in embarrassment. How is it possible, this guy? Why is this guy so strong? Sasuke's mouth was bleeding, and his heart was full of unwillingness. That's it. I still want to listen to music played with your bones. Saken stepped on Sasuke's face and said coldly. Playing a painless ninja game will only make you decay. Didn't the 3 generations of Naruto be killed? Follow us, Lord Oshimaru, that adult will give you strength. Taiyu also said. Advertisement. You guys. Sasuke rage, the seal of the seal on his back began to spread. Half a day's body was shrouded in black patterns, and Sasuke's chakra became stronger. Curse seal. You guy doesn't know how to use curse seals at all. While entering the state of curse, it will be corroded by that kind of chakra, and will eventually become a monster that is irrational and only knows to kill. Black also appeared on Saken's body. Sasuke rushed over and was thrown back by him. Quote. I will go with you. After a long silence, Sasuke agreed. Indeed, his growth rate in Konoha was too slow, and he was afraid that he would not be able to kill Itachi. Dashemaru was organized by the mysterious Akatsuki, and Itachi was also organized by that organization. Dashi pill can kill the 3 major Naruto, and Itachi is absolutely strong. A short while, Hinata and Oda Shinobu walked out of Konoha and waited for Sasuke outside. Rin and Junmaro were also waiting here, giving Sasuke a lot of face. This late, what are you doing here? When Sasuke was walking down the path, he suddenly ran into Sakura. He was carrying a small backpack, and Sakura looked like he was waiting here. You have to go through this road to get out of the village. Sakura whispered. Go back to sleep, Sasuke said indifferently, and went on walking nonchalantly. Why do you always tell me nothing? Why are you always silent and not saying a word to me? Kozakura couldn't help crying. Why should I tell you? That's why I said that you are passionate and don't care about my nosy. Sasuke said lightly. I will only make you hate Sasuke. Remember, the day we became Sharingan, we were alone here for the first time, and I even annoyed you. Cannot remember. Kozakura spoke very lowly, but Sasuke showed no mercy. Yes, that was a long time ago. But from that day on, I, Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei, everyone became a teammate. Although the task is bitter and tiring, it is happier than anything else. I know about the Sasuke family. But revenge does not make people happy. Sakura continued. Sure enough, I'm different from you. 4 people came together, indeed I once thought that was my way. But I'm still determined to take revenge, because I live for this, and I will never be like you or Naruto. Sasuke said coldly. Are you going to make yourself alone again, Sasuke? Advertisement. I have family and friends, but without Sasuke, I would be no different from being alone. I like Sasuke the most, I like it so much. If Sasuke is with me, I will definitely not make Sasuke regret it. I will make you happy every day and I will be very happy. I can do anything for Sasuke. So please, don't go. Kozakura became emotional. I will find a way to get revenge, I will definitely help you. If it doesn't work, please take me with you. Hearing this, Sasuke was just silent. Turning around suddenly, his expression was still so cold. You are really annoying, Sasuke said calmly. Do not go. I will yell if you leave again. Kozakura hurriedly said loudly. Hearing this sentence, Sasuke came to the back of Sakura. Thank you, Sakura. Sasuke's expression is complicated. In fact, he is not completely unmoved. Why doesn't he yearn for a peaceful and quiet life? But he is an Avenger, and his life was destined to live for when he was 7 years old. If he didn't kill that man, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease for a day. Do you really have the consciousness to betray the village? Become a traitor and join Lord Oshimaru's command. A cold voice sounded. You are. Sasuke frowned. Rin. The girl said with a smile, wearing the forehead of Odonin village on her head. Kill this woman to prove your determination to betray the village. I have the right to say this. Rin threw out a kunai, and then continued to stare at Sasuke. Quote. It's a strange request. The subordinates of Dashemaru are more interesting than I thought. A light of unknown meaning flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Kunai was pinched in her hand, but she didn't kill Sakura in the first place. It's just a woman, and a worthless woman. Why, is our Sasuke softened? Are you really good at thinking and awakening? Lin mocked again. Very good. Sasuke's eyes flashed slightly and became evil. Starting today, there will be no more Konoha ninja Uchiha Sasake, only Uchiha Sasake as a rebel and avenger. Puff through. A pink head rolled to the ground. Chapter 69 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 69 close black lens bracket defection. After a few minutes, Sasuke and Karen slipped out of Konoha. Sasuke-sama. Except for Hinata and Junmaro, the people of the 4 Otonin villages were kneeling on the ground, not the least arrogant attitude they had before. What's the trick? Sasuke frowned. From the moment you step out of Konoha village, you are our leader. What you have is the same as that of Lord Junmaro, the highest level of curse seal. Zaujin explained. Let's start. Junmaro ordered. For Sasuke to use the power of the curse seal, a special technique is needed. Put Sasuke in a jar, then eat Shinxin-wan, seal the jar with 4 black mist formations, and wait for it to wake up. Early morning. 4 o'clock. The 5th generation I really makes people call people. We need to get the files that we have forgotten. 2 ninjas passed by the path. This is. The 2 ninjas widened their eyes. There was a headless corpse beside the path. It looked like a young girl. It didn't take long to die. A pink head fell to the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. Hurry up and inform Master Naruto. A short while. Naruto building. What? Sakura was killed. Tsunade slapped the office desk to pieces. Originally, she still liked that little girl very much, and she planned to accept her as an apprentice. Soon, the Shangren in the village were alarmed. Konoha's ninja was killed in the village, which is not a trivial matter. After some discussion and investigation, Konoha discovered that Uchiha Sasake was missing, and I am afraid that Sakura's death was related to this. Did the subordinates of Dashemaru do it? Immediately send a ninja to track down, and be sure to bring back both the criminal and Uchiha Sasake. Yes, Master Naruto. Konoha immediately started to act. Sakura. Naruto's disheartened expression. When he heard the news, he didn't react at all. I was eating and chatting together last night, but today he died, and it is still related to Sasuke's affairs. No, I must catch Sasuke back and ask for clarity. Sasuke, why didn't you protect Sakura? Advertisement. Since the 3rd generation of Naruto died not long ago, the village's security and mission entrustment are under great pressure, so there are not many ninjas who can stay here. Naruto, Ya, Lumaru, Ding Si, Ning Si. These are the 5 people who went to track in the first step, and there will be support ninjas arriving later. With Tooth and Chimaru's sense of smell, coupled with Neji's white eyes, and Shikamaru's IQ, it is not difficult to catch up with those people. I'm exhausted. I didn't expect this mission to be delayed for so long. Several Konoha ninjas are in the forest. Silent, Shiranui Xuanjian, both of them were in it. Is there any abnormal noise? Similarly, you go and see with me. Xuanjian said lightly. It seems that someone is near here, and I don't know who it is, who will appear in this forest. Things are getting troublesome. Taiyu also frowned. I don't know who Xuanjian, and they are all the same, both of them are Konoha's upper ninjas. Otonin village ninja. From the perspective of the direction, it still came from Konoha. The 2 stopped everyone. Don't delay, kill them. Hinata ordered. Yes. The 4 people in Sakan temporarily put down Sasuke, and then directly turned on the curse seal and the 2 upper ninjas to fight. After half an hour, the crowd continued on their way, but Konoha's ninja had already caught up. Grow your eyes. Ning Si maximized his gaze of ability, and quickly found people hundreds of meters away. This feeling, among the people who were pursuing it, is from the Hyuga clan. Hinata was taken aback for a moment. Recalling the incident of Julian that day, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Over the years, as the weapon training of Dashemaru, the people who died under her were measured in thousands. Jirofang, you stay and break. The remaining people continue to set off. Junmaro ordered. Sasuke is the person that Mr. Orochimaru is fond of, so he must not make mistakes. If it's another task, he can still play with Konoha's ninja, but for now, it is most important to take Sasuke away. Yes. Jirofang accepted the order and opened the curse to face the 5 little ghosts who were catching up. Tuden Dungeon Hall None. A wall rose from the ground to surround the people Konoha was chasing. This earth escape wall is not only very hard, but also able to absorb the chakra of the ninja. The more you resist, the weaker it will be. Teeth through teeth. Toga and Akamaru use ninjutsu, intending to forcefully break the wall. Advertisement. But the effect was not good. Although the walls were affected, they were quickly repaired. Our chakra is being sucked away. Ning Si's complexion was solemn. Through the traction of this wall, their chakras are decreasing all the time. No matter, try again. Tooth used Yutongya again. But the result has not changed, unable to break this wall. We surrendered, please let us out. Shikamaru had a plan to make a living, so he said. Oh, you seem to be the captain of the squad, you actually took the lead and wanted to surrender, which is really embarrassing for Konoha ninja. As this Zongnan, a guy like you should die. Jirobo didn't think much, and replied subconsciously. Here, where his voice came from, where the damage to the wall was repaired the fastest. And at the farthest place from him, the walls here are damaged, the repair speed is the slowest, and it is also the easiest to be broken. Shikamaru thought for a while, and quickly analyzed the weakness of the wall. Please, Ding Si. Shikamaru smiled confidently. He, you deserve it, Shikamaru. Look at me, meatball chariot. Ding Si used the doubling technique to make his body bigger, and then turned it into a blob at high speed. Boom. He bombarded the wall with all his strength, and it really broke through this earth escape. This kind of ninjutsu seems incomprehensible, but you can always find its weaknesses if you think about it and make use of it. Leave this big guy to me to delay. You continue to chase Sasuke. Ding Si took the initiative to say. The enemy had already left, so there was only one queen left. They certainly can't waste too much time here, just send someone to fight here. After half an hour, that fellow Jirofang is really incompetent. Junmaro frowned. Those annoying Konoha ninjas actually caught up again, they couldn't get rid of them like flies. Gui Tong Maru. Junmaro ordered. Yes. Onizumaru smiled, then stopped and drove, and handed Sasuke's jar to Saken to carry. He is not a fool like Jirofang, and he will not lose to kids like Konoha. If you want to move on, just break through my spider web. Shikamaru, Dinji and others had to stop, this area was full of spider webs. Chapter 70 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 70 close black lens bracket chase. I'll deal with him, I can't waste time. You continue to chase Sasuke. Hyuga Neji said, sorry to bother you. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Ya, the three continue to chase Sasuke. Similar plots continue to happen. Tayuya was also left by Junmaro, and he didn't mean to pity Yushang. These people are subordinates of Lord Orochimaru, so they have to contribute their value for Orochimaru. To gain powerful power, you must first sell your body and soul. Kamaru's opponent is Kamaru. At this point, Naruto and Ya continued to move forward. Saken also stayed. His opponent was Yaran, and then Naruto was the only one who was still chasing after him. From Konoha to now, the time has come to noon. Sasuke defected, half a day has passed. You continue to leave with Sasuke, he is about to wake up, too. My life is about to end. I'm here to help Master Orochimaru intercept Konoha's ninja. Junmaro said without a doubt. The reason why he came out this time was to help do something before he died. It's all death anyway, it's better to die worthy. No need to recite, I can go by myself. Sasuke's voice suddenly sounded. The jar burst open, and Sasuke slowly walked out of it. The feeling of gaining strength made him feel like he was reborn. Let's go, Hinata said lightly. Shang Rin followed, and Sasuke followed. Sasuke. Naruto's voice sounded. Out of the range of the forest, here was a plain, and Naruto saw Sasuke as soon as he chased him. Sasuke. Sakura, what is going on with Sakura? You explain it clearly to me. Naruto shouted with red eyes. Ha ha, the tail of the crane, you don't understand anything at all. Sasuke didn't bother to talk to Naruto. You guy. Naruto rushed over angrily, but was stopped by Junmaro. Want to go over? Just step on my corpse first. Junmaro said calmly. Advertisement. The art of shadow duplication. Naruto roared. Thousands of Naruto appeared on the plain. Junmaro was surrounded in the middle. You can't win by quantity alone. Let you see my Tsubaki dance in particular. Junmaro said lightly. I killed you. Naruto's eyes turned red, and it was nine-tailed chakra affecting him. Otherwise, it is impossible to create thousands of shadow duplications with Naruto's own chakras alone. Although Dashemaru used the 5-element seal to lock the influence of Nine-Tails chakra, the sealing technique was resolved by Jiraiya. Naruto can now let Kyuubi pay the rent again. Kill me. I advise you not to talk about things you can't do. Junmaro said lightly, pulling out his own bones from the body, and then forming a sharp bone knife. This is Junmaro's blood inheritance boundary, bone veins, a very aggressive kind of ability. Boom, boom, boom. Every minute and every second, Naruto's duplication was chopped to dissipate by the bone knife. Just like Junmaro said, just a large number is useless. In less than 3 minutes, thousands of shadow duplications were wiped out by all Junmaro. Boom. A green figure appeared, kicking Junmaro. Who is it? Junmaro frowned. Konoha's beautiful blue beast, Rock Lee. Xiao Li put on a pose and said coldly. After Tsunade did Naruto, he healed his injuries through surgery and was able to continue to be a ninja. Although the success rate of that operation is not high, and if it fails, he will die, but fortunately he succeeded. Let me take care of this guy. Naruto, you continue to chase Sasuke. I've also heard about Kozakura. This kind of thing doesn't work if you don't ask clearly. Xiao Li said solemnly. Not only does Naruto like Sakura, he also likes Sakura. Hearing this news is a bolt from the blue. But, this guy is terribly strong. Naruto hesitated. Junmaro felt different from the previous ones, he was an unimaginable ninja. Faced with this kind of person, Naruto worried that Xiao Li would be killed by this guy. This is a man's promise. I stay to deal with him, you must bring Sasuke back. Come on, Xiao Li. Then I will go. Another hour passed. The Valley of the End. Advertisement. Legend has it that this is the place where the first generation of Hokage pillars and Uchiha Madara battled, and 2 huge rock statues of legendary ninjas were specially built. Sasuke just came here. Sasuke, you really survived. The night wind appeared here, and it seemed that it had been waiting for a long time. Cut. How will you be here? Sasuke said coldly. Pay attention to the tone of your conversation with the adults. Red Bean smiled dangerously. It's okay. Children in the rebellious period, they always talk like this. Speaking of which, Konoha ninja is really tenacious and full of resilience as always, and he is able to chase all the way to such a place. Oh, it's still your old acquaintance, Sasuke. Yi Feng smiled. The people on Sasuke's side stood on the head of the Madara stone statue, and Naruto was on the side between the pillars. There was a wide river in between, and there was a waterfall below the stone statue. It was a destined meeting, a destined duel. Naruto. Sasuke turned his head, not surprisingly. This idiot is of this kind of character, and it does have some ability to be able to chase here. Sasuke. Naruto started roaring from a long distance, his eyes were blood red. What should I do, brother? Hinata asked calmly. Naruto's identity is Zuli of the Nine Tails. In fact, it is a good choice to take the opportunity to take it away. Anyway, the Akatsuki organization will do it sooner or later. No, now is not the time to shoot. Naruto is a very important piece, it can cause trouble for those guys. Yi Feng shook his head. Sasuke, I'll leave this to you. If you can't even handle this kind of crane tail, then you don't need to come to my place again. The night breeze said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, Hinata stood aside with Itsuki beans, Shongrong, and did not intend to participate in this battle. If you can beat the current Sasuke, I will let you take him back to Konoha. Looking at Naruto, the night wind began to fan the flames. Master Orochimaru, before, Shang Rin took advantage of this opportunity to tell the story again, and also asked Sasuke to kill Sakura on her own terms. Sakura is dead, it doesn't matter, you die if you die, a worthless woman. The night wind said calmly. He only cared about Sasuke, to be precise, Sasuke's eyes. The subordinates of Odonin village, sacrificed, and there is nothing to be a pity. That kind of curse is just a failure product, it is worthless at all. It must be said that Junmaro's death is a pity, if that guy can live longer, it would be a good weapon. It's a pity that the limit of the blood inheritance limit is too great, and Junmaro has no chance to grow. The rebirth of the dirty soil is only the state of the decedent when the psychic emerges. After the psychic emerges, it cannot become stronger and grow. Chapter 71 Auto-generated chapter title. 71 Naruto vs Sasuke. Sasuke, are you running away from me? Naruto shouted. Hehe, are you here to stop me this time? Sasuke smiled faintly when she heard Sakura, whose head was cut off by herself last night. Why did you become like this? Sasuke, go back with me quickly and explain Sakura's affairs clearly. Why didn't you protect her? Naruto was angry. Sakura was supposed to stop Sasuke, but the people of Odonin village killed Sakura, and Sasuke didn't know what role he played in it. This is Naruto's guess. Does it matter to you what I become? I have my path, no matter who it is, I am not qualified to give pointers on my choice. Sasuke said coldly. The lines of the curse mark appeared on the body, and now he is no longer the one he was last night. Those guys like Nanada Yuya, except for Junmaro, the other four together are not his opponents. This is the curse seal of the sky. To put it bluntly, my game with you boring Konoha ninjas is over. Go back, Sasuke said lightly. In fact, he still regarded Naruto as his opponent, and he was also regarded as a friend. He didn't want to kill Naruto here. In order to catch you, everyone is fighting hard. Up to now, they don't know their life or death. Naruto gritted his teeth. That's really hard work. Sasuke shrugged, then walked to the other side. Ah. Naruto roared and rushed over, pressing Sasuke under him to get a fat beating. Sasuke hit the corners of his mouth to bleed, and even his fists hurt. Pooh. Sasuke spit out a mouthful of blood on Naruto's face, his expression disdainful. You said companion, can I become stronger with your so-called companion? I'm going to Orochimaru to get the power of revenge. Sasuke said calmly. That guy is the guy who ruined Konoha. Do you think he will give you strength in vain? Naruto roared. Who do you think I am? I am an avenger, and I can do anything for revenge. Even if I betray this body and soul, I just have to kill Itachi. Sasuke is still very calm. This is something that I made up my mind from when I was 7 years old, and it will never change for a lifetime. It's the same as Dashemaru said. Advertisement. You beat me here, otherwise don't try to convince me. Sasuke said coldly, suddenly stood up, then carried Naruto's collar into the air. He hit his stomach with all his strength and threw Naruto into the waterfall below. What is this power? Is that how it feels to become stronger? Sasuke squeezed his hand, his eyes colder than ever. Naruto's beating him didn't cause any injuries at all, and he recovered quickly. Hiss. A large group of flying darts with silk threads were thrown out, and Naruto was tied. Sasuke, are you serious? Naruto said bitterly. He still has a little luck, Sasuke will not shoot him. I already said that I don't need a future with you. Sakura was killed by me. This is the condition needed to join Orochimaru. But that woman too, she just wanted to run out by herself and say something inexplicable and self-righteous, otherwise I won't be killed by me. Goodbye, Naruto, fire escape dragon fire art. Sasuke spouted a ball of flames from his mouth. The flame hit Naruto, and Naruto soon realized the feeling of the night breeze. However, unlike night wind, Naruto's defense power is not high, just a simple, thick skin and strong resilience, and the suffering that should be suffered cannot be escaped. Sasuke, what did you say? It was you who took Sakura, to Sakura. Naruto completely broke down. Originally, He could untie the silk thread before the flame arrived, but when Sasuke said that, only anger was left in his heart. How about it? You should wake up now, right? Sasuke kicked the scorched Naruto down and fell directly on the ground to make a big hole. Even if he can't kill Naruto, he will definitely lose his resistance ability. This is because he calculated Naruto's resistance to injury, and the corpse was directly broken on the spot when replaced by ordinary people. Oh, Sasuke frowned suddenly. Naruto, who was supposed to be in a coma and even seriously injured, was recovering quickly from the injuries on the surface of his body. This amazing speed of recovery is definitely not something humans can have. Akatsuki wanted to capture Naruto. It seems that it was because of something abnormal in Naruto's body. The red chakra. The bubble-like red chakra formed a coat that wrapped Naruto's body. Naruto was obviously still in a coma, but this force actually supported him to stand up. The teeth became sharp, the fingernails became longer, and a tail was formed. This powerful chakra is full of ominous and evil aura, very weird. Is this why Akatsuki wants to catch Naruto? Sasuke's face was solemn. Naruto, it's too late now. Advertisement. You can't stop me. Sasuke shouted. With the seal in his hand, blue thunder and lightning appeared, making a sharp sound like a Chidori hissing. While Naruto hadn't recovered his sanity, Chidori directly penetrated Naruto's left chest and penetrated Nine-Tailed Chakra's coat. Blood came out of the wound, and the unconscious Naruto frowned. But even so, Naruto still didn't fall. This chakra was even more terrifying than Sasuke had imagined. It hurts. Sasuke's hand was suddenly grasped by Naruto, almost squeezed off, with extraordinary strength. Sasuke stepped back immediately, and Naruto slowly opened his eyes at this time. His eyes were blood red and full of anger, and they roared with Q-tailed chakra. Sasuke, even if you break your hands and feet, I won't give you to a guy like Orochimaru. There is something about Kozakura. I will ask you to settle the account now. Naruto roared and rushed over. Even though Sasuke opened the Shiluanyan, he still couldn't see how Naruto's figure moved. Quick. Too fast. Is this really Naruto? It's a completely different person. Boom. When the two collided, Sasuke was thrown directly into the lake. Art fire escape ho fireball. Seeing Naruto rushing over again, Sasuke directly ejected a big fireball. But Naruto hit him hard against the flames, and the two of them sank into the water together. The battlefield is divided again. I consider you a friend, and the only friend. Now I can only kill you and cut off this fetter with my own hands. Sasuke made up his mind. Ergo Jade finally evolved into a 3-Go Jade, and the pupil power of writing round eyes rose to a higher level. Seeing Naruto's movements can finally be seen clearly. Put Konoha on your forehead. This is an upright duel. In my eyes, you are still Konoha's ninja. Naruto's voice was a little hoarse. Do you think you can hurt my forehead? Sasuke sneered. Put it on. Naruto just growled. Never mind. Sasuke took out Konoha and put it on his forehead, and looked at Naruto disdainfully. He has 3-Guyu Jade writing round eyes and can use curse seals, and he will never lose to Naruto. Chapter 72 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 72 close black lens bracket cut off the fetters. Suddenly it changed, and the action was completely different from before. Naruto frowned tightly. Sasuke couldn't react to his attacks before, but now he can not only dodge, but also fight back. Boom. Naruto was shot into the lake. Is it the art of shadow duplication again? That kid doesn't know other ninjutsu. Xiong Lin spit out. Even if it's just a technique, it's enough for Sasuke now to have a headache. Yefeng rode. Sure enough, Naruto's massive shadow duplication caused Sasuke a lot of trouble. Not enough, not enough. Boy, you are too weak. My uncle will give you more chakras. The 9 tails in Naruto's body awakened. In an instant, Naruto's aura increased a lot, almost endless. What the hell is this chakra? Sasuke was horrified. Even if you can see the action clearly, it is meaningless. Because his strength is no better than the current Naruto, he was hit and flew directly with a punch. It was even impossible to escape, and the speed was not the same level at all. There is no way, Naruto. You forced me to use this power. Sasuke crawled out of a hole that had been smashed out. The black curse imprint spread to the whole body, gradually covering all the skin into black and purple, and the hair became longer. In this state, Sasuke's power is almost dozens of times stronger than usual. Boom. Naruto smashed a punch, only to find that it was blocked by a strange big hand. Naruto was bounced back by a big hand, and a big hole was also punched in the opposite wall. This is, seeing the wings behind Sasuke, Naruto's pupils shrank slightly. This is a pair of huge black and purple palms, growing out of Sasuke's back, looking like a pair of wings. Sasuke has become a monster. Such thoughts began to appear in Naruto's heart. Your chakra is also at risk. Sasuke said. He can't stay in the cursed state for too long, otherwise he will lose his sanity. And Naruto looks the same. The kind of chakra has an impact on the body. Naruto's left hand is already stiff and unable to move. 9-tailed chakra is protecting Naruto, but at the same time it is eroding Naruto's body. Did you know? This is called the Valley of the End. It's a nice place, Naruto. I'll cut the fetters here. It's time to end it all, Naruto. Advertisement. Sasuke looked up at the 2 huge amounts of stone statues, and said lightly. Ugly. Mao, Shen. Chidori. A blue thunder and lightning appeared on Sasuke's left hand. Due to the power blessing state of the curse seal, the thunder and lightning turned black, which was stronger than usual. Thunder and lightning roared, emitting a dazzling light. Spiral pill. Naruto manipulated the tail beast chakra and formed his own ninjutsu. The spiral pill condensed with 9-tailed chakras also changed from the normal blue to purple. Black Thunder Chidori vs Zu no Helix Maru. Quote. Boom boom boom. The entire endgame valley was affected by the explosion range of the two ninjutsu, and their ninjutsu even intercepted the falling waterfall. During the collision, Sasuke clenched his claws and fisted, but ultimately did not kill Naruto. And Naruto's claw in a hurry only reached Sasuke's forehead. Had it not been for Naruto to ask Sasuke to wear the forehead in advance, perhaps Sasuke would be hit hard. After the war, Naruto was seriously injured and unconscious, and Sasuke was completely exhausted. Slap, slap, slap. Dark clouds appeared, and rain gradually fell on the sky. Kakashi will be here soon. If you want to leave, take advantage of it now. Sasuke. Yi Feng walked out and said lightly. Sasuke responded slightly, walking staggering, seems to fall at any time. Go and hold him. Now everyone is back to the base. Yi Feng said to Xiang Lin. Yes, Xiang Rin replied obediently. Not to mention that she has a great affection for this named Uchiha Sasuke, as long as it is the order of Orochimaru-sama, she dare not disobey. Konoha's chasing plan. Fail. This guy is quite heavy. Xiang Lin complained. Sasuke was very tired and fell asleep quickly after lying on her back. Everyone was about to leave here when a figure suddenly emerged from the soil. It's getting interesting. You abducted his brother, aren't you afraid Itachi will look for you desperately? The half-black and half-white man appeared, wearing Akatsuki's robe. Uchiha Itachi. Advertisement. I still don't put him in my eyes. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Sasuke is the best pawn, and with Sasuke, Itachi is only his target. Hehehehe. There was a strange laughter, and it disappeared soon. The matter came to an end. Konoha had nothing to lose. Gara, Tamari, and Konkuro of Sagakura village were just nearby and saved Konoha's ninja. As for why it is necessary to save people, Cheyenne village thought it was the 4th generation Fengying's order, but in fact it was Orochimaru who killed the 4th generation Fengying and made this plan under the guise of their shadow. Therefore, the two ninja villages were actually victims, and they were both teased by Orochimaru alone. Now Konoha and Sane are still in alliance, which is why Gara will help Konoha this time. All the 5 members of Odonin were killed in battle, but the ninja sent out by Konoha was basically innocent, but they were killed and 2 of them were the same and Shiranui Genma. Definitely, Sakura is also implicated by the innocent. But honestly, what good is that kind of woman? Anyway, if you die, you are dead, and probably only a guy like Naruto will be sad. The topic returned to Sasuke, but Yi Feng prepared a lot of things for him in order to train this guy. In addition to the necessary training and ninjutsu guidance, many of his subordinates were given to Sasuke. For example, Xianglin, as well as Chongwu and Shuiyu. What he needs is Sasuke's eyes. After getting those eyes, he can put Sasuke in another kaleidoscope and continue to work under him. But if Sasuke is unwilling, he didn't mind killing Sasuke after using it. Now he is not Orochimaru. He is the Night Wind. But for his subordinates, there hasn't been much change. Because Yi Feng is a selfish man, he will use all means to become stronger, and he has no principles and bottom line. Once this kind of man gains strength and power, he will soon become a tyrant. That night, Sasuke was arranged in the base. There was a sense in the ring, and the night wind quickly poured into the chakra and entered it. Everyone is here, Pain said lightly. The plan will start in 3 years. The 3 years have been quieter. Except for bounty missions, don't let the people in the 5 ninja villages start to stun them. Especially you, Dashawan, Pain said. Don't worry, Konoha hasn't died yet. I'm not willing to destroy Itachi's hometown, maybe I will get revenge. Yi Feng Yin and Yang said strangely. Quote. Itachi just glanced at Dashemaru and didn't say anything. Chapter 73 Auto-generated chapter title. 73 Star Hidden Ninja Village. Give me strength, Orochimaru. Sasuke got up from the hospital bed and shouted loudly. If you don't want to have a broken arm or leg, you'd better be honest with me. I sent you 2 training opponents, but also to your subordinates. You can learn a lot of fighting skills from them. If used properly, they will become a powerful helper for your revenge. Yi Feng snapped his fingers, and 3 figures came out. Xiangrong, Chongwu, Shuiyu. Xiang Rin is a more obedient child, while Shigego and Shuiyu are completely unsuccessful. Among them, Xiang Rin is mainly used to detect ability, and blood can heal injuries. Shigego was the first owner of the spell seal and was able to use natural chakras. This guy also has 2 personalities, one calm and one bloodthirsty. Before Shigego's good friend was Junmaro, but now Junmaro is dead, this guy can't control it, so he simply handed it over to Sasuke. After all, Junmaro died to take away Sasuke's mission, Shigego should accept Junmaro's will. As for Shuiyu, he is the descendant of the Ghost Lamp clan and possesses the secret technique to liquidize the body. He didn't have much loyalty to Orochimaru, but was arrested and locked up here, so it was given to Sasuke now. Cut. This kind of guy deserves to be our boss. Shuiyu hummed disdainfully. You guy, don't you find Sasuke as handsome? Shang Rin roared subconsciously. She has always had a bad relationship with Shueyu. Is this the last child that Junmaro brought back from the mission? Shigego looked at Sasuke silently, his eyes gleaming like a fatherly light. Come and fight. Let me use my strength to prove who is the boss. Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru, and then said to Suzuki. It is said that these three people are entrusted to me, but in fact I want to test and exercise myself. If I am too weak, I will only be bullied by these three people. Sasuke is not stupid, and soon understood this. Fight, fight. Go. Shueyu smiled. The group soon walked away. A short while, elder sister, Hyuga fireworks burst into the room, and then plunged into Hinata's arms. Advertisement. This place is gloomy, and only Hinata is the only spiritual pillar of the fireworks. Wahuo, let me see your eyes. Yi Feng smiled slightly and said. Yes, brother. Wahuo came over cautiously. If you want to live here, you must look at the face of the man in front of her, so she has always respected this adult, even feared. Hinata called his brother, so she also called his brother. It's so beautiful. It's a pity that you are a little younger. When you grow up, maybe that battle will be. Yi Feng sighed. 3 years later, Akatsuki was about to start her action, setting off the Fourth Ninja War, and then various behind-the-scenes black hands appeared. At that time, Wahuo was only 10 years old, no matter how genius. No, don't give up on me. Brother, I will definitely become a useful person, don't give up on me. The fireworks seemed to be frightened, and tears were almost streaming out. Rest assured, you are a princess with white eyes, my brother won't give up on you. Yi Feng patted Xiao Wahuo's head and comforted. Take her to rest. Tomorrow I will go out with Itsuki beans. You two can go out to get some breath, but don't leave the area of Odonan village. Yi Feng said to Hinata. Where is my brother going? Don't you need me? Hinata quickly accepted the fireworks, and then asked respectfully. Although she got the reincarnation eye, she didn't have much thoughts to resist. First of all, over the years, she has been instilled with the idea of obedience, and she has long dared not resist. If you fail to escape or something, the consequences are unimaginable. Secondly, they have the blood curse mark of Dashawan in their bodies. Although Dashawan said that there is no harm in this thing, who knows if this is the case. In case of a fight, something suddenly explodes in his body, that reincarnating eye is useless. And Hinata only has rebirth eyes, and Dashemaru has more than rebirth eyes. This action is nothing. Me and Hongdou are enough, but it doesn't matter if you want to come. Don't you accompany your sister more? Yi Feng said lightly. Please take me, brother. Hinata thought for a while, then said firmly. I said, no one is responsible for Guren's affairs, and you don't have to blame yourself so much. Do you understand? Advertisement. Yi Feng looked at Hinata carefully, and said earnestly. I want to be stronger. Hinata firmly said, very well, then you can follow along. Yi Feng said no more. Although the current Hinata is only 12 years old, the reincarnation eye has already developed a lot of power, which can barely be regarded as a shadow-level strength. Probably like the Uchiha Itachi back then. No, in the strict sense, the reincarnation eye is much stronger than the kaleidoscope. Speechless overnight. The star-hidden ninja is located in a ninja village in the country of bears. The leader of the village calls himself Xingying, is a weak but very arrogant village. Because there is a meteorite in the village that fell 200 years ago, the village is called Star Ninja Village. Ninjas can practice to become stronger next to meteorites, and obtain a technique called peacock magic, which can turn chakra into various shapes to attack, and even flight. However, practicing beside a meteorite has bad side effects on the body and consumes life. But outsiders don't know this, so they all want to get that meteorite. Yellow mist. Use toxic gas to protect the village. The speaker was a little girl with dark blue short hair, dressed in clean and simple white casual clothes, with youthful vitality and a cute face. Next to him was a woman with a bald-headed head. She was much more mature, with her blouse showing her belly button, and her long legs wrapped in black silk. Walking in the middle was a very silent and calm young man. The man's long hair was draped around his waist, his skin was a little pale, and his body was thin and he looked weak. Although it looks a little bit cold and evil, it feels like a poisonous snake is staring at you. It's really a kid's trick. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. There is a cliff separating the boundary of the star-hidden ninja village from the outside world, and the gap between the cliffs is filled with poisonous light yellow mist. This kind of defensive measures can also deter children. Swish swish. A series of bows and arrows came out. As soon as the night breeze flashed, they easily avoided these hidden weapons. The attacking ninja came from the other side, a guy in an antivirus uniform with very complete equipment. Shulking snake hand. Itsuki started his hands without mercy, and dozens of snakes stuck out from his sleeves. What? The people on the other side obviously did not expect that the ninja on the opposite side was so powerful, that they could attack him by nearly 20 meters away. The speed of the snake group was very fast, and the ninja was caught before he could resist. Chapter 74 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 74 close black lens bracket summer. The peacock trick. Although he was caught, the ninja did not give up resistance. The lavender chakra appeared on his body and broke free from the snakes. Be honest with me. Red Bean hummed uncomfortably. The kaleidoscope opened and immediately turned into 3 black petals. Fantasy. The chakra of the ninja stopped immediately, and the lavender chakra calmed down. When he came back to his senses, he had been completely tied up with a rope by the red bean and turned into a prisoner of war. Hateful. Who are you guys? Shouted the boy. Under the mask is not an experienced ninja, but a very young boy, probably only 15 years old. She has short black hair and brown eyes, which makes her look pretty. What's your name? Red bean still opened the kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Hold head high. The boy replied subconsciously, falling into a state of being hypnotic ability. As the Xingyan ninja village ahead. Yes. Tell me everything about that village. I am Ang, Sha Ren in the village. My mother's name is Sha Sha, she is Shang Nin. The acting star shadow in the village is Lord Chixing. 1 year ago, 3 generations of star shadows died suddenly. Ang quickly said everything he knew. Due to the urgent need for someone to take over the position of star shadow, many people are desperately practicing the peacock magic technique next to which Meteorite. This has also paid a price. Many people have physical problems, and they often become unconscious after practicing. You, what did you do to me? 10 minutes later, Ang Kai slowly woke up and regained his sanity. Aren't the leaders of the 5 ninja villages called Roar a shadow? This small village is really arrogant. Red Bean curled his lips. What do you know? Although we are still a small village here, sooner or later it will be the same as the 5 ninja villages. At that time, I will also become a real star shadow. Regardless of whether he was still tied up, Ang shouted. Who do you think you are? Naruto. Yi Feng was speechless. But not everyone has the protagonist halo. Tsunade's boyfriend Kato Tan, and his younger brother Senju Nozuki, didn't those two guys also talked about Hokage all day long? They weren't dead in the end. You are here for star, right? As long as they are ninjas from other countries, they come here for the star of our village. I won't tell you any news. Advertisement. Ang shouted again. But he didn't know, he had already finished what should be said. Boom. With a hand knife, Yi Feng stunned the young man directly. Don't kill him, he has no value anymore. Hinata was a little surprised. With Dashemaru's style of doing things, this kind of guy has lost its use value, and there is no need to keep it. Someone did it before us and took away the meteorite not long ago. If I guess that powerful Chakra is right, it should be this guy's mother, Summer, so let him die first. Yi Feng said calmly. The fairy body didn't know when it had been turned on, and his eyes became shiny gold. Different cultivation methods have different physiques of the immortal bodies that are activated. Jiraiya practiced the fairy model of Meowmush Toad, so when using it, his eyes will become Toad's eyes, and orange will appear on the eyelids. Shigego's use of natural chakras is also a kind of fairy model, which makes the body look like a monster. Yi Feng's body is similar to Shigeo, not acquired cultivation, but a natural physique. But he will not become a monster, but his eyes will turn golden when used. In this state, you can feel the chakras of everyone in a wide range. 10 minutes later, a cave not far from Shinran village. Finally got it, just dispose of this thing. This guy is wearing a gas mask, but it is easy to tell from his figure that he is a woman. Summer. Ang's mother is also the Shangren in the village, a master of the peacock technique. She didn't steal the meteorite for personal gain, but could not see the status quo of the village. With Kai Xing's encouragement, all the young people are working hard to cultivate, and sooner or later it will cause serious damage to everyone's body. Star Ninja Village rises because of this meteorite, and sooner or later will be destroyed because of this meteorite. Although the peacock technique is powerful, it is not enough to bridge the gap between the small village and the 5 ninja villages. Wanting to rise by relying on this meteorite alone is simply a dream. Summer realized this, but the people in the village couldn't understand it. So she could only steal the meteorite and throw it away. Where is the meteorite? Hand over that thing. A voice suddenly sounded. Inside the cave, Shaw looked back frowning and saw 3 strangers who did not know when they appeared. Then, the face under the summer mask changed. Because these 3 caught Ang, who was her son. Hand over the meteorite obediently. Otherwise I will kill him. Yi Feng threatened. Where are you ninjas? I advise you, don't hit the idea of this meteorite, it will only destroy people, and it will not bring hope. Advertisement. Loudly in Summer. While talking, observe the other party to see if you can catch the flaws. Give you 10 seconds. If you don't hand over the meteorite, I will kill this guy now, and then I will kill all the people in Shinran village. Yi Feng continued. You. The face under the summer mask was slightly taken aback. 10, 9, 8. I'll take it out. Shaw finally compromised and took the meteorite that had just been stolen from behind. She planned to bury the stone in the cave and destroy the cave so that no one would know that the meteorite was buried here. A person who knows the current affairs is a handsome man. Itsuki smiled dangerously, and took the package containing the meteorite. Although it is wrapped, it exudes a strange wave, which seems to resonate with the chakra of the human body. There is no doubt that this is the meteorite. Can you let people go? Summer said cautiously. Ang is her son. For him, give up the meteorite and give up the meteorite. Definitely can give it back to you. Itsuki Bean, give this guy back to her. Yi Feng smiled. Is teacher. Hongduksen smiled knowingly, with a hint of evil in his eyes. Puff. A kunai was inserted into the heart, and then it was stirred a few times. After doing this, Hongdou threw the boy on the ground over. Ang, you guys actually. Sha was shocked suddenly. These guys turned back and killed Aang in front of her. The teacher only said to return it to you, but didn't say to return the alive him to you. As a ninja, you are too naive to believe in enemies so easily. The red bean does not forget to make up the knife. So poor, it really lacks the value of living. Kill her. Itsuki looked at Hinata beside him, and said again. Since I came out with me, I couldn't always watch the show next to me. Yes, Hinata didn't have any extra expressions. The reincarnation eye opened, and soon killed the grief and indignant summer. Boom boom boom. The cave was finally destroyed, and the corpses of 2 ninjas from Star Ninja Village were buried in it. Taking advantage of the darkness, the 3 people left here. Chapter 75 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 75 close black lens bracket meet Ino again. Brother, what do we do with this meteorite? Hinata said curiously. This kind of thing is attractive to ordinary ninjas, but to Orochimaru, it has no effect at all. I can't use it, but someone else wants it. The star of the Star Hidden Ninja Village is worth 50 million taels in the underground bounty. There are 5 big countries and small countries, and some people are willing to spend money to buy it. Give this thing to Jiaodu, and I can relax for a while. Yi Feng replied. It turned out to be lazy. A smile appeared on Hongdou's face. Even if it's me, occasionally, I want to take a break, and I have fun with beautiful girls every day. That's how the days pass. Yi Feng smiled. Rubbing the hair of the 2 women, they walked slowly. A week later. The country of fire. I'll just say it straight, your mission this time is commissioned by a princess of the daimyo, as a shadow warrior. I don't know where this princess got the news, but you look a lot like her. So I sent a request to ask you to become a shadow warrior. Tsunade took out a document scroll and said slowly. Shadow warrior. As the princess being targeted by someone. Ino curiously said, generally speaking, people will pretend to be themselves only when life safety cannot be guaranteed. If you insist on saying it, you are actually looking at someone else. Cough cough cough. Don't worry, you are now a qualified Konoha ninja, go and complete this mission. Tsunade looked straight. Ino was also very acquainted and didn't say anything, and set off soon. Hey, I didn't expect that I would also accept the commission of the daimyo princess one day. Naruto is rarely very happy today. Being able to accept this kind of task can be regarded as the village's recognition of his strength. Although his task is only to protect Ino, to prevent any accidents. Don't be too excited, otherwise you will cause trouble. Ino helped his forehead. If she can choose, she really doesn't want to act with Naruto. This guy is always carefree, maybe it will be a disservice. Do not worry, leave this to me, Naruto-sama. Naruto said confidently. 2 days later. Advertisement. The 2 entered the royal capital of the Kingdom of Fire, but met an unexpected group of people. In a tea house. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's been a long time, Naruto. Yi Feng licked his lips. It is said that Wang has a lot of food, so I brought red beans to rest here. Unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, I met Naruto here. Orochimaru. It's you guy. Sasuke will defect, Sakura will blame you guy. Naruto shouted. The pupils of the eyes turned into blood-colored vertical pupils almost instantly, and the angry emotions and the 9 tails in his body roar responded to each other. When people around saw a ninja fighting, they all went away immediately. Naruto. Do not go, Ino shouted. Destroying Konoha in that way and killing 2 dangerous figures in Shinobu's shadow, Orochimaru is definitely not something that the 2 of them can deal with. But Naruto was almost crazy, and it was naturally impossible to listen to Ino's advice. You little fellow. I plan to leave this technique to Sasuke, but now that I meet you, let's give it to you first. Yi Feng's complexion sank slightly, and said coldly. His eyes changed from black to stern blood, and the 4 windmills revolved. Don't God. The strongest illusion can even modify people's memory and will. Naruto passed out in a coma in an instant. As for what will and memory Naruto has changed, only Yekas can know. You, what did you do to Naruto? Ino took out kunai, but his hands were shaking. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, it is really impossible to see the hope of survival. Hi, Ino-chan, we meet again. Hongdou smiled and rushed over. Contrary to Ino's imagination, Orochimaru did not intend to do anything, nor did the 2 women beside him to it. This seemingly strange woman, on the contrary, behaved very affectionately to her. Ino-chan has grown up too. Red Bean's laughter is inexplicable, even a little wretched. Holding Ino, he touched his chest with both hands. Hey, you, don't do this. Ino couldn't laugh or cry, wondering why this happened. Don't you remember me? That safflower dessert shop. Ino sauce often came there to eat and drink when she was young. I forgot all about my sister. Advertisement. Itsuki said with a smile, and squeezed Ino's cheek again. Sweet. Dessert shop. Are you that red sister? Ino was taken aback for a moment, and memories of the past emerged again. A very weird boy with white eyes, a girl called Xiao Hong or Xiao Hong Hong, and the file-size sister, Hyuga Hinata, who disappeared from the Hyuga Zong family. Look at the girl with ice blue eyes next to her, she really looks like the original Hinata. Obviously, Zhang Ren took an exam, but he didn't even react at the beginning. Are you brother Hyuga Wind? This is Hinata. Ino swallowed and said incredulously. Hyuga K's is just a fake identity. Yi Feng shrugged. He, this is Lord Orochimaru, and also my teacher. At the beginning, Ino-chan was also very eager. If she was almost lucky, she might be taken away by the teacher to do a human experiment. Red Bean smirked. Why do you catch a woman who is not worth using? Yi Feng shook his head. Don't say that, sir, isn't Ino-chan pretty cute? Adzuki Bean rubbed Ino's face again. Yi Feng didn't bother to say anything. Brother, Orochimaru-sama, you won't hurt me in Naruto, will you? Ino asked cautiously. Although she, reunited, with her old deceased, she was not very happy. Yi Feng is Konoha's enemy, and even a cruel man. She and Naruto came out on a mission to meet such a guy, and the ghost knew what would happen. Naruto is very special, I won't kill him. Yi Feng continued to drink tea, said you. As for you, I don't have a reason to kill you. Even if Konoha knows what happened back then, nothing will change. And Xiao Hongdou likes you very much. Yi Feng said lightly. Hinata and sisters Huahuo have long belonged to him, and it is impossible to return to Konoha. Kill Ino. That is also completely unnecessary. He doesn't mind killing the woman who needs to be killed. It doesn't matter if she is beautiful or not, but Ino has no value in being killed. He is not a lunatic, the kind of guy who will kill when he sees people. Ino sauce. Hongdou hugged Ino tightly, but the girl had a complicated expression, and she didn't know what to say with a wry smile. Should I feel fortunate, or feel helpless? Unexpectedly, Hyuga Wind is actually Orochimaru. There is always a feeling that childhood has become very strange and terrifying. It's really a blessing to live till now. Chapter 76 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 76 close black lens bracket instead of blind date. Then, how could Ino-chan come to the royal capital? Hongdou asked with a grin again. That, here, in fact, it's just a task, to help Princess become a shadow warrior. Ino patted his chest, his tone relaxed a lot. Oh. It's kind of interesting. Yi Feng put down the teacup in his hand and smiled. Leave this guy here, shall we go play with Ino-chan? Can you, teacher? Adzuki asked. Let's go. Yi Feng nodded. Standing up, reaching out to touch Ino's head, the girl lowered her head and said nothing. Is it really possible? Go, playing, with enemies of this kind of village. Naruto will be fine, he won't remember what happened. Yi Feng said again. 3 hours later, Naruto, who had fallen into other gods, was left alone, and then Yeka's disguised as Konoha's ninjas, and followed Ino to the Princess Sama's residence. It's really hard for you to come all the way from thousands of miles away. The princess wore a lavender kimono and smiled. It was indeed the same as Ino, with blonde hair, beautiful blue eyes, and the facial features were very delicate, at least it used to be very delicate. But in terms of weight, this princess has 200 caddies. 300 caddies. It's not like at all. How can Ino be her shadow warrior? Do you need a transformation technique? Adzuki shook his head slightly. Ino also twitched the corners of his mouth, MMP in his heart. Is my old mother so fat? Why do you look like you? He, I know what you are thinking. Seeing that I'm so fat, I want to say that I don't look like a Kagemusha, but well. The princess was obviously prepared and handed out a photo. When Yi Feng took a look, they found that the photo was a thin woman. She was wearing the same clothes as a princess. She looked like Ino in adulthood, with at least 7 images. Actually, I became like this and started after the blind date. The other party is the young master Qian Zhiliang from the neighboring country of Udon. When I saw his photo, I felt like an electric shock. Since then, my feelings have become stronger day by day. As the blind date approached, I became more nervous, blushing and heartbeat, and unable to sleep at night. In order to release the pressure, I accidentally overeated and became like this. Advertisement. The princess was a little embarrassed. Eating too much will definitely make you fat. Red Bean spit out. Definitely, I actually made preparations too. A special weight loss drug that can block all fat and sugar, easy slimming SP. The princess took out a medicine. As a result, the medicine didn't work, right? Ino couldn't laugh or cry. Looking at the pictures of the princess, she was indeed a little like her once, but now she is too blessed. Oh, it looks like this now. How do I go on a blind date with him who I admire? The princess sighed. So, back to the topic, I hope you can go on blind dates instead of me. We must make this blind date a success. Hearing this, Hongdou and Yefeng were helpless. Shadow warriors are usually found only when their lives are in danger, but Princess is Princess, who is rich and powerful, and no one can say anything about her. This matter is related to the happiness of your princess's life, it is very important. Ino said, can you understand my heart of falling in love? Well, girls want their sweetheart to see their perfect side. Who makes boys like slim girls? After chatting for a while, Ino and the princess also reached a consensus. Ino is responsible for completing the blind date, using a transformation technique to become the princess in the photo. Then, the princess only needs to lose weight before the wedding, and the plan can be said to be seamless. Anyway, let me use my charm to make the blind date a success. Ino looked very motivated. We will also help Ino sauce. Red Bean also said, although the princess does not participate in the blind date, she will monitor in the next room to prevent anything else from happening. The next day, afternoon, in the reception room of the princess mansion. Ino played the role of the thin princess in the photo and changed into an identical kimono. Itsuki is next to Ino as a guard, and actually wants to play. Huh, why did the light suddenly turn off? Ino was surprised. The light suddenly came on in the dark room, but it turned out to be colored lights in the ballroom. The sound of the instrument gradually sounded and approached. There are so many beautiful men in the world, there are so many coquettish men, it depends on me. Advertisement. A plum in the country of Udon, a pair of pupils cut autumn water. The world-famous master Qian Zhiliang is here. As the two maids dropped the petals, a young man with a rose in his mouth appeared. Wearing a white formal suit, you can tell from the expression that he is very narcissistic, and the most important thing is that this guy is also very fat, just like a sumo wrestler. Sorry, it seems to have kept you waiting, princess. Qian Zhiliang smiled slightly. You are the son of Qian Zhiliang. Ino swallowed, saying that he could not understand the princess's aesthetics. This guy wants a figure without a figure, a face without a face, where is he handsome? This kind of guy changes his clothes, and he can't get it out of the crowd, right? Floating and floating, floating and floating. More servants walked out, sprinkled petals in all directions, working hard to create a romantic atmosphere. Despite this, Ino's eyes were still a little surprised. The beautiful man in her mind is not such a guy. As for the red beans, Itsuki bean suppresses the urge to beat someone. Can this be considered a beautiful man? The princesses now have terrible eyesight. Sorry, charming girl. I was born with low blood pressure. Qian Zhiliang sat down, put down the rose in his hand and said. Do you always sprinkle petals like this? Ino barely smiled. Although it is to set off the atmosphere, it is not a problem to keep sprinkling it all the time. Flowers are good things, they can heal people's physical and mental fatigue. Don't you feel relaxed? Qian Zhiliang said with a chuckle. Winking a wink at the servant around him, he really stopped spreading flowers and left the room. Ah, this guy is different from what I heard, it's like a fat. Red Bean whispered. Fat, ahem, this snack is really delicious. Ino's face changed, and he quickly covered Itsuki's mouth. How can you say the word, fat pig, in front of others? Maybe the blind date will fall apart. Let's go out. Ino smiled, then pulled Itsuki beans out of the room. According to my woman's intuition, this guy is definitely the same type as Ding Si. Sister Hongdou, the forbidden word you want to say is definitely a forbidden word. But also, I heard that he is a handsome young master, how come he is such an impactful obese type after meeting? Speaking of which, these two are pretty good fitting. Chapter 77 Auto-generated chapter title. 77 It's really cute. It must be something wrong, how could a woman like this kind of person? Ino shook his head, maybe the princess's taste is like this. Red Bean was speechless. Impossible, you think about it. That person is contrived, stinky, and a fat pig. He is a rare beast at all. There is definitely something wrong. Ino and Itsuki came to the next room and found the real princess. What nonsense are you talking about? That person is indeed my sweetheart, Master Qian Zhiliang. The princess said aggrievedly. What a chic man, it's a pity that I can't see his style up close. While talking, the princess became a nympho. Itsuki shrugged, Ino had already begun to doubt life. Hateful, is it because there is a problem with your own aesthetics? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Listen well, you must help me complete the blind date mission. Understood. Ino's answer was weak. Go back to the room. Still nervous. Vaguely relaxes people. Qian Zhiliang smiled. I clapped my hands, and someone walked in immediately, obviously a band prepared in advance. No, don't bother you. Ino waved quickly. Princess Ah Fu. Do you like roses? Qian Zhiliang said again. Yes, I like it very much. Ino nodded. Great, I also like roses very much, the flower language is love. Qian Zhiliang said along the way. But it seems that depending on the color, the flower language will change. For example, for yellow roses, the flower language is let's break up. It is unreasonable to distinguish them by color, because flowers are innocent. Quote. Ino's family is a flower shop, and he already wants to scold his mother. This guy didn't understand, and he forced himself to talk about this topic romantically. No, there are no women who like this kind of guy, right? But thinking of his mission, Ino could only endure it. Hume. The man suddenly danced again. Advertisement. I don't know where I took a yellow rose in my mouth, with a confident pace, a calm dance, and a smile full of self-righteous affection. Ah, finally, Ino couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out of the room. The other side. At the edge of Sasuke's pond, he made a fishing rod and sat leisurely. Brother, are there really fish here? Hinata watched from the side. The purpose of fishing is not to fish, but to sit here in a daze. It's like many people pursue fame, wealth and materiality not for enjoyment, but to compare themselves with others and show their powerful side. So I have a fishing rod, but it doesn't matter if there are fish in the pond. Yi Feng's expression was serious, but what he said was weird. Then what's the point of doing this? Hinata curled his lips. It's hard to say whether fishing originally made sense or not. So it doesn't matter whether you can catch fish, whether you came to fish, or just came to a daze. Bang, 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 bang. Ino was so angry that he hit the wall with his fist and vented not far away. Look, the princess actually fished, that Sun Qianzhiliang was the fish she wanted to catch. And Ino is her fishing rod. But the princess obviously got one thing wrong. She only knows that the fish she is fond of is very beautiful, and she doesn't know anything else. The life habits of the fish, the bait the fish like to eat, or the quality of the fishing rod, etc. The princess wants to fish, but in fact she doesn't know how to fish. And I don't care about fishing, I just sit here in a daze, the fishing rod is just an ornament. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and put the fishing rod down. Lie down gently, resting his head on Hinata's thigh, looking at the white clouds floating in the sky. He doesn't look like an ambitious experimenter or a dangerous man now, but like a wandering down and out poet. After talking so much, my brother still didn't say any important points. Hinata shook his head, saying that he didn't understand. So the princess is waiting anxiously in the room now, and I can sleep lazily on the cute girl's lap. The princess is obsessed with fishing, but I am not obsessed with anything. This is the difference. Yi Feng closed his eyes. Basically, the things to be done are almost done, and all future plans are also arranged. After so many years, he feels the most leisurely in the recent period. But, brother is more tired than the princess, right? Because the princess is just a princess, she just likes a man who wants to marry him, but my brother's goal is. My brother will only live more tired, more lonely and harder. For the first time, Hinata felt sympathy for this man. Except for a few confidants, maybe there is no human being who likes this man anymore in this world. It's normal to think about it, but it feels a little sad. There is nothing to be sad about. I'm just such a man. Yi Feng gradually fell asleep. Hinata carefully blocked the sunlight with his body, and moved closer, listening to the man's long and calm roar suck. Advertisement. Time passed slowly, and the pond was extremely quiet. There are two beautiful lotus flowers not far away, and no one is holding the fishing rod. Suddenly, Hinata took a closer look and found that there was no bait on the fishing rod. The man really didn't come here for fishing. Just want to sleep in a daze, like he said, the days of laughing and having fun with beautiful girls are over. But maybe a few hours later, or 10 minutes later. Wake up again, the man is the cruel and ambitious guy again. The world is full of contradictions, and human beings are also full of contradictions originally. ... 2 hours later. Hey, what are you doing? Qianzhiliang almost fell in the room, and then Ino subconsciously supported him. Then, the real princess couldn't help but ran out. Sorry, I lied to you. I am the real Princess Fu. Black Tiger AFU, meow meow. The princess apologized. But Qianzhiliang looked at the appearance of the real princess, but showed an excited smile. As for Ino, he was simply ignored by Qianzhiliang, too lazy to say anything. What? The super body I dream of. You are my ideal princess. Awesome. Marry me. Large tracts of red petals were thrown down, and a loving couple was born amidst the roar of the servants. Ino. Red beans. I pursued a guy the first didn't like, tried to cater to his topic, but was still disgusted. Thinking of this, Ino's face darkened. The girl was heartbroken. Wrong. Men really like slim girls, right? Ino said frantically. Hey, brother, do you like slim girls? You like me, don't you? A fat guy like a princess, surely you don't want to look at her more. Ino screamed and ran over, and then threw himself into Yefeng's arms. After 5 years, Ino called his brother again. The difference is that Ino is no longer the naughty little girl, and Yefeng is no longer the undercover boy who is always idle. Is it Ino? It's really cute. The man squinted his eyes, did not say whether he likes it or not, but touched the girl's head. Let's go, I have enough sleep. Is teacher. Yes, brother. Chapter 78 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 78 close black lens bracket Temple of Fire. The next day. Goodbye, Ino. Hongdou kissed the little girl's forehead again, and then waved goodbye. Naruto was hit by the other gods, and now it is considered a whole card. On the surface as usual, in fact, it is already considered as a member of Orochimaru. Goodbye. Yi Feng's expression was very plain, and he seemed to smile again. Goodbye, brother, and sister Gurren. Ino was a little nervous, but he said so. When I came out to perform the mission this time, I really met a lot of people I didn't expect to meet. 3 days later, near the Fire Country Temple. Night. Teacher, what are we doing here? Red Bean is a little curious. The Temple of Fire is the most famous and powerful ninja temple in the Kingdom of Fire. There is a very powerful monk here, his name is Delu, who was once one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, that is, the guard who protects the daimyo. Asma was once one of the 12 guardians of Shinobi. Temple of Fire has what I want. Yi Feng replied lightly. Who is it? Land. Edzuki asked. It is said that Delu practiced a strange and powerful ninjutsu, able to attack the enemy invisible, and defended very well. Do not. I have no interest in land. Although his head is worth 30 million taels, the main goal is not him. Yi Feng shook his head. Who is that? Null. 10 minutes later. The 3 of them came to the door of the temple, all dressed normally, without changing into Akatsuki's clothes. Boom. The sealed iron gate of the Temple of Fire was defeated. The high walls and doors here are specially made, even ninjas are difficult to destroy, but they are destroyed by the night wind. The power of rebirth eyes is really easy to use. Yi Feng said softly. Being able to use gravitational and repulsive forces is like Shenluo Tianzheng and Vientian Tianying with Reincarnation Eyes. The door is destroyed. Advertisement. Hurry up and report to Master Di Lu. The monks ran up quickly. Soon, the monks gathered behind, and Di Lu came out. Why come to the Temple of Fire to make trouble? Di Lu frowned. The people on the opposite side are very strange and can't see anything famous. With a different face, no one knows me anymore. It really makes me sad for this senior. Hand over the empty space, if you don't want to be wiped out. Yi Feng threatened. 12 years ago, in the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, the huge Nine-Tailed Chakra overflowed partly. The people in the Fire Temple collected the Nine-Tailed Chakras and cultivated them specially, and then sealed them into a child's body with a sealing technique. That child is Sora, a teenager who owns part of the Nine-Tailed Chakra. Yi Feng's goal here this time is mainly that guy. Humph. If you want to fight, just fight, I will make you regret coming here to make trouble. Delu coldly said. Although Kong is not very popular in the temple, he is also a member of the temple, how could he just give it away like this? Then I will bring it by myself. The night breeze said lightly. The pupils of the eyes became the same ice blue as Hinata, snowflake patterns appeared, and Chakra's coat condensed. Perhaps it was because the blood in the body was too mixed, or perhaps it was for other reasons. The reincarnation eye of the night wind, Chakra's coat was purple-black instead of green. What a weird chakra, and those eyes. Who is this guy? Di Lu looked plain, but in fact he was already panicked. Since the enemy dared to come to this place, he was obviously confident of his own strength, and the Temple of Fire was dangerous today. Come on, empty. Delu ordered. No, I can't just run away like this. I want to protect this place. Sora struggled and rushed out. He hates this place very much, but now the Temple of Fire is in crisis, and Delu wants him to go first, and he can't do that. It's really a moving scene. The sound of the night wind was calm. The black Chu Dao Jade appeared, and then quickly flew in the direction of the land and land. Hongdou and Hinata are also ready to kill those monks of ordinary strength. Since the shot, Yi Feng did not intend to leave alive here. Come on, 1,000 hands kill. The ground is dignified. In a trance, the gold gleamed behind his back, and then a golden Buddha statue measuring more than 10 feet was formed. The Buddha image does not move, but it has invisible power swayed out. Interesting, it can actually hinder seeking Daoyu a little bit. Advertisement. Yi Feng smiled. After this buffered opportunity, Di Lu avoided the two Taoist jade launched by him, and his strength was indeed good. What a difficult thing. Even my technique can't be broken. Di Lu's heart sank completely into the abyss. He had tried his best, but the two black things were not damaged in the slightest. So what about this? Yi Feng squinted his eyes. The powerful gravitation suddenly erupted, and the whole person flew towards the night wind uncontrollably. A purple-black chakra vortex appeared in the left hand, and the change in the nature of the lightning attribute was injected, which is also one of the achievements of these years of practice. Helix Maru was originally an A-level ninjutsu created by the fourth generation of Hokage imitating the tail beast jade of the tail beast. Adding the change in the nature of the chakra, it will immediately be upgraded to the S level. Chakra injected with lightning attributes, the attack power is unusually large, but it is not without negative effects. Without a strong body to support, it is easy to electrocute yourself before attacking the enemy. Moreover, the requirements for control are also very high, and it is easy to explode in your hands if you are not careful. Lay done spiral pill, Yi Feng shouted. The thunder and lightning almost formed a whirlpool state, rushing and roaring constantly. Di Lu was pulled over, his face pale. Roar. At this moment, a figure rushed out and stood in front of Delu. No one else, but nothingness. Sora's body was overflowing with 9-tailed chakras, and the red chakras had formed 3 tails. Boom. After the explosion, smoke and dust floated all over the temple. A long time. After all, Delu was not killed by this trick, but he was also struck by thunder and lightning. He lost control of his body and could only collapse to the ground. Kill those guys. Delu, remember to keep ahead, this little guy will let me deal with it. Yi Feng ordered. Yes. Hinata and Itsuki set out immediately, bypassing the sky. At this moment, the boy had suffered most of the previous explosion damage, but thanks to the protection of the tail beast chakra, he had not fallen. 9-tailed is worthy of being 9-tailed. Unexpectedly, the vitality is so strong. Yi Feng sighed. A 4th tail is forming behind Kong. 9-tailed chakra completely responded to this young boy roar, even the skin of this body was torn off. The high density and high strength chakra forcibly healed the body and formed a new dark red skin on the surface of the body. Sora's momentum became stronger again, roaring and roaring. This is the human column power. No, it should be a pseudo-human column power. Chapter 79 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 79 close black lens bracket enlightenment before death. Roar. Kong Yangtian roared, making an angry voice. Even if it is a counterfeit, the oppressive feeling of chakra is real. Hate me, but I don't have time to play games with you. Every chakra you use is wasting something that belongs to me. Yi Feng said coldly. Asking this guy to initiate a move would only waste chakra in his body. In other words, it would also waste his power. Hiss. The blue and purple chakras begin to integrate, forming a purple-black ball in midair. Tailed beast jade. You are really too angry, but will I give you a chance to use it? Scatter. A huge repulsive force erupted, and the four-tailed Sora was directly smashed into the building behind the fire temple. As for the tail beast Jade that had just begun to form, it also dissipated directly. Boom. There was a sudden explosion underground, and two big hands formed by red chakras appeared, seeming to want to slap Dashawan to death. It's useless, Yi Feng said with disdain. The repulsion broke out again, and the two big hands could not get close to his body. Come here for me, you. ... The battle is over. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Temple of Fire was slaughtered, and there were corpses everywhere, with blood flowing into rivers. Hongdou found a bag with Delu's head, and Hinata was expressionless after killing others. The Night Wind extracted the tail beast chakra from the hollow body to absorb, and then killed the guy. A fire burned the temple, and the three murderers disappeared into the flames. This concludes the journey of the Temple of Fire. After one day, underground bounty exchange, Adzuki Beans and Hinata stayed in a hotel to rest, and Yi Feng came here alone. He didn't want to expose Hinata for the time being. Hidden weapons are often more useful than those on the open side. Oh, long time no see, Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to be in the country of fire. All corners came over with a smile. This is a bounty for killing the Temple of Fire Land Lu and trading someone else's head. Give it to you. Yi Feng took out a large black box from Hongdou's hand and handed it to Jiaodu. Hey, you guy. Advertisement. The last time you acted with Scorpion, when was that? The organization was not very satisfied with you. But for the sake of your contribution so much, I won't talk about you here. Jiaodu smiled with satisfaction, and then accepted the box containing the money. What is the relationship? Anyway, if two people act together, they are just afraid of being killed alone. Let Deidara and Scorpion be a group. I don't think anyone can kill me. The night breeze channeled from it. You tell me it's useless, you have to talk to the leader to be useful. The corners all smiled. If it's okay, I'll leave first. If you have a task, look for me again, otherwise don't interrupt me to rest. Yi Feng got up and left the bounty exchange. Zhao nodded casually. His attention is on this money, Dashawan or something, just let him go. Even Akatsuki, these people have flaws. Yi Feng thought silently in his heart. Although Jiaodu has 5 hearts, if all 5 hearts are destroyed, it will die. And the corners like money, which is a major weakness. As for the flying section, that guy was just a disgusting man, his body's combat effectiveness was very weak, and someone had to cooperate with him. And the guy in Fei Duan is typically no-brainer, not to mention it. Scorpion, puppet art is just like that, no matter how high the upper limit is, it won't go anywhere. Deidara, attacking ability is good, but the defensive methods are insufficient, and it is easy to self-destruct if forced into a hurry. Uchiha Itachi, one old, weak, sick and disabled, would have been buried in a coffin long ago if it hadn't been used to kill him with medicine. This is what the guy deserves, and must give Uchiha Izumi a perfect moon-reading illusion. Ghost Shark, a guy known as a human-shaped tail beast. Although good in all aspects, it is a pity that he is an honest person. In the later stage, everyone shouted what to say, and this guy is still honestly using ninjutsu. Shuan, this ghost shark is Shuan. Doge, Xiao Nan, the prodigal wife. One-handed God's paper man's technique manipulated 600 billion detonating amulets, and as a result, it exploded a 3-hook jade writing wheel eye with soil. Jiaodu, please turn on voice communication. Then he was escaped by Naruto mouth, and he realized it before his death. Nagato, the dog who was led by the nose by Tu and Kurozu. Then he was escaped by Naruto mouth, and he realized it before his death. Take the soil, Black Uchiha Madara and Kurozutsu lead the dog walking along the nose. Then he was escaped by Naruto mouth, and he realized it before his death. Uchiha Madara, the dog who was led by the nose by Kazuki. Naruto mouth escape is invalid. Heiju saves his mother. What bad thoughts could Heiju have? He just wanted to save his mother. Speaking of it, it is just a consciousness formed by a strand of chakra in Wie, and it can be regarded as a special duplication of independent consciousness and personality. Advertisement. But there seems to be nothing wrong with the crying mother. Sound Shinobi Village. Underground base. My lord, you are back. Do respectfully knelt down and greeted Roar. Yi Feng nodded and walked into the familiar basement. This is the blood collected from the woman named Bai, and it has always been preserved. Tu quickly presented the things. If it hadn't been for this guy's reminder, Yi Feng would have forgotten that he had taken this character away. Bing done. It's better than nothing. Yi Feng looked at the blood bag on the plate, and then drank cleanly. The temperature of the blood rose slightly, and then he mastered the newly acquired blood boundary in less than an hour. Bing done is just ordinary ice. No matter how fancy it was just ordinary ice cubes, so he just had a hand addiction and let go of this newly acquired ability. Kill it, the night breeze said lightly. Yes. Tu got the order, the scalpel cut into Bai's heart. The body was taken out of the laboratory by 2 subordinates. Elder sister, Huahuo ran over. He threw himself into Hinata's arms, and then began to act like a baby, rubbing his head constantly. Maybe it's the underground base all the year round, the skin of Huahuo has turned whiter, but the little girl has long hair, which looks a little different from the previous Hinata. Elder brother. Seeing the night breeze, Huahuo respectfully greeted Roar. Yi Feng rubbed the little girl's hair as a plea to Roar. One less person, a little bit lonely. Red Bean whispered. It's a pity that the woman Honglian is no longer there, otherwise it would be a bit more lively here. Sasuke, 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 just take care of me. There was a tingling sound from outside the corridor. To shut up, I'm going to challenge Shigeo. The woman who gets in the way. The second pillar is worthy of being the second pillar, and his attitude towards women has not changed in the slightest. However, despite this, Shang Rin continued to pester Sasuke's side. Chapter 80 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 80 close black lens bracket strange girl. Konoha, what are you going to do there? In order to break through the limits of life and science, explore the mystery of ninjutsu and the human body, devote oneself to art and beauty, and walk in flames, flames and blades. Detailed. Trafficking little girl. Konoha. After the death of the third generation, Tsunade succeeded the fifth generation of Hokage, and almost half a year has passed. Whoever is missing the earth will continue to spin. Konoha still looks the same as usual. Naruto and Ji Lai also went to practice not long ago, and the 12 Shaoqiangs who were still alive were also busy with their own practice. If no one made trouble, there should have been the saying Konoha Saihua. The four villagers recognized as beautiful women as little girls. Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, every day. It's a pity that Hinata file size was abducted and sold very early. She died every day in the chaotic Chunin exam, and Haruno Sakura was slaughtered by Sasuke. So Ino became recognized as the most beautiful girl. Recently, Ino often has a smile on his face, probably for the same reason. Good morning, Miss Yamanaka. Good morning, Ino. Early in the morning, Ino came out for a walk, and the uncles and aunts he met all greeted her, roar. This is the treatment of beautiful girls. Because they looked seductive, everyone was willing to call roar and smile. On the contrary, it was the kind of guy named Uzumaki Naruto, even if he disappeared, ordinary people would never notice. Ah. Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, it's the kid of the nine-tailed demon fox, I forgot that he still has this name. So, where does he go to have anything to do with me? If you tell a passerby, you will probably get such an answer. Human nature is so. Good morning, Ino. Another voice sounded. Good morning. Ino was holding a small piece of bread in his mouth. Oh, do you remember how many buns you have eaten? Ino is so beautiful, the voice said again. It sounds like a woman, and it's kind of familiar. In fact, Ino is really beautiful. Long golden hair, pure and deep blue eyes like the sea, delicate features and picturesque eyebrows. The figure is slender, bumpy, and the place where it should grow is also beginning to grow. Anyone who looks at it will exaggerate, so cute, or, so beautiful. People who are familiar with Ino will think that this is a little witch. Advertisement. Ino is always headstrong and coquettish. Ino sauce. Someone dragged the girl's name very long, and even added the word sauce. Ino finally realized something and turned his head abruptly. This outfit. Ino said blankly. The upper body is clean and cool with a short navel, the lower body is black short shorts, and a ball head is tied. Although her face changed a little, Ino and her got along for too long, and she recognized it easily. The nickname is Xiao Zhao Hong, and Xiao Hong Hong, and her real name is Hongdou's woman. A troublesome woman. Hey, don't just run over and rub my face without authorization. Very rude. The little girl made a protest. Because of her face being rubbed, her voice has changed a little. We meet again, little girl. The young man on the side said with a smile. Similar to the red bean, his face has changed a bit, but the voice still sounds familiar. As for dressing up, this man always wore a black or gray coat, very plain and ordinary. Elder brother, why are you coming to Konoha? Ino looked around and asked cautiously. Although these two people are not the same as those on the wanted order, they are not without the risk of exposure. Well, save the world. Yi Feng smiled. When I was a kid. Don't use this kind of casual reason to perfuse me. Ino curled his lips. I created peace, doesn't it mean saving the world? So the people who died before I created peace, those who have contributed to world peace, but no one will remember their names. The man said again. Quote. It's weird. Ino stared at the two suspiciously, but he dared not say anything. No way. In fact, she was very lucky to be alive now, she didn't dare to intervene in the affairs of these two guys. Let's go, Red Bean. I have to go for a walk. Yi Feng said. Itsuki nodded. The two quickly bid farewell to Ino, and then disappeared in the streets of Konoha. Advertisement. The little girl thought for a while, but in the end she didn't tell Konoha or anything. Not to mention the purpose of these two people, even if Konoha knows the news, how can he take these two people? In case that man becomes irritated, Konoha may not be able to protect Ino's safety. The air in the forest is very fresh. It rained lightly last night, and the soil under my feet felt soft. From the hill, you can see Konoha's Hokage Rock, the lively town, and the iconic Hokage building. A girl with long brown hair draws here. The girl was dressed in a blue plain cloth. She looked about 15 years old, and she was a young girl. There was a faint sadness on Chingsho's face, and her brown eyes stared at the painting in front of her. When someone approached and admired her paintings, she was just silent. A view of Konoha. The painting is really beautiful, but isn't there no dark clouds in the sky now? Hongdou couldn't help but say. The girl paints well, but the wood Yi Tian in the painting is full of dark clouds, which is not the same as the current Konoha. Patter, patter, patter. Sure enough, dark clouds appeared, and a light rain fell in the sky. What? Itsuki Beans let out an exclamation. Yi Feng smiled silently, with such an expression on his face. The girl named Kurama Yakumo is the descendant of the Konoha Kurama clan. Although Yakumo has strong illusion skills, his body is weak and sickly, and he cannot become a ninja. The teacher who had coached her before was Shi Raihong. Snapped. The girl's brush was dipped in a large swath of white paint, and then it landed on the scroll. White lightning fell from the dark clouds, and then hit the Hokage building. Boom boom boom. Sure enough, a thunderbolt fell down, and the thunder pillar with a diameter of several meters made an earth-shattering explosion. The top floor of the Naruto building caught fire and it ignited instantly. What the hell is this? Red Bean was stunned. It's so beautiful, Yi Feng exclaimed. The girl still admired her paintings on her own. Ignoring the two strangers, he was not ashamed of the Naruto building being struck by lightning, and his expressions were very flat from beginning to end. A short while, after packing her own things, the girl is about to leave this place. As a result, halfway through, two medical ninjas in white coats appeared. Without waiting for the girl to say anything, she injected the paralytic agent directly and then forcibly took it away. Obviously, Konoha also knew about this girl's weird ability. Chapter 81 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 81 close black lens bracket Yakumo. Witnessing all this happened, Hongdou's expression was a little complicated. Teacher, what is that ability? Itsuki asked. Draw what you want to see on the picture scroll, and then this will really happen in reality. It's incredible. The Pommel Horse family is said to be a family of geniuses every few generations. It seems that the rumors are not all false. But is this little girl too scary? Hongdou couldn't help but say. That kind of blood following the limit can create a world of illusion close to reality. As long as she is willing, she can make things happen in her imagination. Yi Feng said. Is there no limit? Itsuki asked. Definitely there. For example, if she wants a person to die, then she must imagine the person being struck by lightning or being chopped by a knife. In reality, there will be a lightning strike, or a knife will fall from the sky inexplicably. But whether this person will die or not depends on the strength of that person, and it is not 100% capable of killing dead man. Yi Feng explained. Why does she use lightning to strike the Hokage building? Itsuki asked again. Even in the rebellious period, there is no need to hate Hokage so much. One step is wrong, every step is wrong. You can see, the child is not in good health. Yi Feng said. Itsuki nodded. When Yakumo was packing his easel and tools, it was difficult to carry those things on his back. Furthermore, after meeting Konoha's medical ninja, he didn't even have the strength to resist, so he was directly taken away by the injection of paralytic medicine. She was not in good health when she was a child. It was impossible to be a ninja, and it was very difficult even to go to a ninja school. Then what? If you want to know, go and see her. The next day, Satomi Villa. In order to control Yakumo's power, Konoha put her under house arrest in this villa, and two medical ninjas and an Anbu supervised her. But it backfired. Yakumo hated Konoha more and more. I used lightning to smash the Hokage building yesterday because the hatred in my heart could not be controlled. Shi Raihong came to visit her before, but now no one comes. Little girl, do you live in this kind of place? Advertisement. Two strangers walked into the room. Yakumo glanced at it and found that they were two strangers he met while painting on the mountain yesterday. What the hell? This room is too dark, and those Konoha guys are really too. Itsuki Bean said irritably. There was no gloomy light in the whole room, and the light was dim. Quote. Yakumo still didn't speak. You used to be a student of Yurihong, right, and you were from the Kurama family. Why did you attack the Naruto building yesterday? Itsuki asked directly. Are you ninjas? That's right, you can bypass the Anbu surveillance and come here. Yakumo finally spoke the first sentence. Your body is very weak, you shouldn't be a ninja, right? But I still want to know, why did you shoot Konoha? Itsuki continued. You are Konoha. The little girl looked at the two of them and said lightly. No, we are only interested in you. Itsuki replied. The three generations of Hokage are the three generations of Hokage at that time. He sent someone to kill my parents and wanted to kill me. Konoha had already regarded me as a monster. Yakumo sighed. Speaking of what happened back then, her face finally fluctuated. It was when I was young, and one day their whole family was burnt down by flames, and her parents died in that disaster. She survived. It must be because Hokage was afraid of her blood inheritance at the time, so she wanted to kill her. Yakumo thought so. It was an ordinary fire, but the autopsy report was hidden. Don't even let me see the corpse. I hate this village. Yakumo said dejectedly. After all, don't you have no evidence? How do you know that Konoha's ninja killed someone? Yi Feng said suddenly. At that time, I was weak and sickly, and I could no longer practice to become a qualified ninja. But my blood inheritance limit and ability were also discovered. Konoha absolutely knows about me. Yakumo said with certainty. Actually, I don't really like that bad old man. However, this matter really has nothing to do with him. At that time, he was still having a headache with Uchiha's affairs. Where can there be kung fu in charge of the Pommel Horse family? Yefeng wrote. Advertisement. You said this deliberately. Do you want to die in my hands? Yakumo was angry. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, staring at the two people in front of him. The illusion space that governs the five senses, right? I wanted to see it a long time ago. Yifeng deliberately provoked. Hongdou didn't say anything when he saw this, just shrugged. Then you die in illusion. Yakumo gritted his teeth and activated Shueiji boundary. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery completely changed and turned into a fragmented imaginary world of illusion. There are many paintings on a piece of land, and there are distorted spaces all around. Paintbrushes, paints, etc. float in the air, and everything here is under Yakumo's control. Pain, smell, sight, hearing, taste. If you die here, the body in reality will think you are dead. One day, I will avenge Konoha. It's impossible for a guy like you to shake my determination. Before you die, do you have any last words? Yakumo said coldly. As everyone knows, the two people in front of her will not be affected by this illusion space at all. After all, kaleidoscope writing round eyes is famous for its powerful illusion. Really, here is your territory, or, the owner here isn't actually you. Red Bean chuckled. The kaleidoscope opened, immune to the influence of the five senses brought by this illusion space. Is the truth really what you think? You always use illusion, but you can't see the truth clearly by yourself. At first, I was wondering what the facts are, but you brought us into this space, and I understood the truth in an instant. Hongdou smiled. Cut. Die. A portrait of Itsuki Bean appeared in Yakumo's hand, and then he wiped off Itsuki Bean's head with paint. This guy will enjoy the severe pain of decapitation, and the body in reality will die with it. It's useless. You can't control my five senses. Itsuki Bean's body has not changed, it exists intact. This kind of illusion can only bully ordinary ninjas, and it is very difficult for illusion masters to work. If you can't grasp the opponent's five senses, naturally you can't kill the opponent's spirit. You stay in this illusion world, but you can't see exactly what monster is around you. Itsuki said again. Chapter 82 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 82 close black lens bracket the monster in the heart. What? Yakumo frowned. While she was thinking, the paint around her moved. The paint on the scroll, as well as the unused paint, the liquids of various colors gathered together to form a monster with a huge body. The monster resembles a human shape, but its skin is black, its face resembles a ghost, and its head has two horns. The monster appeared, and at the same time the forgotten memory appeared in Yakumo's mind. That time, Yakumo's body is very weak, and her parents and teachers have persuaded her to give up being a ninja and live a life of ordinary people. If you forcefully practice ninja training, Yakumo's physical health is likely to deteriorate. From then on, a monster appeared in her heart, and another spiritual personality appeared. That is a personality full of desire for revenge and anger. It is the monster of this spiritual world in front of me. It was not someone else who killed Yakumo's parents and caused the fire, but this spiritual monster ran out. This monster also has the power to affect the real world. After that incident, Yakumo forgot the truth and mistakenly thought that the village sent someone to assassinate their family. This is the truth. It turned out to be like this. Yakumo recovered, tears streaming down his face. Remorse, unwillingness, and ashamed, all kinds of emotions appeared in my heart. A handful of kuwu appeared out of thin air, and then pierced Yakumo's own neck. She doesn't want to live anymore, in this kind of world. Why did you commit suicide instead? If you don't want to control this body, you can give me control of the body. The monster uttered a word and stopped the kunai. It was split from Yakumo's spirit, and it was Yakumo's darkest and vengeful personality. It's you. You are the source of this little girl's tragedy. Itsuki came out and looked at the monster coldly. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? I am Yakumo, and I am also part of Kurama Yakumo. I killed those two people, but Kurama Yakumo killed his own parents. Is there any difference? The monster laughed brazenly. Yakumo held his head in his hands and sat on the ground feebly, tears falling uncontrollably. That's right. The monster in her body killed her parents. This monster was created by her hatred and anger. The guy in the way. Die. The monster roared, and a corrosive blue liquid suddenly appeared around it. As long as you are killed in this space, you will die in reality. Who do you think of me? Advertisement. Do you want to kill me with this method? An invisible barrier appeared in front of the red bean, blocking the attack. Kill it. Kill this monster in your heart. Strictly speaking, it is your true enemy, isn't it? Yakumo, now is not the time for weakness. Red bean roared. The monster originally came from Yakumo, and only she herself is the most suitable to kill this personality. Although she and Yifeng could forcibly use illusions to invade this space, it was difficult to grasp the degree of strength. If it is too much, maybe even Yakumo's own spirit will be affected. Please disappear, the other me. Please disappear. Yakumo cried and picked up a handful of kunai. The monster didn't avoid it, so it was stabbed in the head by Yakumo's body. Why? Obviously I have done so much for you. Your hatred, your anger, I will help you kill those people. Why are you killing me? The monster was puzzled. You come from hatred and anger, so naturally you can't understand other emotions, nor can you understand real humans. After all, it's just a twisted product. Yifeng shook his head. If this monster was smart enough, it would have snatched the dominance of Yakumo's body long ago. But it is not complete, and there is not enough wisdom. Yakumo wanted to kill and erase it, it wouldn't even dodge. ... Untie. The world of illusion collapsed, and the surroundings returned to normal. In Yakumo's studio, the three people slowly opened their eyes. What a good boy. You have defeated the monster in your heart. Itsuki smiled relievedly and patted Yakumo's head. Quote. Thanks. The girl was silent for 2 minutes, and finally said. She knew the truth and killed the original murderer, but she was not happy. Where do we go from now on? It is difficult for the family to accept a monster like her. Teacher Yurihong is dead long ago, Konoha will not train her, and will only send someone to monitor her 24 hours a day. Come with us. Follow us, you can become a powerful ninja. Hongdou took the initiative to say. You. Advertisement. Who are you? Yakumo raised his head and looked at the two people in front of him. I didn't say who it was before, except that it was not Konoha's ninja. Are they here for me? You must have heard this name. What? Orochimaru. Quote. Are you the ones who destroyed Konoha? Are you bad guys? Yakumo was taken aback. That big snake pill would actually appear in front of her. No wonder her illusion space didn't take effect on these two people. When Orochimaru was Konoha's ninja, I'm afraid her parents were still children. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, and a ninja at the same time as the 5th generation of Naruto. Is there anything bad about being a bad person? Come with us. Only by following Lord Orochimaru, your body can be healed, and then you can practice and become a powerful ninja. Itsuki continued. My goal is to rejuvenate the family. I won't go with you. The girl hesitated for a moment, and then said firmly. For the sake of strength, she joined the forces of Konoha's rebellion, which is not in line with her original intention. Instead of that, it's better not to have that power. Really, you seem to be mistaken about the current situation. If you don't leave with us, I promise the people of the Pommel Horse clan will not survive for 2 days. The Night Wind said calmly. This little girl's blood succession boundary is indeed not strong, but except for the dominance of the 5 senses, the ability that rewrites reality is pretty good. Not as against the sky as Izanagi, but the victory is that it consumes little, and there is no price. Yakumo's face paled. The pale skin now looks whiter. If you don't obediently go under the hands of Lord Orochimaru, your people will really be killed. It's possible even to plan your parents' graves. Itsuki Bean came to her ears and whispered. She had a good impression of this little girl and didn't want to see her being killed. Then you promise, don't do anything to my people. Yakumo was finally softened. All 3 generations of Hokage died in the hands of Dashemaru, and she had no room or opportunity to resist. Definitely. Chapter 83 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 83 close black lens bracket made. The next day, a dessert shop in Konoha Street. The 2 young men were enjoying the delicious food, the man looked a little lazy, and the woman smiled. Opposite the two, a young girl had her face drooped, expressionless. The blood inheritance of the Pommel Horse family is not strong, and the 5 senses dominate the killing in illusion, which is not a power worth showing off. But the kind of ability that rewrites reality is very good. Although the scope of rewriting is limited, but draw an apple on the screen, and then an apple will really appear. This sounds like something similar to a perpetual motion machine. If you want to eat, don't you never have to spend money again. It's hard to disapprove of the idea of red beans. Red beans eat red bean cake. A perfect match. Hongdou smiled happily. Destiny is always hard to say clearly. For example, the flower shop of Ino's house is not far from this street, about 20 meters away. Another example is that Jing Yi came to this shop on a whim and wanted to try desserts. Another example is Ino being caught by red bean. Ah, Ino sauce. Yi Feng suddenly began to think about a problem. Is this guy Hongdou actually a bisexual? The look in this guy's eyes always felt suspicious, as if he was about to eat the little blonde girl in his mouth. Who is this? Ino asked cautiously. Oh, her name is Kurama Yakumo. She was trafficked outside. Itsuki replied lightly. Hey, my elder sister is a dangerous person, really, is she approaching me just to abduct me too? Ino's body trembled. That's not true. The main purpose is the child's blood. After all, the teacher does not raise idlers, only guinea pigs. But if Ino-chan wants to live with me, my sister will definitely welcome you. Hongdou smiled brightly again. But no matter how you look at it, it means something abnormal. Sister, don't say it so loudly. You will be considered suspicious. Ino gradually became unable to complain. Now Konoha, oh yes. The 5th generation of Hokage is that guy with a cow figure, right? I've seen her pictures before. Red Bean didn't know what he thought of, and then surprised roar. Teacher, do you like that kind of cow? Advertisement. That's not right, the teacher really likes shapely women. Hongdou said to himself. I like beautiful eyes, whoever has beautiful eyes, I think that girl will be very cute. But it doesn't affect me to kill the necessary people. Yi Feng replied after pondering for a moment. Regardless of body shape or appearance, in fact, it is not too much to be concerned about. After all, he is a doctor, and whether he has facial plastic surgery or body shaping, he can do anything casually. Isn't there a saying in the previous life? The eyes are the windows of the soul. Through the eyes, we can see the vastness of the universe and countless bright stars. Beautiful eyes always have unique beauty, some are like gems, sparkling, some are magnificent and rare, worthy of collection, and some are simple and beautiful, and they feel gentle when they look at them. But there are very few beautiful eyes. Most people only have numbness in their eyes, and they only have the word, numbness, carved into their eyes. Oh, yes, Hongdou transplanted a kaleidoscope, and now these eyes are not hers either. The original eyes of red beans are kept in the laboratory. If one day does not need red beans as a powerful and useful subordinate, he will use surgery to transplant those eyes back. Gray-brown pupil color is very rare. Ino, your eyes are also very beautiful. The man recovered from his meditation, and looked at the girl and said something. Jing Yi's heart was cold, and he felt as if he was being stared at by some wild beast. Well, blonde hair must match this deep blue sea-like eyes. Slim and well-proportioned figure, art-like curve of legs, fair and tender skin, golden hair shining in the sun. Obviously she is a coquettish family, file-size sister, but there is the breadth and depth of the sea in her eyes, with gentleness and mystery. This is a pretty girl, it's pleasing to the eye at a glance. Although I am not a blonde control or lowly control. Yi Feng said to himself. Suddenly he looked away from Ino again, then took a sip of the juice in the glass, and continued to look out the window in a daze. Isn't it the king's control or the lowly's control? Does this show anything? You are a more suspicious pervert. Jing Yi only dared to think about it, saying that he didn't dare to speak out. Teacher, I'm done. Itsuki put down the plate, hugged Ino, and began to ravage the girl's soft cheeks. The night wind answered, his eyes crossed the street outside, through the bustling crowd, and looked at the unknown. Kurama Yakumo also has no sense of existence. Unlike Yi Feng, Yakumo just lowered his head, his expression sluggish like a puppet. But no one cares about her. Advertisement. 1 month later. Base. Chidori. The blue electric light flickered, and on the other side of the boy was a cursed monster. Too slow. Too slow. Shigeo's body moved like a ghost, he could barely see with the naked eye, and the audience was full of his afterimages. The two fought for 5 minutes. It's not so much fighting, it's better to say that Sasuke has been passively beaten. It looks miserable, but Sasuke is not without progress. After all, Shigeo used only one hand to hit him, but later it became 2 hands, and now it needs to be cursed. Isn't this progress obvious? Boom. Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood and punched a big hole in the wall. Shigeo was able to use natural chakras, and it was hard to get hurt by this alone, let alone be defeated. Sasuke, why not take a break? Xiong Lin said next to him. But Sasuke is still the same. Except when he really needs a break, he doesn't bother to talk to her at other times. You nympho. Shueyu said gleefully. What, Shueyu, do you want to fight? You be asterisk 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 D. There will be no need to provide blood in the future. Yi Feng drank the blood in the bag and said calmly. Yes, my lord. Yakumo's expression was plain, without joy or sorrow. After being here for a month, she also understood what this place is. Dashiwan did not break his promise, and gave her a blood curse mark, which strengthened her weak body. In exchange, she provided blood to this man this month. I'm missing a maid. Red Bean said so. Yi Feng also dispelled his murderous intentions and gave Yakumo to Itsuki bean processing from today. After that, another week passed. I want to tune my little maid. Red Bean said so. Yi Feng nodded, and did not bring red beans with him on this trip. Elder brother. Me too. Hinata suddenly ran out. Oh, Yi Feng nodded. Chapter 84 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 84 close black lens bracket The Kingdom of Ghosts. It's finally time, for the dark medical ninjutsu specially developed tonight. Use this power to awaken the sprites, and then dominate the world. The long-haired middle-aged man was on a high cliff, watching the heavily guarded sealed land below. Injecting his chakra into the 4 white-clothed figures in front of him, the 5 took advantage of the night to attack. This is the conspicuous land of sprites. Back to this world again. It's really nostalgic. Long time no see, Master Sprite. Have you forgotten? I am Huang Quan. The Ghost Legion was resurrected, and the lifeless army was revived. These fighting puppets have no pain, and they will recover if they are destroyed. They are completely war machine. The last time sprites manipulated these troops to attack the ninja realm, and was sealed by the witches of the Kingdom of Ghosts. The soul and body were sealed in the underground ancestral hall of the Ghost Country and the ancestral hall of the Numa Country respectively. Brother, where are we going? Hinata said curiously. The world of ninja was in turmoil, and many people had noticed that army. Huang Quan obviously wanted to kill the witch who inherited the sealing technique, and go to the swamp country to retrieve the sprite's body. The country of ghosts. Yi Feng replied. Isn't there a war there? It seems that many ninjas will go there too. Hinata said again. In order to protect the Miko Shian, the country of ghosts also made a lot of preparations. For example, recruiting a large number of soldiers, seeking help from various countries, and also invited ninjas to protect the witches. Because it's lively there. That's why we need to go there. Yi Feng touched Hinata's head and said softly. In the past few years, he absorbed a lot of chakras from the tail beast, and then made his chakras grow a lot. The amount of simple competition is actually not much different from the ghost shark. But this is not enough. In order to devour a stronger and more chakra, he must have a stronger body, just like a tail beast, an immortal body. To become the ultimate creature, an immortal body is essential. Although Yaki Orochi is a super forbidden technique, it is actually not very powerful, so he needs the power of that ancient monster sprite. Brother, can I help you this time? Hinata asked again. Becoming strong, becoming a useful person, this is the basic condition of being a subordinate of Orochimaru. Well, Hinata will definitely be able to help, now Hinata is already very good. Yi Feng said softly. Really? Advertisement. 2 weeks later. The country of ghosts. Huang Quan's subordinates really attacked here, with the goal of killing the current Miko Xian. There are two kinds of abilities for witches. One is to seal the resurrected monster. The second is to predict some things that will happen in the future, including the death of people. Continue. Reinforce the guard of the Miko-sama room. A group of soldiers passed menacingly. Although the enemy was very powerful, no one deserted the soldiers, preferring to die in order to protect the witch. Master Xian has seen this scene long ago. One of the guards said sadly. The witch has the ability to predict the future, and she should have known that she would be attacked a long time ago. It's okay. If this life can be sacrificed for Miko, as I wish. Said the other guard. Boom. 4 white figures jumped up, smashed the floor and went straight to the direction of Xiwan's room. The 4 of them are Wangquan's subordinates, and the chakras infused with Wangquan are very powerful. Master Xian, thieves have invaded. Please also go for refuge. What? One by one the guards were killed, and the walls of the room were also destroyed. Ha 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 ha. The intruder laughed wildly. Entering the room, it was a blonde girl half kneeling on the ground, still wearing white clothes falling asleep. He was about 15 years old, slender, with a pair of lavender eyes. 4 wicked people stood in front of her, but Xian was not flustered, as if he had already admitted his fate. She knows what will happen soon, so she is not in a hurry. Yo, little girl, have you given up? A white figure smiled. Throwing out a few kunai casually, a guard on the ground got up and blocked kunai with his body. Xian was still expressionless. She knew these things would happen very early in advance, but she just knew it in advance, and she couldn't change it. From the day she became a witch to the present, she has seen too many deaths. For life and death, she has long been very indifferent. What's next? No one will protect you next. Advertisement. The 4 figures approached slowly. All the guards have been killed, and no one can save the life of the Miko. Don't be too happy. Miko will not give it to you guys. A voice sounded. The girl with icy blue eyes walked out from the side, and the green chakra coat emerged, holding 2 jade for seeking truth in her hand. The man walked out slowly, a scarlet light gleaming in his eyes. The 5 senses are governed by the blood moon. Elementary level, the gods and the 5 senses dominate the blood and follow the illusion of integration. Ice done. The art of ice dragon. Lay done spiral pill. At the same time when the main body launched the illusion, 2 shadow duplications flashed out at the same time, and 2 ninjutsu was thrown out in his hand. Silver wheel reincarnation explodes. Hinata released a number of jade for seeking Taoism from the palm of his right hand, and then rotated it with both hands. Chu Daoyu covers a layer of green chakra to form a silver aperture, and then emits a huge amounts of tornado from the aperture. Boom. The entire hall was blown up and there were ruins everywhere. Damn ninja. 3 of the 4 white figures were killed in an instant, and the corpses were broken into countless pieces. The only one who escaped was to obtain Huang Quan's special power, but was also broken his arm and ran away immediately. Do you want to chase? Hinata asked. No, go find the witch first. Yi Feng shook his head. When they intercepted these 4 guys, Xian had already opened the back door of the room and sneaked away. Although the maiden is not his main target, he is quite interested in that kind of ability, and naturally it is impossible to let Xian leave him. The secret tunnel behind it is intricate, and it turned out to be a waterfall in the end.
Why don't you leave? When Yi Feng and Hinata came over, they saw Xian sitting on the ground in a daze. I don't have the strength to go, anyway, you will come to me. Xian said calmly. Your names, Orochimaru and Hinata, right? The sealed guy wants to be resurrected, and your goal is. Xian said intermittently. There really is an ability to predict the future. Hinata exclaimed. It was definitely the first time she saw this witch, but the other party already knew her name. It seems that there is more or less speculation about their goals. Chapter 85. Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 85 close black lens bracket Xian. You know who I am, then you should also know the purpose of my coming to the country of ghosts. If I didn't get what I wanted, even if the sprites didn't destroy the kingdom of ghosts, I could destroy the kingdom. Yi Feng said coldly. Yes. Xian nodded silently. Unlike others, she could see the nature of this man at a glance. This is not a creature that can be called a human being. There was a twisted soul in his body, a monster body with 8 snake heads. A short while. The 3 began to rush towards the sealed ancestral hall in the country of ghosts. Can you see the future? Hinata asked with Xian on his back softly. Xian answered calmly. Then you can see the resurrected monster. What happened to it in the end? Hinata said curiously. Fighting. Xian's answer was simple and mysterious. What exactly is the fight? Hinata asked again. That is the depths of the sea where hot lava is like hell, and the monster finally awakens after a long seal. The big white snakes and the red snakes bite, the blood is like a river. In those 1,000 years, the people on the ground were like gravel. The ghost visited the imprisoned monster, but created another monster. Shion slowly said. Her voice is ethereal and lacking in emotion, like a puppet doll. By the way, what happened to that waterfall before? It's too weird to have a waterfall on the escape route. Yi Feng said casually. That's where I used to bathe. Shion replied. Correct, we are just 3 of us going there, don't we need to bring Shion's subordinates? Hinata asked. Some waste is left behind, and it's just too cumbersome to bring along. Shion said indifferently on purpose. With that said, in fact, I still care about the people who died for her. It's just that she can't do anything, so she can only be so indifferent. If you know that the witch you are protecting is this kind of guy, maybe those people will give up protecting her. In that case, those people have a chance to live. Sure enough, it was the evil Asasha. The witch is also a gentle girl with a cold outside and a hot inside, which is a bit pitiful when you think about it. Oh. Correct. The person who sympathizes with the witch is Hinata. As for a certain man, he just admired the eyes of the Miko and didn't care much about other things. Advertisement. Evening. As Shion needed to rest, the 3 chose a high cliff to camp. The ninja had no problem traveling for a few days and nights, but Shion's body was no different from ordinary people. Let alone a few days, even staying up all night will make you feel sleepy. Just rest here tonight, the night breeze said lightly. In Hinata's hands, 2 tents were completed, one large and one small. Quilts and the like are all in the space scroll, including food and water, and there are also a lot of reserves. Pooh. Shion took 2 bites of the biscuit. I really couldn't swallow it, so I just vomited it out and threw away the bread in my hand. It's really sister file size. Yi Feng smiled, not irritated. Anyway, the hungry person is not him, he is angry. What do you want to eat, Miss Shion? Hinata was very gentle and asked with concern. If it can be satisfied, it's better to be satisfied a little bit. Meat, I want to eat meat. Shion saw that Hinata was so bully, so he said unceremoniously. Eat meat? Hinata looked around. The reincarnated eyes opened, and a few minutes later, he caught a hair. Hey, Hinata, can you still make roast rabbits? Yi Feng was a little surprised. Nope, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Hinata replied with a smile. The rabbit is so cute, how can it eat rabbit meat? Shion suddenly interrupted again. Boom. Yi Feng knocked Shion on the head. Yes, if the rabbit is so cute, how can you eat the meat of the rabbit? Why don't you eat Shion? The taste of human flesh should also be good, Yi Feng said grimly. You won't kill me, what's the use of these threats? Shion curled his lips. She still couldn't see which one of the resurrected monster or the monster in front of her had won. But she knew very well that she lived to the end. Yes. Yi Feng grabbed Shion's right hand, and a kunai directly penetrated the palm of his hand. Oh. The girl made a sharp cry, but soon her mouth was blocked with a bandage. Have you guessed that you will be tortured? Advertisement? If you are disobedient, I don't mind cutting your hand. Anyway, your lack of arms will not affect your ability. Yi Feng licked the blood above Kuwu and said coldly. Woo. Shion's cheeks shed 2 lines of tears, and her delicate body trembled slightly. These 2 damn guys. How dare to treat her like this? You are not a witch with me, don't think about your superior status. Understand? As Yi Feng said, he crushed another finger bone of Shion. Well, Shion bit her lips tightly. The pain was so painful that she bit her lips, and her body trembled more severely. But the witch is indeed stronger than she looks, and her willpower is pretty good. Even so, it still held up. Remember, speaking of people, or I will crush all your bones one by one. I can repair your bones with my medical skills, and then crush them again, the 2nd time, the 3rd time, the 4th time. Crack. Another finger bone was crushed. I understand, stop it. Shion cried, and finally couldn't help but yelled out, her voice crying. This guy is really the devil. It's the first time she has been physically traumatized in her life till now. The one who hurt her was the one who saved her life. The goddess of fate really likes to joke, saved her life, but gave her future to this kind of guy. You, what are you going to do? I will be obedient, me. Shion took 2 steps back. Seeing Yefeng approaching her, my heart was filled with anxiety. And Shin, your lord is not going to hurt you, Hinata said relievedly. Didn't you hurt me? Are you kidding me? This kind of guy? What? Shion Zhao said roar. Dashiwan hugged her body, and then bit her on the neck in one bite. I didn't have the intense pain I had imagined. Instead, there was a weird warm feeling overflowing from the place where my neck was bitten. Blood curse imprint. A technique formed by Nightwind's special blood and chakra. Similar to Tsunade's 100 Heroes art, it has extremely strong resilience to the human body. Remember, from today on, you will be my subordinate. Remember to call me Lord Orochimaru from now on, understand? Yi Feng loosened his teeth and said lightly, yes, my lord. Shion said blankly. The injury on his hand was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, without even leaving a scar. This guy's medical skills are really terrifying. Chapter 86, Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 86 close black lens bracket sprite after half an hour. The bunny is ready. Brother, Miss Shion, let's eat together, Hinata said with a smile. Although it is the first time to make grilled rabbit meat, Hinata still handles it beautifully, looks very attractive, and smells very attractive. Thanks, thank you. Shion answered, and then began to eat meat. The taste is really good. Oh, don't you eat Dashuan? Shion asked cautiously. She can understand the man's temper a little bit. If she dares to mess around in front of him, she will definitely be punished. Well, since Hinata made it, let's taste some. Yi Feng came from not far away. After teaching Shion just now, he has been in a daze with the night breeze blowing nearby. The night wind is blowing the night wind. The kind of cool night breeze. Having said that, no matter this night breeze or that night breeze, it is actually cold, after all, cold-blooded animals. Brother, how does it taste? Hinata asked with a smile. Good. After Yi Feng ate a rabbit leg, he did not move the remaining meat. Rest early. After that, the man got into the smaller tent alone. The bigger one is reserved for Hinata and Shion, Orochimaru. My lord seems to be Konoha in the land of fire, betraying Shinobu. How could he suddenly come to participate in the affairs of the land of ghosts? Shion said quietly. The feeling of being sent under the fence is very uncomfortable, and it is still forced. If you don't want the kingdom of ghosts to be implicated, just follow the adults honestly. Your role is very special. Brother will not easily kill or abandon you. Hinata looked straight and said seriously, Shion was a little sleepy and a little confused. I slept. Soon. Hinata also packed up his things, and then fell asleep with Shion. Both of them are girls, and it's okay to sleep together. Speechless overnight. The next day, advertisement. After eating something casually in the morning, the three of them continued on their way. Ziyuan has become a lot better this time, and dare not say that the dry food is unpalatable. With Hinata on his back and hurried quickly, the three of them were walking on the cliff. Shion was frightened and complained a little. In addition, other aspects have become a lot better. Well, isn't it possible to walk through the forest? Why walk along the cliff by the river? Shion's voice trembled slightly. The ninja must be accustomed to all kinds of terrain, but she didn't have this exciting way of driving before. Don't worry, you won't fall, Hinata smiled. 3 hours later. What a big water dragon. As he was walking, suddenly huge amounts of water dragon appeared on the surface of the river. Apparently a ninja was lying in front of him. Looking at the amount of chakra, it should be the ninja who barely escaped yesterday. Dare to ambush us? Court death? Yi Feng snorted coldly. Ice stun. The art of ice dragon. A large amount of water is pumped from the river to form a lifelike, hard ice dragon. Boom. The ice dragon and the water dragon collided with each other, and finally the water dragon was crushed. Ended. The battle ended in less than 2 minutes. Although the subordinates sent by Huang Quan had some spooky power, they were still too weak. The three solved the trouble and continued on their way. Unknowingly, it was night again. Brother, it's in the cave ahead. There is a strong breath there. Hinata carried Shion on his back and pointed to a huge cave in the distance. Outside is the tens of thousands of undead legions. It seems that Huang Quan has already come to this place where the sprite's body is sealed. I just don't know where the monster's resurrection is. Let's go straight in, Yi Feng ordered. He didn't come here to destroy the monster, but the power to devour the monster. Shion knew this before. A group of unconscious soldiers could not stop the three of them. It's troublesome for ordinary people, but for ninjas, a group of moving stone men is meaningless. Cave. The more you walk into the cave, the higher the temperature. Advertisement: the air is as hot as it is about to burn. Finally walking inside, I saw a world full of magma and fire, and the body of the sprite was sealed in this place. The soul of that monster is lodged in Wangshen's body, and it can be reborn only by getting the body again. If you only look at the size, the sprite's body is probably several times larger than the tail beast. You've grown up, and you look a lot like Maitreya. A man's voice sounded. It is Wangshen. The Maitreya he was talking about was the last maiden, Shion's mother. You should have heard of it. My name is Huang Quan. My ambition was once blocked by your mother. Do you remember what happened that day? I, leading the resurrected sprites, will soon take the 1,000-year kingdom in my hands. Without your mother, this world would have been mine for a long time.
The man said to himself. Oh, it seems that you have some delusions. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. Sprites are at most a tail beast level of combat power, and it is simply whimsical to want to conquer the world by relying on a tail beast. Unless you have reached the strength above the 6 levels, you don't want to unify the world at all. The sprite and the witch are originally one. All from the same existence. The so-called witch can seal the sprites, but it is the combination of 2 existences, and the 2 consciousnesses suppress each other. It's a pity that the trash didn't kill you, Huang Quan said lightly. However, it was not Huang Quan himself who was controlling the body at this time, but the soul of the monster sprite. When I come to this place, I can finally get my body back. Oh, right, if you want to try to seal me, you can try. Sprite laughed. A purple-black light flickered, and then jumped into the lava below. Do not. I'm not here to seal you. This woman is just my captive. The night wind said calmly. He gave Hinata a look and motioned to Hinata to bring Shion next to him. Originally, he was here to devour sprites. How could Shion seal it? Ha 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 ha. Human, what did you come here for? Voices came from all directions. The magma seemed to be a bit more fierce, and gradually rioted. This is a purple-black monster, crawling out of the hot lava. It is 100 meters tall and has no specific shape, and its purple-black body seems to be able to change at will. The head and body of the purple-black snake, the huge blood-red eyes, the teeth and the claws, the huge mouth is like an abyss. Each giant snake looks like a mad dragon. A dozen of these giant snakes are connected together, which is an ancient monster that exterminates the world. Monsters. Chapter 87 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 87 close black lens bracket feast, funeral. The feast is about to begin, hee hee hee. Little human, let me see what you can do. Roar. Another monster appeared in the magma world. The black chakras pile up in this wide magma world, and the strong smell of blood permeates the air, which is disgusting. Then, that is Master Orochimaru. Hinata looked at the creature in amazement. Shion was speechless, and the scene in his dream was now in front of him. The magma became more violent, and the underground world almost collapsed under the weight of the two monsters. The roar and roar of the monster pierced into the mind, lost, violent, joyful, crazy, as if to hell. Newly appeared in the big snake dragging its ferocious long tail. It moved extremely fast, climbing on the rock wall of the cave, and leaping straight towards another purple-black monster. The magma stirred and fell like a torrential rain. Hinata had to open his rebirth eyes and protected himself and Shion with a chakra coat. Roar. Obviously the two monsters are giant snake-shaped beasts, but they roar like dragons that have been cultivating for thousands of years. The purple-black snake is like a huge amounts of bird's nest, but the birds that weave this bird's nest are dozens of bodies that look like snakes and dragons. The big white snake is smaller, but also more agile and faster. 8 snake heads grow on a deformed and huge body. The 8 heads are both weapons and climbing feet. The slender neck curled and stretched, and the golden snake eyes seemed to be made of gold. Yaki Orochi and sprites roared and killed each other. The monsters bite each other's flesh and blood, devour each other, endlessly. The scales of the Yaki Orochi were torn, and a snake head was bitten off, but he recovered after a short breath. And the purple-black monster was trembling, and the purple-black blood and the red blood were intertwined, flowing toward the magma and the ground. This is really a hell world. There is only a fight between monsters, 2 evil spirits gnawing at each other. The ground trembled, and the interior space of the entire huge cave was crumbling, as if it would collapse at any time. Boom. The monsters fell into the magma one after another, but in an instant they all appeared to continue fighting. The world is spinning, and the blood flows into a river. Bang, bang, bang. The cave finally collapsed. Hinata and Shion had to leave this place. However, the monsters were still roaring and roaring, their voices resounding throughout the world. Earthquake. The mountains collapsed. Volcano eruption. It was red in a radius of 10 miles, and the sky seemed to burn. Is magma spreading everywhere, or the hot blood of monsters? ... Advertisement. I don't know how many hours have passed. The long battle is finally over. The giant snake and the mad dragon all disappeared. Hinata followed his breath and found only a man soaked in a pool of blood. He was not in a coma, nor was he seriously injured. He was just soaking in blood or magma in a daze, silently watching this wonderful world of volcanic eruption. Brother, are you not injured? 10 minutes later, Hinata mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice. Fine, that guy is much weaker than me. It was impossible to beat me from the beginning. I just wasted a lot of time digesting him. The man said slowly. The gold in the pupils of his eyes slowly dissipated, and his usual black eyes were restored. If you ignore that his whole body is soaked in blood, he looks like an ordinary man with a little tiredness. The eruption is pretty. The man said. The word, beautiful, is usually uttered from his mouth to describe the eyes of a certain girl. Can't see this kind of scenery often. It's really a pity to think about it. Yi Feng stood up slowly, wiped his body clean and changed his clothes. Turning his head and looking at Shion next to Hinata, the girl had passed out in a coma. What's up with her? Yi Feng asked casually. Probably the environment here is not so good, so I passed out in a coma. Hinata replied. The high temperature environment and the air make it really difficult for ordinary people to tolerate such harsh places. Had it not been for her chakra protection, Shion would have been cooked. Let's go back. Yes. 2 weeks later. The crisis in the country of ghosts disappears inexplicably, just as it appears inexplicably. The good news is that sprites seem to be killed, even though it is not something that can be killed in terms of settings. But death is death, and death is good news. As for the bad news, the Miko Shion disappeared. The rumors are the same as the sprites, and the spread seems to become a fact. In fact, the sprites were indeed not killed. Advertisement. The power of that creature is in a man's body. To some extent, sprites have gained a new life, and that man is the new sprite. If that man dies someday, maybe the sprite will appear in the world again. In addition, the sprite and the witch originally came from one body, which is indeed a fact. Assuming the sprite is killed, it can only be that one of the two beings chooses to blow up, and then can drag the other to die together. Now that the power of that monster is swallowed by the night wind, this fetter still exists. Sashian will not be killed anymore. Slap, slap, slap. Light rain was falling, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. In the royal capital of the country of ghosts, the funeral of the Miko Shion was held today, and more than 30,000 people came to mourn. The crowd was uniformly dressed in black, and both adults and children looked serious. The disaster in this country has been lifted, and the hero deserves everyone's respect. It's raining. Sure enough, it is a suitable day for a funeral. Hinata said softly, and stretched out his umbrella to catch the rain. In the huge crowd, the three of them are just three ordinary people who are inconspicuous. Wearing a black robe, holding a black umbrella. How does it feel to attend your own funeral? Desolate, they look sad. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that Xian was actually not dead at all, nor did he fight the monsters at all. She was just fainted by the heat from the volcanic eruption, and then almost cooked. Brother, don't laugh at me. Really, I knew there would be today. Xian stuck out his tongue and held Yi Feng's arm affectionately. Compared with the previous period, the personality is completely changed. But this is also normal. Yi Feng swallowed that monster. It could be said that he had a blood relationship with sprites, just like brothers and sisters. Whether it is chakra or breath, the two are 90% similar. There will be no Miko Xian anymore. Some are just Yi Feng's younger sister, Yi Ziwan. The girl seemed to have made up some determination. There is no way to leave, her fate has been completely entangled with this man. Or in other words, her eyes had already seen her future self. I don't have a weaker sister like you. The man rolled his eyes. Elder Brother. Chapter 88 Auto-generated chapter title. Open black lens bracket 88 close black lens bracket the ancient country of Lulan. 1 month later. Base. Orochimaru. Give me strength. Early in the morning, Sasuke's voice resounded through the base. How? Fighting with Shigogo can't satisfy you anymore. Yi Feng got up from the bed and kissed Hongdou on the forehead. Walking out of the room, he ran into Sasuke Uchiha who looked impatient. Zongu is just those brute force moves. Do you think that with training, my body will become like his? He is better than me, but he can't make me stronger. Sasuke said coldly. This kid is only 13 years old, but he knows a lot. Okay then, I will find you a suitable opponent. Oh, that's right, just use the waste. The night wind began to seal. Psychicism reincarnation of the dirty earth. A coffin rose, and then a figure of a young man walked out. Uchiha Shisui. Well, who is this guy? Sasuke frowned. He had a slight impression that this guy belonged to the Uchiha clan before, and he was friends with Uchiha Itachi. A powerful tribe known as stopping water in a flash. He was reincarnated in my dirty soil, it's just right to practice with you. As Yi Feng said, he inserted a kunai into the puppet's head. If there is a requirement for a training partner, he will accompany you at any time and will show mercy to your subordinates. But you don't want to put anything out of a dead man's mouth. Yakuza patted the puppet on the shoulder, and then Uchiha Shisui followed Sasuke away. He retained his combat awareness and ability, but he did not have the authority to speak, and was only allowed to serve as a sparring partner. Breakfast. Brother, Xian said with a smile. Since Xian also joined the base became lively again. I often entangled red beans to learn how to make breakfast and desserts. Due to my poor health, I usually exercise my body and go to fight with the Hinata sisters. And that guy Yakumo, although still a little cold, as a servant, it is still qualified to help clean the room. Adzuki Bean's tuning methods are good. Brother. Xian screamed very kindly, wishing to stay by the man's side 24 hours. Advertisement. Don't make trouble. Yi glanced at the girl next to her. Regarding the technique of reincarnation, he recently had some new insights and ideas. Ordinary possessing others' body is to let the person who uses the technique enter the new body, and then destroy the soul of that guy, or suppress the soul. So, is it possible to turn annihilation into devouring? Our two souls coexist in one body. And besides him, can anyone else master this ninjutsu perfectly? As time goes by, he becomes stronger and stronger, and his body may be immortal. But the subordinates around him are different. In order for useful subordinates to obtain longevity, he needs to study some new forbidden techniques. Xian, where do you think I will go next? Yi Feng asked. The Kingdom of Wind, Lulan Site. Xian replied with a smile. Her prediction of the future ability is for people around her, so she knows this information. Good. Yi Feng patted Xian on the head. This girl is still very useful indeed. Foreseeing the future, you can clearly know what will happen in the future, and if anyone wants to attack him or something, they can also prepare in advance. Hinata, this time you stay with the fireworks. Yi Feng said. Yes, brother. Hinata nodded obediently. When going to that place this time, there may be some accidents. I won't take you there. Yi Feng turned his head, and said to Red Bean. If it's pure travel and fun, it doesn't matter how many women you bring, but that's not the case. Teacher, come back early. The Red Beans are also very well behaved. Come back soon, Master Orochimaru. Yakumo also bends down respectfully, and rarely speaks once. A week later. The country of wind, Lulan ruins. The power of the huge dragon veins was sleeping underground, and this place was sealed by the fourth generation of Hokage. But Beizu in Cheyenne village wanted to get the dragon veins, and turned into a betrayal. Although this seal cannot be broken, it can be swallowed up with the seal. Inject this power into puppet art, and the whole world will be under my control. A middle-aged man stands in the middle of the ancient ruins. He used the forbidden technique to unlock the seal of the fourth generation of Hokage. Boom. A purple beam of energy appeared, carrying a majestic force. Advertisement. Even the night wind felt heart palpitations from this momentum. Hold on to me, Xian. The black chakra of the night breeze spread out to wrap the bodies of the two of them, and the reincarnation eyes were opened to the strongest state. Yes, Xian hugged the man's body tightly. The chakra of night wind is full of darkness and evil attributes, but it has no effect on her, or simply said that it is very harmonious. This is also the reason why Yefengwei chose to bring Xian. When necessary, he becomes the main body and can eat Xian to protect her. Quote. The purple energy beam is getting bigger and bigger. 100 feet disappeared inside, and the Nightwind and Xian who jumped into the beam of light on their own initiative also disappeared. The light rising from the heights of Lulan. Mixed emotions. The dragon vein that must be guarded. Falling incident, looking up at the sky. Dust, storms are coming. Quote. The girl's melodious singing sounded. It is still the familiar Lulan ancient tower, but it is a little different. It looks very old, but it is not the same as what I saw before, not to mention that there is a young girl singing. Hey, what is this place? Xian asked. For people of their time, this is a relic. For the living Lulan people, what this building means is unknown. What? The red-haired girl was shocked when she found someone next to her. Walked to the side passage, and then fled. Let's go. We get out from above. Yefeng didn't care about the escaping girl. Holding Shiyuan, the two broke through from the top of the building and came to the ground. All around it is not a desert of yellow sand, but a large piece of perfect building towering into the clouds. In contrast, Konoha in the land of fire, or places like Wangcheng, all looked weak. This is the real city. Puppet, it seems that an enemy is coming. Xian reminded him. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a dozen puppets appeared walking towards this side. Let's hide first. Yifeng used Earth Escape to take Xian and disappear, without fighting those puppets. Beizu disrupted the time and space here, and came to 10 years ago. Due to the instability of the crossing, in fact the guy from Beizu had arrived here many years in advance and became the Minister of Evolution. As for the girl they met just now, her name was Sarah, the daughter of Queen Lulan. Chapter 89 Auto-generated chapter title. 89 Changing the Desert. My queen, my queen, my queen. At noon, the crowd on the street became lively. Tens of thousands of people surround a tall and magnificent building, waiting for their queen to appear. The queen is not Sarah. Yifeng was stunned. According to the original plot, Beizu turned into an Lucian and secretly killed Sarah's mother. Support Sarah to the upper position, and then seek power by yourself. But now the original queen is not dead. Find someone to ask first. Taking advantage of the excitement, Yifeng casually grabbed a civilian, and then used illusion skills to get the answer he wanted. There is no such person as an Lucian here. Lulan City has been very peaceful. Hey, suspicious guy. Appearing on the street, someone soon discovered Yefeng and Xian. After all, the clothes on the two people are really strange, completely different from the locals. Come with us. Soldiers in armor appeared, and there were puppets not far away ready to do anything. No time to play with you. The two figures disappeared. Inside the palace, Queen Lulan is dealing with official duties, listening to the reports of ministers. Boom. The gate of the palace was smashed directly. The two figures walked in with such a big swing. Two weird guys suddenly appeared, everyone was shocked. There are assassins. Protect your majesty. Guard. Where did the guard go? The scene was noisy. Everyone backed away, looking at Yefeng and Xian with fear. Lulan City is located in the desert, and the knowledge of the outside world is almost zero. Naturally, there is no such thing as a ninja. In this place, there is only puppetry. It is definitely not something normal people can do to suddenly break a heavy palace door more than 10 meters high. Protect the queen. Two groups of soldiers walked in from outside the palace. In the next moment, everyone opened their mouths again and their eyes were dull. Bang, bang, bang. Advertisement. Before the soldiers could get close, they all fell. The scene looks extremely weird. Hundreds of soldiers rushed into the night breeze, but they just fell. The queen and the ministers rubbed their eyes, almost suspecting that they had made a mistake, or that they were dreaming. Is this really something that humans can do? What did he just do? The audience was silent. Don't worry, those guys are not dead, they just slept. The night breeze said lightly. After all, the queen is the queen, and soon calmed down. Dear guest, please come and sit here. The queen stood up and said very politely. This kind of displayed terrifying strength. I am afraid that no one in Lulan can help the other party. Okay. Yifeng smiled softly. Sit on the queen's dragon chair, and then put Xian in his arms. Retreat. I have a good chat with the distinguished guest. The queen ordered again. The ministers hesitated. With the power displayed by this man, what if the queen is killed? But if that guy really wants to do it, I am afraid that even if they are there is nothing to do, they can only watch. Thinking of this, all ministers retired. The distinguished guest is coming. I don't know if I can help. The queen smiled. Yifeng nodded. This woman is not bad, she calmed down so quickly. Dragon veins, I want the power of dragon veins. The night breeze said lightly. However, the dragon vessel is first Lulan. The queen is a bit hesitation. If it was something else, even the throne, she could give up. But Lulan Kingdom was originally built on the basis of dragon veins. If the dragon veins were taken away, the Lulan Congress would be completely destroyed in the desert. But this man is so terrifying, if he refuses him, I am afraid Lulin will still be destroyed by him. Bad guy, you two guys, you want to ruin this place, I won't agree. While the queen was meditating, the girl who had met before ran out. It is Princess Sarah. Take the dragon veins, will you definitely be destroyed here? Yi Feng smiled. Definitely. Advertisement. Our Lulin survives by the dragon veins. If the dragon veins disappear, everyone will be swallowed by the wind and sand. Sarah said seriously. She has been by her mother's side, and naturally understands many things about Lulin. What if I can change the terrain to get Lulin out of the current situation? The Night Wind said calmly. Originally, he planned to take away the dragon veins directly and then leave. After all, with the power of this place, it is impossible to find him, and it is impossible to stop him. But after appreciating the beauty of this city, he changed his mind. Impossible. The desert is endless, how can it be changed? Once the dragon vein disappears, we will definitely perish here. Sarah frowned, looking at the night wind like an idiot. In addition to preventing sandstorms, survival requires water, land, and food. But the dragon veins are destroyed, these things are gone, and the entire Lulin kingdom will be swallowed by the wind and sand and flooded. Queen Lulin listened to the conversation between the two and did not stop her daughter. Because she found that Yi Feng did not mean to do anything, and she was not angry. You haven't seen me shoot again. How do you know I can't change the desert? Yi Feng smiled slightly. This girl is a bit interesting, but she is not afraid of him. Humph. Sarah turned her head, obviously not willing to speak anymore. This guy is too stupid. Can things like deserts be changed by humans? Do not believe. Then come with me, and I will prove it to you myself. Yi Feng patted Xian on the face, and then led the girl towards the outside of the palace. Queen Lulin saw this and immediately followed. Although she doesn't know what this man is going to do, it's always good to follow along and have a look. Sarah was depressed, but she had to follow her mother. She wanted to see what this guy was going to do next. Queen Lulin thought more about it. For example, how trustworthy this man was, and what was his reason for doing this. After all, with his power, even if he grabbed the dragon veins, Lulin couldn't stop him. I just hope that this man will show compassion after failing his attempt and not take away the power of the dragon vein. Endless desert. Where can humans change? No amount of humans is useful, let alone just one person. My queen. My queen. Seeing the two invaders and the queen coming out, the ministers breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this guy is not completely unreasonable. He didn't kill or did anything excessive. It's good if everyone can discuss it. Regarding wealth and status, it is easy to discuss without hands. Chapter 90 Auto-generated chapter title. 90 Jinlin Reincarnation explodes. The guest said he can solve the desert around Lulin. In exchange, he wants to take away the power of the dragon veins. The queen said lightly. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Dragon veins. No, Lulin would perish without the dragon vein. Fight with him. No matter what, that guy can never compromise. ... Whether it was the masses or ministers, they all condemned in anger and impassioned. Quiet, let's see what the customer will do first. The queen said again. Her prestige was obviously great, and the people quickly calmed down, but they still looked at the night breeze unkindly. Your Majesty, what should I do if that fellow fails in waiting? Never believe him. No matter how strong he is, how can he change the desert? Seeing Yefeng and Ziwan walking away, many ministers began to exhort them. Quiet. The queen looked around coldly. If he is really an arrogant person, I am afraid he would have snatched the dragon veins long ago. Don't forget, the soldier here is not his opponent. The queen said solemnly. Hearing this, everyone was helpless. Indeed, with that incredible power, how many soldiers came might be part of the massacre. Then go take a look. That's right, see what the hell is going on. The ministers followed one after another. Soon, as this the top floor. The night wind and asters came to the top of the building. This is where the queen lives, so it is also the tallest building in Lulin, which is more than 300 meters long. Standing here, you can overlook this huge and magnificent city. The area of Konoha is larger than here, but there is no way to compare it. And the kings of the 5 great nations, they all look like primitive people living in front of Lulin City. So pretty. Standing here is like standing on top of the world. Xian also exclaimed. The queen and Princess Sarah came behind, and there were many ministers and guards. Everyone looked confused, wondering why Yi Feng chose to come to the top floor. Advertisement. The scenery here is indeed good, but does it have any connection with changing the desert? As coming. Xian squinted his eyes. I saw that the night wind was wrapped in a black chakra coat, the pupils of the eyes turned ice blue, and a clear snowflake pattern appeared. Borrowing the application of gravity, the body flew directly into the sky. Flying. No way. How can he fly up? Amidst everyone's shocking roar, a green jade for seeking Taoism appeared beside Yi Feng. Chu Dao jade gradually evolved into a golden chakra lightsaber. Golden wheel reincarnation explodes. The golden lightsaber seemed to have no limit, spreading out infinite golden light. The night wind in the sky just slashed with a lightsaber, and in an instant, the whole world was trembling, and even the city of Lulin was shaking. A huge amounts of crack spread with the lightsaber. In the desert outside Lulin City, the vast and infinite gravel was split with this sword. The earth was cut open with a huge amounts of crack with a depth of more than 500 kilometers. The diameter of the moon is only more than 3,400 kilometers. Sand kept falling into the cracks. The sand in the entire desert is disappearing at an alarming rate, and it keeps falling into that huge amounts of crack. The terrain continued to sink, but the height of Lulan's side did not change. It looks like the whole city is rising. Until 2 hours later. The earth-shaking changes finally stopped. The entire Lulan city seemed to stand on a tall mountain, and the crack was filled in by massive amounts of sand. Below the mountain where Lulan was, the land could even be vaguely seen. Desert. The desert disappeared. The desert around Lulan, which has existed for thousands of years, has been artificially changed in this way. Where can humans do this? This is the power of God. Everyone almost turned into a stone statue, dumbfounded, unable to speak a word. Huh, right. Yi Feng suddenly remembered something. Psychicism reincarnation of the dirty earth. As the two coffins rose, two powerful figures came out. Senjujuma, known as the god of ninjas, and Senjujuma's younger brother, Senjujuma. You kid, call us out again, why? Said indifferently. The forbidden technique that he had not completed at the beginning ended up in the hands of this young man. Every time he was summoned by this guy, his heart was very upset. He. Advertisement. Since I become my subordinate, I will trouble the two of you to work hard. It has long been heard that the Mu Dun of the first generation of adults is unparalleled in the world, and the second generation of adults Shui Dun is unprecedentedly powerful, and it is simply high done. Then trouble both of you to work hard for me. Yi Feng smiled. Two consciousness manipulating kunai inserted into their heads, and the two Hyundai Hokage reincarnated from dirty soil suddenly became obedient robots. The talking ability is blocked and can only obediently execute the operator's orders. Go to transform this desert. Use your wooden escape and water escape to transform Lulan into a brand new country. Yi Feng ordered. The two filthy reincarnated figures disappeared immediately. That, Master God, I took the liberty to doubt your power before. You can fetch the dragon veins at any time. Are those two people just now? The queen brought Sarah over, and while speaking, the mother and daughter were already kneeling on the ground. As for the ministers and guards, they have been squatting on the ground a long time ago. My name is Yi Feng, not a god. As for those two guys, well, they are responsible for greening, just like your puppets, lifeless. Yi Feng said. Puppet. The queen breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Dun flower and tree realm is here. Mu Dun the tree realm is coming. Mu Dun. Water escape. Big burst of water rushing waves. Water escape. The body of the filthy reincarnation, Chakra is infinite. The two Hokage used ninjutsu one by one. From the position of the high-rise building of Lulan, the ground outside turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. Forest, river. The queen and others were shocked again, and their minds went blank. Is this really a puppet? Does it look better? Yi Feng smiled lightly. Working with the first generation and second generation Hokage, it feels not so cool. Miracle. This is a miracle. Master God, God bless me Lulan. The people in Lulan also noticed this fluctuation. They ran out of the city one after another, jumping into the river to take a bath with excitement, and rushing into the forest. The mountain where Lulan city is located is changing, and then the surrounding land. With the strength of two Narutos, no matter how large the area is, it will soon complete the transformation of the terrain, completely turning the desert into a green forest.